There are 38 films in the Godzilla franchise, so it's not surprising that there are countless scrapped projects during the series' lifespan. In fact, there are so many of these, I can't realistically go over every single abandoned Godzilla project, or else this video would very likely be several hours long. So instead, I'll be going over some of my all-time favorite cancelled Godzilla movies. These aren't necessarily ones that I think would be good, but rather ones that I find weird or interesting. I've always been intrigued by the concept of unmade movies in general. I love thinking about what could have been. Could these movies have been potential masterpieces or forgettable garbage? As a filmmaker myself, I've had projects of mine that made it all the way to the filming process only to get scrapped. I mean, my most recent feature film, Wayward Sons, was almost abandoned in the editing process. What I'm getting at is, this is a topic that fascinates me to no end. So, without wasting any more time, these are the lost Godzilla films that almost happened. Bride of Godzilla was the very first scrapped Godzilla project, and it was written in 1955 after Godzilla raids again, but before King Kong vs. Godzilla. The screenplay was written by Hideo Unagami, who would go on to create the story behind The H-Man, as well as act in other Toho films like Rodan and the Mysterians. Bride of Godzilla is an absolutely insane story. It includes mermaids and octopus people, as well as Anguirus. So, what's the story here? Well, this movie would have actually introduced the Hollow Earth storyline over half a century before the MonsterVerse ever did. Dr. Shida at the Godzilla Countermeasure Center suggests that both Godzilla and Anguirus emerged from a Hollow Earth cavern, and develops a giant humanoid robot, the Bride of Godzilla, to combat them. As Godzilla and other creatures re-emerge from the cavern, Shida downloads the memories of his human-like robot, Rico, into the Bride, leading to a climactic battle in which the Bride detonates a hydrogen bomb, killing both herself and Godzilla. Hideo Unagami's script for Bride of Godzilla intrigued Toho producer Tomoyuki Tanaka, but it was deemed too expensive and controversial to film. While elements of the story were adapted into Rodan and later The Return of Godzilla, the script was never produced. A 1978 rewrite abandoned the robot concept in Hollow Earth setting, instead featuring a female Godzilla and a remote island, but it still didn't materialize into a movie. Frankenstein vs. Godzilla was planned as a sequel of sorts to King Kong vs. Godzilla. The screenplay was written in 1963, with the idea being that the movie would be released in Japanese cinemas the following year. However, the plot wasn't all that great, so Toho scrapped it. But what was the film going to be about? The plot would have followed Dr. James Bowen, who discovers that a wild boy in Hiroshima is actually Frankenstein's monster, regenerated from a heart mutated by atomic radiation. As the creature rapidly grows and threatens human safety, the Japanese self-defense forces free Godzilla from ice, hoping the two will battle. The monsters clash near Mount Fuji, but their fight is cut short when volcanic fissures swallow Frankenstein and a flood sweeps Godzilla away, leaving his fate unknown. So, why was it cancelled? Well, there were some concerns about the plot's logic, with the Japanese self-defense forces using Godzilla to stop Frankenstein. This wouldn't make much sense since Godzilla is a bad guy, and why would the Japanese self-defense forces free him? It just made no sense. So instead they made Mothra vs. Godzilla. However, Toho revived the giant Frankenstein concept in 1965 for Frankenstein Conquers the World, or Frankenstein vs. Baragon. That, of course, was then followed by a loose sequel titled The War of the Gargantuas. While Batman and Godzilla have crossed paths in the recent comic crossover run of Justice League vs. Godzilla vs. Kong, they were supposed to meet in the mid-1960s, with Adam West starring as the Caped Crusader. This entire project would have been a massive crossover with that 1966 Batman TV show. From my understanding, the plot didn't include any big villains like the Joker or the Riddler, but would have featured an even bigger villain, Godzilla. The plot would have involved Barbara Gordon and her father encountering a tidal wave that was caused by Klaus Finster, a mad scientist in Japan threatening to destroy the country with a weather machine. Batman and Robin investigate and discover Finster is actually controlling Godzilla. After a series of battles, chases, and a close encounter with the giant beast, they knock Godzilla out with explosives and send him into space, forever trapping him in orbit. Ultimately, the film was scrapped around the same time the Adam West Batman TV show was cancelled in 1968. Godzilla vs. the Space Monsters Earth Defense Directive was supposed to be a 1972 movie that would have featured Godzilla, Anguirus, and a new monster named Majin Tool. The three monsters would be fighting against King Ghidorah, Gigan, and Megalon, who were all being controlled by an alien brain called Miko. The screenplay included a theme park with a Godzilla tower that Gigan mistook for the real Godzilla, a concept that would eventually be reworked and utilized in Godzilla vs. Gigan. While the film itself was never made, Megalon was later reworked for Godzilla vs. Megalon. Godzilla vs. Red Moon was a proposed collaboration between Toho Studios and Tsuburaya Productions. The film was planned for release between 1970 and 1973. It featured two new kaiju, Red Moon and Erebus, who turn out to be mates. After Erebus gives birth to Hafen, a businessman kidnaps the young kaiju, leading to its death. Enraged, Red Moon and Erebus rampage through Okinawa until Godzilla intervenes. He defeats the pair but spares Red Moon, who returns to space. Ultimately, the project was never completed and its elements remain unproduced. Godzilla vs. the Devil was a rumored late 1970s Godzilla film that never came to be. It was first mentioned in a 1978 fanzine as a $4 million collaboration between Toho and Henry G. Saperstein, but the project was ultimately denied by Godzilla creator Tomoyuki Tanaka in 1980. Whether or not this was an actual project that was really in development at Toho is unknown. The sources are kind of sketchy, and there isn't really much evidence to actually support its existence. However, the concept itself is pretty interesting, and elements of it can be seen in the 2015 graphic novel Godzilla in Hell. A Space Godzilla was a proposed film that would have very likely killed the Godzilla franchise, while also being one of the best entries in the entire series. Let me explain. The story follows Godzilla, who is revealed to be an alien named Rozan, who is dying from a severe case of diabetes on the shores of Japan. Scientists transform Godzilla's body into a rocket and send her and her unborn child Lilin back to their home planet. There, Rozan and Lilin reunite with Kunin, and together they defend their planet from an alien race called the Sunarians. I'm not making any of this up, this is a real movie that they were going to make in the 1970s. This screenplay would eventually get turned into a short story that actually got published, and some of the illustrations were actually by Katsuhiro Otomo, the director of the cyberpunk anime Akira. The most interesting aspect of this film, at least to me, is that the crew behind it were the same people behind House, which is one of my all-time favorite horror movies. It's so insane, and I feel like that same energy would have been carried over here. I'm being 100% serious when I say that this movie would have been one of the best and weirdest Godzilla movies ever made. I honestly think it would make Godzilla vs. Hedorah look fairly normal in comparison. Originally proposed in the early 80s, Resurrection of Godzilla aimed to re-establish the King of the Monsters after years of dormancy. See, you have to remember that it had been the longest stretch of time without a Godzilla movie being made. The last Godzilla movie to be released at this time was 1975's Terror of Mechagodzilla. So Toho was looking at almost a decade of inactivity from the franchise. They decided to bring Godzilla back to the big screen with an all-new movie featuring a shape-shifting foe named Bakken, or Bagan. This film would have tackled the consequences of nuclear pollution, which was a timely subject then, and even more relevant today. Despite its intriguing premise and potential for a thrilling return, the project was reworked into The Return of Godzilla, which did not feature another monster and was instead a Godzilla solo romp. It's a shame, really, because this is not the last time that we're going to be talking about Bagan, so let's just move on to the next movie. Mothra vs. Bagan would have been a fantastic showcase for Mothra, pitting her against the formidable Bagan. This film had the makings of an epic clash, but due to financial concerns after Godzilla vs. Biollante bombed, the project never saw the light of day. It's disappointing because the concept had real potential to breathe new life into the franchise and deliver a fresh take on kaiju battles that fans could rally behind. Thankfully though, fans would get the chance to see Mothra and Bagan battle in the 2022 series Godzilla. Godzilla vs. Bagan was an unrealized pitch from 1991 for the third entry in the Heisei Godzilla series, bringing the unused kaiju Bagan into the spotlight. This project was yet again supposed to be a showdown between Godzilla and Bagan, but the opportunity slipped away yet again as Toho shifted focus to other films. The potential for a showdown between these two titans could have pushed the franchise into exciting new territory, giving fans a very compelling narrative to sink their teeth into, but instead, we got a rehash with familiar enemies with the release of Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah. While nostalgia does have its place, it's just frustrating to see innovative ideas like Baggin get sidelined when they could have reinvigorated the series. Moving away from Baggin, Godzilla vs. King Kong was supposed to be the big comeback for Toho after the underwhelming performance of Godzilla vs. Biollante in 1989. They aimed to remake their 1962 hit King Kong vs. Godzilla, even planning a wild plot where King Kong falls in love with a scientist and then he becomes a cyborg, but legal issues with Turner Entertainment, who owned Kong's rights, threw a wrench into those plans, leading Toho to shift gears and give fans Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah instead. Though the project died, the Godzilla-Kong rematch finally happened with 2021's Godzilla vs. Kong. Micro Super Battle Godzilla vs. Gigamoth was one of Toho's wildest ideas that never saw the light of day. Originally envisioned as a film where humans are injected into Godzilla to shut down his nuclear reactor, it also featured a showdown with Mechanai Kong and the new monster Gigamoth, a radiation-born creature. The project eventually split into two paths, with the human injection idea going towards a separate project and Toho choosing to move forward with Godzilla vs. Mothra in 1992, leaving this very ambitious battle in the scrap pile of unrealized kaiju films. Okay, remember that idea of humans being injected into Godzilla? Yeah, that was this project. Godzilla vs. Mechanai Kong could have been one of the most bizarre entries in the Godzilla franchise, but it never made it past the planning stages. The idea of a giant robot gorilla squaring off against Godzilla while a team of humans are injected into Godzilla's body to fight him from the inside was straight out of a sci-fi fever dream. After several revisions, including a project titled Micro Universe in Godzilla, Toho ultimately scrapped the idea in favor of Godzilla vs. Mothra, and the world was spared from a mech ape and kaiju showdown. The return of King Ghidorah was poised to bring back Godzilla's fiercest rival for a rematch, but it never saw the light of day. After the success of Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah in 1991, Toho briefly considered making a direct sequel where a space version of King Ghidorah would come down to wreak havoc. However, Toho opted for a more marketable and fan-favorite approach, which was Mothra. This, of course, resulted in Godzilla vs. Mothra. The idea of King Ghidorah returning to the Heisei era lingered, but Mothra's popularity edged him out for the time being. In Godzilla vs. Berserk, Toho proposed a metallic alien that could assimilate technology, a concept that was ripe for exploration. Sadly, this ambitious project fell victim to Toho's hesitation to stray too far from what fans knew. Instead, they made Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2. It's honestly kind of unfortunate, as the potential for a unique kaiju encounter could have given us a fresh narrative and some seriously memorable action. Instead, we ended up with the more familiar foes that we've already seen before being revitalized for the Heisei era. Godzilla vs. Astro Godzilla was set to introduce a clone created from Biollante's DNA, blending sci-fi elements with your classic kaiju lore. This idea was ultimately held back by financial constraints, which caused the project to be shelved, only to then be reworked into Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla. Imagine a film where the Heisei Godzilla faces off against the spirit of the original Godzilla from 1954. Godzilla vs. Godzilla offered this very scenario, with a unique blend of nostalgia and innovation, with early drafts hinting at time travel and alternate timelines. One draft even featured Anguirus in his first appearance since Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, nearly 20 years prior. There's some concept art that showcases an Anguirus hound, which was supposed to be a subspecies of a standard Anguirus. Another draft labeled the 1954 Godzilla as Ghost Godzilla. Unfortunately, though, Toho felt that it was too similar to existing films, leading to its cancellation. At this point in time, Godzilla had already fought Biollante and Space Godzilla and Mechagodzilla, which were all sort of versions of Godzilla but warped. So to them, this was just too much of the same thing over and over again. So instead, we got Godzilla vs. Destroya, which honestly is a masterpiece, so I can't really complain. Toho tried yet again with Godzilla vs. Baggin, aiming to bring this creature into the spotlight as Godzilla's ultimate opponent. Ironic that the Heisei era almost started with Baggin and then would have ended with Baggin. However, as the franchise pivoted more towards introducing Destroya, Baggin was once again left on the cutting room floor. Honestly, it just feels very frustrating because Baggin had so many opportunities to appear in a Godzilla film but just kept getting cut over and over and over again. I just can't get over how many times Baggin was planned for a movie but then got scrapped. but thanks to fans, Baggin got his own Bandai Movie Monster figure in recent years, which is pretty cool, all things considered. Godzilla 2 starts right where the first film ended. Manhattan lies in ruins, and scientists are dissecting Godzilla's body. Tortured by guilt, Nick sneaks into the Manhattan underground, hoping to find a remnant of Godzilla's species. He discovers a dying baby Godzilla trapped under the rubble. After freeing it, he buys a lot of fish to feed it, and then they develop a bond, and the baby Godzilla starts to see Nick as its mother. It imprints on him. When soldiers approach, Nick realizes that they'll kill the baby Godzilla on sight, so he lures it away with fish and they escape to the waterfront. A homeless man mistakes the baby Godzilla for a pet, and is scared away when it snaps at him. Nick tries to convince the baby Zilla to swim off on its own, resorting to tough love when it refuses. He swears at it, he throws rocks at it, and heartbroken, the baby Zilla finally swims away, leaving Nick with mixed emotions. 2 years later, strange and eerie occurrences start happening worldwide. A cruise ship found deserted off Australia, a vanished village in Fiji, and a jumbo jet mysteriously sliced in half midair over Indonesia with no sign of passengers anywhere. In a small New England town, a giant egg is discovered, sparking concerns of Godzilla's return. General Hicks, suspecting Godzilla's involvement, seeks out Nick. When he and Felipe head to the Australian outback, they encounter Anna Charlton, a tough biologist who's studying dingoes. She initially rebuffs their inquiries. Suspicious of Anna, Felipe secretly tracks her movements. As they trail Anna deeper into the outback, their vehicle breaks down, leaving them stranded. Suddenly, they hear Godzilla's unmistakable roar and witness its full-grown form alongside a group of teen Zillas, its offspring. When the teen Zillas come under attack from dingoes, Nick and Felipe find themselves in danger of being trampled by a stampede. Anna rescues them in her Jeep, and they navigate skillfully through the chaos. During their escape, Anna admits to witnessing unusual events, confirming Nick and Felipe's suspicions. Now, in a place of relative safety, Nick and Felipe clash over Godzilla's nature and their responsibilities, as Anna reveals her deep involvement with the creature. Nick's past secret of rescuing the baby Godzilla comes to light, leading to a confrontation where Nick drives straight towards Godzilla to prove its gentleness. And it doesn't attack, which leads to them studying Godzilla and its offspring. They discover clues pointing to a different threat. There's a mutated group of insectoids on Monster Island. Realizing Godzilla's role is actually maintaining balance, they attempt to lead Godzilla back to Monster Island, but face a devastating attack from the Global Task Force, which results in the deaths of all but one Godzilla offspring. Despite their efforts, Godzilla and its last surviving offspring, dubbed the Runt, burrow underground for safety. Meanwhile, in Sydney, Australia, a massive greenhouse enclosure houses the mysterious larval egg surrounded by military protection. Nick realizes the egg's significance as the first step in unleashing deadly insectoids worldwide. As General Hicks hesitates to destroy the egg, the queen bitch attacks, prompting Godzilla's dramatic entrance. In a fierce battle, Godzilla fights the queen and manages to destroy her egg. A rescue mission then happens, where a bunch of airborne insectoids attack this airplane and then it crash lands. And amidst the chaos, Nick and Felipe locate and liberate captive humans who were actually taken hostage by the insectoids. These were the natural disasters at the start of the film, like the jumbo jet being sliced in half. The humans weren't actually killed, but were rather taken so they could be used as food to feed the offspring of the queen bitch. They confront the queen again, and Godzilla yet again intervenes, culminating in a decisive victory for the giant reptile. General Hicks, who was once poised to destroy Godzilla, recognizes the creature's inherent value as the people rally around it. A reunion occurs as Godzilla is joined by the Runt, and the two Godzillas head off into the ocean as the humans bid farewell to the monsters. Cut to credits. What's the backstory here? Well, Sony aimed to create a Godzilla trilogy after acquiring the franchise rights in 1992. Of course, they would bring on Roland Emmerich to direct the 1998 film, and despite its profitability, it did gross over 3 times its budget. the film still fell short of expectations and faced heavy criticism. TriStar still pursued the trilogy idea and started pre-production on a sequel, but it was abandoned in 1999. While this is still a first draft, I think this could have been a fantastic movie. Based on the plot synopsis, this feels more like a Godzilla movie than the 1998 film did. It reminds me of the Showa-era flicks. For example, the insect egg washing up on shore is ripped right out of 1964's Mothra vs. Godzilla. I also really like the idea of the horde of Godzilla offspring fighting dingoes. The most interesting part of this movie, though, is the film's antagonist, the Queen Bitch. The name is kind of cringe and doesn't really feel Godzilla-esque, but it's at least more memorable than some of the original MonsterVerse titans that have generic names like Behemoth and Leviathan. While we don't have any art of what she might have looked like, I'm just imagining this mix of like a Cazador from Fallout New Vegas and the unused lightning bug monster from the video game Godzilla Unleashed. This film also retroactively helps the 1998 Godzilla movie in a few ways. For starters, it totally makes sense now as to why the military caused more damage than Godzilla did. After all, that was one of the biggest complaints people had. Why wasn't Godzilla destroying more buildings? Well, it's because the species is actually peaceful. It only attacks when provoked. Overall, I think this could have been a really neat follow-up to the original film that would have improved it tenfold, much like how the animated series eventually did. You may have noticed actually that a few of the plot elements here would be reused for the animated series. I'll make a big video about that cartoon someday, but for now, let's just stay focused and talk about what happened after the cancellation of Godzilla 2. Well, TriStar opted to theatrically release Toho's Godzilla 2000 in the US after scrapping plans for a sequel to Emmerich's remake. TriStar very briefly considered making a lower-budget American sequel to Godzilla 2000. It would have been called Godzilla Reborn. The film would have used suitmation on a very small budget. The plot included a female TV reporter and a male hotel owner, with Bruce Campbell in talks to star, which would have just been awesome because Bruce Campbell is great in everything he's in.
This is my boomstick!
I think Godzilla Reborn could have been either really good or really bad. I know, brave statements only on this channel. As much as I love seeing actors in practical suits destroying miniature cities, America just doesn't really do suitmation like Japan does. Off the top of my head, I can really only think of the Dino De Laurentiis King Kong movie from 1976 and its sequel, King Kong Lives. I just can't imagine American studio heads taking the project seriously, and that was true when the head of production at Columbia Pictures basically stalled the project, which was one of the many reasons as to why it never even got made in the first place. Toho would end up producing Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah Giant Monsters All-Out Attack instead, and Sony contemplated making a brand new reboot of the Godzilla franchise that would have been completely unrelated to the 1998 film, but they ended up just letting the rights expire in 2003. On one hand, I'm really sad that Godzilla Reborn was never made, just because of how much potential it had, but I'm also somewhat grateful because it means that we got GMK instead, which is hands down the best film of the Millennium era. In 2001, director Shusuke Kaneko proposed multiple concepts for what would have been the 25th Godzilla film, which ultimately led to the masterpiece that is GMK. His original idea, Godzilla vs. Kamacuras, would have featured Godzilla fighting the giant mantis kaiju that first appeared in 1967's Son of Godzilla. However, this was scrapped due to Toho believing that the concept of Godzilla fighting a bug was just too similar to what was released the year prior with Godzilla vs. Megaguirus. So, Kaneko went back to the drawing board and presented a super out there idea to Toho where Godzilla would fight a mutated astronaut. After surviving a space accident, astronaut Takagami transforms into the monster M, but regains human memories and emotions, especially his love for his daughter, Yumi. He and Godzilla would battle, with Yumi eventually sacrificing herself to empower M for a final showdown with the King of the Monsters. Despite this being a really cool idea, Toho found the story to be way too dark for a movie that would have been released around Christmas, so that idea was also scrapped. Kaneko's third idea, Godzilla x Varan, Baragon, and Anguirus, Giant Monsters All Out Attack featured Godzilla battling 3 guardian monsters who protect Japan. It would have acted as a direct sequel to the 1954 Godzilla, ignoring all previous installments in the franchise. Surprisingly though, this movie was greenlit by Toho and production actually moved forward, with models being created for all 4 monsters. However, Toho stepped in and ended up replacing Varan and Anguirus with Mothra and King Ghidorah to appeal to more general audiences. However, Baragon remained, but his role was reduced, as I'm sure many of you know. In the 1990s, the idea of a crossover between Godzilla and Gamera was seriously considered by Daiei, the studio behind Gamera. But Daiei went bankrupt and then they were bought out by Kadokawa in 2002. The new management reignited discussions with Toho. Then Kadokawa president announced that the studio was working on a Godzilla vs. Gamera movie and that they were actively going back and forth with Toho Studios. However, despite their efforts, Toho ended up declining their proposal, choosing instead to work on the Godzilla Millennium series. Kadokawa in response made Gamera the Brave, which bombed at the Japanese box office, putting the Gamera franchise into hiatus for almost a decade. Even then, there hasn't really been a Gamera movie that was theatrically released since 2006. If anything, it seems like a Godzilla vs. Gamera crossover movie would be the perfect revitalization for the fire-breathing turtle. After the financial failure that was Godzilla Final Wars, Toho was apprehensive about making another Godzilla movie and was putting the franchise on ice for a while. In an attempt to indirectly revive the franchise, Masaki Tezuka, the director of Godzilla Against Mechagodzilla and Tokyo SOS, pitched what would function as the final film in his Kiryu saga. This third movie would have been a solo film for Kiryu, with Godzilla not actually making an appearance whatsoever. According to Tezuka, he submitted his pitch to Toho and was completely ignored. Beyond that information, all we can really do is speculate, since it's unclear what the story would have actually been or if other monsters would have appeared in the film. Normally, I'm very hesitant about solo movies like this that don't feature Godzilla. I've seen a ton of fan-made MonsterVerse movie timelines, and it's like, dude, no one is seeing a Varan movie. Like, that will be one of the biggest bombs in American history at the box office. However, a Kiryu solo movie has potential since Kiryu is a 3-dimensional character with a lot of depth. After all, the entire conflict of the Kiryu saga is the fact that the original Godzilla is possessing and fighting for control over the body of Mechagodzilla 3. There is so much that you can do with that concept, and not to mention, Masaki Tezuka has a great sense of scale, and I would kill to see him direct another kaiju movie. Overall, this project could have led to a super compelling story that would have added even more depth to Kiryu as a character and as a monster. Yoshimitsu Banno, the director of Godzilla vs. Hedorah, always had an odd relationship with both Toho and the Godzilla franchise. Shortly after the release of that film, Tomoyuki Tanaka had essentially forbid Banno from ever directing another Godzilla movie. Despite that, Banno dreamed of taking Godzilla to new heights with Godzilla 3D to the max, also known as Godzilla vs. Deathla. Starting in 2003, Banno worked with producers Brian Rogers and Kenji Okuhira to secure funding. The plot would have been this 3D IMAX experience where Godzilla would have fought Deathla, a pollution-based kaiju that is pretty much just Hedorah. The story featured high-stakes battles across global locations and intense human drama, with a reporter named Misha and her brother Jim navigating the entire chaos in New York City. Despite creative ambition, Banno struggled to get the project made, but he did catch the interest of Legendary Pictures, and this led to the MonsterVerse in 2014. That's why every MonsterVerse film credits Yoshimitsu Banno as an executive producer. Without his efforts to develop Godzilla 3D to the max, the MonsterVerse would have likely been stuck in production hell. While it was never officially greenlit, a sequel to Shin Godzilla was pitched by Hideki Anno, titled Shin Godzilla's Counterattack, a reference to the Japanese title for Godzilla Raids Again. I've seen a lot of misinformation regarding this project, with people saying that it would have taken more of a cosmic horror direction, with Godzilla evolving into whatever the hell this is supposed to be, but in actuality, these images that have been circulating for a few years now are just hypothetical ideas for Shin Godzilla's evolutionary path. See, nobody even knew this project existed until a few years ago, when Anno said the following: I wrote a proposal during the filming of Shin Godzilla on February 3rd, 2016, labeled Sequel Shin Godzilla Memo. The primary working title for the project was Shin Godzilla's Counterattack, and with the assumption that Mr. Higuchi would direct. It was meant to be something like a Toho Champion Festival Kaiju Showdown. Since it was concocted to be released in 2018, the shortest time possible for a domestic-made Godzilla film to be released, it was a rough draft for people who wouldn't like Shin Godzilla, an idea that wouldn't cost too much or take too long to create. I believed that it would be a bad idea to let it go to waste, so I gave the proposal, draft, and visuals as a gift to Mr. Higuchi and Toho, but since it was premature or whatever, among other reasons, after the film's release, the discussion ended. While I did feel it was a waste, it's not something I could help since Toho decides what gets made. Yes, you heard that right. This would have been a throwback to the Showa-era rumbles of yesteryear. While it wouldn't have worked as a solid sequel to the original Shin Godzilla, this had the potential to be a really fun entry in the franchise. Don't get me wrong, I am so happy that -1 was made instead, but I would love for Toho to make another live-action Godzilla movie where he fights other monsters. After all, the last time that happened in a live-action Toho movie was 2 decades ago. It's weird to think that the MonsterVerse has been going on now for a decade. It feels like just yesterday that I was checking the IMDb page for the then-in-development 2014 Godzilla film, hoping to see any updates whatsoever. Throughout the lifespan of the MonsterVerse, we've been introduced to new Titans and reintroduced to some old faces. However, there's a decent amount of Titans that were left on the cutting room floor, so that's what we'll be going over today. These are the scrap Titans of the MonsterVerse. Rachmatul is a kaiju that was designed for the 2014 Godzilla film, but would ultimately end up getting scrapped in favor of the Mutos. Resembling Anguirus, Rachmatul has spikes along its armored body, with a crocodilian shape and a stegosaurus-like tail. There are some really awesome pieces of concept art that show Rachmatul battling Godzilla in San Francisco in Alcatraz. There was also another monster that would have fought Godzilla, and that was this pterodactyl-like monster, which looks a lot like a green Rodan. Not much is known about whether or not it would have teamed up with Rachmatul to battle Godzilla, or if it would have been hostile to both monsters. Overall, though, I'm not a huge fan of these designs. A lot of the original MonsterVerse Titans just feel like cheap knockoffs of pre-existing Toho monsters, and it's evident that this was prevalent even before the MonsterVerse was officially established. This is quite literally just Anguirus and Rodan, but with a different name. Regardless, I think it is interesting how similar these two monsters are to the Mutos that appear in Godzilla 2014, with one being more of a brute and the other being an airborne threat. They both look really cool, but just aren't all that original. The multi-legged monster from the 2012 Godzilla Comic-Con teaser, often called Vishnu by fans, has no official name. The name Vishnu comes from Robert Oppenheimer's narration about Vishnu's multi-armed form as the camera pans over the creature's corpse. Described as a strange dead monster in Godzilla the Art of Destruction, it has 6 legs, a segmented body with ridges, and resembles a tardigrade. Director Gareth Edwards clarified that the creature was just a placeholder and was never intended for the final film. The idea was basically, hey, we're letting the audience know that there will be another monster in this and that it will be fighting Godzilla. A bunch of creatures were designed for Kong Skull Island, but were never actually included in the final cut of the film. Instead of spending forever on these, I'll just rattle them off since their names are kind of self-explanatory. We've got a big fish, some camouflaged birds, a cat-like creature with multiple tails, cave fishers, Dunkleosteus, a giant amphibious sea serpent, a giant elephant, a giant monkey that isn't Kong, I think, a giant river cobra, and a giant Venus flytrap. Shout out to Gojipedia for this list, by the way. Now, some of these monsters, like the giant river cobra, actually appeared in the novelization of Kong Skull Island, but were absent from the film. A lot of these are very generic, and I'm kind of glad that they were cut. I think the most interesting creature from this list is the Dunkleosteus. It's this prehistoric fish that actually existed from the late Devonian period, and I understand why it was cut. In an interview with Games Radar, Kong Skull Island director Jordan Vogt Roberts stated the following: "The first mandate for me was no dinosaurs. Jurassic World owns that as far as I'm concerned, and Peter Jackson's version did such a great job with that V-Rex fight. I'm not a big paleo nerd, so I don't want to mess something up and call the Dunkleosteus a dinosaur and accidentally piss off some nerds. I think the pronunciation is already pissing off some nerds, but regardless, it's a prehistoric animal, so I understand why it was cut. In 2 pieces of concept art for the final shot of Godzilla King of the Monsters, we can clearly see countless pre-existing kaiju circling around Godzilla. In one, we can see what looks like the Peter Jackson King Kong, as well as Gigan. There's also these 2 spider-like titans as well. In another, we can see Baragon, Kamacuras, Kamanga, and even Gamera. So, what's the deal here? Were all of these monsters actually going to appear in King of the Monsters? No. At this point in time during production, the crew hadn't yet come up with titans like Behemoth or Methuselah. As a result, they simply used Toho monsters as well as Kong and Gamera as placeholders rather than actually considering them to appear. Regardless, these are really awesome pieces of concept art, but I just wish that there were higher resolution scans of these images available online. Shimida is an unused monster that was supposed to appear in Godzilla vs. Kong. It is sort of this mix of a shrimp, a mole rat, a Venus flytrap, and a deep sea fish. It has 6 legs, 2 large insect arms, very saggy skin, and a flower-like mouth that was used to trap prey by blending into the terrain. Personally, I love this concept. It reminds me of something that would have appeared in the 2005 Peter Jackson King Kong film. There's this awesome piece of storyboard art where a soldier is shown unknowingly standing on the creature's mouth trap before being brutally and quickly consumed by the beast. I have no idea how or where this would have been used in the film. There really weren't any scenes of soldiers navigating through Hollow Earth. Part of me wonders if there were plans for a subplot where there were these team of soldiers that were sent down to Hollow Earth with the human characters by Apex Cybernetics, only for them all to just suffer a gruesome fate. But that part is pure speculation, otherwise I have no clue. In a Reddit AMA, Godzilla vs. Kong director Adam Wingard was asked the following question by a now deleted user. Are there any other Titans from the previous movies scheduled to appear? What is their role? I saw the concept art for Mothra. Are you planning to let her appear? What is her role? Adam Wingard responded to this question by stating, no other pre-existing Titans were ever seriously considered, but we created quite a few that were going to show up in Hollow Earth that we didn't get a chance to show. My favorite was one we called Swamp Kitty. Maybe he'll make it if there's a sequel. There's hardly any information out there about Swamp Kitty. We don't have any concept art or really anything beyond it just being mentioned in this one instance. Swamp Kitty didn't appear in Godzilla x Kong the New Empire, which was the sequel to Godzilla vs. Kong, so who knows? It's entirely possible that Swamp Kitty was a Titan that was abandoned early on in development and didn't really fit into the story of New Empire, so it was scrapped there as well. Phosphora was a backup monster designed for Godzilla x Kong the New Empire, in case Mothra's rights couldn't be secured. Though Mothra did in fact make it into the final film, Phosphora still appeared as a wall carving and a mural engraving in the Iwi Temple in Hollow Earth. During production, there were rumors that Phosphora was actually in the film and was received very poorly by test audiences. I actually remember hearing this rumor and being very upset that Mothra wasn't in this and they just had another knockoff kaiju. But director Adam Wingard clarified that Mothra was always intended to be a part of the movie. Honestly, I'm glad that Phosphora was replaced by Mothra. This character just doesn't seem all that interesting to me. And I'm sure that the fan backlash would have harmed the film as a whole, especially knowing that we could have gotten Mothra instead of whatever this is. Don't get me wrong, the design is kind of cool, but to me, it just feels too alien to be something from Earth, even Hollow Earth. I personally wouldn't mind seeing Phosphora in a future MonsterVerse installment, but it would be really neat to see them rework the backstory a bit to be different from Mothra. The MonsterVerse is in sort of a weird place right now. Godzilla x Kong the New Empire was the highest grossing Godzilla film ever made, but that film's director, Adam Wingard, will not be returning to direct the next installment in the franchise. It feels like there's a lot of uncertainty right now with where the MonsterVerse should go, but I have a few ideas. This is just a fun writing exercise as a fan, more than anything else. Basically, if the head of Legendary Pictures showed up at my door right now and put me in charge of the MonsterVerse, what would I do? First and foremost, we have to be realistic here. In a perfect world, I would love for there to be 3 MonsterVerse movies every year, with Rodan and Mothra getting their own solo films, but That's just not something that could realistically happen for a bunch of reasons. For starters, those movies just wouldn't appeal to general audiences. Names like Kong and Godzilla bring in what's known as marquee value. It's somewhat of an older concept about having recognizable names and titles on movie posters. There's a reason why Toho titled Godzilla vs. Megalon rather than Jet Jaguar vs. Megalon, because audience members at the time had no clue what a Jet Jaguar was. Beyond marquee value, we should look at the speed of which Legendary has been pumping out these movies. We got Godzilla in 2014, 3 years later we got Kong Skull Island, 2 years after that we got King of the Monsters. As a result of certain world events, Godzilla vs. Kong was delayed until 2021, and finally Godzilla x Kong came out 3 years later. What I'm getting at is, the MonsterVerse isn't like the MCU where we're getting several releases a year or even one release a year. In my vision of this new phase of the MonsterVerse, I want to keep it that way. Spreading out movies like that prevents burnout in general audiences.
Oh my god, the new Spider-Man!
How can I help you, cutie pie?
Skibidi toilet!
Hey, I already seen this movie. Let's talk about other movies we've seen.
So the first movie I would release in this new phase is Godzilla, King Kong, Mothra, and Space Godzilla, Giant Monsters All Out Attack. Now the title is subject to change for very obvious reasons, but I think it's fun and cheesy, acting as a neat throwback to GMK. This film would act as a direct follow-up to Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire. 3 years after their victory in Rio de Janeiro, Kong rules Hollow Earth and Godzilla protects the surface. Peace is shattered when Monarch scientists activate a powerful crystal in the Iwi Temple, creating Space Godzilla. He ends up turning evil and then gets corrupted, attacking the Iwi and kidnapping Suko. Kong, Godzilla, and Mothra team up to rescue Suko. Space Godzilla surfaces in Tokyo, constructing a massive crystal fortress, kind of like in Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla. Also, something I realized was that there haven't been any MonsterVerse movies actually set in Japan. Kind of weird, so I figured let's do that here. So the big three monsters, Godzilla, Kong, and Mothra, travel to Tokyo, but find Space Godzilla's telekinetic powers and energy blasts overwhelming. In a desperate bid to turn the tide, Trapper and Bernie utilized beast technology to create Jet Jaguar. In this film, Jet Jaguar functions plot-wise like how Mogira helped defeat Space Godzilla in Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla. This take on Jet Jaguar, at first, isn't like the Showa-era version of the character. He doesn't have a personality yet, and is more or less just a giant robot that has the same colors and look of Jet Jaguar. In this film, he's remote controlled by Bernie and Trapper. It's a lot like the Showa version. He's not a Jaeger, there aren't people inside of him, but his moveset is kind of like how his moveset is in Godzilla Unleashed. The final battle sees Jet Jaguar join the Titans in a fierce struggle against Space Godzilla. At one point, Jet Jaguar gets impaled by a crystal by Space Godzilla, and his destroyed body goes limp before powering back on its own, with Bernie and Trapper doing this whole, "Are you doing that? No. Are you doing that?" They kind of argue back and forth before realizing that as a result of the crystals and their power, Jet Jaguar has gained sentience. So now we get the classic Jet Jaguar that acts on his own and has a personality. Gia discovers that destroying the Crystal Fortress can weaken Space Godzilla. While the Titans engage in battle, Jet Jaguar sacrifices himself to destroy the crystal, allowing them to defeat Space Godzilla. The film sort of resets, with Kong and Suko returning to Hollow Earth, while Godzilla and Mothra rule the surface. We can throw Shimo in there too if we want, I just kind of wanted to make it somewhat concise. But the last shot of the movie shows Jet Jaguar's head powering back on as a sort of nod to the Iron Giant, implying, yeah, he'll be back. The goal for this movie is to sort of play it safe before going entirely off the rails later on. Tonally, it would be identical to Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire, but serve as a remake of sorts to Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla, with the added inclusion of Jet Jaguar, Kong, and Mothra. There's a lot of humor you can do with Bernie and Trapper trying to pilot Jet Jaguar. I understand that Jet Jaguar getting killed off in the first movie might upset some fans, but the ending very heavily implies that he's going to return in future movies. Plus, it gives him an opportunity to sacrifice himself and have a meaningful death scene. Now, the biggest problem presented here would be that Toho makes Legendary pay a decent bit of money in order to use their characters. If that's the case, Maybe we cut Mothra in order to get Jet Jaguar and Space Godzilla, but it seems doable to me. I can't imagine Toho asking a ton of money for Space Godzilla and Jet Jaguar. They're somewhat obscure to general audiences. The next installment in my version of the MonsterVerse would be a remake of the 1966 series Ultra Q. Remake is being used lightly here. It's not actually Ultra Q. The title of this show would just be Titans. For those unaware of what Ultra Q actually is, it's part of the Ultraman franchise, but doesn't actually feature Ultraman. Instead, it's sort of like the X-Files, where characters investigate various paranormal phenomena, but also kaiju-related events. It's structured more like an anthology rather than serialized storytelling, and that's what Titans would do as well. Do you remember all the Titans that were featured in King of the Monsters and how most haven't been seen since? Like Behemoth? Well, each episode of this series would follow one of those Titans. Think of it as, quite literally, a Monster of the Week type show. One more question. Do you remember the end credits to King of the Monsters where the journalist Steve Martin was referenced? In the show, Titans, that same journalist, Steve Martin, is the protagonist, with him actively investigating the Titans. He's less of a Bernie kaiju fanatic and more of a Vice reporter, like the ones from 2014, where they would go into Chernobyl or hang out with cannibals. And we could get really weird with this series. Certain episodes don't even have to include monsters. We could even introduce aliens to the MonsterVerse. We could go all out here if we really wanted to. In my opinion, we see a lot of Monarch's experiences with these Titans, but what about the everyday person? Sure, that was explored in Legacy of Monsters, but I want to see that even more here. Let's do some world building. I love that in Pacific Rim, these religious fanatics have their temple in the bones of a kaiju. Let's do stuff like that in the MonsterVerse. Let's take this world and show how it's been directly impacted by these giant monsters, while also building upon the original Titans that haven't shown up since King of the Monsters. The best part about all of this is, from a financial standpoint, Legendary wouldn't have to pay Toho any money to license characters because these are their original monsters. The most important aspect of this series, though, is that it can't have any massive effects on the MonsterVerse. What I mean is, we can't use this show to introduce the next big villain. Just look at how WandaVision set up Scarlet Witch as the next villain for Doctor Strange 2, and general audiences were just confused and hated it. People should never have to watch a TV show in order to understand a movie. Meaning, if I were to marathon these movies, I shouldn't have to watch a TV show in the middle of my marathon. Speaking of, the second film in the MonsterVerse is going to be Son of Godzilla. Following the events of the last film, Godzilla retreats to a secluded sanctuary known as Monster Island, a haven for Titans. So if we want to, we can see more of the Titans from the show Titans. Oh, I just now realized that like Teen Titans is a thing, and that might get confusing. Anyways, here Godzilla maintains a peaceful existence, monitoring the balance of nature. One day, Godzilla discovers a mysterious egg, and to his surprise, the egg hatches, revealing a baby Godzilla. Instinctively, Godzilla takes on the role of protector and mentor to the young creature. At first, we get some cute antics that really humanize the MonsterVerse Godzilla. Hot take, but we've really only seen him be a brutal killing machine with hardly any personality. I want to change that a bit here. It's somewhat of a remake of Son of Godzilla at first. However, that all changes when an oil rig off the coast of Monster Island explodes, causing massive pollution that devastates the surrounding wildlife, including Monster Island. The protagonists of this film are entirely new characters and are the survivors of the oil rig disaster. They wash up on shore on Monster Island, and it becomes clear that the explosion was no accident. The smog monster, Hedorah, has crashed to Earth from space and is responsible for the disaster. Feeding off the pollution, Hedorah grows stronger and begins attacking Monster Island, threatening its delicate ecosystem. In the MonsterVerse, Titans act as sort of a, bringing balance to the ecosystem. You see a lot of this in King of the Monsters in the end credits. So here, I think we'll really see it with Hedorah acting as the antithesis to that. Godzilla confronts Hedorah, but the smog monster's toxic attacks and corrosive body prove to be formidable. Baby Godzilla, although inexperienced, bravely joins the fight, trying to emulate Godzilla's moves. Despite their combined efforts, Hedorah's power seems overwhelming. In a desperate bid to save Monster Island, the two monsters employ teamwork and strategy, where Godzilla uses atomic breath to weaken Hedorah, while baby Godzilla distracts the monster, learning to use his own blending abilities, like firing off atomic smoke rings. Through their coordinated efforts, they manage to outmaneuver Hedorah, ultimately destroying the smog monster by vaporizing it with a powerful combined atomic blast. I feel like after 3 consecutive films together, Godzilla and Kong need a break from one another. On top of that, I feel like this works really well in building Godzilla's character more and showing a softer side to him. If it's at all possible, I would love to be able to have Anguirus Rodan and King Caesar in this movie as Godzilla's friends and as residents on Monster Island. Ideally, they would help in the battle against Hedorah. But again, Toho is weird with licensing their characters, so that might be a no. However, if I was given unlimited GTA money in this weird hypothetical scenario, then they would be in the movie. The Jun Fukuda Island flicks from the Showa era movies deserve more recognition, so reworking those to be a bit more modern with some environmental themes could be a neat combination. Hedorah is also my favorite Godzilla enemy, so including her in the Monsterverse would be a really neat tribute to the late Yoshimitsu Banno. I'm still a bit iffy on what to do with the human characters here because I feel like the true protagonist of this story is Godzilla. He has an arc of learning to be a father and learning to not just be a brutal killing machine. Ideally, he would have the most screen time of any Godzilla in franchise history, but again, who knows? You do kind of have to have a human storyline, so we'll put a pin in that, I guess. The next installment in my version of the Monsterverse is a King Kong TV show. We just got a Godzilla solo movie, so let's focus on Kong now. From my understanding, the Apple TV Plus show Monarch is going to center Season 2 on Kong, but I haven't really seen that series yet, and Season 2 isn't out yet, so here's my pitch. King Kong doesn't have a rogues gallery like Godzilla does. He's really only fought dinosaurs, giant versions of everyday animals, Mechanai Kong, various Hollow Earth creatures, and of course, Godzilla. So the entire point of this show is to build out a solid rogues gallery for Kong. After all, Legendary has the rights to Kong for pretty much like forever, so after, they don't want to make Godzilla movies anymore, they could still use these same characters established here. Yet again, we're taking notes from Tsuburaya. If Titans was Ultra Q, then this Kong show is Ultraman. Oh, and by the way, the title of this show is going to be King Kong. I know there's legal issues behind it, but the general character arc for Kong is that he's assuming his throne as the true undisputed king of Hollow Earth. The first episode is going to be the return of Mechanai Kong. Technically, it's just the first time he's shown up in the Monsterverse, but it's the return of the character for the first time since King Kong Escapes. This is the only time a legacy monster will appear in this series besides Kong. In this world, Hollow Earth is sought after by various countries like China, Russia, and North Korea. One of those countries, I don't know which, ends up creating Mechanai Kong with the help of Alan Jonah from King of the Monsters to go and harvest resources in Hollow Earth. Kong does not approve of this and a battle ensues, ending with Kong victorious, with Jonah being arrested or there being some sort of closure because his character just kind of vanished. So let's, try to figure out what to do with him. The rest of the series would be a monster of the week type thing. Ideally, we create one original monster that doesn't get killed and then returns every now and then, and this could be Kong's ultimate arch nemesis, like how King Ghidorah is Godzilla's arch nemesis or how Joker is Batman's arch nemesis. I'm not too sure of all the details as of right now. I just don't want these new monsters to be forgettable or just carbon copies of Kong. Suko will be in this as a secondary character as well as Shimo. To sum everything up, the point of this series is to develop Kong more as a character and expand upon his rogues gallery, with everyone labeling him as King Kong by the season finale. The third and final film of this phase of the Monsterverse is titled The Death of Godzilla. If that title doesn't get butts in seats, then I don't know what will. It's pulpy, it's cheesy, and it lets the audience know exactly what they're in for. This is going to basically be a remake of Godzilla vs. Destoroyah, but with a few changes. The usual cast of Godzilla, King Kong, Mothra will return, as well as Jet Jaguar, Suko, Shimo, and Baby Godzilla, who is now more like Godzilla Jr. And if we were able to get the rights to Anguirus, Rodan, and King Caesar, then they'll be here too. This would function like the Avengers Endgame of the Monsterverse. At a Monarch testing facility near Isla de Mara, scientists observed strange mutations in sea life, attributing the cause of which to the effects of the oxygen destroyer, which was used back in King of the Monsters on Ghidorah. These mutations lead to only one thing: the birth of Destroya, a monstrous entity formed from the mutated microorganisms. As Destroya begins to surface, it wreaks havoc, displaying unmatched ferocity and power. We haven't seen anything like this before in the Monsterverse. Like how Ghidorah was targeting people specifically, Destroya does that, but tenfold. This version of Destroya is still that juvenile form, but is still kaiju-sized. It's able to create and spread human-sized versions of itself, though. It's a full-on invasion of Earth. We can get some awesome scenes of the military fighting off hordes of Destroyas. Monarch scrambles to respond, bringing together the Titans, Shimo as well as Suko, who's now more seasoned and hopefully would look more like Kong from Kong Skull Island. Jet Jaguar will be there, now sentient and not needing Bernie or Trapper. But also, some human allies show up. It would be cool to see all the key human characters from the previous films assembled for this in an ensemble cast, but again, we have to be realistic. If we try to get Millie Bobby Brown back, the budget's going to be like $400 million, which... no. King Kong and Mothra appear and work together to fight off Destroya, but Godzilla has been missing up until this point. Godzilla Jr. appears, and at first people believe that it's the real Godzilla, but they realize it's his son. A Monarch submarine detects a dying and weakened Godzilla. I'm not sure if it would be burning Godzilla, since we already kind of saw that, but ideally, we show somehow that this is a Godzilla that's on his last legs, essentially dying from old age. Godzilla Jr. gets wounded in battle, and Godzilla hears his cries, causing him to rise from the ocean to take on Destroya, who transforms into his final form. A massive battle ensues without Godzilla being present just yet. It seems like all is lost, and Destroya is about to kill Kong, when suddenly Godzilla appears. This is like the portal scene from Avengers Endgame, but instead of it being a bunch of monsters, it's just Godzilla. He gives off one last triumphant roar, the Godzilla march starts to play, and he engages in a 1v1 battle with Destroya. This is Godzilla and Destroya fighting in an absolutely pulverized, burning city. Like, whatever city this is, it's going to be like the end of Final Wars, where it's just rubble. Godzilla nearly dies in the fight. It isn't until the other wounded monsters intervene to help. During this fight, we could still have some military battles where they're fighting off mini Destroya hordes. At this point, it could seem like all is lost and our heroes from Monarch are about to be wiped out. Godzilla gets stabbed in the chest by Destroya's tail just as he's charging up his atomic breath. We could get this like fake out moment where we think Godzilla's dead, but then he just fires an atomic beam right into Destroya's face, killing him. As a result of Destroya's demise, all the Destroya hordes would die on the spot, like the battle droids in the Phantom Menace. And ultimately, Godzilla would die surrounded by his friends and allies. He would breathe his essence into Godzilla Jr., who in the last shot would transform into the next Godzilla and roar triumphantly, mimicking the shot from Godzilla vs. Destroya. So that's my pitch for where I would take the Monsterverse in its next phase. Mind you, it's a bit ambitious given how Legendary likes to be frugal with these projects. However, it ultimately leaves the door open for the franchise to continue with this new Godzilla and a big cast of characters. I know some people might be mad I didn't include Gigan or other fan favorites, but who knows, that could always happen in the next phase. After all, Titans, as well as Ghidorah and King of the Monsters, establishes that aliens do exist out there. A while back, I made my pitch for the Monsterverse, where I put forward my idea of where those films should go. It's basically fanfiction, but at the same time, it was a really, really fun writing exercise, and a lot of people liked it, so I figured, let's do a part 2. However, we're going to take this in a very different direction. This is not a continuation of my Monsterverse pitch, or anything like that. Instead, what if Toho came to me and said, okay, we will give you 3 films to do whatever you want to do? Well, this is that trilogy. The basic rules that I'm going to be following is that it has to follow Toho's rules of what Godzilla is, meaning Godzilla cannot die and he cannot eat people. A lot of the comments in my pitch for the Monsterverse video really didn't like my idea of the death of Godzilla. Their reasoning being that Toho said that Godzilla couldn't die, but, you know, semantics. However, I want to stick to Toho's rules and honor them, so I want to keep this realistic. We're not going to have every single monster in the Godzilla series show up and fight. The goal here is to tell a consistent story in 3 movies. These movies are going to be darker and more serious than the Monsterverse, and that's kind of what I just want to do. Again, this is just a fun writing exercise. It's nothing more than that. I like making these because it fuels the creative juices in my brain. So without wasting any more time, let's get right into it. This is my pitch for a Godzilla trilogy. In the first installment, we have Godzilla Dominion. This film will focus on the grim reality of government and military leaders dealing with an apocalyptic crisis, rather than the usual hero narratives that we always get. We don't have a Ford Brody type of figure here. Rather, there is no protagonist. It's centered around a bunch of military and government figures, similar to Shin Godzilla. Drawing inspiration from recent failures of the American government, it critiques the military-industrial complex and the perils of relying too heavily on force against incomprehensible threats. The human plotline is going to be set entirely in a war room, reminiscent of the Kubrick film Dr. Strangelove. The Godzilla situation is treated like something out of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Realism is key here. This is essentially, what if Godzilla suddenly showed up and attacked the US right here, right now in 2024? It's not exactly a satire or anything. It's not a comedy. The humans act like how real government officials would act in said scenario. The only real critique here is on the American military-industrial complex, highlighting their general ineffectiveness against something like Godzilla. Remember how in the '98 film Godzilla is killed by a few American missiles? Yeah, that doesn't happen here. This is the king of the monsters facing off against the most powerful military in the world. The plot would go as such. As the American coastline near the Pacific Ocean is ravaged by massive seismic disturbances, a war room packed with high-ranking military officials and government leaders becomes the hub of the nation's response. Their worst fears come to life when Godzilla, a colossal and unstoppable force, rises from the ocean, leaving cities in ruins. Every weapon and strategy fails to make a dent, revealing the futility and arrogance of their military approach. I think it'd be cool too to have a scene where they shoot Godzilla with missiles just like in the '98 film. Maybe he's even like wrapped up in a bridge and it does nothing. Just as kind of like a little na-na boo-boo to the Roland Emmerich movie. In the midst of this chaos, flocks of smaller Rodans swoop into the wrecked city, laying eggs and eating civilians. We could get some really unique action/horror scenes where people try to run away in terror and hide, but are picked up by a Rodan and then eaten midair. While these creatures are nowhere near as powerful or as big as Godzilla, their numbers overwhelm the battered remnants of the military. There could be this really awesome action sequence of army soldiers fighting the Rodans as they're getting picked off one by one. Not to mention, we could do so much with the aerial combat sequences too. However, the Rodans and Godzilla, they don't really like each other, so they clash for supremacy. The situation in the war room grows increasingly desperate. In a last-ditch effort to regain control, the government authorizes a nuclear strike on both Godzilla and the Rodans, willing to obliterate an entire city just to eliminate the threats. Yeah, that's how bad it's gotten. The film reaches its climax with a devastating nuclear explosion that levels the city and incinerates every Rodan. But as the dust settles, it's clear that Godzilla has survived, now grotesquely mutated and even more fearsome. The final shot focuses on an enraged Godzilla surrounded by flames and glaring directly at where the war room is. He lets out an atomic breath and wipes them all out. It symbolizes the monstrous fallout of human arrogance. And part of me is like, oh, let's end it with the Godzilla march playing over the credits, but I think it would be really cool if we ended with the song Burning for You by Blue Oyster Cult. Since this is my hypothetical trilogy and I can do whatever I want, I'm going to have every movie end with a Blue Oyster Cult song. This one fits really well since the chorus of the song is I'm burning, I'm burning, I'm burning for you. And I just think that that would fit really well, plus it's just a really good song. I'm burning, I'm burning, I'm burning for you. Oh, I almost forgot, there's an end credit scene. So the last surviving Rodan egg is now irradiated, and it hatches in this lab, revealing this new fiery red variant of Rodan, hinting that the nightmare is far from over. This will be Fire Rodan and will be as big as Godzilla in the next installment. My main point of influence here for Rodan is Gamera, Guardian of the Universe. I'm basically treating the Rodans like how that movie treated the Gaios. I'm not really too certain with the origin of Rodan, and I don't really want it to be too tied to Godzilla since he's got his own thing going on. And I know I don't want to do this like ancient rivalry thing like what the Monsterverse does, or maybe he just lives on Mondo Island or Odo Island or something like that. But for now, it's just an enemy for Godzilla to fight to keep it interesting, so that it isn't just Godzilla versus the military for the entire movie. One idea that I had was Anguirus, but as cool as that would be, I really didn't want to remake Godzilla raids again. I wanted to sort of do my own thing, and with Rodan, you can change the dynamics of the fight since these are smaller monsters swarming and attacking Godzilla. The second film in the trilogy is Godzilla Attack of the Smog Monster. The title is kind of a fun throwback to 1950s B-movies. I wanted to avoid doing just Godzilla vs. Hedorah in terms of titling, since I want to avoid confusion between the two and to just avoid the titling format of Godzilla vs. blank. This film is set 4 years after the devastating nuclear strike that wiped out the city, the Rodans, and mutilated Godzilla. The film centers around the 24/7 news media, critiquing institutions like Fox, CNN, and MSNBC for their sensationalist coverage of the ongoing crisis. The United States is now humiliated from the attack, and they have constructed defensive anti-Godzilla bunkers in every major city, but they lack any real offensive measures. In the media's glare, a politician in this interview mocks the idea of building a Mecha Godzilla due to budget constraints. In actuality, this is our way of sort of like saying we're not doing that, but also to kind of like wink at the audience and say, you know what we're talking about. There are brief mentions on the news of Patient X, the sole survivor of the Godzilla attack from the first film, meaning they survived the nuke, but they are a tragic figure, kind of like the film Johnny Got His Gun. They are blind, deaf, burned, and missing limbs, but somehow they are still alive. It's going to be this bandaged up elderly woman named Rose. Meanwhile, China has developed a bioweapon to counteract potential Godzilla threats. Dubbed Project Hedorah as an acronym, hazardous environmental debris of reckless annihilation and harm. This weapon is based on a colony of sludge-like microorganisms discovered in a Chinese waste mine. I know the acronym should be Chinese, but it's the best I could think of at the moment. Initially intended as a controlled bioweapon, Hedorah soon goes rogue, evolving rapidly and wreaking havoc. The scene features intense body horror as Hedorah absorbs people in densely packed claustrophobic cities in China, transforming them into part of its mass of pollution and flesh. Some of this would be actually found footage to kind of tie it into the critique of the 24/7 news media, and this footage would be shown on the news for families to watch at home in America while they're eating dinner. Hedorah would eventually evolve to fly and spread its toxic influence across the globe. We would see entire nations wiped out instantly from Hedorah. This is a catastrophic event that makes the last film look like child's play. After flying over the Pacific Ocean, a scarred, mutilated, and angry Godzilla is harmed by Hedorah's toxicity and begins pursuing Hedorah out of just pure rage. The US government takes note of this and uses the Air Force to try and take down Hedorah, and the Navy to try and take out Godzilla, since both are heading towards the country, but both attempts are futile. The jets are disintegrated by Hedorah, while the submarines are obliterated by Godzilla. Fire Rodan appears and tries fighting Hedorah, but to no avail. Part of its wings are damaged and it's forced to crash land just off the coast. It lives though, I promise, it's okay. See, Fire Rodan is more or less affiliated with the humans rather than just being an animal. I hate the term good guy since it's kind of simplistic, but Fire Rodan here is pretty much the only kaiju in this film that is a good guy. In a dramatic confrontation, Godzilla and Hedorah clash in Seattle. Godzilla ends up getting impaled on the Space Needle, but manages to still defeat Hedorah. He ends up being severely injured and is surrounded by the US military, and he gets ready to unleash his atomic breath onto them, but suddenly, a meteor shower interrupts the scene. A massive meteor crashes into Seattle, obliterating the city and heralding the rise of a new monster. The film cuts to credits, though, before we see what that new monster actually is. The song Take Me Away by Blue Oyster Cult would then play over the credits. Where Burning for You was kind of a tongue-in-cheek nod to the events of the first film, Take Me Away is more of a warning of what's to come. The lyrics in that song are about an alien abduction, but the general theme of an extraterrestrial threat is sort of what I'm going for. In a post-credit scene, Patient X is shown undergoing rapid mutation after absorbing G cells, with a vine-like tendril beginning to sprout out of its body. The goal of this film is to establish several things. One, we need to build onto the original film and show the lasting impacts of all that destruction. I kind of feel like with the Godzilla movies, we get one movie where Godzilla just wrecks shit, and then by the next movie, it's sort of disregarded and the city is rebuilt, like nothing happened. Let's really explore the trauma that could happen from an event like that. Let's show the ramifications of this, because this would have real ramifications in the real world. Most importantly, though, we're going to be laying the groundwork for Godzilla's arc in the trilogy. I sort of breezed over it in the plot summary, but Rodan will very much be an ally to humanity and to planet Earth. So, as a result, Godzilla will very likely in the next film start to shift more in that direction. I'm not saying he's going to be Captain Planet or anything, don't get me wrong, but the gist of this trilogy is for Godzilla to go on a redemption arc, kind of in the same way that Darth Vader did in the original Star Wars trilogy. We're also setting up 2 new monsters, one of which is, as you've probably guessed, Biollante. We'll go more into that once we cover the 3rd movie in this pitch, but the other monster I'm not going to reveal just yet, but all I'm going to say is, it's a monster that hasn't appeared in a Godzilla movie yet. I also wanted to carry over the themes of the first film, but set it more in the news media's perspective, rather than the military or the government. We are following all new characters here, and for good reason. Given that this is more of an international crisis, it would be more fitting if this stuff would be on the news. Because it would. We wouldn't really follow a particular journalist or anything like that. Rather, we would only have 2 news anchors that would be relaying this information to us. We would still see the monster battles, and it wouldn't all be through the news perspective, but the human characters are these anchors. We could have moments where monsters are wreaking havoc, and then it would just cut to a commercial mid-broadcast to show that they're profiting off of all this death and chaos. We could also get scenes in between these commercial breaks where members of the news media talk about how excited they are and how ratings are up because of the giant monster attacks. We're leaning more into the satirical side of things, but I think that it would work really well here. Regarding Hedorah, if you know me, then you know that I love Hedorah. They're one of my all-time favorite Godzilla monsters, and I included Hedorah in my Monsterverse pitch, so of course I'm going to include her here too. I've always thought Hedorah was criminally underutilized and could be used in a body horror type of format with a movie, and we would be able to see that here. We would really see the human side of Hedorah's destruction as it becomes a mutating mix of human flesh, pollution, and junk, and it would look like this blob of gray, disgusting matter. The backstory behind Hedorah was actually ripped from the Godzilla anime trilogy. Of course, we never really saw that. That was just in like the prequel book, but I think that's so cool for a backstory, we're just going to use it here. Getting back to Godzilla himself, he would look very scarred here, but he wouldn't be like Shin Godzilla levels of damaged. I just want him to look weathered and battered. Yeah, you could say he should be juiced from all the nuclear devastation, but he's more just tired more than anything else. This is still Godzilla, but he's just angrier and somewhat crispier. The 3rd and final film of the trilogy, Godzilla The Last Stand, opens immediately after the meteor strike in Seattle, revealing the monstrous entity that has emerged. Bagan, an ancient and formidable beast with the power to unleash devastating energy beams. Bagan's energy attack wounds Godzilla, who, despite his weakened state, tries to fight back. Remember, he was just impaled by the Seattle Space Needle, so he's pretty fucked up. The battle between Bagan and Godzilla is intense, but Bagan's overwhelming strength soon gives him the upper hand. Just as he's about to deliver the final blow to kill Godzilla, Fire Rodan, despite his severe injuries, sacrifices himself to save Godzilla. This creates a distraction of sorts that allows Godzilla to retreat to the safety of the ocean. In the aftermath of this battle, the focus shifts to Patient X, who is transformed into Biollante, a colossal rose-like creature. Biollante is now the size of Godzilla and with a botanical appearance, begins working on healing the devastated environment. Instead of wreaking havoc or destroying buildings, Biollante uses its power to purify the land, causing trees and plants to regrow rapidly and cleansing the pollution left by Hedorah. This act of restoration contrasts sharply with the chaos that preceded it, and signifies a new chapter for this new world. The central conflict of the film erupts as Godzilla returns from the ocean, still scarred and fucked up, but determined to confront Bagan. And now, after seeing the world restored by Biollante, he has almost this newfound hope. This is really where he begins to go on that redemption arc. He goes from being this god of destruction to a defender of Earth. Not humanity, Earth. The three-way battle begins as Godzilla and Bagan clash once again, with Biollante caught in the middle. Bagan's power and aggression are formidable, but Godzilla, fueled by both vengeance and a desire to protect Earth, manages to hold his own. The fight is fierce, with Biollante intervening occasionally to protect the land that it works so hard to heal. Think of it almost like a mage. They're more focused on just healing stuff rather than actually dealing damage. The climax of the battle sees Godzilla and Biollante teaming up against Bagan, combining their strengths to bring down the monster that threatened their world. In the end, Bagan is defeated, collapsing into a lifeless heap. Biollante, though victorious, is fatally wounded and begins to fade as it loses energy. As the battle winds down, Godzilla watches over the recovering landscape, acknowledging Biollante's sacrifice, and the film closes with a scene of Biollante's remaining vines and flowers restoring the land around Godzilla. Godzilla is now battered but alive. He looks at the military, who don't fire upon him just yet, and there's kind of this standoff moment, but he ends up just turning around and going right back to the ocean, leaving behind a world that has been scarred but also healed, symbolizing a fragile but hopeful new beginning. The film would fade to credits as Godzilla goes into the ocean with a beautiful sunset behind him, and the song Godzilla by Blue Oyster Cult plays. Obviously it had to, it's kind of like what we were building up to. And there isn't going to be an end credit scene, but I would like to have it end with the sound of Godzilla's roar as sort of like a last celebratory roar, as like a thanks for sticking with us through all three movies, because a lot of the Godzilla movies from yesteryear did that, and I kind of want to bring that back. Let's talk about this last movie here. Bagan is a monster that I think that fans have wanted to see for years. He never got to be that big bad of the series. He was tossed out of the Heisei series, and he never really got to fight Mothra at the end of her trilogy, so why not do it here? I wanted to sort of hint at the extraterrestrial origins and not make it an alien invasion. I wanted to sort of do my own thing and keep it realistic, while also making a little bit more sci-fi stuff involved, I'm a big fan of body horror, so of course I had to make Biollante more of a body horror monster in terms of its transformation, rather than it just being off-screen. I want people to see this wounded and scarred human get turned into this giant monster. Don't get me wrong, once it does turn into that giant rose form, it looks like the original Biollante. It's not some fleshy mass. I think it'd be cool if during the final battle it evolved into the final form of Biollante, but its main form would just be that rose form with the tendrils. Also, in regards to Biollante, I wanted her to sort of be this mirror to Godzilla, where Godzilla lashes out in anger after being harmed, then Biollante is the opposite, where even though she has been mutated into this monster and the city that she lived in has been leveled, she never once lashes out at humanity, but rather decides to help them and regrow the damage that was caused. Godzilla is more focused on just killing Hedorah in the second film, whereas here, it's more sort of introspective, and he's like, look, I know I gotta kill Bagan, but it's kind of like, what am I doing here, He would be more sympathetic since the military did technically strike first, and I forgot to mention that, but in the first movie, they do strike first. At the end of the film, after Bagan's demise, Biollante would not attack Godzilla. Godzilla kind of recognizes that, and there's a mutual forgiveness there. This Godzilla in this trilogy basically goes from being the 54 Godzilla to being Godzilla from Final Wars. I don't think that's a massive jump or anything. It just shows that he's not an outright villain, and it's just sort of fuck off, leave me alone. For fans of both Godzilla and video games, finding a truly exceptional AAA Godzilla game has been an elusive challenge. Since the release of Godzilla Save the Earth in 2004, no title has fully captivated fans in that way. It's sad to say this, but it's very unlikely that we'll ever get a remaster or re-release of that game on current-gen consoles. As a die-hard fan of kaiju films, I have enjoyed some games here and there. For example, Godzilla Unleashed on the Wii, and even Godzilla PS4. Check out my retrospective for my full thoughts on that. But the search for a definitive Godzilla gaming experience continues. Looking ahead to the future, the announcement of Kong Survival Instinct under the MonsterVerse banner raises some questions. While it is exciting for Kong fans, Godzilla's role remains unclear. Will the King of the Monsters once again take a back seat to his simian rival? On top of that, it's not a fighting game, which I'm okay with. I've said in prior videos that I want more kaiju games that aren't just clones of Save the Earth. What if Legendary came to me and said, okay, we liked your pitch for continuing the MonsterVerse, wink wink, go check that video out. let's hear your pitch for a MonsterVerse video game. Now, first off, I should state that I tackled my previous pitches as a filmmaker, because I am one. I don't know anything about video game development. Instead, I'll be speaking from the perspective as a fan and as a gamer, not as a creator. So, what is my dream video game centered around the MonsterVerse? Well, despite everything I said about Kong's Survival Instinct, I would want this to be a fighting game, but not a direct clone of the Pipeworks trilogy. Instead, I think it would be neat if we got NetherRealm Studios involved. They're the studio behind Mortal Kombat and Injustice. Most importantly, they're owned by Warner Bros. We're going to essentially give them the reins and make something similar to those games, just with some added environmental destruction. It wouldn't be a 2D fighting game like the recent Mortal Kombat games, but would have a similar style as the Pipeworks trilogy or the 3D style of like Mortal Kombat versus DC. Basically, what I'm getting at with the combat is, think of that Pacific Rim video game on the Xbox 360 arcade store, but with better combat and better gameplay. We could have a story mode where there are destruction minigames, but for the most part, this is a fighting game first and foremost. And on top of that too, it's more or less for competitive play. I know that Gigabash already exists, but I want this to be different from that. When it comes to environments or stages, let's stick with locations that have already appeared in the films, like the Philippines, Japan, San Francisco, Skull Island, Antarctica, Washington DC, Boston, the ocean, Hollow Earth, Hong Kong, Rome, and Brazil. The general idea that I have for story mode, that I won't get too into, is you would basically be replaying through all of the movies and the TV shows in the MonsterVerse, but with a twist. You could, in theory, pick any monster from the roster, and so as a result, you could see, what if Kong was in Godzilla 2014, or what if King Ghidorah fought Mechagodzilla at the end of Godzilla vs. Kong. It wouldn't be an outright recreation, more just like, okay, in this level, you're going to fight Mechagodzilla in Hong Kong. It's kind of like that type of setup. Speaking of, let's go to the roster. Now, remember, this is a MonsterVerse game. As much as I would love to include Gigan and Hedorah, they haven't appeared in a MonsterVerse film just yet, and won't appear in this game. A lot of this is because of the rights and how it would likely cost them a lot to license them out. The only Toho monsters that will appear are ones that have already appeared in the MonsterVerse. So, let's go. Looking at Mortal Kombat 1, the most recent release by NetherRealm, they included 22 playable fighters as well as 12 DLC fighters. And that's the exact same amount of characters that we will include in this game. I'm not going to go too in-depth on moves or combos or special attacks. If you do want to hear about that, maybe comment down below. Let me hear your thoughts. But the goal is to make it as accurate to the films or comics or TV shows in regards to those combat moves. So Godzilla, this is the most obvious fighter. Of course he's going to appear in the game. The base design here would be the 2019, 2020, and 2024 design, the one before he evolved. But there would also be additional skins like 2014, Thermonuclear, and Evolved. Kong, again, super obvious. I'm thinking for this one, he would have the Beast Glove as well as the Axe. Warner Brothers currently has the rights to the 33 King Kong as well as Son of Kong, so let's add those as additional skins as well. The Mutos. These are the Mutos from the 2014 film, and I imagine that they would function similarly to Farah and Tor from Mortal Kombat X. The female Muto would be more of a hulking mass, and the male would step in every now and then to unleash a rapid attack. Alright, so from here on out, we are going to speed run the rest of the roster because otherwise this will be like an hour-long video. Skull Devil, the Alpha Skullcrawler. This is the one from the end of Kong Skull Island. King Ghidorah, Rodan, Mothra, Methuselah, Scylla, Behemoth, Leviathan, the Kraken, Amhuluk from Godzilla Dominion, Tiamat, Warbat,
Mechagodzilla,
Ion Dragon, Frostvark, Scar King, Shimo, and Suko as a duo, where Suko is just with Shimo during the intro and then the victory screen after the fight ends. Maybe we can have a move where, Suko comes in as a combo, or maybe for Kong, Suko can just appear and Kong will use him like nunchucks in a combo. I don't know. And finally, Parrot Frog and Doug, because of course Doug has to be in the game. The majority of these titans have already appeared in the films or TV shows, and if they haven't, then they were in the comics. I think this would be a great way of building up the supporting roster of the MonsterVerse. My biggest complaint with the MonsterVerse so far is that it really only feels like Godzilla and King Kong are the only monsters that really matter, so hopefully this is a way of building up the supporting cast and also just making the new and original monsters more interesting. Now let's talk about the DLC fighters. There's going to be 2 combat packs, each with 6 fighters. It won't be called a combat pack, we'll come up with something more original later down the line, but regardless, the first combat pack is going to be dubbed The Breach, and will feature Pacific Rim Jaegers and Kaijus, 3 of each to be exact. Gypsy Danger, Striker Eureka, and Crimson Typhoon will be the 3 playable Jaegers in the game. Knifehead, Leatherback, and Otachi will be the 3 playable Kaiju. The reason as to why I picked these 6 is because those are the most memorable or relevant characters from the first and only Pacific Rim film. By the way, wouldn't it be so cool if they made a sequel to Pacific Rim? Like, that would be awesome. Anyways, as much as I love Cherno Alpha, I included Crimson Typhoon because it's a Chinese Jaeger, and if we want to sell this game in China, that would be a golden marketing opportunity. Beyond that, we would get a unique environment, The Breach, as well as additional skins for some base game monsters. Godzilla Kaiju Blue would give Godzilla the appearance of looking more like a kaiju from Pacific Rim. There would be a Mechagodzilla skin that makes him look more like a Jaeger as well. Pacific Rim is owned by Legendary, so it makes total sense to include it. It's a no-brainer. People have been clamoring for a Pacific Rim Godzilla crossover for years, so let's give it to them in video game form. The second combat pack is going to be called the Wild Cards. 3 of these will be public domain kaijus, while the other 3 will be somewhat random. The public domain ones will be Gorgo, Cthulhu, and Yongary. These are just sort of gimmies. Cthulhu is an awesome pick in and of itself, while Gorgo and Yongary are deeper cuts that the hardcore kaiju fans would enjoy. These are characters that are not copyrighted and can be used by anyone, so why not use them here? The random fighters, though, are copyrighted, but are owned by Warner Brothers or Legendary, so they're safe to use. They will be the Batmech, Green Lantern Robo, and Rock Matul. The first 2 are carryovers from the recent comic run of Justice League vs. Godzilla vs. Kong. Meanwhile, Rock Matul is a scrapped kaiju from an early version of Godzilla 2014. I doubt that we could license out Anguirus for this game, so this is the next best thing. And that is my pitch for a MonsterVerse game. The goal of this pitch is to essentially please a lot of fans while also being a money printer for WB and Legendary. I had so much fun writing this and just thinking about all the possible combinations of monster battles that we can make here, especially with the story mode, because you can do a lot with it. Godzilla has long captivated audiences across the globe with his destructive power and sheer presence. With the advent of technology, Godzilla has stomped his way into the realm of video games, offering players the chance to control and experience the chaos firsthand. Unfortunately, though, it's been a bit of a mixed bag. Some have been received positively by fans, while others have been nearly universally panned. There really isn't one definitive Godzilla game, and a lot of that has to do with the game developers not really understanding how to properly adapt the King of the Monsters to the medium of video games. As a result, Godzilla fans have had to wade through a lot of garbage to get to games that are at least halfway decent. The very first Godzilla video game was 1983's Godzilla on the Commodore 64, and you don't actually control any kaiju. Instead, it's a strategy game where you command the military to defeat Godzilla before he destroys Tokyo. The game itself is played on a 5x5 grid representing Japan and nearby waters, with Godzilla randomly placed in any space except Tokyo's. Players choose between attacking Godzilla or moving troops with options for land, sea, or air attacks, as well as missile or atom bomb strikes. Attacks reveal the number of attackers killed and their effectiveness. Godzilla moves after each attack, causing civilian casualties if he's on land. The atom bomb destroys all life and weapons in its space and the surrounding 8 spaces. If Godzilla reaches Tokyo or the city is destroyed, the game ends. While this is an interesting way of making a Godzilla game, and it's honestly something I kind of want to see remade in the style of like Civ 6, I do think that the game is ultimately held back by just how primitive it is. I'll be skipping over some games and really only talking about the ones that I find to be relevant to the Godzilla PS4 game. Otherwise, this video will be way too long and drawn out, but also I kind of want to keep it focused. The next significant Godzilla video game to be released in the US was 1988's Godzilla Monster of Monsters. The game is set in the year 2000 XXX. I don't know why they would do that, just like give us a year, come on. Planet X emerges as Pluto and Neptune change places in the solar system. Its inhabitants, deploying a legion of space monsters, launch an invasion of Earth. Godzilla, the king of the monsters, allies with Earth's guardian monster, Mothra, and human forces to fend off the invaders. The game features Godzilla and Mothra as playable characters on a virtual game board representing various planets. Players move them like chess pieces across hexagonal spaces, each containing side-scrolling levels such as rocky, jungle, city, and hyperspace zones. In hyperspace zones, battles occur with monsters like Matango, Dagora, and Goten. Battles resemble those in fighting games and occur when players move adjacent to enemy monsters. The objective is to clear each board of enemy monsters, culminating in a final showdown on Planet X against King Ghidorah. Throughout the game, players encounter monsters from both Godzilla and other Toho movies, including Ghidorah, Mothra, Varan, Hedorah, Baragon, Gigan, and Mechagodzilla. Mid-bosses include Matango and Goten, while common enemies include Dagora and Manda. Godzilla Monster of Monsters is most well known for being the game that was featured in the NES Godzilla creepypasta, where the protagonist plays a haunted version of the game possessed by a demon named Red. Stay tuned because I might be making a video on that, so keep an eye out for it. Beyond that though, it's not a great game by any means. I like the inclusion of kaijus like Ghidorah and the Showa-era Mothra, but it's a very tedious game. 1992's Godzilla 2: War of the Monsters for the NES. Now, this is a game that, despite acting as a sequel to Monster of Monsters, it's actually nothing like its predecessor. In this game, you play as the military and work to fight off Godzilla and other monsters like Mothra, Hedorah, Rodan, Baragon, and King Ghidorah from wreaking havoc. It's a turn-based strategy game, and much like the Commodore 64 game, I would kill to see a remake of this with modern-day graphics and an expanded roster of kaijus to battle. There is a mobile game that's kind of similar in setup, but there wasn't a ton of strategy. You're just kind of tapping on the monster. But I would just love to see a military strategy game where you have to fight off kaijus, very similarly to how Civ 6 is formatted. But again, we got to move forward. Released in Japan in 1998, Godzilla Generations serves as a launch title for the Sega Dreamcast. The game features a grand total of 5 cities, with each city featuring 2 stages, except for the final city, which consists of 3 different stages. The primary objective is to advance to the next stage by obliterating all structures, including buildings and trees, within a specified time limit. By the time you're done, this city should be entirely leveled with nothing remaining. Every kaiju in the game possesses projectile attacks, the capability to defend against incoming assaults, and the ability to self-heal. The kaiju roster here is somewhat limited. However, it's still remembered by fans for the baffling inclusion of having a kaiju-sized Dr. Serizawa as a playable character. Donning his iconic underwater gear, the gear that he wore when he died, his special fighting move involves activating the Oxygen Destroyer, which is capable of obliterating any structure or military vehicle within its range. Additionally, his eye patch is also a maser cannon during combat. I don't even know anymore, man. I don't know. There are so many kaijus in the Godzilla franchise that are missing from this game, and yet they decided to include a character from the 1954 Godzilla film who nobly sacrifices himself to kill Godzilla. I don't know if it's tone deaf or just crazy, but I kind of like it. Godzilla Generations received mixed to poor reviews in Japan while getting absolutely destroyed by critics in North America. Many critics pointed out how slow and repetitive the gameplay was, lacking any real strategy, especially considering the fact that the kaiju can heal rapidly. As a result, there's no threat of losing or getting a game over screen. On top of that, the controls were described as being clunky and the camera angles made the game nearly unplayable. In the industry, we like to call this foreshadowing. Despite the negative reception, a sequel would be released the following year in 1999 titled Godzilla Generations: Maximum Impact. The game was more of the same but featured an expanded roster of kaiju. It also expanded the gameplay beyond just being a Godzilla walking simulator, with combat now being an option. Much like its predecessor though, the game was critically panned, with IGN giving it a 2.5 out of 10. Fast forwarding a bit to the 2000s and we get a very solid trilogy of games made by Pipeworks Studios. There was 2002's Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee, 2004's Godzilla Save the Earth, and 2007's Godzilla Unleashed. The fast-paced gameplay and expansive rosters made it fun for anyone to just pick up and play, even if you're not a Kaiju fan. These games are celebrated by fans as being the best Godzilla video games ever made, with Save the Earth being regarded as the best. Me, on the other hand, I prefer Unleashed, and that's because it's the game that I grew up playing on my Wii. I would spend hours and hours trying to unlock every single monster. You could have 4 monster battles at a time, so the combinations for different large-scale battles were endless. And in spite of all their problems, the Pipeworks trilogy were just fun to play. Sure, it wasn't a perfect adaptation of the films, but they didn't need to be. No one wants to move at a snail's pace across a city while battling the occasional monster every now and then. In the industry, we like to call this foreshadowing. I want to play as Megalon and then pick up skyscrapers and throw them across the map at Mechagodzilla. Why? Because it's fun. After the Pipeworks trilogy wrapped up, Godzilla really wouldn't appear in any mainstream console games. For the most part, he was just relegated to mobile games and pachinko slot machines.
So, Godzilla machine here. I'm playing a bunch of balls through, and he's got some cool reaches here. But, of course, wildlife video, we're probably not going to get one.
That was until June 2014 when Bandai Namco released a trailer for a Japanese exclusive PlayStation 3 game titled Godzilla. Fans immediately clamored for the game to be translated and released internationally on the PS4, and only a year later, their wish would be granted. The North American release was downright disastrous. I know, it doesn't make any sense. How do you mess up Godzilla? But somehow they did. The game was panned critically, with complaints ranging from outdated graphics to awkward controls, and at the time, I didn't own a PS4, I had an Xbox 360, so I had no plans of getting the game. Also, Angry Joe didn't like it, so that means I'm not supposed to play it based on, religious purposes.
The final verdict for Godzilla is a 2! 2 out of 10! It is insultingly bad, tedious, irritating, bare minimum effort. In its current form, the best it could have gotten is a fucking 3 from nostalgia.
I was 13, leave me alone, come on, man. Disappointed, I continued playing my copy of Godzilla Unleashed on the Wii, and I waited for a better game to be released. That was until I did get a PS4, and I picked this game up at GameStop for only $10, which is really funny looking back on it, because this thing goes for a couple $100 now on eBay. It's one of the few times where you actually win against GameStop and you're not paying $1,000 for a $5 game. Regardless, upon firing Godzilla PS4 up, I actually found myself enjoying it. A lot, actually. So much so that I put 91 hours into the game.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
That being said, though, I played it up until around 2017 when I completed the game and never played it again. So, a decade after the game's release, it's widely regarded as being god-awful and has been delisted and discontinued. And as one of the few people who still has an intact copy of the disc, I wanted to know if this game still holds up, or if it deserves its overwhelmingly negative reception by both Godzilla fans and gamers alike. A quick clarification though before we get started. I haven't actually played the PS3 Japanese version of this game. I'm well aware that the PS4 is a big improvement over it, but anytime I reference the Godzilla PS4 game, I am only referring to the North American release on the PlayStation 4. I'm also going to be judging this game solely on its merits. At certain points, I might say, I wish it had this, or I wish it had that, or maybe it should have included this. Please don't take that as an actual criticism of the game for not having stuff that I wanted in it. Those are more or less just side comments or wishful thinking. For the most part, this retrospective will be on what we got rather than what I wish we got. It's judging the game as it was released and not what I wanted it to be. So just don't think that I'm being too mean or too cruel in any way because I'm saying, oh, it should have included this mode or we should have gotten this. It's just wishful thinking, and it's comparing what we've already gotten in the past to what we have now. So with all of that out of the way, let's get right into it. This is Godzilla on the PS4. Upon booting the game up for the first time, you are immediately thrown into a tutorial that is an homage to the original 1954 Godzilla film, even with the grainy film aesthetics and a monochrome color palette. Though, if I have to nitpick here, it does irritate me that the Godzilla shown here is the Heisei one and not the 1954 design. I know other Godzilla flicks have done something similar in the past, namely Godzilla vs. Megaguirus, where they have that Godzilla design appear in 1954 and destroy buildings. However, it just feels off, and it really doesn't accurately capture the mood and feeling that they're going for. I know there isn't a Godzilla 1954 model in the game, and I get they'd have to design that just for the tutorial, but that being said, though, it's still a really neat way of establishing what Godzilla is, as well as his historical origins to the uninitiated. For the most part, it's a decent tutorial. You learn the basic controls while the G-Force operator explains the plot of the first Godzilla movie. The tutorial ends with Godzilla destroying a television tower, much like he does in the 1954 film. Now, if you enjoy this old-school grainy film look, then good news. You can go into the settings at any time and turn them back on. You can give it a black and white look or this color film look, as well as just having normal video. On paper, it's a really neat feature that acts as a loving tribute to the look and feel of the Showa-era Godzilla films. In practice, though, it makes the gameplay feel somehow even more clunky and awkward. The frame rate just plummets, and you end up turning it off after only a few seconds because it's honestly unplayable. The reason the frame rate drops is because the filmmakers of the Showa era would often film the kaiju shots at 72 frames per second and then play it back at 24 frames per second. This made the kaijus appear both slower in movement but bigger in scale. I feel like this specific feature is the epitome of what makes Godzilla PS4 fail. On paper, this feature should work, but it doesn't because the developers sacrificed accuracy to the films over a fun experience for the players. I think if the frame rate didn't plummet, this would be something I would use constantly, but it's just so awful, and it puts the player at a disadvantage in combat. Basically, you are willingly handicapping yourself for a neat aesthetic. On top of that, the gameplay is already at a snail's pace, so you're slowing it down even more with this drop, because everything just feels slower and it leads to a worse experience for the player. Now, let's go over the controls, because it's one of the biggest problems that this game has. As I mentioned before, the game pays tribute to the early Showa era and Heisei era films, so the monsters don't run around and throw each other across the map or throw skyscrapers at each other like they do in the Pipeworks trilogy. Instead, the movement of the monsters is much slower and the attacks are much simpler. Using the left joystick makes the monster move forward or backwards. You would think using the left joystick and just simply moving it left or right would make you turn left or right. Instead, the monster just sidesteps. If you actually want to turn left or right, you have to use L1 or R1. And this is one of the most baffling control schemes I think I've ever seen in a PS4 game. It definitely takes a while to adjust mentally when playing this for the first time, but it does gradually become second nature. It just really hurts during combat when battling someone like Jet Jaguar or Hedorah when they are able to get behind you, and it takes several seconds to reposition yourself to face them. The attacks are super simple. You can gradually unlock more attacks, but I really don't like the idea of having to unlock moves from your moveset. This is something that Mortal Kombat 1 is doing, and you have to unlock brutalities and fatalities, and it's a trend that I really can't stand. Skins? Sure, I don't mind if you grind to unlock those. Unlockable characters? You know what? Sure, why not? Concept art? I mean, I guess. I'm never looking at that crap, but having to unlock moves from a moveset is just insane to me. Imagine if Ryu's Hadouken was something that you had to unlock by grinding for hours and hours. All this does is lead to more repetitive gameplay, and it gets to the point where you don't even want to unlock any extra moves because you're already playing a different game. You've stopped playing and you're now playing like MLB The Show because it's a better game. Please don't kill me. I'm sorry for saying that. It's not a better game. It's awful. But for some reason, I still pre-order the game every year because I'm a baseball junkie and I can't help myself. And now it's like $70 and I'm dropping $70 on a game that I know I'm going to put like 1,000 hours into, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm going to play it but it's bad and it gets worse every year and I can't help myself. I need help. I need to go to rehab to stop playing MLB The Show because it's becoming a problem. In Godzilla PS4, whether or not you want to play a specific monster is entirely dependent on the base attacks. If those attacks don't work, you're not going to be putting time into them. You aren't going to be putting much time into that kaiju because it's bad enough having to play as them. Now you're like grinding out hours and hours trying to make them better. Just play a different kaiju. So what are those base attacks? Well, the square button is a basic quick hit. The X button triggers a rapid charging maneuver, and oftentimes this is used to get across the map quickly while also causing damage to nearby buildings. The triangle button is a slow but powerful attack, and the circle button is used for a projectile or range attack for every monster except for Anguirus, and this is something that has to be charged up, so you can't just spam it endlessly. Pushing the D-pad forward and pressing the triangle at the same time lets you grab onto another monster. For me, this is something that is somewhat difficult to pull off, but when it works, it feels so amazing.
Lift them up! And have sex with them too.
The clumsy controls are really what brings this game down for me, especially when you compare it to the fluid and seamless controls of Godzilla Save the Earth, a game released 1 decade prior to Godzilla PS4. I'm just now realizing that game came out 20 years ago and I feel really old. Regardless, it makes total sense why so many critics and gamers alike ripped on Godzilla PS4 upon its release. But that being said, there's more to a game than just its controls. I mean, look at Cruelty Squad, a game with purposefully awful controls that is still celebrated by anyone that can deal with the awful graphics and seizure-inducing visuals. So what does Godzilla PS4 have to offer in terms of gameplay? Well, there are 6 modes in total. God of Destruction, King of Kaiju, Evolution Mode, Diorama Mode, the Kaiju Field Guide, and online multiplayer. I'll be going through each mode and explaining what I love and hate about each of them.
We're picking up a strong signal. It's heading to the surface. Is this Godzilla?
First up is God of Destruction mode, where players can assume control of Godzilla as he rampages through a selection of 10 manually chosen stages picked from a total of 25 levels. This is really similar to Godzilla Generations. Again, keep note of that because it's going to become important later on. The objective entails annihilating all G energy generators within the map while contending with assaults from G-Force and occasional boss encounters, which must be killed in order to progress. Some stages actually have time constraints, necessitating the destruction of all generators before the timer elapses, though that is for the more difficult modes that you don't have to pick. As Godzilla demolishes structures, generators, and military assets, his size progressively increases from an initial 50 meters, even reaching 120 if you're really good at the game. Boss adversaries scale in correspondence with Godzilla's size, occasionally presenting augmented challenges in higher difficulty settings. So there's a good chance that you might randomly encounter a 100 meter tall kaiju when you're only 50 meters. And the size just feels awesome. Like having to fight that giant monster while you're somehow a smaller giant monster feels incredible when you actually beat them. To finish Destruction mode and confront the game's ultimate antagonist, players must reach 100 meters in height by the final stage. This was something that I completely forgot about entirely when I was playing through this game for this video. I was just baffled when the mode ended after I defeated Super X and Super X2. Godzilla 2014 then appears and he acts as the final adversary of the entire game. So this is the closest thing that this game has to a story mode, and beyond the normal mode where you play as the Heisei Godzilla, there are 2 alternatives: Invade and Defend. Invade mode is where you can play as any destructive kaiju in the game and play through God of Destruction like you normally would. Later on in this retrospective, I'll be going through each kaiju in depth, so don't worry if that feels like I'm skipping over that aspect, but we'll get there when we get there. Defend mode is where you play as the kaijus that defend humanity, like Kiryu and Mothra. The goal of this mode is to prevent kaijus from destroying the city around you. If they destroy 50% of the city or all of the generators, it's game over. This mode is outright centered on combat. You have to defeat the kaiju before they wipe out the city, and this is the best mode to try and grind out unlockables. While invade mode is more focused on destroying structures, generators, and fighting off kaiju, defend mode is much simpler. You only have to fight them. So as a result, it streamlines the entire process of getting cells. I'll tell you about that later. Just trust me, we'll get there when we get there. Now, the worst part of God of Destruction mode is the generators. In order to advance through a level, you have to destroy these giant generators. Every few seconds, a shield will pop up, and that's similar to the Showa Mechagodzilla force field. This force field will harm you and knock you down. It gets really annoying when the levels get more difficult because there's a time limit. Given how slow the kaijus move in this game, it can be really difficult trying to move across the map 3 different times to destroy the generators in under 3 minutes. It's honestly a pointless and just irritating aspect of the game. It gets so repetitive after only a few levels.
Not the generator.
G-generator.
The generators. The generator. It's all generator. The generators. The generator. The generator. The generator is the generators. The generator. The generator is the generator on generators. All generators.
Shut up! Oh my god, I don't care!
One of the neater aspects of God of Destruction mode is the mission select screen.
Look at him, grasping at straws.
After beating the first mission, you're given an option of 2 levels, easy or hard. The easy modes are self-explanatory. You'll fight monsters at your skill and size level. The generators aren't timed, and you can really just take your sweet time just destroying buildings without a worry in the world. However, the payoff is super boring, as you really don't get to fight the more interesting kaiju, and the game just sort of ends once you finish the final mission. Hard mode can be a real challenge, and it shakes up the monotony early on. Like I mentioned before, there's a good chance that you'll have to battle a 100-meter class kaiju when you're only a 50-meter class kaiju, and it feels like this Herculean task of having to beat them as they're basically just giant sponges who soak up all of your attacks. It also just looks really cool trying to fight off this massive kaiju, and it's so rewarding when you manage to defeat them, but then you realize you still have to go and defeat the giant, stupid fucking generators.
The generator.
Getting to 100 meters in the hardest difficulty is also a challenge because you tend to be more worried about destroying the generators in time before they go underground and you can't do anything about it. So you basically have to destroy 100% of the map in every single mission, plus some additional tanks and jets in order to ensure that you hit that mark. Otherwise, all that grinding was for nothing, and you get the boring ending where you can't fight Godzilla 2014 or destroy it depending on which monster you selected. God of Destruction mode also has this disaster level mechanic. The way I'm fairly certain that it works is the more difficult the level is and the more destructive you are, the disaster level will go up. The higher the disaster level, the more aggressive the military is. Theoretically, this should be a really neat way of making the game more difficult, and would require some level of strategy. However, you really don't notice a difference beyond there just being more jets flying over, shooting the occasional missile at you. Yeah, in Godzilla movies, the military hardly, if ever, harms him, but I wish it still played more of a factor here. Maybe the military sets traps for the kaiju like they do in Mothra vs. Godzilla. Or maybe they try to utilize Dimension Tide from Godzilla vs. Megaguirus, which is this orbital satellite that can lock onto Godzilla and fire off a miniature black hole at him. I know that sounds a bit out there, but at the same time, it's like, let's shake things up, let's make it more interesting. One really weird thing that I noticed, it isn't exactly exclusive to God of Destruction mode, but the entire game. It's the levels or the cities that you have to destroy. Some just make sense. There's an industrial plant that reminds me a lot of the one that appeared in Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, when the fake Godzilla is revealed to be Mechagodzilla. However, the more generic cities are just confusing. I thought one was supposed to be Tokyo because there's a giant structure in the center of town that looks like Tokyo Tower. However, just a block away is a building that looks a lot like the White House. I'm really confused as to why they couldn't just use real cities, because these just look very dull and lifeless. Weirdly enough, the Pipeworks trilogy actually used real locations without any problem, so I have no idea what the issue is here. I did some research and I looked into it, and I can't really find any specific answer. So If you have an answer, let me know down below in the comments, because I'm genuinely perplexed by this. That being said, though, there is a really cool nod to the Shinjuku Toho building in Tokyo, where a fake Godzilla bust can be seen peering over the city. Something else you might notice in the city environments is the occasional SH Monster Arts advertisement on various skyscrapers. Godzilla fans are probably well aware of the fact that SH Monster Arts is responsible for making hyper-detailed Godzilla figures, but what you may not know is that these figures were actually used by the development team. They scanned each respective figure and put them into the game, which is why the Kaiju models look so good. Even today, I think they still hold up. At the time, the game was ripped on for its graphics, but it's not bad. I think it still holds up. There are some really neat Easter eggs littered throughout God of Destruction mode, and for example, if you defeat Gigan, his head explodes, which is a reference to Godzilla Final Wars. Another really cool Easter egg is that if you encounter Jet Jaguar 3 times in one playthrough, and you defeat him every time, you'll get a secret cutscene after defeating him for the last time, where it's him and Godzilla shaking hands, which is a reference to Godzilla vs. Megalon. One last Easter egg that I was never really able to recreate myself involves Mechagodzilla 2. While fighting him, you can actually tear his head off if his health is low. This is a really awesome nod to what happens to him in Terror of Mechagodzilla. It's not an outright fatality. If anything, it's kind of cool because he can still fight, just like in that movie. I don't know, it's just little nods like that that I just adore. Now, you may remember earlier in this video, I mentioned a video game titled Godzilla Generations Maximum Impact, which was basically just a Godzilla walking simulator focused more or less on city destruction rather than substantial gameplay and strategy. Godzilla PS4 is, in my eyes, a remake of that game. Combat is obviously in the game, but you'll spend the majority of your time just destroying buildings and fighting off the military. I don't have a problem with this. There's nothing wrong with making a Godzilla walking simulator, but there is something wrong with marketing it as a fighting game. Most of the qualms that people have with this game is expecting something more in line with the Pipeworks trilogy. Instead, they got a remake of Godzilla Generations. Audience expectation played a big part in why this game failed. Sure, the controls are clunky as all hell, but the game was $60 on release day. And I think some of the problems people had with the game would be solved if it was marketed better and also at a discounted price, maybe $40 at best. If God of Destruction mode was just one of many modes, I think this game would have been received much better. But as we'll see, that just really isn't the case. King of Kaiju mode comprises of 6 stages wherein the player confronts a variety of monsters. The goal is to defeat these monsters as fast as possible. As the player advances, the monsters escalate in potency. Initially, weaker adversaries like Mothra and Batra emerge in the first 2 waves. This is then followed by moderately challenging monsters in the 3rd and 4th stages. The pinnacle of difficulty is reached in the final 2 stages, featuring formidable opponents like King Ghidorah, Gigan, and Kiryu. Functioning as an arcade mode of sorts, this is where you can focus solely on combat, rather than destroying buildings and generators. This mode should be fun, but it really isn't, and a lot of that has to do with the lack of real player control. You can't control which kaijus you want to fight. Instead, the CPU determines it based on the difficulty level within the stages. As a result, you'll find yourself fighting the larva versions of Batra and Mothra, as well as Hedorah, quite a lot. Just look at all the gameplay I've been showing throughout this whole video. Half the time you're fighting Batra or Mothra in their larva forms, as well as Hedorah for some reason. Out of my 91 hours of playing this game, I rarely, if ever, found myself facing off against Destroya or Jet Jaguar. It just gets really repetitive really fast. Most of the time, combat just involves a ton of button mashing, not to mention there isn't a health bar, so you have to kind of guess whether or not you can afford to do a more ballsy move, or if you are near defeat and should play it safe. Every fighting game has a health bar, at least to my knowledge, and even your enemies in this game have a health bar, but for some reason, you, the player, do not. Instead, you get these Call of Duty-esque blood vignettes in the corners of the frames that intensify with the more damage you take. This mechanic works for first-person shooters. It's a genre where you don't need a health bar. That bloody vignette is a good way of telling the player to hunker down and wait to heal because you're near death. Godzilla PS4 doesn't even have a healing mechanic, I think. If you stop taking damage and evade the enemy, the blood vignette goes away, so you as a player think, oh, I just healed myself, and then you get right back into combat. But upon taking damage again, it comes back at the exact same intensity. It's honestly a shame because it's clear that the developers spent more time on capturing the authenticity of the source material and not spending enough time on making the gameplay and especially the combat fun. I already mentioned all the fun Easter eggs, but it's really difficult to actually see them as a player because you'll get bored after the first few hours. There's nothing wrong with paying tribute to the source material, but you still have to make the gameplay engaging and enjoyable. In short, it's a fun mode if you want a quick series of quick kaiju battles, but it gets repetitive after a while, and depending on the monster you face, it can get unnecessarily difficult. However, I could see a lot of hardcore Godzilla fans getting a lot of enjoyment out of this mode. It's basically a streamlined version of God of Destruction mode with all the fat cut out, like the generators and having to destroy every structure in a given area. That being said though, there's just not much depth to it. There's hardly any strategy, and the limited moveset can quickly lead to boredom. All in all, it's good, but not great. The game includes an online multiplayer mode where 2 to 3 players engage in battles using a variety of kaiju selections. I was super disappointed that this mode was online only and you couldn't just pick a monster to control and pick a monster for the CPU to control and have them fight. While I've never actually played this mode myself, I heard that the servers would crash a lot, and finding another player was near impossible with the dwindling player base. Nowadays though, this mode is just flat out unplayable because the game was delisted and the servers were shut down permanently. Looking around online at forums, I found a user on Gojipedia named Rathimos, who gave his experience with online multiplayer mode. He said, quote, "Speaking as a longtime G fan, the only thing more laughable than this shameless cash grab would be the petty, idiotic player base and or terabad servers. Your opponent will quit 9 times out of 10 when you have the upper hand, then send you hate mail for it. Not to mention the infrequent disconnects at all of the worst possible times." So beyond primary sources, I really can't say much else about this mode, as it seems to be just an online version of King of Kaiju with the occasional rage quit from the other player. It makes me wish local multiplayer was available for people to just play against their friends sitting next to them on the couch, and it would also make the game, better nowadays because there's no servers, so you still wouldn't lose an entire mode. Around the time this game was released, I used to religiously watch James and Mike Mondays on the Cinemassacre YouTube channel, and I think seeing their reaction to the game not having local multiplayer just goes to show what a missed opportunity this whole thing was.
And maybe you don't do that. Maybe it's just like online multiplayer.
I can't believe that. What you mean? You mean 2 people sitting on a couch are obsolete?
I don't think people do that anymore.
People don't play in the same room as other people anymore. I mean, it's the online gaming is cool. I mean, it's awesome, but it's like why? That can't be.
You're
what it is.
supposed to be at your house with like a headset on.
So I didn't even need to drive over. I should have got my own copy of the game, played it at my house with him.
Evolution mode isn't a mode. It's basically a skill tree where you can unlock and upgrade the playable kaiju in the game, as well as abilities and emotes. In order to actually unlock these things, you need to spend a lot of time grinding in God of Destruction mode in order to get the proper cells needed. Every kaiju releases evolution factors upon defeat, referred to as cells for the organic kaiju and parts or circuit boards for mechas and cybernetic kaiju that serve to enhance the abilities of each respective kaiju. These evolution factors can also be acquired by completing specific modes using particular kaiju. Upgrading each kaiju demands evolution energy, which is earned by playing as that specific monster. Where it gets confusing is that certain upgrades require other kaiju cells or parts. So, for example, upgrading Godzilla's gauge for his atomic breath requires Godzilla cells. Makes sense, but it also requires Jet Jaguar and Gigan cells. It honestly feels a bit backwards. In most fighting games, like, say, Injustice 2, if you play as Blue Beetle and use him a ton, you get rewards for that character and that character alone. Godzilla PS4 does not work this way. It doesn't matter if you spend hours and hours playing as Kiryu, You will have an endless supply of Bacterial larvae or Hedorah cells because you will do nothing but fight them. Sure, you do get cells from the monsters you play as once you complete the mode, but it's nowhere near as much as it really should be. This is more of a general comment than something related to evolution mode, but I love the usage of actual stills or promotional images of the kaijus from their respective films. The developers could have easily used the models from the game in a unique background or pose, but instead they used images, and it really adds to the game's aesthetic and attitude of being a loving tribute to the Godzilla films from yesteryear. Diorama mode is one of the most disappointing and pointless modes I think I've ever seen included in a video game. At first I thought this was a single player fight mode where you can pick the monster you want to control and then pick which monster you want to fight, as it's standard for most fighting games. However, I was appalled to discover that diorama mode is just photo mode. You can put models of kaijus in various environments from the game, but you can't even do this when you first fire up the game. You have to unlock various poses of different kaijus with evolution mode, and then you could take screenshots. And like, if I get kaiju cells, I'm not wasting it on this. I'm going to put it towards my gauge or, upgrading my projectile because like that actually serves a purpose. This mode honestly feels like something from the PS2 era of gaming. On its own, it's harmless and it's a bit of a throwback, but it doesn't need to be included in the game, but for some reason it is. I could easily see someone spending a few hours messing around with it and coming up with a bunch of different scenarios and whatnot, but when looking at all the other modes, or rather lack thereof, it really feels like the developers were just grasping at straws and trying to fluff the game up to make it appear as if there were more features than there really are. The Kaiju Field Guide is just a dumbed down version of Wikizilla. Players are able to unlock biographies detailing various monsters from the Godzilla series, even extending beyond those featured directly in the game, which can be really disappointing considering the somewhat lackluster roster. These biographies contain images of the monsters from their respective films, accompanied by detailed information about their attributes and appearances in various films. For hardcore fans, this mode isn't much fun because they likely already know this information, but for the uninitiated, I can see the Kaiju Field Guide being a useful tool for identifying the kaijus in the game, as well as the ones that aren't in the game but appear in the films. I'm not opposed to this being in the game, but I would prefer if there were more things to do in the game. I'm almost convinced this was added to the game because the main menu would have looked really barren and lackluster with only God of Destruction, King of Kaiju, and online multiplayer. After all, those are the only modes with actual gameplay in them. In my mind, the Heisei Godzilla is the definitive Godzilla design. I think a lot of people would disagree, and they might think the legendary Godzilla is, but at least for me, the Heisei one is like the default design. A lot of that has to do with the fact that beyond a few Showa flicks, I watch the Heisei films more than any other entries in the Godzilla franchise. Even beyond that though, it's just a solid design with a distinct silhouette. Godzilla PS4 nails the look and feel of the Heisei era iteration of the character. Previous video game adaptations of this specific Godzilla have always been a bit off to me. Notably Godzilla Unleashed, which features a version of the character that felt more like a palette swap of Godzilla 54. In this game, you truly feel like a walking tank, especially when it's just you versus the military. In the Pipeworks trilogy, I always got the feeling that Godzilla was the least interesting kaiju in the game's roster. There was almost always more emphasis on other monsters. Godzilla PS4, though, is quite the opposite. Godzilla is the most interesting monster on this roster. Just look at how diverse his moveset is compared to the other playable kaijus in the game. Granted, I think a lot of this has to do with the PS3 version of the game that was only available in Japan being out a year prior, and in that game, Godzilla was the only playable character. So it makes sense as to why the other monsters aren't nearly as fleshed out as he is. When playing God of Destruction mode, Godzilla's special, the nuclear pulse attack, can be devastating for decimating the structures around you. One key strategy that I have been using is just going to the center of a bunch of structures and unleashing the nuclear pulse. Godzilla's atomic breath is also great for combat, though sometimes I encounter a problem where it isn't focused and I accidentally just attack a tiny helicopter in front of me rather than the giant kaiju that's about to attack. You can play as Burning Godzilla, though it does feel like a palette swap at times. Sure, the atomic breath is accurate to how it appears in Godzilla vs. Destoroyah, but it's virtually the exact same monster despite it being listed as a separate kaiju. The same goes for Godzilla 1964 and Godzilla 2014, which were included as pre-order bonuses. However, since the game was delisted and discontinued, these monsters are available for free now if you're lucky enough to own a copy of the game. Godzilla 1964 is basically just a reskin of the Heisei Godzilla with a much weaker atomic breath. Seriously, I feel like I'm just blowing mist on the enemy and it barely does any damage. Beyond that though, there isn't really much else to write home about beyond the model looking absolutely phenomenal. It would be great if the developers made this less of a skin and more of a separate character, like how Godzilla 1954 and Godzilla 2000 have entirely different movesets in Godzilla Unleashed. On aesthetics alone, this would be my favorite monster in the entire game, but that atomic breath is just god-awful, and it makes Godzilla 1964 almost entirely unplayable. The Godzilla 2014 skin is kind of cool. Much like his film counterpart, Godzilla 2014 is a brawler. His entire moveset is solely built upon close combat, and it's wildly different from the Showa, Heisei, and Burning Godzilla skins. This feels like one of the fastest movesets in the entire game, even if it really isn't. On top of that, the atomic breath feels absolutely incredible to use. It does feel a bit odd that Godzilla 2014 is considered an invader in the God of Destruction mode and not a defender, given that he hardly destroys any buildings in the 2014 film and is solely focused on protecting humanity from the invading Mutos. Seeing this Godzilla destroy skyscrapers, intentionally might I add, just feels so wrong. I know it's a nitpick, but it just does not feel in line with the character. Beyond that though, Godzilla serves his purpose as being the default playable kaiju for this game. The moveset is diverse as long as you grind towards expanding the standard moveset. That being said though, Godzilla isn't the only playable character in this game, so I'll be going through each monster in depth and explaining what I like and what I don't like about them in this specific game. We finally have a very solid Anguirus video game playable character. He's always kind of gotten the short end of the stick in my opinion. He was decent in Godzilla Unleashed, and he had that one move where he could roll into a ball and then he'd go around the map. Like, that was cool, but beyond that it's like, no one's actually going to play as him. Like, come on. In this game, he's a brawler. Oftentimes, he deals a lot of damage when getting up close and personal. His entire moveset takes a lot of cues from his film appearances, and one of my favorite attacks is the one where he burrows underground. When fighting against Anguirus, this can be very annoying, but when playing as him, it's really fun to just cheese this attack. Similar to his appearance in Godzilla Unleashed, he doesn't have a ranged attack, like almost every other monster in that game, and as a result, you're at a bit of a disadvantage when playing as him. It very much depends on your playstyle, but if you heavily rely on using ranged attacks, it's probably best if you avoid playing as Anguirus. As for me, I get my ass handed to me when playing as him, because my playstyle just relies so heavily on ranged attacks. But if you're a brawler, go for it. The developers nailed Anguirus' look down to a T. I'll be saying this about pretty much every monster in the game, but the model looks phenomenal. There's this really neat Easter egg in his Kaiju Field Guide entry that references the American redub of Godzilla Raids Again, which had every character called Godzilla Gigantus. There's clearly a lot of love for Anguirus by the dev team, and it shows. Still, he's not my favorite Kaiju to play as in this game, but that's more on me than anything else. Guys, I'm going to be honest with you. Rodan is kind of mid in this game. I think the sentiment I have comes from the fact that I used to main him back in Godzilla Unleashed. He isn't terrible here, but is nowhere near as good as how he was in the Pipeworks trilogy. This is one of the few monsters in the game that I actually hate the character model of, too. I understand it's supposed to be the 1956 design, but I just think it's one of the worst designs of Rodan. It's inferior to Final Wars Rodan and Fire Rodan from Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2. There's just something about this 1956 design that just looks so derpy. Regardless, Rodan in the PS4 game is actually super useful in God of Destruction mode. You can easily destroy a generator in only a few moves without having to deal with the force fields coming up. Beyond that though, it's fine. There's not much else to say about it. It's mid. I don't know. There are two playable forms of Mothra in Godzilla PS4. The first is a larva form and the other is her imago form. If I'm being honest, I'm not a huge fan of either. Apologies to the Mothra stans, but I just can't get behind this moveset. Mothra's larva form is objectively one of the weakest in the entire game. Navigating can be a chore, which is saying a lot considering what game we're actually talking about right now. It's just not a fun experience. Mothra's imago form is just a hassle to play as. At the end of the day, it comes down to personal preference, but neither kaijus are really my thing. That being said though, the character models do look fantastic. I know it sounds like it isn't hard to mess up Mothra in a video game, but... Ghidorah is one of the best kaijus in the entire game when trying to grind through God of Destruction mode. He has this one move where you can fly up, spin, and then dive forward, and it decimates everything around you and in front of you. It's essentially a foolproof way of quickly destroying everything in your path. Combat is also a breeze for the most part. There are a lot of combo breakers littered throughout Ghidorah's moveset, which you can definitely use in order to get a cheap win. My only real gripe with Ghidorah in the PS4 game are the gravity beams. Sure, they cause a ton of damage, however, they are very unfocused. You can't aim this projectile, and if you want to target something specific, then it's a game of chance as to whether or not it's actually going to do any substantial harm. Ghidorah's special attack is also very underwhelming, as it's just a basic windstorm. It's great for getting some distance between you and the enemy kaiju, but it hardly does anything against structures or the military. Beyond these negatives though, I had a lot of fun playing as Ghidorah. You can quickly get across the map by flying, which is great for the more difficult levels in God of Destruction mode that have a time limit. The model here looks fantastic. The Heisei design was always my favorite Ghidorah look, and I'm really happy to see it being used here. I also love the flying animation. It's basically one-to-one with his on-screen appearances. But that being said though, all of this is kind of ruined by the camera, as it's way too close to Ghidorah. As a result, you can't appreciate all the hard work that the devs put in to make this iteration of the kaiju so accurate. This also makes combat more difficult, as you really can't see over Ghidorah, so you spend half the match moving the camera with the right stick in order to get a halfway decent angle. Regardless, King Ghidorah is one of the best kaijus in the entire game. I highly recommend playing as him. You know that one meme that's like, when you play the final boss versus when you unlock them? That is the epitome of Hedorah. Whenever you encounter the smog monster in King of Kaiju or God of Destruction, she's the worst. Hedorah has this one belly flop attack that she just spams endlessly, and you have to just hope for the best and pray that you can break that combo with a special or just roar in order to block it. Once you actually play as Hedorah, that belly flop attack is constantly being broken up by the other monster. I genuinely don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm going to be saying this a lot in this retrospective, so strap in, but this design looks incredible. It looks one-to-one with how the character appeared in Godzilla vs. Hedorah. On top of that, the animations are a perfect adaptation of the kaiju. The attacks are ripped straight from the film, with certain things like Hedorah's Hedrium ray being shot out from above the pupil rather than directly out, being such a nice touch. I also think it's important to note that this is Hedorah's first appearance in a video game as a playable character instead of just another enemy, like in Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee or Godzilla Monster of Monsters. Hedorah is one of my all-time favorite kaijus, with Godzilla vs. Hedorah being one of my all-time favorite Godzilla films in the entire franchise. So it's a treat seeing her being included in a video game as a playable character for once. You just better pray that you never have to face her in combat, otherwise it's going to be one hell of a fight. The Showa Mechagodzilla can be both fun and challenging. It's a ranged fighter, so a lot of your attacks are based around all the weapons from the films. His space beams deal a lot of damage, but my personal favorite attack is the rotating finger missiles. These have a great knockback effect, which is great if you need a few seconds to recombobulate yourself. They do take a while to load up, but the generic finger missile attack is quicker, but it deals less damage. It also lacks a knockback effect for some reason. Regardless, the close quarters combat is somewhat basic. You're not going to do a ton of damage unless you activate your special attack first, which is the defense kneel barrier. There really isn't much of a difference when comparing Mechagodzilla and Mechagodzilla 2, as they both function the exact same and are essentially a palette swap, with 2 being a bit dirtier and less shinier. Of course, Mechagodzilla 2 features that unique decapitation Easter egg that I mentioned prior, but they're basically the same character, all things considered. Back when I used to play this game religiously in 2017, I put hours and hours into playing as Biollante. I would even go as far as to say that she was my main besides maybe Gigan. The fact that you can easily separate yourself from the enemy while still dealing damage basically made you unstoppable. The tentacle dance attack is one of my favorites in the game, but even the basic tendrils attack can do an unholy amount of damage on the enemy. On top of that, I upgraded Biollante to basically have an endless supply of acidic sap ready to fire at will. Seriously, I was an absolute menace playing as the Bio Monster. 10 out of 10, one of the best monsters in the entire game. Absolutely goated. Batra's larva form is a challenge to play as in combat, but if you learn your way around it, it can be a really fun experience. You're at a bit of a disadvantage for sure, given the limited attacks, but the moveset is perfectly competent. One of my favorite attacks is when you roar and then fire off his prism beams. The model also looks really awesome, with the crawling animation being a highlight. It takes the Heisei appearance of Batra and somehow manages to make it even cooler than its film appearance. Sure, it gets really annoying having to face off against the larva version of Batra throughout the games, but I surprisingly don't mind playing as him from time to time if I want a real challenge. Batra's Imago form has some fairly neat moves, but for the most part, I just can't get behind it. The animations in the character model look phenomenal. Like the larva form, the Imago form has a prism beam that deals a lot of damage, but also just looks really cool and is satisfying to fire off. Beyond that, though, I'm just not a fan of this kaiju. The same goes for Mothra. At the end of the day, it's down to personal preference, but I just can't get behind Batra and find the gameplay and movesets to be somewhat boring in its Imago form. Space Godzilla might be one of the worst monsters in the entire game. That's saying a lot. It honestly disappoints me. He was so cool in Godzilla Unleashed, and this was just such a letdown in comparison. Much like in his Soul film appearance, Space Godzilla is heavily reliant on his crystals. The only time he's capable of powering up his Corona Beam is when he has his crystals intact. Without them, he can't fire any projectiles, and moves incredibly slow with his power coming from the crystals. This is such a massive handicap because you spend half the battle trying to generate his big dumb crystals out of the ground, so that you can land a few attacks. Even if you do get them out of the ground, the kaiju you're fighting will just destroy them with very little effort. So it just takes you right back to square one. Sure, this is accurate to how he is in the films, as he is heavily reliant on his crystals, but he is also shown to be perfectly capable of taking on Godzilla or Moguera solo without them. In close quarters combat, Space Godzilla is really not going to do much. A lot of this has to do with the character being more of a projectile-driven fighter, so it's basically a lose-lose. Either try and use your Corona Beam and get your ass handed to you, or try to fight like a brawler and get your ass handed to you. Like, that's the only other outcome. He also moves so slow, which is saying a lot considering that we're talking about Godzilla PS4. So, in short, stay away. You will not have a good time playing as Space Godzilla. Back in 2017, when I would play this game religiously, I took forever to unlock Destroya. I probably went months without ever encountering him in God of Destruction mode, or even King of Kaiju mode. He was the very last kaiju that I ended up unlocking, and it was only because I needed to Google how to do it. As a result, I built up this idea in my head of Destroya being this S-tier character in the game, when in actuality he's maybe a B-tier or even A? I don't know. You see, Destroya is one of the most devastating kaijus that you can play as in God of Destruction mode. His Oxygen Destroyer Ray can annihilate several city blocks with only one sweeping move. I also really like the close quarters combat moveset here, though I am a bit biased considering that Destroya was the best character in Godzilla Unleashed, because you could just spam his unblockable variable slicer and win without taking any damage. But at the same time though, this is a fun kaiju to play as, even if it is super clunky at times, but that goes for any kaiju in this game. I also have a similar problem that I had with King Ghidorah regarding the camera. It needs to be moved back so I can actually see what I'm doing. Basically, it's good, not great. Beyond Biollante, Gigan was my main. I dropped hours into playing as the cyborg monster. The chainsaw tackle move is absolutely unstoppable. Pair that with the somersault kick and you're unbeatable. I love his laser cluster attack. There's just something about it that looks so aesthetically pleasing. It's also nice to see it appear in a video game, considering that Godzilla Unleashed utilized the exact same Final Wars design, but had the laser beam be straight and not a cluster shot. The decision to use the modified Gigan design instead of his Showa era design, or even the basic Final Wars design, really makes this appearance stand out from the rest. This was always one of my favorite designs of the character, and seeing it here in all of its glory just makes it even more satisfying. The chainsaws are just awesome, and they need to be utilized more in the character's future appearances. I also really want a figure of this, but they're all so hard to find. 10 out of 10 kaiju, the best in the entire game. The highlight of this moveset is the Mega Buster projectile attack. It just feels fantastic to use, and one really neat detail that I noticed is how Super Mechagodzilla still takes damage from beam attacks, but he hardly moves when getting hit. This is a reference to his Soul film appearance, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2, where the exact same thing happens. Super Mechagodzilla was always my least favorite Mechagodzilla design. There's just something about his face that looks so derpy and not at all menacing in any way. However, this game made me love this take on the character. It really captures the aura of it, and you feel powerful. Unironically, it's the worst Mechagodzilla design, but it's the best Mechagodzilla to play as. Mecha King Ghidorah is one of the worst kaijus in the game. Okay, we'll reel back for a second. Okay. He's one of the worst kaijus in the game when trying to grind through the defend mode of God of Destruction. I mentioned how destructive the vanilla King Ghidorah is in invade mode, and the same rings true for Mecha King Ghidorah. The only problem is the goal of defend mode is to prevent buildings from getting destroyed, and that's really hard to do with the majority of these attacks. The out-of-control gravity beams and laser beam cause surrounding buildings to just get hit no matter what. You can't control it. But that being said, you can easily dispatch whichever kaiju you're fighting because his attacks are still really solid. Beyond aesthetics and a few extra attacks like the machine hand and the energy shield, I do wish there was a little more variation to Mecha King Ghidorah when compared to his vanilla counterpart. Maybe have the projectile beams be more focused and controlled to prevent unnecessary damage, or make him somewhat slower but deal more damage like his movie counterpart. I don't know, I'm not a game dev, but I'm just kind of throwing shit out there, seeing what sticks. The design of Mecha King Ghidorah, though, is fantastic. Like the other kaijus in the game, it looks one-to-one with how it looks in its film appearance. Again, it's just a shame because the camera is too close up to the kaiju. I just really wish they took more cues from the Pipeworks trilogy and had the camera farther back to give us some space and to also allow us more freedom to just admire the designs of the monsters. I find myself trying to adjust the camera so I can see the monster I'm fighting, especially when playing as either Ghidorah or even Destroya. Still, despite my qualms with him in defend mode, this is one of my favorite monsters to play as in King of Kaiju. It is by far superior to vanilla Ghidorah, despite it being just a slightly altered skin with additional attacks. If I'm being honest, it took me a while to get on the Kiryu hype train. His appearance makes him seem slow and sluggish, but looks can be deceiving. Playing as Kiryu in this game is an exhilarating experience for several reasons. Firstly, his agility sets him apart from every other kaiju in the game. It allows for swift and nimble movements that make combat dynamic and engaging. What sets Kiryu apart further is the efficiency of his attacks. They don't require prolonged execution, enabling players to just react as quickly as possible. One of Kiryu's signature moves is the railgun attack. It's really notable for its consistent ability to knock back enemies, providing a reliable defensive mechanism in tight situations. Additionally, the option to deploy front rockets after executing various moves adds another layer of strategic depth to his arsenal, allowing players to adapt their approach based on the evolving battlefield dynamics. Kiryu boasts a diverse range of attacks. This versatility enhances the gameplay experience, encouraging experimentation and mastery of Kiryu's combat capabilities. Kiryu's roar, which can be used to block attacks, is one of the longest in the entire game. Beyond all these gameplay advantages, Kiryu just looks cool as shit. Out of all of the Mechagodzilla designs, this is one of my favorites. It combines the best aspects of the Showa and Heisei designs while also being new and refreshing. Overall, 9 out of 10, fucking Angry Joe badass seal of approval.
A robot? Someone must have created it to stop Godzilla. I know it's a robot, but I can feel a strong positive energy from it.
Jet Jaguar is a fan favorite, so it makes total sense that he would end up as a playable character in Godzilla PS4. If you want a fun gameplay experience, then play as Jet Jaguar. He is one of, if not the fastest character in the entire game. I mentioned how Hedorah's belly flop attack is near impossible to block, but that isn't true when playing as Jet Jaguar. He can easily evade that attack and quickly move behind the smog monster and start dealing damage. You can really tell that the devs loved putting Jet Jaguar into the game. My favorite attack of his is the one where he shrinks down to the size of a human and then begins pummeling the enemy. This is one of the best adaptations of the character in a video game. Not that any previous versions were terrible or anything, but this version captures Jet Jaguar's essence in a way that I haven't really seen done before. Granted, you could say that about any kaiju in this game, but it rings true here with Jet Jaguar. This is also one of the few characters in Godzilla PS4 that feels fluid when controlling him. He isn't clunky like Destroya or slow like Space Godzilla. It just feels nice playing as Jet Jaguar. Part of me starts to love the game a lot whenever I play as him because everything feels so smooth and fast-paced. I think it's just really funny how Jet Jaguar is consistently the best character in every video game and even like movie and TV show he's in by a complete landslide. There's a reason everyone loves Jet Jaguar, and I hope to see him more in future Godzilla projects. In conclusion, Godzilla PS4 presents itself as an homage to the iconic Kaiju franchise, paying tribute to its roots while attempting to offer an engaging gaming experience. Keyword: attempt. The game's tutorial sets the tone with its nostalgic homage to the original 54 film, albeit marred by some inaccuracies. The incorporation of visual effects reminiscent of older Godzilla films also adds to the atmosphere, but it unfortunately hampers gameplay due to significant frame rate drops. Control issues plague the game, making maneuvering and combat frustrating, especially compared to its predecessors like the Pipeworks trilogy. The decision to lock certain moves behind unlockable progression also feels unnecessary, and it detracts from the overall enjoyment. While God of Destruction mode offers a semblance of story-driven gameplay, the repetitive nature of destroying generators and combat mechanics diminishes its appeal. King of Kaiju mode, Evolution mode, Diorama mode, and the Kaiju Guide offer some variety, but they lack any real depth to fully engage players. Online multiplayer mode, while promising, suffers from technical issues and a dwindling player base. And as of right now, like, the servers are dead. They don't exist anymore. So you can't even play it right now. Evolution mode's progression system feels convoluted and detracts from the core gameplay experience. But despite its shortcomings, I kind of still love this game. Godzilla PS4 has redeeming qualities, including attention to detail in recreating iconic kaiju and environments, as well as the inclusion of Easter eggs and nods to the franchise history. However, these elements are overshadowed by the game's fundamental flaws in controls, gameplay depth, and online functionality. As much as I love this game and would love to say it's a masterpiece and it's the greatest Godzilla game ever made, I have to be realistic here and kind of set my bias aside. Godzilla PS4 falls short of its potential due to its clunky controls, repetitive gameplay, and a lack of depth. Yes, it appeals to the die-hard fans like me, but it ultimately fails to deliver a satisfying gaming experience for a wider audience. City Shrouded in Shadow is a unique action-adventure survival video game by Godzilla and published by Bandai Namco Entertainment. Released for the PlayStation 4 in Japan on October 19th, 2017, the game stands out for its very unusual premise where players navigate a city under siege by famous giant monsters and robots from various Japanese franchises like Godzilla, Gamera, Ultraman, and Neon Genesis Evangelion. The concept for the game originated from Kazuma Kujo, the founder of Godzilla, who was known for his work on the Disaster Report series. Godzilla aimed to create games that offered novel experiences. The idea of a game featuring ordinary people surviving in a city being destroyed by iconic giant monsters was innovative and ambitious, blending survival adventure elements with pop culture icons. If we're being honest here, it hadn't really been done up until that point, unless you count those garbage Godzilla iOS apps from 2014. The game begins with the player character and their companion, who are ordinary civilians, caught up in a catastrophic event where the city is attacked by giant creatures. As they try to survive and escape the city, they encounter various iconic monsters and robots, each presenting a new threat. Each level is centered around one kaiju set piece. So, for example, it's going to be Godzilla fighting King Ghidorah, or Gamera fighting Gaios. You're not going to get Godzilla fighting Gamera, unfortunately. So what's the story? Well, the game begins with the protagonist meeting Yuki when the city is suddenly attacked by alien Zerib, disguised as Ultraman. Players navigate the destruction and meet journalist Otsuka after escaping two Yakuza members. While escaping a wrecked subway train, the protagonists encounter Legion creatures. They receive help from Otsuka's assistant, Riza, and escape the city by car as Gamera arrives to fight off the Legion. As they try to cross a bridge, the same two Yakuza members pursue the protagonist but are stopped by a battle between Mothra and Batra. With help from Detective Fujiwara, inside a building the protagonists are yet again pursued by the two Yakuza members but are distracted by Otsuka. Yuki is briefly held hostage by terrorists who are piloting a Grau bear labor, but is released once they find what they need. The player and Yuki then encounter Miho Yamamura, who mistakes Yuki for her deceased sister, before being saved by Pyrobusters and an AV-98 Ingram from the Pat Labor series. A battle between the Fourth Angel and a Berserk Evangelion Unit 1 unfolds. The protagonists help Miho reach a hospital to reunite with her father. The protagonists then find themselves on a research ship investigating large marine life. The ship is destroyed by Godzilla, and the protagonist and Yuki barely escape with their lives. Back on land, the protagonists evade two Yakuza members, who pursue them to a warehouse. A battle between rogue J9 Griffin Labor and police and military mechas ensues. They escape using a fallen Abram Labor and reunite with Riza, who sends them on a mission. The city is ravaged by a battle between Godzilla and King Ghidorah. The protagonists retrieve a package and attempt to escape by train, which is interrupted by a Kyrioloid and are saved by Ultraman Tiga. The two Yakuza members that have still been chasing them through all of this chaos and destruction are thwarted by Gaios. Depending on player choice, Yuki may be rescued or escape on her own, with Gamera making a timely appearance. At the National Cosmic Ray Research Laboratory, the protagonists deliver the package but must evacuate when Dada attacks, intending to shrink and collect humans as specimens. They meet Riza at a show, interrupted by a battle between Shamshell and Unit 1. The two Yakuza members kidnap Yuki, testing if the monsters are attracted to them. Godzilla appears, leading to a fight with Kiryu, who goes berserk. The protagonists navigate a sewer as the city is rampaged by Ultraman Belial and the Ultraman heroes. They are invited to a building by Detective Fujiwara, only to face more Yakuza threats. The Eighth Angel descends and a battle ensues. Yuki is taken by the Yakuza, but the player, with Fujiwara's help, distracts the thugs. Riza reveals her true allegiance and attempts to exploit the player's powers, but is stopped by Ultra 7. In the end, Yuki is revealed to be an alien, disappears and leaves the player with newfound abilities and a sense of extraordinary events that they survived. Riza faces justice, and the journalist Otsuka profits from all these stories. The player ends on a reflective note, enjoying a meal and pondering the events that they have just endured. So it's safe to say that the story is like just complete nonsense. It's very much just taking two action figures and just slamming them together to tell a story. Like, it's just insane. Talking strictly gameplay now, players take on the roles of various characters who must navigate the city, avoid hazards, and make critical decisions to ensure their safety and the safety of their companions. Unlike traditional kaiju games where players would control the monsters, this game flips the perspective, emphasizing human vulnerability and the desperate struggle to survive against overwhelming odds. The game utilizes a third-person perspective, and the player's choices throughout the narrative kind of impact the story, but not really. Like, you're going to kind of get the same ending regardless. Upon its release, City Shrouded in Shadow received mixed to positive reviews. Critics praised the game's unique concepts and the thrill of surviving kaiju attacks, as well as the nostalgia of seeing beloved characters in a new light. However, some pointed out the technical issues like frame rate drops and very, very repetitive gameplay. On top of that, the game was never released outside of Japan. So the gameplay itself is very reliant on reading for puzzles. So if you can't read Japanese, then you're pretty much out of luck. Despite this though, the game has garnered a very niche but dedicated fan base and is considered to be a cult hit. Ultimately, I'm not a fan. It may sound crazy to not like a game that features Godzilla, Gamera, and Ultraman, but hear me out. The game is just not a fun experience. Like I said, it's not in English, so it's borderline unplayable for someone like me that doesn't fluently speak Japanese. Not to mention, I had to rely on external sources to figure out what the actual plot was, and even then, it's borderline nonsensical. The premise is really awesome. I love the idea of playing as a human and trying to survive a kaiju attack. I could see this idea working in a Dead by Daylight format where a group of players are human and one is a kaiju. And if you want to keep it as a single-player game, maybe make it like the Telltale Walking Dead games, where it's character-driven and your choices actually matter beyond just a few choices that really don't matter, but the game treats it like you do. It's just a ton of missed potential given how massive of a crossover this truly is. I see a lot of people complaining that this game wasn't a fighting game, but I like having more diverse genres in kaiju gaming. A kaiju game doesn't have to just be, destroy all monsters melee. You can do more with the format. Even then, we already have a really good crossover fighting game that's available to the public on modern consoles, and it's called Gigabash. I'm going to be making a video on that game soon, especially now that King Ghidorah and the Smog monster are being added as DLC. We already have Godzilla monsters, we have Ultraman monsters, and we have their original monsters in the roster. It's pretty jam-packed, so check that game out. If you can find a copy, check out City Shrouded in Shadow. You could play it regardless of region, so just because it's a Japanese game doesn't mean that you need a Japanese PS4. And PlayStation 4s play any games, so if you get your hands on a copy, I don't know, give it a try. So here's the thing. I think the vast majority of creepypastas are low-effort garbage. There are some well-written stories here and there, like Pen Pal and Baraska, but like analog horror, the market is just so oversaturated with, slop. So it's hard to find something that isn't just cookie-cutter nonsense, where the premise is, what if this piece of recognizable media was scary? Even as a little kid, I just didn't find these stories even remotely unsettling. Stories like Jeff the Killer, Slenderman, and Smile Dog just weren't all that interesting to me. The worst, though, were the video game creepypastas where, the spooky game is La Haunted. From my understanding, that sort of subgenre started with Ben Drowned, a decently written creepypasta that was centered around the game The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. This subgenre got to be extremely repetitive and, again, oversaturated with trash like Sonic.exe. I absolutely loved Godzilla growing up, and being a child with unlimited, unsupervised internet access, I would inevitably hear about the NES Godzilla creepypasta. However, I never read it. I just rolled my eyes and I thought, wow, this looks really stupid. I saw the design of Red, thought it was lame, and I moved on with my life. Not scary, not interesting, just slop. I remember getting annoyed whenever the NES Godzilla game was brought up because it always felt like the creepypasta needed to be mentioned in the same breath. It wasn't until I mentioned the NES game in my retrospective on the Godzilla PS4 game that I realized how many people truly love this creepypasta. I had so many requests to cover this story, so I figured if I am going to do this, I might as well go as in-depth as possible. In case you couldn't tell, this is going to be a long one. Mind you, this is my first time ever reading this story. All I know about it is that the game is cursed, Red is supposed to be really scary, and Run is sort of like the memorable catchphrase from this creepypasta. Will I be pleasantly surprised, or will this just be another piece of creepypasta slop? Well, without wasting any more time, let's get right into it. This is the NES Godzilla creepypasta. The story begins with the narrator reminiscing about their childhood love of Godzilla and NES games. This passion leads them to Godzilla Monster of Monsters, a game that combines their interests. Despite its repetitive gameplay of navigating space levels and battling Godzilla's foes, the narrator is hooked. They receive the game for their 10th birthday and play it endlessly, overlooking its flaws for the sheer joy that it brings them. It honestly reminds me of myself with Godzilla Unleashed on the Wii, and later in my middle school years, Godzilla on PS4. Yes, the game isn't exactly a masterpiece, but as a kid you overlook that because you just love the source material so much. Getting back to the story, a year later, they trade the game in for Amagon, a decision that they soon regret upon realizing that it doesn't exactly measure up to Godzilla Monster of Monsters. Now in the present, they acquire a new NES, and thanks to their friend Billy, they get a copy of Godzilla Monster of Monsters. Excited to revisit their childhood favorite, the narrator doesn't question where Billy found it, and focus instead on reliving their nostalgia. Along with Godzilla, Billy also gives them games like Legend of Zelda and Bomberman, but of course, Godzilla takes priority. Playing again brings a flood of memories. The 8-bit theme fills them with joy, transporting them back to simpler times. Despite teasing for playing older games, the narrator finds unmatched enjoyment in NES titles. Yet, what follows changes their perspective forever. They soon recall the game's repetitive nature as they navigate levels and battle bosses like Godzilla, an obscure kaiju from the movie Space Amoeba. A glitch during this battle causes frustration, but it doesn't deter them. They persist, defeating Godzilla and Magura, or Mogira, from the Mysterians without issue. Upon reaching Mars, they encounter Titanosaurus instead of Varan. A surprise, as Titanosaurus isn't originally part of the game's kaiju lineup. This discovery thrills the narrator, hinting at a prototype version with extra content. Excited to explore, they hurry through, wary of glitches. They defeat Godzilla, but unfortunately this defeat triggers a strange glitch where its sprite seems to be consumed by red blocks. Blood, an ominous sign. Despite these oddities, they press on, defeating Mogira, whose glitched sprite leaves very cryptic imagery. Continuing to Titanosaurus, they find it well represented. The sprite looks incredible, and it's even taller than Godzilla. The narrator ends up enjoying the fight, and upon its defeat, the narrator expects to move on to the planet Jupiter, but are redirected to an unfamiliar level. Pathos. Pathos, a newly introduced world, immediately presents an eerie atmosphere. The layout resembles Jupiter's map, but it's cloaked in this dark blue instead of green. The familiar level icons have been replaced with strange blue rocks and orange honeycomb shapes, an ominous indication that something here is very amiss. As the narrator examines the map, he notices that Hedorah has been replaced by Biollante, a kaiju that should not be in this game, since Godzilla vs. Biollante came out in 1989, a year after the game's creation. Though the narrator tries to kind of rationalize this and saying, maybe it was a promotional edition that was later removed, they could have known about this monster, ahead of time, but regardless, they push on. The map's background music is the first new track that the narrator encounters. It's difficult to describe, starting slow and suspenseful, punctuated every 12 seconds by a jarring clashing sound. The tempo shifts unpredictably, creating a disjointed melody that seems like a haphazard mix of several songs played with the same instruments. The music sets an unsettling tone for the world of Pathos. The narrator moves Godzilla to one of the blue rock icons beginning the level. The environment is a blue mountain range with a blood-red planet hanging ominously in the sky. The mountains have a strange shredded paper appearance, which seems to be too intentional to be a glitch. Additionally, there are no enemies or obstacles in this level, a stark contrast to the usual gameplay. With nothing to focus on, the narrator listens to the sorrowful music as Godzilla walks through the level. Despite the eerie atmosphere, the music has a strangely pleasant, albeit melancholic tone. The level spans 3 screens but is completed quickly due to the absence of challenges. The narrator then tries the orange levels, only to be greeted by a grotesque background of tumorous orange eyes. The sky and ground are identical, suggesting the level takes place in a cave. The only enemies that spawn are Matango spawn, and their overwhelming numbers make navigation extremely difficult. The accompanying music is a cacophony of screeches and loud drum beats, akin to a horror movie soundtrack. These levels are so unpleasant that the narrator avoids them whenever possible. After traversing Pathos' very short map, the narrator prepares for rematches with Godzilla and Mogira. However, their sprites and attack patterns are very different. Mogira is now this weird flying machine, and it moves gracefully like Mothra, but with a spinning front tentacle and a drill-firing I-beam. This makes the fight more challenging, but the narrator eventually triumphs, using a combination of tail whips and heat beam attacks. Godzilla is replaced by a lanky, fast-moving creature that constantly swings its arms, making it difficult to approach. This new foe tries to corner Godzilla as persistently as Godzilla had, but the narrator manages to defeat it through persistence and strategy. After defeating these altered enemies, the narrator anticipates a fight with Titanosaurus. However, upon starting the battle, Titanosaurus is nowhere to be seen, and the game simply returns to the map, with the Titanosaurus piece now missing. With no other opponents left, the narrator eagerly initiates the battle with Biollante. Biollante begins the fight in her rose form, immobile but using tentacles to keep Godzilla at bay. After sustaining enough damage, she transforms into her final form, a sprite that looks very impressive for 8-bit graphics. This form can move, albeit slowly, and her tentacles deal more damage. Biollante also has an acid spit attack, which the narrator manages to avoid. Despite these challenges, the battle is not much more difficult than the previous ones, and Biollante is defeated after 2 rounds. With Biollante defeated, the map music stops, and a new icon appears in place of the enemy base. It resembles a red tribal mask, which weirds out the narrator. Since it replaces the base, it seems to be the only way to exit Pathos. Reluctantly, the narrator moves Godzilla to the icon and starts the level. The new level features a hellish environment with no sky and a flickering fire in the background. The fire's animation is far more advanced than anything the NES typically displays. The only sound is a slow, steady drum beat, reminiscent of a heartbeat. All usual screen text and life bars are gone and replaced by a single ominous word in the center: run. A sense of dread overwhelms the narrator as he cautiously moves Godzilla through the level. With no enemies in sight, he ponders the meaning of run. Suddenly, a noise outside his room distracts him, and when he looks back, Godzilla's dying. Assuming it's only a glitch, he restarts the game, and is relieved that his progress hasn't been lost. Attempting the level again, the narrator hears a low bellowing sound and sees a terrifying creature chasing Godzilla. This monstrous entity is not from any Godzilla movie, making its presence in the game even more disturbing. The narrator's body reacts with a rush of adrenaline, and through sheer luck and instinct, he manages to outrun the creature. The creature moves so fast that any contact means instant death for Godzilla. Back at the map screen, the narrator contemplates just shutting the game off and pretending like none of this ever happened. However, his burning curiosity wins out. Curiosity killed the cat. He needs to know what else lies ahead. To his relief, moving Mothra to the red face registers as completing the level, sparing him from another chase. Preparing himself for the next world, he sets his sights on Trance. The first unsettling discovery in Trance is the presence of Orga, a monster who doesn't make its film debut until 2000, raising serious doubts about the game's original creation date of 1988. This anomaly shatters the narrator's earlier theories about Titanosaurus and Biollante's inclusion, suggesting that the game might be a ROM hack. This raises even more questions than answers about the who, when, how, and why. Why is the hack? The narrator briefly suspects that his friend Billy did this, but dismisses this as Billy lacks the technical skills and dark imagination necessary for such an elaborate modification. A new icon featuring a question mark piques the narrator's curiosity, introducing the quiz levels. These levels, appearing from this point on, consist of a series of yes or no questions asked by an emoticon referred to as Face. The music for these levels is familiar, taken from a part of the game where a cheat code leads to an unplayable level. Face's questions range from deeply personal and disturbing to just mind-numbingly stupid or outright ridiculous. The narrator records the first quiz questions, noting the varied and often nonsensical reactions from Face. Moving on to the gameplay itself, the narrator first explores a new green temple icon. The level's disorienting graphics and hypnotic music leave a very strong impression despite the eerie blank statue faces. He encounters new enemies, including a flying ghost-like creature with a trunk and a bat with a horse skull face, both adding to the just bizarre atmosphere. Expecting a calm stroll in a Blue Mountain level, the narrator is surprised by the sudden appearance of Not Mogira, who attacks fiercely, breaking the game's established rules by appearing in a scrolling level. This encounter sets a precedent for unexpected challenges going forward. The next fight is against Not Varen, a strange creature that attacks and kicks with heat-seeking missiles from its chest. This enemy, though strange, is relatively easy to defeat. Not Hedorah proves to be a significantly tougher opponent, capable of summoning swarms of horse bats with a shriek. Not Hedorah takes full advantage of the distraction to launch rapid attacks. The battle is grueling, but once Not Hedorah is defeated, the horse bats no longer appear in subsequent levels. This leads the narrator to speculate about the game's mechanics, particularly whether avoiding certain battles might affect the game's progression. Attempting to bypass Orga and head straight to the base proves futile, as the game forces the narrator into a confrontation with Orga. The fight reveals that whoever made this ROM hack has deep knowledge of Godzilla lore, as Orga's attack patterns include a nod to Godzilla 2000, where he attempts to eat Godzilla. The attack drains health and energy, but of course, if you know that movie, then you know that the weakness The narrator does defeat Orga, and once he gets back to the map, he sees the dreaded red face yet again. Preparing for another chase, the narrator starts the level, immediately running to avoid the pursuing spider beast. This level features various obstacles, some of which can be jumped over, destroyed, or crouched under. The spider beast, undeterred, smashes through obstacles or swallows them whole. The narrator's quick reflexes and strategic thinking allow him to escape once again. However, this fleeting victory is shattered when the monster, moments before the level ends, turns and looks directly at the narrator. This unexpected action plunges him back into a state of mortal terror, erasing any semblance of safety that he might have felt. The narrator rushes to take a screen cap before bolting to the bathroom, needing to compose himself after the horrifying experience. The game continues to defy logic with new Godzilla monsters, strange replacement creatures, and out-of-place imagery like green temples and quiz levels. The narrator ponders whether it's some elaborate prank or an art experiment. He resolves that the only way to uncover the truth is to play through to the end, hoping the credits might reveal the creator's intentions, or at least just provide some level of insight, even if cryptic or horrifying. He contemplates replaying Trance to see if the red monster would react to him again, but decides against it, fearing that backtracking might exacerbate the game's strangeness. Moving forward, he enters the world of Dementia, where the board music is a slowed-down piano-driven version of Saturn's theme, evoking a sense of danger and suspense. The Dementia board features 4 boss monsters: Space Godzilla, Manda, Gigan, and Baragon, with 2 new Toho monsters and a surprise in store. The narrator starts with another quiz level, answering a series of bizarre and disturbing questions posed by the emoticon, face. One question about wanting a new monster leads to an unexpected and thrilling result. The game grants him with a new playable monster, Anguirus, his second favorite Godzilla monster. Eager to test Anguirus, he moves to the nearest level. Anguirus has unique abilities, including standing bipedal or crawling on all fours, rolling into a spiked ball, and firing an energy beam. The level he enters is a green palette swap of the Blue Mountains with a remarkable transparency effect on the water, unprecedented for an NES game. He encounters new enemies like giant piranhas and spiky bottom feeders, finding the piranhas to be very challenging due to their pack behavior. After clearing the level, the narrator proceeds to a blue castle level titled Unforgiving Cold. The level resembles a dungeon with blue bricks and horrifying statue faces. Flickering gray static adds to the unsettling atmosphere, and the music, a low-pitched choir vocalizing, heightens his anxiety. These long levels are devoid of enemies, but evoke a sense of approaching unspeakable evil. The narrator then faces Baragon's replacement, the largest monster yet, with a powerful kick and a bizarre Gatling gun attack. After a challenging battle, he moves on to the third level type, the Arctic. This icy tundra, with occasional watery segments, features music reminiscent of Northern Hemispheres from Donkey Kong Country. New enemies include creatures frozen in ice and spike walkers, which explode into spikes upon attack. Encountering a mini-boss, Maguma, the walrus kaiju from Gorath, the narrator is pleasantly surprised by the obscure monster's cameo. Maguma's simple tactics make for an easier yet entertaining fight. After defeating the giant walrus, who retreats instead of dying, the narrator prepares for the next boss battle against Manda, using Anguirus. Manda proves to be a crafty opponent, employing various tactics like fire spitting, biting, and constricting. During the fight, the Atragon appears to assist, only to be easily crushed by Manda. After defeating Manda, the narrator collects health power-ups and moves on to Gigan's replacement. Initially confused by the absence of an enemy, he's startled when Not Gigan appears, brutally killing a piranha. Not Gigan's speed and relentless attacks include a blood laser and a downward slash, which makes for a very intense battle. The narrator's new skills with Anguirus help him prevail. Finally, he faces Space Godzilla as Godzilla. Space Godzilla uses a clever technique, creating energy recharging crystal spires that block the narrator's attacks. After a grueling fight, the narrator triumphs but is left with only 5 life bars. Anticipating another chase, the narrator uses Anguirus' roll attack for extra speed. The chase starts with a river of blood below the ground. The red monster, unable to swim, transforms into an aquatic form to continue the pursuit. The chase intensifies with obstacles like mines and the monster's tentacle attack. With quick reflexes and strategic movements, the narrator reaches the exit, narrowly escaping the monster's grasp. Exhausted but determined, the narrator prepares for the next world. Entropy, resolved to see the game through to the end, no matter what horrors it might reveal. The original game had Pluto as the sixth world, and despite being the smallest planet, Pluto was the largest and most diverse world in the game. Entropy shares a similar characteristic, with a large and diverse layout, but it has a unique, unsettling ambiance. The board music in Entropy is played on a violin, starting with a mournful melody that soon becomes distorted, creating a feeling of depression and unease. Unlike previous worlds, Entropy features 8 brand new level icons, with boss monsters Megalon, Batra, and Mechagodzilla. The narrator starts with the quiz level, expecting another round of questions from Face. However, the music is different this time. Instead of the usual goofy Ghidorah music, it's the password theme, signaling a darker tone. The quiz questions reflect this shift, becoming more personal and disturbing. When asked if they like Mothra, they answer no. And, doing this, well, the Face responds with, "Too bad," and then removes Godzilla and Anguirus from the board, leaving only Mothra. This forces the narrator to play through the world as Mothra, a weaker character with less combat effectiveness. Frustrated yet determined, the narrator presses on. The first level that the narrator encounters is a forest with a pitch-black background, evoking a sense of unease and vulnerability. Eerie music featuring woodwinds, rhythmic drums, and chiming bells reinforces the feeling of intruding into a dangerous place. The first enemies are strange, long-legged, deer-like creatures that flee rather than attack. Further into the level, he encounters sloth-like creatures with beaks and hairy raptor-esque beasts preying on the deer. The interactions among these creatures make the level feel more like a surreal, otherworldly experience rather than your typical video game. The next level features an hourglass icon. The level, called Time Warp, has a brown background with time-measuring instruments floating in the air and giant grandfather clocks. Encountering 3 types of hourglasses, blue, red, and green, each altering the gameplay. The blue hourglass slows down time and introduces prehistoric enemies. The red hourglass speeds up time, bringing futuristic enemies. And the green hourglass sets time to normal speed and features original game enemies. The next level is a toxic waste dump, featuring grungy, inhospitable terrain and enemies mutated by the toxic environment. Green mummies with bird skulls, a brownish cow skeleton monster with spider legs, and tentacled blobs populate the level. A mini-boss with a long neck and a whale skull proves to be very challenging, but again the narrator succeeds and is victorious. In a winter-themed recolor of the forest level, the atmosphere shifts to a gentler, calmer tone. However, the absence of creatures raises suspicion. Eventually, the music stops, and the familiar, unnerving music from Unforgiving Cold starts, revealing a group of dead deer creatures covered in snow. Encountering a beaked gorilla, the narrator watches in horror as a pack of raptors savagely attack it. The winter raptors, driven insane, attack everything in sight, creating a chaotic and terrifying scene. And the final segment of this level is a grassy plain under a bright gray moon. The moon hatches like an egg, revealing a curled-up humanoid figure that falls into a lake. From the lake emerges the Moon Beast, a formidable and terrifying opponent. The fight is grueling, but the narrator ultimately defeats the Moon Beast, though it leaves him with only 3 bars of health. The battle with the Moon Beast triggers a painful memory for the narrator. In middle school, he had a girlfriend named Melissa who suffered from episodes of a mental disorder. One night during an episode, she ran into traffic and was killed by a truck. This traumatic memory haunts the narrator, and the game seems to know about it, exploiting his deepest fears and sorrows. The narrator is then told to game end himself as the screen glitches out. Part 2 of the 5th chapter starts with the narrator being reasonably terrified. The narrator's hands are shaking and he struggles to hold the controller. The encounter he just had was so intense that he questions whether the game could even read his mind. He can't dismiss the possibility that the game is alive and has established some sort of mental connection with him. Despite the terror, the narrator's curiosity and determination drive him to continue. He decides he must see the game through to the end, even if it means facing more horrifying experiences. Equipped with a TV remote and a plan to unplug the console if things get too intense, he steels himself for the next part of the game. Returning to the board screen, he decides to explore the TV screen icon near the white forest he had just left. This time the animation is different, featuring a fishman and accompanied by the Neptune board music. The narrator is puzzled by these bizarre animations and wonders about their purpose. Next, he tackles a gold labyrinth level. His health and power are inexplicably refilled, and he notices that the Mothra sprite has shrunk to half its original size. The level features a slow, ominous drumbeat with haunting female vocals. Navigating the labyrinth is challenging, with lava blockades, new enemies, and statue faces. One particular statue face disturbs the narrator, as he says that it resembles the expression of his girlfriend Melissa on the night that she died. The narrator feels as if something is staring at him from behind the screen. Determined to move on, he continues through the labyrinth, encountering a non-gold creature that a flying machine grabs and dips into a cauldron, turning it gold. This odd scene leaves him baffled, but he finds the exit shortly after. Back on the board, he notices that the bosses haven't moved, making his route through Entropy easier to plan. He explores the Indigo Cliffs, which are similar to the Blue-Green Mountains, with shredded-looking graphics and a recolored toxic waste dump sky. The level begins with multicolored creatures emerging from a cave and committing mass game-ending by jumping off said cliff. This disturbing scene sets a very grim tone for the level. As he progresses, he encounters strange animals and large birds, which appear to be giant condors from my least favorite Godzilla movie, Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster. The narrator battles some condors, but is troubled by the behavior of the bobblehead creatures. He suspects that the glowing moon in the sky might be influencing them to game end themselves. Towards the end of the level, he sees more bobblehead creatures being devoured by a large monster. Disgusted, he destroys both the monster and the cave, prompting the monster to attack him. Despite its ferocity, the narrator defeats it. With only the bosses remaining, he plans his route. Batra first, then Megalon, followed by the last TV screen, the Black Labyrinth, Mechagodzilla, and finally, the chase with the Hellbeast. Unlike previous straightforward chases, this one is a complex maze. The red monster, now in a flying form with bat-like wings, is relentless. The narrator must backtrack and navigate the labyrinth while avoiding the monster. In a moment of luck, he manages to escape by finding an exit thanks to a brief distraction caused by the monster tearing through an organic wall. Chapter 6 starts with the narrator transitioning from Entropy to the new world, Extus. He hopes to regain Godzilla and Anguirus, but finds only Godzilla restored to his roster. Though he misses Anguirus' abilities, he's relieved to have Godzilla back, given the choices between the two. The Extus world introduces new icons, including white and pink temples, a pyramid, modern-looking buildings, and two mysterious icons. The new bosses are Kamanga and Gorosaurus, and the much-feared Not Ghidorah. Excited, yet cautious, the narrator begins the quiz level. This time, Face's questions are more random and unsettling than ever. A lot of them, I outright just can't read for this video, or else it will get taken down by YouTube. And honestly, they just kind of feel like, edgy for the sake of being edgy. It's very shocking. I do think it's the worst part of this entire story, and it just feels very unnecessary. However, the last question is, will you miss me? And this gives the narrator a genuine feeling of sadness, suggesting that Face is aware of the game's eventual end. Returning to the board, the narrator finds a new playable monster, Solomon, a hairy, dark blue creature with bat wings and a skull-like face. He starts by taking Solomon to a white temple icon, where the objective is to find a gem to deactivate a beam of light blocking the exit. Solomon, though not an original Godzilla monster, proves to be an intriguing character with abilities like flight and a heat beam. The white temple music features a vocalizing choir, enhancing its holy atmosphere. As he progresses, the narrator encounters waves of new enemies and a mini-boss guarding the gem. He successfully retrieves the gem and deactivates the beam, unlocking the exit. Each time Solomon completes a stage or defeats a boss, a screen appears with the text, "Still the best, 1973. The meaning remains a mystery. The next level, Bronze Pyramids, features Egyptian-themed visuals and music. Godzilla, now leveled up to 12, fights through various enemies, including a giant reptile and twin mini-boss monsters. After defeating the twin monsters, the narrator notices he can move his monster piece anywhere on the board, breaking the usual movement limits. He tries out a totem poles level with Solomon, marked by a Native American sound and eerie lifeless totem poles. The level is unnerving but uneventful, leaving the narrator feeling like he's being watched. A TV screen icon reveals another bizarre animation, this time accompanied by the Uranus theme. Switching back to Godzilla, the narrator explores a city level, typical of a Godzilla game but appearing late. The music is the Earth theme, and Godzilla battles familiar enemies in a gloomy cityscape. Next, Solomon tackles a high-tech laboratory level filled with mechanical drones and cyborg enemies. Stasis tanks with monsters inside occasionally shatter, releasing vicious creatures. At the end, the narrator uses an elevator to reach the exit while dodging security drones. The Heart Temple level is filled with a straightforward hallway filled with floating heart-shaped enemies. Destroying them grants power-ups, making this level a valuable resource for health restoration. The music here is an overly cheerful circus tune, adding a weird feeling to the level. Gorosaurus is the first boss, easily defeated by Solomon's powerful claws. Kamanga follows, fought by Godzilla. Despite his webbing stream and mandible attacks, Kamanga is no match for Godzilla's strength. The final TV screen shows an inexplicable, sinister animation with the Saturn theme. The narrator braces for Not Ghidorah, starting with a series of replacement boss fights. Not Ghidorah, Not Mogira, and others. Each is quickly dispatched by Solomon's slashes. The real battle is against Chimera, a monstrous hybrid of all the replacement beasts. Each body part has its own life meter, making the fight the longest and most challenging yet. The narrator switches between Godzilla and Solomon, using the Heart Temple to restore health and ultimately defeats Chimera by targeting its head last. The headquarters icon changes to a crucifix, unsettling the narrator. Attempting to enter with Solomon results in a message. Solomon can't enter here. Switching to Godzilla, the level reveals a graveyard with an 8-bit rendition of Prayer for Peace from the first Godzilla film. Encountering a blue statue-like angel, the narrator feels a strange peace until the Hellbeast appears, transforming the level into a hellish landscape. The angel sacrifices itself to delay the beast, allowing the narrator to escape. Fueled by anger and a desire for revenge, the narrator vows to make the Hellbeast pay. As the chase ends, the narrator prepares for the final world, Zenith. This new world begins with an overwhelming sense of dread. The narrator is already aware of the game's unnatural nature, but Zenith is distinctly nightmarish. The board screen is a blood-red texture accompanied by an eerie whistling tune. The narrator's team now includes Solomon and Anguirus, along with Godzilla, while the enemies include Destroya with a new, grounded version of Ghidorah. The grotesque pinkish-red icon of an unknown entity catches the narrator's eye, filling him with fear. The narrator begins with his usual routine, entering the quiz level first. However, this time the experience is far from ordinary. A terrifyingly distorted version of the password theme plays as a glitch-ridden face appears, looking as if it has suffered a terrible fate. The screen starts falling apart, prompting the narrator to quickly exit. On returning to the board, he notices a new monster, but is denied access to it when he tries to select it, leaving him confused and scared. The last TV screen displays a lifeless body lying on the ground, surrounded by flames with no animation or music. The narrator feels a strong instinct to stop playing, but decides to press on, determined to find answers after the game taunted him with memories of Melissa. He begins the first level, a red temple with Godzilla. The level is similar to the Blue Temple, but with blood-red tones and strange, haunting vocalizations. As he progresses, the statue's eyes glow, summoning beasts from the Shadow Labyrinth. The narrator fights his way through multiple levels of these monsters, recovering health from power-ups they drop. After reaching a dead end, a brick path reappears, leading him through a series of new creatures and shrines. At the end of the path, he faces a red angel, a malevolent being similar to the blue angel from the graveyard, but with a skull face. The red angel summons monsters to attack the narrator. After a nerve-wracking battle on crumbling platforms, the narrator defeats the Red Angel, which disintegrates, returning him to the Zenith board. Next, he plays a garbled level with Mothra, where all graphics are jumbled letters spelling kill. Mothra is also shrunk to half size. The enemies are headless Gigans and hybrid monsters pieced together from previous boss battles. As the level progresses, the graphics change to a blood-drenched junkyard, with ambient and menacing music. Swarms of monsters fuse into a giant hybrid boss. After a challenging fight, the narrator defeats the boss and returns to the board, apprehensive about the remaining levels. He decides to play the Blood Lake level with Anguirus. The level features rivers of blood and thorn-covered vines. Anguirus is also shrunk, making the level feel even more challenging. He navigates through aquatic enemies, floating corpses that spring to life, and various other creatures. At one point, a screen reading "Mother" interrupts the game. Continuing, he encounters a pregnant humanoid creature that splits open, revealing the Blood Lake boss, a bat-like monster. After a difficult battle, he defeats the bat and moves on. The next level, which he calls the organic level, is visually gruesome with a droning soundtrack. The enemies are grotesque, semi-real creatures that take numerous hits to kill. The narrator navigates a maze-like structure, avoiding enemies and tapeworm-like monsters that trap him. The level's disturbing visuals make the narrator physically sick, but he pushes through. The final level, before the bosses, the lava level, is extremely challenging with lava pools, centaur enemies, and various other creatures. Solomon's flight ability helps him navigate, but the intense heat and difficult terrain make the level taxing. The narrator faces a gigantic lava monster at the end, which he defeats in an intense battle. With only 2 bosses left, the narrator first confronts Ghidorah. The classic Ghidorah battle music then starts to play as he faces King Ghidorah. The fight is tough, with Ghidorah using powerful gravity beams and physical attacks. The narrator destroys Ghidorah's middle head, triggering a transformation into Mecha King Ghidorah. The mecha form is even more challenging, but Solomon's speed and strength allow the narrator to defeat it. Finally, the narrator faces Destroya. Starting with Anguirus, he fights through Destroya's various forms, from microscopic to juvenile to aggregate. The battles are tough, but he manages to weaken Destroya. Switching to Mothra, he fights the flying form and eventually the final form. The battle is long and intense, but the narrator's strategy and determination ultimately lead to victory. With all the kaiju bosses defeated, the narrator braces himself for the final encounter with the Hellbeast. He moves Godzilla to the last icon, a blood-red base. Feeling a mix of fear and determination, the screen changes to black, with Godzilla and a faint drumbeat being heard. The Hellbeast, or as we'll be calling him, Red, appears with a large health bar, ready for the final battle. In the final chapter of the Godzilla NES creepypasta, the narrator faces the ultimate test, confronting Red. This monstrous creature has haunted the narrator throughout the entire game, and now, in the final showdown, the stakes couldn't be higher. Entering the last stage, the narrator encounters Red in this transformed and more fearsome state than ever before. The battle immediately takes a terrifying turn as Red's attacks inflict actual physical pain on the narrator in the real world. Each strike feels like claws tearing through flesh. Despite giving his all, the narrator finds himself outmatched by Red's relentless onslaught. Red's movements are swift and unpredictable, his attacks devastating. Each monster the narrator controls, Godzilla, Anguirus, Mothra, and Solomon, falling one by one to Red's overwhelming power. Hope begins to wane. There's also a line in here where Red basically taunts Solomon and calls him a traitor, which I find to be very interesting. We'll get to that later. In a desperate bid for survival, the narrator tries everything, pleading for mercy, attempting to pause or quit the game, but Red shows no mercy. The game seems to resist any attempt to break away, trapping the narrator in this escalating nightmare. Just as all seems lost and Red prepares for the final blow, a miraculous intervention occurs. A celestial figure appears on screen. It's Melissa, the narrator's lost love, revealing that she was trapped and tormented by Red all along. Melissa offers a lifeline, the 5th monster, previously inaccessible throughout the game. With Melissa's guidance, this monster emerges as a golden beacon of hope, engaging Red in a climactic battle. The struggle between these two monsters is fierce and brutal, each blow carrying the weight of the narrator's struggle and determination. Finally, a decisive strike is delivered, vanquishing Red in a burst of cathartic release. As Red dissolves into oblivion, the game returns to its serene board screen. The narrator, now free from the agony inflicted by Red's attacks, witnesses a resurrection of all of his fallen monsters. Godzilla, Anguirus, Mothra, Solomon, they're all back. Overcome with relief and emotion, tears of joy stream down the narrator's face. Melissa appears once more, offering gratitude and assurance that they will be reunited someday. She says to the narrator, "You have saved us. We are forever grateful. We'll be together again someday." In the epilogue of the Godzilla NES creepypasta, the narrator, Zachary, who, that's his name I guess, recounts the events that transpired 3 weeks after his harrowing experience with the game. The epilogue is kind of a way of giving closure, and after surviving the final battle, he was left in a state of shock and disbelief. He unplugged the NES and put the cartridge and console in separate drawers, hoping to distance himself from the horrific experience. Despite all this, his computer had saved all the screenshots from the game, which he backs up onto a flash drive for safekeeping. The next morning, he contacts his friend Billy, who had given him the game, and invites him over to his apartment. Zachary shows Billy the screenshots and explains what happened. Initially, Billy thinks that it's a joke, but soon realizes that it's all real. He assures Zachary that he hadn't tampered with the game and had no idea about its strange behavior. When Billy calls the friend who gave him the game, the friend is equally shocked and abruptly hangs up, leaving them with no answers. Billy offers to get rid of the cartridge for him, but Zachary declines, feeling a need to think things over. Their relationship becomes strained, with Billy possibly feeling responsible for all the shit that Zachary had to go through. Left alone, Zachary is haunted by questions about the game. What was Red? Was Melissa really in the game? How did she get there? Why did all this happen with this specific game? Most disturbingly of all, Red claimed to have known Zachary for a long time, which makes him feel like he's still being watched. The experience greatly affects Zachary's mental state. He becomes preoccupied with thoughts about death, reality, and the game itself. His everyday life starts to seem meaningless in comparison. He eventually concludes that he must either play the game again or destroy it. However, the memory of the pain during his fight with Red prevents him from attempting to play again. Zachary decides to destroy the game and drives to a lake with the intention of throwing it in. However, when he gets there, he's reminded of Melissa and the possibility that playing the game might have saved her soul from endless torture. This thought makes it impossible for him to destroy the cartridge. Unable to destroy the game itself, Zachary decides on a third option, which I think is the stupidest, but regardless, he decides to sell the game on eBay. He stresses that this decision is not about money, but about removing the responsibility of owning the game from his life. He acknowledges that this is a selfish decision, but feels that it's the only way to move on. My light just went out, so that's wonderful. In the epilogue, he records the details of his experience to warn potential buyers. He advises them to be cautious and to turn off the game immediately if they feel it's affecting their mind, or, in the words of Zachary himself, be careful, and if you feel as if this game is literally messing with your mind, shut the damn thing off. The short answer is mostly yes, but the long answer might take a bit. Right off the bat, the NES Godzilla creepypasta starts out like any other haunted video game creepypasta, where the narrator is playing this game from their childhood, and it's been years and years since they've last played it, and gradually they're like, I don't remember this detail, or that's a bit weird, and then it just gets weirder and weirder. It's a setup that was executed more effectively in Ben Drowned. Of course, this setup would be reused time and time again by countless other creepypastas, but still. Something that I do appreciate is the way that the author writes about nostalgia. Their love and appreciation for Godzilla feels genuine and well fleshed out for the character. They do a good job of effectively conveying the narrator's childhood enthusiasm and the joy of rediscovering an old favorite. I also think that the descriptions of the gameplay, the glitches, and the narrator's reactions are quite vivid and immersive. It never feels too vague or too specific. It's always the right amount of information being given to the reader. Not to mention the narrative pace is, for the most part, well maintained, moving smoothly from the narrator's memories to the strange occurrences in the old NES game. The story contrasts their memories with the unsettling reality of this new version of the game. It does a really good job of exploring how our recollections and memories of the past can be idealized and how they might not always hold up after a while. The familiar game becomes a source of unease through its glitches and unexpected elements. I think this touches on the concept of the uncanny, where something familiar is rendered strange and disturbing. Granted, these themes are in no way original to this creepypasta, as it is somewhat run-of-the-mill when compared to other video game creepypastas. However, I think a lot of what makes the story work is the author and their writing style. The gradual descent into hell with the writing style, with each chapter getting more and more intense, is really well done. I like that aspect of it. However, it's just a bit of a stretch with the main character's personal backstory and how Melissa is just suddenly mentioned halfway through. It all just kind of feels convoluted and weird. I don't know. Regardless, the atmosphere of the story is one of its strongest points. The story excels in creating this vividly eerie setting through detailed descriptions of the environments and the enemies. For instance, the Blood Lake level is described in a way that evokes a strong sense of dread. The use of sound and music within the game, like the eerie whistling tune that's described in Zenith and the distorted themes accompanying Red, enhance the unsettling atmosphere. Obviously, I can't just listen to the music while I'm reading it. I mean, you could, but if we're just talking the story itself, I still think it works with how it's described. Something else I really love about this story is the pixel art. I think it is fantastic. Seeing new monsters that didn't appear in the original game, like Orga, in this retro aesthetic is really neat. It's clear that a lot of time and effort went into perfecting this look, especially when you compare it to its contemporaries, where it's clear that these were just screenshots that were run through MS Paint to give it like bloody eyes. In the Godzilla NES creepypasta, there is so much effort being put in here, and it makes it so much more authentic and believable. My biggest gripe, though, is how Red looks. I'm just not scared of this monster. I'm never really intimidated by it. Red looks goofy, not scary. Also, the way that he looks at the player and turns his head, it's just so lame. It doesn't work for me one bit. I think it would have been more scary if Red looked like an actual Godzilla monster and not just like the author's OC. It doesn't really have any characteristics that a Godzilla monster would have, and it just doesn't work. I'm not saying it needs to 100% resemble a pre-existing Toho monster, but what I am saying is it would be nice if the design philosophy behind Red was, let's make it look like a man could actually be in the suit and play this character, kind of like what Pacific Rim did with their general design philosophy. It just didn't work with Red. It's such an out there design that doesn't really seem scary since there's no basis for it in reality. I understand that a lot of the horror is derived from Red and how Red is supposed to be this terrifying, imposing villain, but again, it just doesn't work. I still think it's an effective horror story regardless. A lot of the aspects of the story outside of Red work really well. My favorite aspect of the story is definitely the biblical themes. I do think, though, that as the story goes on, it does gradually get less and less interesting, even though those themes are becoming more and more present. I know that sounds like a weird critique, but what I'm basically saying is, I think on paper, it's a cool idea, but it's just executed poorly. Regardless, is it an effective horror story? I would say, for the most part, yes, even though I'm not scared by it all that much. That being said, though, I could easily understand why someone would be terrified of this. To me, video game horror stories just aren't that scary, and this one is kind of in the same boat for me. It does follow that same template of old, nostalgic, spooky game becomes haunted and the player's forced to go through all these creepy levels that weren't in the original. It's just not my thing. It's down to taste. While reading through the story on creepypastafandom.com, I went through the comics after the end of every chapter. One user, iLad, commented on each and every chapter with a lengthy list of their thoughts, and those were genuinely amusing to read. However, one comment from a different user named Pass the Noodles caught my eye when they asked the question, "This is actually real? Damn, I feel bad for you. Pray for you bad. This is so fucked up. I can't actually believe it." Another user replied to Pass the Noodles by stating, "Never played NES Godzilla. Never will. Too bad, mother freaking Red thing." Now, these are very obviously children commenting on this story. A story that I don't really think is age appropriate for them to be reading. They can't differentiate a fictional creepypasta from reality, but regardless, the idea of children reading a creepypasta like this, one that is centered around an NES game that was released likely before their parents were even born, is such a wild concept. The fact they can be so scared of what they deem as archaic technology when it was just something that everyone used back in the day is both odd yet hilarious at the same time. It reminds me of analog horror and how very young kids are making these short horror projects with a VHS aesthetic, or if they're not making it, then they're consuming this media despite not actually growing up with that technology. A lot of younger Zoomers and Gen Alpha just associate horror with the look of VHS. I've seen countless horror TikToks use a VHS filter to try to add to the scare factor. It's kind of been a meme on my channel that I'm an old man and that I've officially reached Unk status, but in all seriousness, I'm 21 years old. I was born in 2002. Growing up, I frequently used VHS tapes, and I've even talked about that fact in a previous video. So it's bizarre seeing this younger generation latch onto this specific piece of tech, but also not really. In regard to video games, I had a PSP and a Wii as a kid. However, I watched a ton of Angry Video Game Nerd, a series where, at the time, only games from the very early years of gaming were being reviewed. There's something almost nostalgic about kids being scared of technology that they didn't grow up with. It's like a reverse nostalgia, where instead of having fond memories of the past, they have this eerie fascination with it. The NES Godzilla creepypasta is a perfect example. The game itself is from an era that is completely foreign to them, yet it becomes a source of fear and fascination. This phenomenon speaks to a broader trend where old technology is recontextualized in the modern digital age, often as a medium for horror. Analog horror has become a subgenre in its own right, where creators use old, outdated technology to tell their stories. The grainy, low-quality visuals of VHS tapes, the clunky graphics of early video games, these elements are unfamiliar to younger audiences, making them inherently unsettling to them. They are tapping into a collective memory that they don't actually share, but have inherited through media. It's a fascinating interplay between past and present, where the old becomes new and scary again. The medium may change, but the core elements of what scare us remain the same. For these kids, the NES and VHS tapes are relics of a bygone era, almost like haunted artifacts. They carry a sense of mystery and otherworldliness that is perfect for horror stories. And for those of us that actually lived through those times, it's both amusing and kind of interesting to see these things through the eyes of a younger generation. The NES Godzilla creepypasta is still somewhat of an enigma to me. I understand why people love it so much. I understand why people find it scary, even if I myself don't find it all that scary. But I do think it's an interesting read, but it is still very drawn out at certain points. Some chapters just straight up describe gameplay for way too long in excruciating detail. I think if the story was shortened and more concise and streamlined, it'd be so much better, but at the same time, it's just so iconic as is. I know this is probably one of my hotter takes on the channel, but this story is just not my thing. I don't really like reading stories like these because they're not scary to me. I'm not saying I hate all creepypastas. I love Baraska, I love Pen Pal, but this one just doesn't do it for me. And I mean that with the utmost respect to the author. I love the themes laid out here. I love a lot of the ideas and a lot of the seeds that were planted in the narrative, but I just think it could have been executed better. I think that the religious themes elevate it beyond just being a standard haunted video game horror story. At the start, I was very skeptical and was preparing to hate this and put it in the same tier as like Sonic.exe, but I was pleasantly surprised.
I absolutely love Godzilla, and I love analog horror, so upon hearing about The Man in the Suit, an analog horror series that's centered around the Showa-era Godzilla films, I got really excited. After watching through the first few installments of the series, I was initially disappointed. You see, I was expecting an analog horror about Godzilla and not the making of Godzilla. I really felt there was so much wasted potential there because an analog horror series about Godzilla could be really neat, especially if it was taken in a similar direction to, say, Shin Godzilla. That being said, though, I recently went back and rewatched every installment as well as the newer ones that I hadn't yet seen, and I am proud to say that I've changed my mind. And there is something really special here. Maybe it was my expectations, or maybe it was me not really grasping the big picture, but I immediately knew that this was worth exploring and discussing on the channel. The narrative of the first video is set in a fictionalized take on the production of the original Godzilla film from 1954, where a man donning the Godzilla suit for the first time develops an eerie attachment to it, stubbornly refusing to shed the costume. Initially dismissed as just quirky behavior by the production crew, who playfully comment on never seeing the man's face, the situation turns sinister. During filming, the man abruptly ceases his performance, ignoring the crew's attempts to capture his attention, and concerned for his well-being, the crew intervenes and removes the suit, only to unveil a far more chilling revelation. The man's flesh has melded with the Godzilla suit, transforming his body into a rubber suit version of the King of the Monsters. What then follows is a nightmarish sequence of chaos and death, as the production crew becomes ensnared by the emergence of a real-life monster. Eventually, films like Godzilla Raids Again and Mothra vs. Godzilla would be integrated into the story. Let's get into the stuff that I really love here. The body horror presented in the story is super compelling. The suits having minds of their own is really interesting, and I love the idea of it working like a much scarier take on SCP-1545. The way the transformation progresses over time is really neat, and it might even be a nod to Shin Godzilla. I also really like the psychological horror route that the story takes. The idea of the suit actor becoming obsessed with the suit, like Gollum obsessing over the One Ring, is really great stuff. As of right now, my only gripe with the series is something that the creator can't really control at the moment, and that's the execution and presentation of the series. The biggest problem is that it tells and doesn't show, when it should really be the other way around. From my understanding, the creator of the series is a kid who made the first episode on their phone, and that in and of itself is so impressive. However, if we just put those limitations aside for a very brief moment, I do think that the series is being held back by its overall presentation, and I would love to see more being done with the overall concept. I'm not asking for full-on Blender animated stuff as good as like Kane Pixels, but the fan videos around this series have been phenomenal. All I'm saying is, I would just like to see more risks being taken with the presentation of the series, and that could be having more live action portions, maybe even incorporating video at certain points to a bigger degree. This is more of a rant about analog horror as a subgenre right now and not this series. I don't want to seem too mean or anything, because don't get me wrong, I love this series, but this is something that has kind of been eating away at me. The first Mandela Catalog episode dropped nearly 3 years ago, and we're still seeing analog horror videos that are piggybacking off that aesthetic. There's a reason the analog horror subgenre has been so stagnant as of late, and it's because everything just feels so derivative, with the exception, as of late, being the man in the suit. I really don't want this to be interpreted as me being mean or bullying the creator. I'm just saying that the concept is fantastic, but the material itself could be so much better, and I'm excited to see where the creator takes it and how they evolve it, like how Alex Kister evolved the Mandela Catalog. One idea that I had specifically is that there's this really eerie feeling I get when looking at old Toho backlot photos of the Godzilla suit just rotting. For those that aren't aware, Toho, the company behind Godzilla, really didn't care about maintaining the suits or preserving them once filming was complete. They just let the suits rot in the sun or in storage containers, and as a result, very few Godzilla suits are still around, with Mechagodzilla being the only surviving suit from the Showa era. Some from the Heisei still exist, and I think the majority of the Millennium ones do, but regardless. When looking at the old suits rotting in the sun in these old pictures, it really weirds me out, and I have trouble explaining this fear. It reminds me of animatronics from decommissioned Disney rides that are just rotting in some warehouse. There's this uncomfortable vibe of like, I shouldn't be watching this, I shouldn't be looking at this. Imagine the protagonist stumbling upon forgotten, decaying Godzilla suits hidden in the dark corners of Toho Studios as the series progresses. And I don't mean Godzilla himself, I mean like his allies and enemies throughout the films. It could really serve as a chilling backdrop, even further emphasizing the unsettling nature of the series and echoing the mysterious aura of abandoned and neglected cinematic relics. Moving beyond that even, I think the psychological horror route could be intensified by exploring the impact on the crew and their collective psyche as they witness the transformation of their colleague into a real-life monster. We really only see the events unfold from one person's perspective, and they're a bit of an outsider. I would like to see how it affects people beyond the protagonist, as it could lead to interpersonal conflicts, breakdowns, and a deepening sense of dread, amplifying the emotional stakes of the story. I'm gonna get off this tangent, because I want this video to be positive. But to sum up, my only gripe is that I want them to do more with the presentation of the series, because at times it feels like a run-of-the-mill story when looking at all the other analog horror series that ape off that exact same style. Like, come on, just let's give this dude a break. He's been through a lot. My favorite installment in the series so far is Mosura Suit Incident, which was uploaded on November 11th, 2023. I'm going to go through it and explain why it resonated with me so well. Specifically, I want to talk about what actually makes it scary. However, I don't want this to be a substitute for the actual video itself, so go watch it. as I'll be skipping over certain details that aren't necessary to the analysis, and you really won't get the full experience. The video starts out with a red, distorted version of the Toho logo that appears at the start of every film they produce. We then see a trailer for the 1964 film Mothra vs. Godzilla. The image quality, much like the Toho logo, is extremely distorted. The protagonist then explains what has happened since the last episode, with his source being a spy within Toho. The Godzilla suit itself has changed in appearance, which is an in-universe reason explaining why the 64 Godzilla suit looks so much more different than Godzilla 1954 and Godzilla Raids Again. And in real life, it's just because they kept changing the suit to slim it down so it was easier for the actors to fight. The man in the suit has been put through hell by the producers and has been treated like a circus animal, as described by the protagonist. Toho then made the decision to have the next Godzilla adversary be a puppet, rather than another man in a suit after all the bad stuff that happened to Anguirus. The man in the suit perceived the Mothra puppet as a living being with someone inside of it. At first, Toho believed that they outsmarted the monster, until realizing someone needed to be inside the larvae that appear during the film's climax. So an actress decides to take on the role because of the large security presence on set. She even invites her parents to the set, and they're really happy to just see her act, even if the act is just her squirming around on the ground as a larva. The man in the suit went after the puppet, but after realizing it's just a puppet, it went after the woman in the larva suit. The man in the suit bites down on the larva, and her parents try to intervene, but are both mauled by the man in the suit. The security team surrounds the man in the suit, but suddenly it begins shaking and twitching before puking out red boiling liquid. Again, I wholeheartedly believe that this is yet another reference to Shin Godzilla, because Godzilla does something very similar in a deleted scene. But again, I'm not 100% certain on that, so for now, it's pretty cool. Regardless, the team captures the man in the suit and puts him in a secure location. Upon arriving back on set, they fear the worst, imagining the woman in the larva suit being fused with the suit itself, becoming one, much like the man in the suit. Instead, they see a cocoon of sorts on the ceiling, just as the video ends. Equally depressing as it is horrifying, this episode's exploration of the mistreatment of the man in the suit adds a layer of real-world horror. The industry's exploitation of its talents becomes a chilling aspect that resonates beyond just the fictional narrative. It's a well-known fact in the Godzilla community that wearing the Godzilla suit in real life is a, Herculean task at times, especially with the first film. I believe the suit was around 200 pounds. That's basically a form of torture with what he had to go through. And so, in a weird way, I think this series really kind of highlights that fact. The man in the suit's perception of the Mothra puppet as a living being, and then the subsequent attack on the woman in the larva suit, really contributes to the psychological horror. The blurring of reality and the impact of the character's psyche intensify the fear factor. I mean, this thing has no reasoning at this point. It sees something and just wants to attack it. It reminds me a lot of Travis the chimp. I'm not going to get too into that, but basically it was a chimpanzee that mauled one of the friends of its owners, all because she just picked up one of its toys. And this really kind of reminds me of that. There's no reasoning. You can't try to talk to it or calm it down. It sees something and wants to kill it. On top of that, the disturbing transformation of the woman in the larva suit, culminating in the cocoon on the ceiling, introduces this body horror element that has obviously been present throughout the entire series, but there's something about it where it's unpredictable. We've seen now Godzilla and Anguirus, we've seen them fuse with the suits, and that's kind of been its own thing. And, the workers were anticipating that, but now this is something entirely different. It introduces this level of unpredictability, where is it going to go? What other monster suits are capable of something like this? The grotesque imagery, like the puking of red boiling liquid, adds a visceral and horrifying aspect to the story. The protagonist also only refers to the man in the suit as the man in the suit. He doesn't say Godzilla or Gojira, and this humanizes the monster in a really compelling way. The man in the suit brings together the captivating worlds of Godzilla and analog horror. It offers a unique and unsettling narrative that delves into body horror and psychological terror. The series introduces a fresh perspective on the iconic Godzilla suits, merging the eerie vibes of abandoned cinematic relics with a narrative that blurs the lines between fiction and reality. While the concept is undeniably strong, there is, I think, a lot more that the creator can do in the future that can elevate it beyond just the run-of-the-mill analog horror style. Again, I hope this video wasn't too negative because, again, the creator is just a kid. I'm not trying to bully them or anything. It's more just constructive criticism. As I, and I'm sure many others, anticipate the evolution of this series, there's probably an equal amount of excitement to see what the man in the suit is going to do next.
1 month ago, I published a video titled "One of the Worst Takes on Godzilla Ever." The video was a response to another video by a channel called Dr. Skipper, who claimed that Godzilla doesn't work outside of Japan. His video was littered with misinformation. My response video received a ton of comments, and most of them were positive. However, I just couldn't help but notice a few comments talking about the toxicity of the Godzilla fandom. One user said, "For all the toxicity the G fanbase can have, I'm glad we can call out misinformation." While another user talked about how there's sort of these different factions of the Godzilla fanbase, with there being Toho and Monsterverse and the 1998 sort of fan bases, if that makes sense. With the Toho fanbase being somewhat elitist in comparison to the other ones. So this got me thinking, is the Godzilla fandom really that toxic? You see, I've always been a lurker of sorts when it comes to the Godzilla fanbase, and even the Kaiju community in general. I've been a Kaiju fan for as long as I can remember, maybe since I was like 3 years old. But despite that, I still don't feel like I'm a part of the fan base, if that makes sense. Sure, I attend G-Fest every year, and you might even see me in some of the comments on r/Godzilla every now and then, but I'm just not as active as other people. As somewhat of an outsider looking in, the fandom seems to be pretty chill for the most part, so today I wanted to determine whether or not the Godzilla fandom is actually toxic. I wanted to figure out where this sentiment comes from, that these are toxic fans, and figure out whether or not they're valid. So what is a toxic fan base? Well, to determine this, I created a pyramid of sorts. It's kind of like the food pyramid, if you're American and you remember that from back in the day. The way it works is there are 3 main tiers that determine whether or not a fan base is or isn't toxic. If a fan base makes it all the way to the top tier, then they are a toxic fan base. But the bottom tier is pretty basic and can be found anywhere. You see, the way it works is the more intense and the more abhorrent the behavior is, the higher it goes up on the pyramid. So the first tier is going to be very basic behavior, while the top tier is going to be very awful behavior. I think this also works too because it showcases how at the very top it's a very small minority of fans. They're a vocal minority, if you will. And so as a result, it shows that the majority of fans are just normal people. They're at the bottom. They exhibit basic traits. Getting into it, the first tier is what I call the mild negativity tier. This is where members of this fan base give basic criticism towards a movie or TV show, or even the community as a whole. We can also see some super mild gatekeeping here as well. Some fans may experience exclusivity about who can be considered a true fan, but they don't engage in aggressive behavior to enforce these beliefs. There's some harmless trolling, but it's not like targeted. It's very lighthearted. Let's apply this now to the Godzilla fandom. I think it's clear that the fan base is capable of giving basic criticism to the films that make up the franchise. I mean, just look at how they treated Roland Emmerich's 1998 Godzilla film. Is there mild gatekeeping? Yes. Looking at the comments in my Dr. Skipper video, you can see people actively gatekeeping. They aren't enforcing these beliefs, but they are a little aggressive. Is there trolling? Well, absolutely. Again, look at the comment section on Dr. Skipper's Call of Duty video that he posted right after the Godzilla video. It's him getting flamed by Kaiju fans despite the video not being about Godzilla. Moving on, the second tier is what I call the polarization tier. Members enforce strict criteria as to who can be considered a true fan, actively excluding and deriding those who don't meet their standards. Some fans engage in targeted harassment towards individuals who express differing opinions or criticize the content. This harassment can extend to actors, creators, or even fans. The fan base is also extremely divided into factions, with members engaging in heated debates, personal attacks, and even character assassination against those with opposing viewpoints. So you could see now we've kind of upped the intensity. We're going beyond just basic critiques of the franchise and now moving in towards personal attacks. and unfortunately it would appear that the Godzilla fandom is almost nearing the second tier. While I haven't necessarily seen any targeted harassment towards actors or filmmakers, but if you have seen that, or if you are aware of something like that, then please let me know down below in the comments. I did a ton of research, but as always, there's a possibility that I could have missed something. There is a very clear division among Godzilla fans. I already mentioned the YouTube comment that referenced the different sects of fans, like MonsterVerse fans, Toho fans, and the 1998 fans. Of course, these factions can and will intersect with one another. It isn't like, say, Star Wars, for example, where there's the pro-Kathleen Kennedy Lucasfilm fans, and then the anti-Kathleen Kennedy, like the nerd-rotted critical drinker aspect of that fan base. That being said, though, there are a fair amount of Godzilla fans that are only invested in the MonsterVerse and don't care for any of the Toho films, or vice versa. They only care about the Toho films and can't stand the MonsterVerse. That's okay. As long as these fans are respectful towards one another, I don't really see that as being a problem or being toxic. Again, there's a fair amount of gatekeeping in the Godzilla fandom, but it's a healthy amount of gatekeeping. It serves to keep the disingenuous people that are only looking to stir up trouble out of the community. Now, this is just me talking, kind of going off script here for a second. I wholeheartedly believe that gatekeeping is a good thing as long as it's in moderation. Ironically enough, I swear I didn't even plan this. I'm wearing a Ghost t-shirt right now, and if you know anything about the band Ghost, you know that recently a bunch of new fans have sort of entered the fandom, and that's because their song Mary on a Cross recently went viral on TikTok. I don't even think it was recent, might have been a year ago, but regardless, there are now a ton of new fans that are younger, that are from TikTok, that aren't exactly aware of the band and how they actually work. The band itself loves privacy. There's a reason that all the members are anonymous, besides it just being an aesthetic. It's because they don't want people harassing them. They don't want to have their personal lives ruined. With these new fans, we now see these people unfortunately being harassed. There's also a lot of these people that don't fully understand what the band actually stands for. They don't listen to the old albums. They don't know about the lore behind the band. It just kind of dilutes the band and their music as a result. I think if the Ghost fan base actually did more gatekeeping, it would have benefited not only the band, but the fandom as a whole, because now the fandom is just made up of people that ship other band members, and it's really gross because they're real people, and it's just like, I don't know, I want to hear about the music. I don't want to hear about your weird fantasies about real people. Like, it's just weird. I don't like it. So to get back on track, I think that it is safe to say that the Godzilla fan base is almost at this polarization point, but thankfully we're not fully there yet. Now, the third and final tier is what I call the toxic tier. This is where members engage in relentless and vicious attacks, including doxing, threats of violence, and hate speech towards individuals within and outside the fan base. The fan base adopts a cancel culture type mentality. This isn't cancel culture as you know it, politically on Twitter. This is different. It seeks to destroy the careers and reputations of individuals that they perceive as threats or adversaries to the actual fan base. Now, if I mention this specific fan base, I'm probably going to get kidnapped and you won't ever see another video posted to this channel. So if I stop posting, you'll know what happened to me. But a good example would be the Swifties. It is safe to say that if you mess with the Swifties, you will be murdered. Like, you will be killed. There's no way around it. You will die. Continuing on with the pyramid example, the fan base becomes an echo chamber where extreme beliefs and ideologies are reinforced and radicalized. This leads to even more polarization and escalation of toxic behavior. Again, we're coming back to it. Star Wars, that is, I consider to be a tier 3 fan base, because holy shit. You get subreddits like Saltier Than Crate, where it is that nerdrotic side of, we hate Star Wars even though we're Star Wars fans. And then you get the Kathleen Kennedy side where it's like, oh, we know that we're actively ruining Star Wars, but, at least we're owning the chuds. In the end, both sides look stupid, and both sides ultimately make up the fan base. As a result, the fan base just looks stupid. Thankfully, I really can't use the Godzilla fandom as an example here, because I don't consider it to be this severe. At least at this specific point in time, it is sort of a tier
1 nearing 2 fandom. So if that fandom doesn't apply here, which ones do? Well, I already mentioned the Swifties and Star Wars being tier 3 fandoms. So I wanted to come up with more examples, but I wanted to make sure that it wasn't just my voice being heard here. So I decided to ask you guys. On our Instagram account, it's at Firewood Media TV, I put out a poll asking people what is the most toxic fan base. And just a quick little plug here, if you want to be featured in future videos, then feel free to go and follow that Instagram account because I'm hoping to do more polls just like this. The majority of people said Star Wars, which could be an entirely separate video essay in and of itself. I did get some other responses though that I wasn't entirely aware of, like RuPaul's Drag Race and even car culture as a whole, which our friends from across the pond, Woodstock Roadshow, described as being a dick-swinging contest. Other people even suggested the notorious Steven Universe fandom, of course the Swifties, and K-pop stans as a whole. From my understanding, these are all valid based on what we've seen on social media with how these communities act, and it fits into that tier 3 toxic area. So circling back to the main point of this video, is the Godzilla fandom toxic? No. I feel like anytime fans of a franchise or a musical artist or even a sports team get upset, they're labeled as toxic, when most of the time that toxicity is just passion. Speaking as a sports fan, as you may be well aware, I wear a Bengals hat in every single one of my videos, and at first that was just by circumstance, but now it's just kind of like a trademark. I see a lot of discourse talking about how Steelers fans or Browns fans or Ravens fans or Chiefs fans are all toxic fans, and I have to disagree. I even see people calling Bengals fans toxic, but again, I have to disagree. A lot of this just boils down to that tier 1 level of toxicity that I already mentioned. There's a fine line between being passionate and being toxic. I think most of the time when people see this passion, they view it as toxic. And that's kind of disheartening to hear, especially as a fan of, we'll go even beyond sports here, we could talk about, Warhammer, for example. I'm a big Warhammer fan. And so seeing a lot of the discourse now and people calling them toxic, maybe that's just passion. Maybe that's just wanting to keep the franchise as it is and putting out fantastic material as opposed to, diluting it into something that it's not. You see, fans pour their hearts into these stories and characters. They want to see them done justice. They're the ones that keep these franchises alive and kicking. So when they criticize, it's not because they hate everything they see. It's because they care a lot. They want the franchise to be better than it can be. I think in this video I laid out what is and what isn't a toxic fan base. A lot of communities, they toe the line between being passionate and toxic, but even then it's only a vocal minority that act a certain way and give certain fan bases a bad name. That even goes towards the Swifties and even K-pop and Steven Universe and Star Wars. There are normal people that like this stuff. I'll even extend that olive branch out to Kanye West, right? In Anthony Fantano's newest video, he talks about how Kanye fans, they're evil people and, they're bigots. But I think that in the grand scheme of things, that's a very small but vocal minority of fans. Should that behavior be called out? Absolutely. But I don't think it represents the vast majority of them. Again, we'll go back to Ghost, for example, just because I'm wearing the t-shirt now. I've seen them live twice. Both times in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and both times the audience was fantastic. And this was right when Mariana Cross became viral. So yes, we did get a mix of some of the TikTok fans that were brand new and fairly young, but at the same time, they were still well behaved. Now, I can't speak for other fandoms because I know that there's this whole issue right now with live concerts where people are getting more rowdy and it's getting to be a problem with some of the behavior that's being exhibited during concerts. But I think if you just go outside and touch grass, you'll see that most of these people are like basement dwellers. The normal people are the majority of the fan base, and they are just normal people. They go to work or they go to school and they find enjoyment in something as simple as Godzilla. As long as they're not hurting anybody, I don't see a problem with them voicing concerns about certain parts of the fan base or even the franchise. These vocal minority of toxic fans aren't real fans. Let's be honest here. The real fans
aren't out to ruin anything. If anything, they're speaking up because they feel like something's not right with the franchise and they want it to be better. I think that's important for keeping these stories alive and making sure that they stay true to what made them great in the first place. This is the Ghost of Slumber Mountain. Around half of this film is considered to be lost media. What you're seeing right now is the remaining footage that has been archived and restored over the years. Now, you may be noticing something strange. There's no sound. These are monsters without a voice, and while that doesn't detract from the film itself, especially considering that it's almost 100 years old, it shows just how important sound design is in the realm of giant monster movies. While this video may briefly touch upon non-kaiju monster movies to provide context and contrast, the primary focus of today is on the evolution of sound design within the realm of kaiju films. Kaiju, a Japanese term meaning strange beast or giant monster, represents a distinct subgenre within monster cinema. It emphasizes colossal creatures wreaking havoc on cities and landscapes. While non-kaiju monster films certainly contribute to the broader conversation surrounding creature features, they exist within a different narrative and stylistic framework. One of the most distinctive aspects of sound design in kaiju cinema is the emphasis on scale and perspective. As towering behemoths traverse cityscapes and landscapes, their sheer size and weight are conveyed through the rumbling bass of their footsteps. Each thunderous footfall reverberates throughout the earth, shaking buildings and stirring dust clouds in their wake. Sound designers utilize low-frequency vibrations and seismic effects to emphasize these creatures' immense mass and power, ensuring that every step resonates with impact and presence. After all, the very first thing you actually hear in Godzilla 1954 is his footsteps. So this attention to detail not only enhances the sense of scale, but also reinforces the physicality and gravity of the kaiju within the narrative world. In addition to conveying scale, sound design in kaiju cinema also serves to establish atmosphere and mood. Whether it's the eerie silence that precedes the arrival of a monstrous creature, or the cacophonous sound of a city under siege, the auditory landscape of kaiju films sets the tone for the unfolding drama. Ambient sounds like howling winds, distant cries, and the hum of electrical currents contribute to the foreboding and uncertainty pervading these cinematic worlds. By carefully orchestrating a symphony of sound, filmmakers are able to create immersive environments that transport audiences to the heart of the action. And this is in any movie. It doesn't have to be just kaiju flicks. However, at the forefront of kaiju sound design is, of course, Godzilla. Since its inception in the 1954 classic directed by Ishiro Honda, Godzilla's distinctive roar has become synonymous with the genre itself. Created by composer Akira Ifukube, the original roar was produced by rubbing a resin-coated leather glove across the strings of a double bass. This technique resulted in a deep, resonant sound with a distinct otherworldly quality. Godzilla's roar has evolved over the years, adapting to different character iterations and reflecting the advancements in sound technology. However, its fundamental essence remained intact. Many films in the franchise just outright reuse the original roar from 1954. The roar is instantly recognizable and will forever be intertwined with the character. Anytime the character is being parodied, it will be accompanied by its iconic roar.
Folks, we're experiencing some moderate Godzilla-related turbulence at this time, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask you to put your seatbelts back on.
Ifukube's innovative approach to sound design established a sonic identity for Godzilla and set a precedent for future kaiju films to follow. Another vital aspect of Godzilla's sound design is, of course, the atomic breath. Now, my two favorite examples of this are Shin Godzilla and the legendary Godzilla. The ear-splitting sound that Shin lets out upon firing its atomic breath, or I guess it's more of a beam, makes the character seem even more frightening and otherworldly. It's so high-pitched, and this clashes with the usual lower-pitched sounds that one would associate with a kaiju. The legendary Godzilla has a unique sound as well, but really it's when it starts powering up its atomic breath. It honestly gives me chills every time I hear it. Seriously, I will never forget watching the 2014 film in theaters and getting hyped up when hearing the atomic breath start charging for the very first time. 2 years after the release of Ishiro Honda's Godzilla, another film made by the same production company, Toho, was released in Japanese cinemas, and it was titled Rodan. The film is about the emergence of giant prehistoric creatures, particularly the titular Rodan, as they wreak havoc across Japan. A fusion of bird-like screeches and the thunderous roar of jet engines were used to make this roar. It starts with these piercing shrieks that are a lot like what you would hear with soaring birds, but then it gradually deepens and turns into a resonant screeching crescendo before culminating in a prolonged exhale. It perfectly matches the character, a giant pterodon that is capable of destroying skyscrapers just by flying over them. And even then, Toho has reused this roar countless times for other monsters like King Ghidorah and Batra. Another unique sound that I've always appreciated is Ultraman from the 1966 television show of the same name. Created by Eiji Tsuburaya, Ultraman introduced audiences to the futuristic battles between Earth's defense team and monstrous invaders from space. It's a monster of the week type show, with there being really unique kaijus for Ultraman to fight every episode. Honestly, some are really out there, but I love it. However, I've always adored Ultraman's oddly human sounds during his clashes with other kaiju. It helps remind the audience that Ultraman isn't a mech or a robot, but rather an alien organism. 1975's Terror of Mechagodzilla introduces a kaiju known as Titanosaurus, which has one of the most unique roars that I think I've ever heard. Many people have complained over the years that the roar is ear-grating and annoying, but I love it. Ironically enough, the roar actually didn't originate from Terror of Mechagodzilla and actually belonged to the kaiju Braken from Ultraman Ace, just in a more modified state. Even then, the roar would be reused for various bosses in the Metroid series. As the kaiju genre evolved over the decades, so did the sound design techniques used to bring these creatures to life. With advancements in recording technology and digital manipulation, filmmakers gained new tools to create more dynamic and immersive soundscapes. The roars of the monsters became more than just auditory cues. They became visceral experiences that conveyed these creatures' immense power and ferocity. In American films like Pacific Rim and Cloverfield, sound designers employed a combination of animal vocalizations, synthesized effects, and audio processing techniques to craft roars that reverberate with primal force and intensity. Ironically enough, the utilization of animal vocalizations is a practice that has been done as far back as the 1933 film King Kong. For example, a lot of the dinosaurs and even Kong's voices were an amalgamation of animal noises as well as human voices being pitched and altered to make these monsters come to life on the silver screen. However, filmmakers have utilized other sounds beyond just animal noises. Look at 2019's Howl from Beyond the Fog, where the monster Nebula sounds more like a foghorn than an animal. By the way, if you want to hear more about that movie, I already made a video on it, which you can check out right there, one of the cards. You can hit that, go check it out. One of the critical functions of kaiju roars is their ability to establish a sense of scale and presence within the film's narrative. The deafening roar of a towering monster is a constant reminder of its overwhelming size and power, instilling a sense of awe and dread in both the characters on screen as well as the audience watching in the theater. The iconic roar of Godzilla, for example, is often used as a harbinger of destruction, signaling the imminent arrival of the creature and the chaos that follows in its wake. In this way, the roar becomes more than just a sound effect. It becomes a narrative device that shapes the tone and pacing of the film. I think while making this video, it became very much evident that the future of this art form holds boundless potential for innovation and creativity. The iconic roars that have defined characters like Godzilla and Rodan and Ultraman and even Gamera, which I didn't even mention in this video, but like, come on, Gamera's roar is so iconic and memorable. Regardless, they exemplify the power of sound to evoke emotion, convey scale, and immerse audiences in fantastical worlds. Yet, as technology advances and storytelling techniques evolve, we stand at the threshold of a new era in cinema where sound design will push boundaries and defy expectations beyond anything else that we've ever seen, or rather, heard before. Over the years, we've seen countless fan films for massive franchises like Star Wars, Marvel, DC, and even horror IPs like Halloween. These are projects created by fans for fans, and I absolutely adore them. What makes fan films so fascinating is the passion and creativity that fans pour into these projects. Despite lacking the resources and budget of professional studios, fan filmmakers are usually able to demonstrate impressive skill and dedication. Fan films provide an opportunity for budding filmmakers to express their love for a franchise in a meaningful way, as well as being able to tell stories from established universes the way that they want to tell them. But why does it seem like there aren't any Godzilla fan films? It's not like there aren't any fans of the Big G. Is it too expensive, or is there something else behind the scenes that prevents these projects from ever seeing the light of day? If you're a bit confused by what I mean when I say fan films, then let me explain. You see, fan films are essentially amateur or independently produced films created by fans of a particular franchise or intellectual property. These projects are unofficial works. They aren't connected to any big studio or IP itself. So, for example, Halloween, the Autumn Killer is not connected to Miramax or John Carpenter or anything like that. Fan films operate within a legal gray area. The majority of the time, they absolutely cannot be monetized, meaning they can't make any money off of it. After all, fan films legally do not have a right to exist, as they are in blatant violation of copyright laws. But despite that, the studios that own these characters really don't pursue legal action. Hell, back when George Lucas owned Star Wars, he actively encouraged people to make fan films. Toho, the company that owns the rights to Godzilla, has a drastically different attitude when it comes to fan films. There are countless stories of fans getting hit with legal notices for making Godzilla fan projects, many of which will be explored in this video. But before we get into that, let's talk about the why. Why is Toho so strict with their IPs when a lot of other companies really aren't? Toho restricts the creation of fan films due to copyright enforcement and protection measures that are outlined in Japan's copyright laws. This extends far beyond Toho, so this is why Nintendo and other Japanese companies are so restrictive with their IPs. Let's try to break all this down in a very, very simple manner, since copyright law can be very confusing. And also, by the way, I'm not a lawyer. I just did a ton of research. I did my best, but if I did get anything wrong, please let me know down below in the comments and I'll pin your comment. So, Toho is the owner of the copyright for Godzilla. As the copyright owner, they have exclusive rights to reproduce, distribute, and perform Godzilla-related content. This ownership extends to derivative works, like fan films. Fan films, even if they are made out of admiration for the character, infringe upon Toho's copyright. The reason being is that these films involve reproducing Godzilla's likeness, characters, story elements, and all of these fall under Toho's exclusive rights as the copyright owner. Japan's copyright laws provide mechanisms for copyright owners like Toho to enforce their rights. Toho may take legal action against individuals or groups producing fan films without authorization from Toho. This could lead to lawsuits, cease and desist orders, and even financial penalties for copyright infringement. Japan's copyright laws are a lot more strict than America's copyright laws. Fair use barely, if at all, exists. As a result, Toho likely wants to protect the integrity of the Godzilla brand and ensure that only officially sanctioned content meets their quality standards. Allowing unauthorized fan films could and would dilute the brand's value and potentially lead to confusion among consumers about what is official content and what isn't.
Run! It's Godzilla! It looks like Godzilla, but due to international copyright laws, it's not. Still, we should run like it is Godzilla! Though it isn't.
Toho's decision to restrict fan films also aligns with their obligation to comply with Japan's copyright laws, and these laws require copyright owners to actively protect their IP in order to maintain them. So, if they weren't like this, then Toho would essentially lose the Godzilla IP. Allowing unauthorized fan films would essentially weaken Toho's position in asserting their copyright in all other contexts. Going beyond all of the legal jargon, though, I think it's fair to say that making a Godzilla fan film isn't as budget-friendly as, say, a Spider-Man fan film or a Batman fan film. Sure, those projects usually involve fight scenes and passable costumes. However, a Godzilla fan film often requires chaotic monster battles and city destruction scenes. That stuff is very difficult to pull off with a micro-budget. However, that hasn't stopped some filmmakers from trying to make a Godzilla fan film. In the 1970s, a Toho production assistant named Shizuo Nakajima started writing a screenplay for a film titled Wolfman vs. Godzilla. The plot supposedly involved a werewolf running amok in Japan. It becomes irradiated and grows to the size of Godzilla as the two monsters clash in the countryside. Nakajima had previously worked on films like Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla and Terror of Mechagodzilla. So, by 1983, filming began with the help of a group of rogue Toho employees. They used a Super 8 film camera, and the costumes were made by Fuyuki Shinada, who would eventually work on films like Godzilla vs. Biollante, Gamera 2 and 3, and Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah, Giant Monsters All Out Attack. Around the mid-80s, filming wrapped, but post-production remained incomplete. Set photos would eventually leak, and the project became somewhat elusive to fans as they would speculate as to whether or not the film even exists. It wasn't until 2012 when a man named Mark Jaramillo obtained footage and photos, sharing them at G-Fest. Nakajima later shared more content online. A 22-minute long edit from 2013 surfaced on YouTube, and that's all we really have. Apparently, the movie is still being edited, but if I had to guess, it isn't available to the public because of Toho and their legal team. This is super similar to in 2009, when filmmaker Greg Graves started work on Godzilla Heritage, a fan project that would utilize suitmation with a story centered around Godzilla and a pack of Anguirus fighting for supremacy. Anguirus? Anguiri? Whatever the plural term for multiple Anguirus, because Anguiruses sounds wrong. Anyways, in 2014, Graves launched a Kickstarter campaign with a goal of raising $40,000 to make the film a reality. However, the campaign would raise a little under $20,000. Regardless, a trailer was released in 2016, but after that the filmmakers were contacted by Toho. They were forced to change the name of the film to just Heritage, and the film was only allowed to be released on Kickstarter, not YouTube. That way, only the people that backed the film could watch it. The main reason as to why Heritage was targeted by Toho was likely because of the Kickstarter campaigns. But that being said though, there are still some Godzilla fan films out there on YouTube that Toho hasn't stomped out for one reason or another. A good example of this would be 2014's Godzilla Battle Royale. It's around 90 minutes long, and it may look cheap and super amateur, but there's clearly a lot of passion here. The most notable part of this fan film is the fact that Godzilla actor Akira Takarada makes a brief cameo. It's scrappy, and at times it feels like a nostalgia critic video, but I'm just happy it exists.
All the monsters, my queen!
2012's Godzilla x the Kaiju Killer is a super edgy take on Godzilla. The soundtrack has songs by bands like Disturbed and 3 Days Grace, and everything about this movie just reminds me of those Walmart t-shirts with the flaming skulls and grim reapers. It's not a bad thing if you're into it, but it's just not for me. The plot bears a striking resemblance to the Netflix anime trilogy where Godzilla takes over the planet and the remaining humans fight to take it back. And speaking of the anime trilogy, YouTube user Canon made a fan film where Godzilla Earth fights Mechagodzilla, a battle that we never really got to see in the anime trilogy despite it being hyped up by all the marketing. The YouTube channel Lost Utopia Films has been releasing these really awesome short fan films that were animated using Blender. I highly recommend checking out their Godzilla vs. the Griffin animation. Godzilla Apex is a super interesting project. It takes the route of Howl from Beyond the Fog by opting to use puppets, or in this case, toys to tell its story. On the surface, this just looks like someone playing with action figures. But trust me when I say that Godzilla Apex is a masterpiece in storytelling. The human characters are extremely well written. There's a ton of monster action, and on top of that, it's one of the few Godzilla fan films that doesn't look like a Nostalgia Critic video. Because the filmmaker has so much control over every shot, he can make some genuinely gorgeous shots that rival what Hollywood has been shitting out in recent years. Seriously, the cinematography and set design here is absolutely bonkers. After a while, you forget that these are even toys. By the way, this movie is almost 3 hours long, but you don't feel that runtime at all. I seriously cannot recommend this movie enough. One of my favorite Godzilla fan films came out recently, like this year. It's by Danny Donahue and it's titled Godzilla 8mm. The writing and voice acting here is amazing. I want to avoid showing off the entire short film. That kind of goes for all the ones I showed off because you should just go support the people that made it, go watch it yourself. This video isn't a recap of all these movies, but regardless, the lighting and blocking of Godzilla is downright horrifying, and it puts into perspective how massive he really is compared to us.
But as it got closer and passed by me, I could feel it all around me, like the air was turned to poison.
The best fan films take the source material and elevate it while also doing their own thing with it. I know it's insanely difficult to pull off a Godzilla fan film, or even just a kaiju movie in general, but when it's done right, the result can be awe-inspiring. While Toho's strict stance on fan films might seem like a hindrance, it certainly hasn't extinguished the creative spark of Godzilla fans. Instead, it's pushed them to find alternative avenues of expression. They may be hard to find and the quality may be iffy here and there, but when you dig deep enough, you may just find some fantastic films made by super passionate people. 2024 is hands down the best time to be a Godzilla fan. We just got 2 fantastic movies last year, with one of them winning an Academy Award. Apple just renewed a 2nd season of Monarch Legacy of Monsters. DC just published a crossover event with Godzilla where he battles the Justice League. And Gigabash recently put out even more Godzilla DLC featuring King Ghidorah and the Smog Monster as playable fighters. So it's safe to say that we're eating good. But it wasn't always like this. Following the release of Godzilla Final Wars in 2004, it really seemed like there would never be another Godzilla movie. No new film projects were announced, and Toho even went as far as destroying their water tank set that had been used on countless Godzilla projects. It really did feel like the end of an era. Despite this, the fandom was as alive and vibrant as ever. YouTube would go live only 1 year after the release of Final Wars, so a lot of Godzilla fans got to work making tributes, AMVs, stop-motion short films, toy reviews, and retrospectives on the franchise. A lot of fans dubbed this period the Dark Age of Godzilla because the franchise was in limbo. Nobody knew if the King of the Monsters would ever make a return to the big screen. So the term Dark Age really shouldn't be taken as I'm going to spend the entire video just mocking all this stuff, because no, absolutely not. I have a soft spot for a lot of this stuff. So let's go right back into the trenches. This is the Dark Age of Godzilla YouTube content. Godzilla and His Amazing Friends was a series by Goji73, which follows Godzilla and His Amazing Friends. Okay, look, this was like crack to me. Little kid me, I guess. Little kid me on crack, that sounds wrong. Anyways, it's not high cinema, but at the same time, it was extremely entertaining. I loved seeing both Gamera and Ultraman monsters cross over with Kaiju from the Godzilla franchise. When looking back at it now, it's still very much a series that I admire. You could tell a ton of love and effort went into making it. The fight scenes are also just so charming, especially in the earlier episodes where the camera is clearly going in and out of focus. It's so amateur, but it's also just so charming at the same time. Beyond the technical issues, I do have a problem with some of the episodes relying a bit too heavily on telling the audience what is happening via narration from the YouTube's closed captioning. It kind of breaks the whole show don't tell rule. Again, I understand that these aren't supposed to be high cinema, but it does get annoying having to turn on closed captions and then read what's happening. It feels like lazy storytelling, even if it is just a YouTube series, but at the end of the day, it's just such a minor critique. Godzilla and His Amazing Friends is a really fun series that I adored as a kid. Looking through Goji73's channel, it immediately becomes clear that this dude loves kaiju and tokusatsu media. I have an insane amount of respect for him, and I feel like he should be celebrated more as an important figure in the fandom. Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla Gigan Tribute is a fan-animated project that was created all the way back in 2002, 3 years before YouTube was even a thing. The original upload was taken down for some reason, so only a re-upload from 2014 still exists on the platform. While it isn't 100% accurate to Godzilla and Mechagodzilla, as Mechagodzilla is more just like Gigan here, I think it works really well. The fact that this was made in 2002 is just crazy to me. It reminds me a lot of those early Pixar shorts, where it's very archaic, but again, that's just because the technology was so new. I don't know, there's not much to really say about it, but what I will say is that it's very well made for the time, and I think it honestly still holds up today. It's got some great visual gags, it's cute, it's fun, I love that the music is the old Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla theme. Everything about it just works so well and honestly feels like lightning in a bottle. James Rolfe is most well known for his iconic web series, The Angry Video Game Nerd. He made an episode that was centered around all of the bad Godzilla video games that were released prior to the Pipeworks trilogy. I'm a big fan of this series, but I honestly can't say that it's the best thing he's ever made. My favorite thing he's ever made is Cinemassacre 2000, a documentary of sorts about his early years as a budding filmmaker. However, what I want to talk about here is
Cinemassacre's Monster Madness Godzilla-thon.
Every October, James Rolfe would review 31 horror movies. Each video would be released daily throughout the month. The reputation of the series has unfortunately declined in recent years after a plagiarism scandal for the 2021 season. That being said though, the earlier episodes were very simple and only ran for a few minutes. This series was a massive inspiration for my series, Halloween Horror Picture Show, where I basically did the exact same thing, covering 31 horror movies in the month of October. For me, Godzilla-thon was my introduction to the Godzilla franchise. It served as a crash course into what Godzilla and his rogues gallery embodied. I can confidently say that Godzilla-thon and Godzilla Unleashed was a perfect combo that made me a big fan of the Big G. The first review, which covered Godzilla 1954, is very serious and hardly features any jokes. Instead, it treats the film with a great deal of sincerity. It's a very solid review that also goes over the historical significance of the film in both pop culture, but also the history of Japan as a nation. After this, though, the series gets more comical and crude. It's not a bad thing by any means. It actually works really well, especially given the fact that these are videos made by the same dude behind Angry Video Game Nerd. It's such a quotable series, too.
My favorite part is when Kong takes a tree and shoves it down Godzilla's throat. That's hilarious. Should have shoved it up his ass. This is my favorite part right here. Watch, it's the dick drop. Oh! This movie is the wet core of the smelly dog turd, and we're gonna take a bite right in. Come on, Angers, don't step in the saw, you dumb shit.
Every year I go back and marathon these videos. They're just so fun to watch and they still hold up for the most part. There are some segments where the editing is very 2008, but all things considered, it's really well put together. I remember for a while the reviews for Tokyo SOS and Final Wars were just straight up gone because of copyright claims from Toho. Thankfully, The fully intact Godzilla-thon is available on YouTube and the Cinemassacre website. One thing that always stands out to me in Godzilla-thon is the passion and knowledge that Rolf brings to each review. His enthusiasm is infectious, and even when he's poking fun at the more absurd aspects of the Godzilla franchise, it's clear it comes from a place of deep appreciation. This balance of critique and admiration is what makes his reviews just so memorable. For those who are new to Godzilla or even to monster movies in general, Godzilla-thon serves as a perfect gateway. It's comprehensive, covering the entire timeline of Godzilla films up to that point, and it manages to be educational while remaining highly entertaining. The humor, while crude, is very much James Rolfe, and it adds a unique flavor to the reviews, making them distinct from other movie critiques. This is Godzilla at Thailand. It's a YouTube video that was uploaded in 2006, and I always hated it as a kid. The suit design made 5-year-old me just so upset. There's a horn. Godzilla does not have a horn! That is not Godzilla! Anyways, it turns out that this is more than just a YouTube video. It's a commercial for motor oil. The video itself is entertaining but weird. I love the ending where this faux Godzilla gets thrown into space. It's all good fun, but little kid me just always hated the inaccuracies.
เครื่องสะอาดพลังแรงเบนซินพิเศษไร้สารตะกั่ว PTT Performa Go
Man, what do I even need to say about this video? It's a certified classic. 6-year-old me was hooked on this video and I would watch it non-stop. Nothing beats that Windows Movie Maker aesthetic. I love the super edgy music in the background. It's the perfect embodiment of what this era was at the time, and I remember being terrified of the picture that they used for Hedorah. I felt like I needed to include this video since it was one of my favorites as a kid, and honestly, yeah, it's fantastic. It's that Windows Movie Maker thing. I love it.
Hello everybody, this is Luke Godzilla Fan. Today I'm going to review the Bandai creation, Destroyer.
Way back in the day, I used to watch a ton of Godzilla toy reviews and unboxings. Clearly, this is something that kids love, and I have no idea why. Part of me thinks it's the viewer living vicariously through the reviewer. I don't know. Regardless, my favorite was Shartimus Prime, who started uploading in 2008 and is still frequently posting 16 years later. However, Shartimus wasn't exactly someone who did a ton of Godzilla reviews, as he was more Marvel, DC, and of course, Transformers. The main channel that I did go to for Godzilla toy reviews was Ultraman Chronos. Looking back, these videos aren't amazing, but you have to remember that they were posted during the Bush administration. But they did get better as time went on. Around 2013-2014, they were at their peak. While most toy reviewers were just putting things up against a blank wall and reviewing them, Ultraman Chronos had this really nice city set that was made of paper, and these do hold up. They're focused toy reviews where the reviewer is well-spoken and clearly knowledgeable about Godzilla and kaiju-centric stuff in general. He doesn't really feel like a tourist, he feels like someone who legit knows what they're talking about. Now, Ultraman Chronos is a channel that hasn't uploaded in well over 9 years. His last upload, which is a Street Fighter 3 Let's Play, features a comment section that is almost exclusively people asking for him to come back and upload again, but he never has, and is mostly gone from the internet. That was until I found his second channel. Yeah, it turns out he was still uploading on a channel called Halozilla EX. His most recent upload there was in 2022. When asked whether or not he'll upload again, he responded back by saying, "I really don't make videos anymore," which is totally fine. He doesn't exactly owe his subscribers anything, and it's clear he's moved on with his life. He's still posting infrequently, and his videos aren't about Godzilla anymore and are just gameplay of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Elden Ring, and Dark Souls. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you here, I never watched Monster Island Buddies as a kid. I only recently found out about his channel, and despite that, I know for a fact if I didn't include this channel, then 90% of the comments would be just ripping on me for not including them. So, just remember, I didn't grow up watching these videos, and I don't exactly have the same connection to it that a lot of you might have. Monster Island Buddies is a YouTube channel that was started all the way back in 2010, and the channel is still going strong 14 years later. Originally, these videos on the channel were this ongoing series featuring Godzilla characters being utilized in various skits. If you're like 4 years old, then you might notice how on the surface, this is basically just Super Mario Logan, but with Godzilla figures being used.
It's gorgeous!
Yeah, it is.
I found this meme that basically compares the two, and it's kind of unhinged, but I love it. The fact that someone spent so much time making something like this is just crazy to me, but I do think comparing the two is pretty dumb. These are just fun, lighthearted skit videos. It feels like a kid playing with his toys, which is part of the entire appeal of the series. I didn't exactly find them all funny, but again, it's because I'm watching them now and I'm in my 20s. But that being said, I do like what Monster Island Buddies has been putting out recently. Around 2017, the channel eventually shifted to reviews for various Godzilla and Kaiju related media, like video games, movies, comics, and of course, toys. Obviously, Monster Island Buddies episodes would still be produced here and there, but the toy reviews did incredibly well. In my opinion, the best videos were the ones covering weird and obscure toys from Godzilla's history, like the Microman figures and the Trendmasters Godzilla figure maker. I'm not exactly someone who watches toy reviews very often, it's just not something that interests me, but I still love the videos being made by Monster Island Buddies. These are really well-made videos made by someone who clearly has a lot of passion for Godzilla. On top of that, it's extremely impressive that a 14-year-old YouTube channel is not only alive and well, but still producing content that is better than their old stuff. Getting right back to the cringe, Godzilla Will Rock You Like a Hurricane by Brian Camper was a video that I watched non-stop as a kid, and it does not hold up whatsoever. This dude's intro is like a minute long. It's actually nuts. Nowadays, this is something that content creators here on YouTube would avoid like the plague because of watch time and retention, but that really wasn't a factor back then. A full minute of buildup was just so epic, but nowadays it just drags down the pace. Beyond that, it's a fun fan-made music video for the Scorpions song, Rock You Like a Hurricane, that almost exclusively utilizes clips from Godzilla Final Wars for the first 2 minutes. After that point, it's just a camera being pointed at a TV showing Godzilla clips. Kinda like All Godzilla Monsters by StarFox582. I'm really only including this because I used to watch it non-stop as a kid, and it was partially my introduction to Scorpions, and looking back, it's fascinating how nostalgia can color our perception of media. In my head as a kid, this was the coolest thing ever, but nowadays, no, it sucks. While these videos might not stand the test of time in terms of quality, its impact on my childhood is undeniable. It represents a time when fan-made Godzilla videos were raw, unpolished, and filled with genuine enthusiasm. It was a time when Toho wasn't exactly putting anything out, so fans stepped in to make some decent content. Revisiting some of these videos offers a glimpse into the past and a reminder of how far fan content has come. So even though these early fan projects might be cringe by today's standards, they hold a very special place in my heart. They were a part of my journey into the world of Godzilla, and for that, I'll always be grateful for them. 3 months ago, I dropped a video titled Godzilla Lost Media, where I talked about all of the various Godzilla TV specials, live events, and deleted scenes that were lost and have never been released to the public. This includes the deleted scene from the 1954 movie where Godzilla eats a cow, as well as the partially released 1983 fan film, Godzilla vs. the Wolfman. However, the most recent inclusion in that video was a scene from the 2014 American Godzilla movie that featured veteran Godzilla actor Akira Takarada. The scene in question features the film's protagonist, Ford, meeting with a Japanese immigration officer played by Takarada. The scene was filmed but ended up getting scrapped from the final cut. The only evidence that the scene even existed was a still image from an art book, as well as the film's director, Gareth Edwards, posing with Takarada in a set photo. For some bizarre reason, this deleted scene wasn't included in any of the special features for the physical releases for the film. That was until this week, when Legendary released a MonsterVerse 5-film Blu-ray box set in 4K Ultra HD. This elusive scene was finally made available to the public after a decade of being lost media. If I'm being honest, I have no idea why this was even cut. The scene itself is only 20 seconds long in total. Sure, it doesn't necessarily progress the plot in any way, but showcasing Akira Takarada is always a plus. Is it fan service? Of course, but I didn't see people complaining when Lou Ferrigno made a 20-second cameo in the 2008 Edward Norton Incredible Hulk movie. So, how did we get here? Why was this scene released? What did fans have to go through in order for it to see the light of day in the year of our Lord 2024? First and foremost, the website Toho Kingdom is largely responsible for this scene being released in the first place, so all credit goes to them. A lot of my sources in this video come straight from Toho Kingdom and their post about this, so go and show them some love. Link in the description. Specifically, the article that was written by Chris Murahangi. For those unaware, Akira Takarada was in the original 1954 Godzilla movie as Ogata. On top of that, he also appeared in films like Mothra vs. Godzilla, Invasion of the Astro Monster, King Kong Escapes, and Godzilla Final Wars. While attending G-Fest in 2010, Takarada showed interest in being in the upcoming American Godzilla film. A fan named Tim Bean created a fan petition to make this dream a reality. Tim eventually got in touch with Max Borenstein, one of the writers on Godzilla 2014. From there, a game of telephone was played, where it somehow ended up in the lap of director Gareth Edwards, who loved the idea. Thus, Akira Takarada was casted in the film. The scene was shot and set photos were released to the public. However, about a year before the movie was actually released in theaters, Legendary announced that Akira Takarada's cameo would be cut from the film. Director Gareth Edwards stated the following about his feelings on it. From an emotional point of view, in terms of my love of Godzilla, the hardest thing was Akira Takarada. He was in the original films and did a cameo for us on day one, and it felt very appropriate at the time because he played an immigrations officer who welcomes Aaron Taylor Johnson's character to Japan. So it was like this perfect day one first shot, and then when we constructed the film, basically there was a lot of pressure to get on with the adventure and get to the monsters as soon as you can. And so lots of things came out of that part of the movie, and I hung on to that until the last second, and it was still deemed by the screenings. When we tested it, that we had to get it shorter, and so that ended up having to go, which is probably my biggest regret. Following this news, fans petitioned for the cameo to be reinstated into the film, but to no avail. The film was released, and there was no Akira Takarada cameo. The Blu-ray was released, and there was no Akira Takarada cameo. It wasn't even in the deleted scenes on the bonus features. It just wasn't there. In 2020, there was this Monsterverse watch-along live tweet type deal where the various directors of the Monsterverse would be watching their own movies and then tweeting about it. So, for example, Gareth Edwards was live tweeting for Godzilla 2014 as he watched it. He talked about other lost deleted scenes from the film, like Ford falling asleep to old Toho movies. He didn't state which Toho movies, he just said Toho movies. And the opening credits with Godzilla being nuked was actually its own original scene, but was then condensed into one scene with all of the old archival footage of the title sequence. The most interesting, though, was a scene involving dead miners in a cave. Look at this makeup work. I don't even know if I can show this on YouTube. I might actually have to take this video down and edit this out and blur it, because this is insane. Granted, YouTube gods, this is makeup, relax, it's okay. But still, it's so fucking creepy. For a Godzilla movie, this is wicked, and I can't believe it was cut from the final version. Fast forward 4 years later, it's the 10-year anniversary of the Monsterverse right now in 2024, and Legendary finally decided to let the scene see the light of day after an entire decade. It's honestly insane that this scene is finally out there after this long. So again, massive thank you to Chris Murahangi and for all of his hard work on interviewing the people involved and ensuring that this was actually seen by the masses. Also, thank you to Toho Kingdom for all of their hard work over the years as being one of the best dedicated places on the internet for Godzilla fans across the globe. Seriously, it is a fantastic website. I'm not sponsored, I'm shouting them out because they are incredible with the work that they do. Love them. They actually debuted that deleted scene in 4K without any watermarks or compression. So if you want to see it in its best quality possible, then go to Toho Kingdom. Check it out there. Recently, I was doom scrolling on Twitter and I saw this tweet by Chris McDonald, the host of Gargantucast, where he states, "I want cinephiles to look me dead in the eye and say tokusatsu effects are cheap and worse after seeing the Godzilla vs. Biollante behind the scenes footage." Now, This sent me down a rabbit hole of similar tweets with the same general message and consensus. Another Twitter user named Jace shared a personal anecdote of theirs, stating, "Ages ago, I was talking with a guy about Kill Bill who gushed about the practical Tokyo set and how Tarantino used it. The minute I told him it was on loan from a Godzilla movie, 2001's GMK, his face soured and he immediately changed his tune. Explains why it looked so fake." This honestly got me thinking. Why is there a general consensus that Godzilla movies look cheap and fake? As someone who's been a lifelong fan of the franchise, I can confidently say that the vast majority of these movies look incredible. They are a shining example of what practical effects have to offer when it comes to filmmaking and storytelling. Yet, it seems that the general public doesn't really share the same opinion, as in their minds, all Godzilla really is bad dubbing, men in rubber suits, cardboard miniature cities, and you don't have to look too far to see these opinions on Twitter. Even in the real world, I think a lot of my family members feel the same exact way and can't even fathom why I love a series like Godzilla. To them, it's schlocky entertainment that is so bad it's good, and nothing more beyond that. I've even seen some MonsterVerse fans dismiss Toho films as cheap garbage that doesn't hold up, which I find strange. The MonsterVerse is based on these movies, so some respect does seem due. Even if they're not your cup of tea, it's like, just really? However, it's objectively untrue that these films are cheap or fake. Even the weakest ones, like Godzilla vs. Megalon, have some impressive moments. For instance, the destruction scene with Megalon wreaking havoc holds up really well. Some say Godzilla's Revenge looks really bad, but considering its contemporary American counterparts for 1969, it's not too bad. To counter claims of cheapness, just watch scenes from the Godzilla Heisei era or the Gamera Heisei era. These films boast outstanding practical effects that rival anything from American studios in the 80s or 90s. The craftsmanship in some of these shots are truly remarkable. So how come so many practical effects fans disregard Godzilla films? Hell, let's go even wider with it. Why do so many mainstream audience members here in America disregard and disrespect these films? While trying to find the reason why, a lot of Twitter users already seemingly answered this for me. Their reason as to why so many people hate the effects in the series is because of racism. Quite simply, American audience goers don't like these movies because they don't like Asian people or Asian films or Asian filmmakers, whether it be an outright explicit or implicit bias. I would have to disagree. I think that assuming an entire country of moviegoers hold this very belief is very misguided and is just as bad as saying all the Godzilla movies are cheap and fake. After all, if they were truly racist towards Japan and their films, then explain to me why Godzilla Minus One did so well at the box office here in America. And don't even get me started on all the Studio Ghibli movies. Those perform really well here too. Don't get me wrong, there are some racist attitudes that are held by people towards Godzilla movies. The most obvious being when people do a very racist accent and say, "Look out, it's Godzilla," with the L's being an R. I'm not going to do it here, but you know what I'm talking about. If you're a Godzilla fan, then you've heard that joke before. However, the complaint about these movies looking cheap and fake seems like a very different type of critique to me, and I think I truly figured out why people hold these misguided beliefs. Our answer lies in a TV show known as Mystery Science Theater 3000. Mystery Science Theater 3000. Don't get me wrong, I feel like this was done unintentionally by the show. It very much feels like the creators of that show were big fans of movies like Godzilla. This isn't supposed to be a call out or like a cancellation. That's not at all what I'm saying. Mystery Science Theater 3000 was a TV show where characters make funny comments while watching and reviewing cheesy old movies.
Big men putting screwdrivers into things, turning them, and adjusting them.
I'm using review here lightly since the review itself is very much a vehicle for jokes, where the characters make fun of an old sci-fi movie from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Mystery Science Theater 3000 was also extremely popular during its heyday. I mean, even now it's pretty popular. It wasn't just some niche thing that only nerds watched. Here's why this is relevant. One of their most popular episodes is where the characters in the show watch Godzilla vs. Megalon.
Oh, that's rich.
This specific episode first aired on January 19th, 1991. For a lot of people, this was their introduction to Godzilla. Sure, Godzilla 85 was released in America theatrically, but it wasn't exactly a hit. Critics hated it, and pretty much no one saw it in theaters. So, to a lot of Americans, Godzilla was a goofy character that drop-kicked a giant bug.
Oh, that's rich.
Rather than being, you know, a symbol for nuclear devastation and an outlet for Japan's trauma at the time. It would be like if you showed someone the Batman 1966 TV show as their first and only exposure to the character of Batman. They would assume that Batman was just a goofy cartoon character with even goofier villains that have rather one-dimensional schemes. I mean, could you blame them? This is their only exposure to the character. It didn't help that later syndications of Godzilla movies would be more of the goofier Showa-era flicks, rather than the newer and much more modernized and serious Heisei-era films that were being released around the exact same time. Don't get me wrong, again, I love Mystery Science Theater 3000. I think it's genuinely one of the funniest TV shows ever made, and it still holds up incredibly well. The point I'm trying to make here is that the show itself changed public perception about what Godzilla is, and what the films were, as well as science fiction in general from that time period. They highlighted, or rather, lowlighted, the worst of the worst. As a result, mainstream audiences assume that every movie was like that back then. It's sort of like how nowadays, the 70s, 80s, and 90s all have this reputation of having the best music ever. I mean, just go on YouTube and look up any music video from that time. Go to the comments and look at all the kids saying that they were born in the wrong generation, and that they wish that they were around when this music was popular. Everyone talks about Pink Floyd, AC/DC, Nirvana, the Beatles. But no one really wants to talk about garbage musical acts like Paper Lace, Autograph, and Jimmy Ray. Mind you, those last three artists weren't nobodies. They had #1 hits. If you had someone listen to songs by those last three artists, they would rightfully assume that the 70s, 80s, and 90s were awful decades for popular music. It's as simple as this. The general public has not experienced substantial Godzilla or even tokusatsu media to fully understand just how incredible these films and TV shows can be. I truly think that perception will gradually change over the years as people become more and more exposed to these Godzilla movies that look extremely good. Now, I want to end this weird little rant and editorial with another tweet from Jace, who I quoted at the start. They said, "Biollante rivals and stands proud with anything from The Thing, The Blob, or James Cameron's 80s run. Just incredible craft, and Godzilla being a more regal, if bestial, classic appearance is such an intentioned visual contrast with her." In the world of Godzilla movies and kaiju media in general, the debate over whether computer-generated imagery, otherwise known as CGI, or suitmation is the better method of bringing these monsters to life, has been ongoing for years. In fact, this debate has been happening for well over a quarter of a century, ever since the release of the 1998 Roland Emmerich Godzilla film. Back then, the argument was, well, suitmation is obviously superior because that movie was no bueno. However, the tides have gradually been turning ever since the MonsterVerse came out. Even beyond that, we've had Pacific Rim and the 2005 King Kong film by Peter Jackson. Both techniques have their champions, each claiming that their preferred method best captures the essence of the king of the monsters. But is one truly better than the other? Well, the answer is complex. First off, let's establish what suitmation actually is. Suitmation is a technique of using a performer in a costume to portray monsters, or mechs, or basically a character. It has been a staple of the Godzilla franchise since its inception in 1954. The original Godzilla film, directed by Ishiro Honda, introduced audiences to a man in a suit stomping through meticulously crafted miniatures, creating a sense of scale and destruction that was groundbreaking for its time. This method gave Godzilla a physical presence, a tangible reality that connected with viewers on a primal level. However, someone that often gets left out of this conversation is Eiji Tsuburaya, who acted as the director of special effects on every Godzilla film from 1954 to 1965. Technically, his last film credit for Godzilla was Ebra Horror of the Deep, but it's been disputed that Sadamasa Arikawa was more or less the actual director of special effects for that film, but Semantics aside, Tsuburaya was an innovator of his craft. The methods that he innovated have been used to this very day in Suitmation and Tokusatsu. They have very strong roots in the attitudes and discipline of Eiji Tsuburaya. Hell, many consider him to be a pioneer or the outright inventor of this art form. There's this undeniable charm to Suitmation as well as miniatures as a whole. The limitations of the technique often lead to creative solutions, giving the monsters a unique, almost tactile quality. The performers inside the suits imbued the creatures with personality, using body language and movement to convey emotion and intent. The suits themselves, often handmade and detailed, became iconic. Each iteration of Godzilla perfectly reflects the era in which it was created. However, I think we have to acknowledge the elephant in the room. And that's the hardship that the actors had to go through in order to make these movies in the first place. I made an entire video about this topic, but the SparkNotes version of it is that these actors have been set on fire, electrocuted, suffocated, and blown up while making these projects. Yes, Suitmation looks incredible, and I could watch it for hours and hours on end. But you have to acknowledge how much risk there truly is in making this stuff. It pains me to say it, but you don't really get these risks with CGI unless you count overworking the VFX artists, which, trust me, we will get to. Regardless of this glaring negative aspect of the art form, many fans, myself included, Suitmation represents the heart and soul of Godzilla. It's a reminder of the artistry and craftsmanship that went into the early films, a testament to the ingenuity of filmmakers who worked within the constraints of their time to create something truly special. The imperfections of Suitmation, whether it be visible wires or limited mobility and awkward movements, are part of what makes it endearing. They give Godzilla a humanity that resonates with audiences, even as he towers over cities and breathes atomic fire. There's a real charm to watching a movie and noticing something like Ghidorah being held up on wire and thinking, huh, so that's how they did it. It's the imperfections that make it all work. On the other hand, CG has allowed filmmakers to push the boundaries of what's possible in a Godzilla movie. With advances in technology, CG can create highly detailed and realistic monsters with fluid movements and dynamic expressions that Suitmation could never achieve. The scale and scope of destruction in modern Godzilla films have reached new heights, with entire cities rendered in painstaking detail, allowing for more elaborate and immersive sequences. CG offers a level of precision that Suitmation simply cannot match. Let's say you want to go in and have a monster move their head just a little bit lower. You can do that in CGI, but you have to do that on the day of filming for Suitmation. With CG, you can create scenes that would be impossible to achieve with practical effects, like Godzilla's underwater battles or his interactions with other creatures on a grand scale. The 2016 film, Shin Godzilla, is a prime example of how CG can be used effectively in a Godzilla movie, creating a terrifying, ever-evolving creature that felt both alien and familiar. The meticulous attention to detail in his design, from the texture of his skin to the way he moved like he was a man in a suit, was honestly enhanced by CGI. I know they did build a puppet, and they built a lot of practical effects for that movie, but you have to acknowledge that the CG is really what kind of made it work in a lot of ways. Moreover, CG allows for more flexibility in storytelling. Directors can envision and execute scenes without being constrained by the limitations of a suit or a physical set that must be built around it. This has led to way more ambitious narratives and action sequences, like Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire, where Godzilla's power and scale are like nothing we've ever seen before. The final battle sequence in Hollow Earth in that very film could not have happened in the way that the filmmakers envisioned if they were to use Suitmation, for better or for worse. That isn't a knock at one medium or claiming that CGI is better, but rather, I'm just stating the obvious. For the purpose of the narrative that they were making, they needed to use CGI. In a lot of these debates, I feel that a lot of people disregard CGI as just inputting information into a computer and then the computer just shits out the final product. And that's not at all how it works. A lot of people use words like soulless to describe CGI, but I mean, sure, there are examples where you could say, wow, that looks really bad. That looks soulless. That looks, terrible. But here's the thing. CGI, or VFX, is an art form in and of itself, regardless of your preference, right? Like, if you hate CGI, fine. But you have to acknowledge that VFX artists deserve way more credit, whether that be better working conditions, better pay, and better recognition in regards to awards and accolades. They really do get the short end of the stick when it comes to the film industry, and that is not okay. Here's another thing that I really don't like. This entire sort of debate often frames CG and suitmation as opposing forces, but the reality is, both techniques have their strengths and can complement each other. We've seen a mix of both, where practical effects are enhanced with CGI. A shining example of this is Jurassic Park. It's a film that featured both incredible CGI and incredible practical effects that still hold up really well. I honestly think that they hold up better than most of the Jurassic World movies. I mean, when you really think about it, using CG and practical effects together, it's like blending chocolate and peanut butter. It just works. The recent MonsterVerse films have also somewhat blended the two, using motion capture to retain the physicality of suitmation while enhancing that and, using CGI to do the rest of the work. This hybrid approach allows filmmakers to capture the best of both worlds, the tangible presence of what feels like a man in a suit and the versatility of CG. Personally, I don't think we need to be going back and forth and arguing about which method is better when both have proven themselves to be effective in telling a competent story while also being realistic and functioning on their own. For every Pacific Rim, you could easily say, hey, look at Reptilian. Or for every Godzilla vs. Biollante, you could say, hey, look, Godzilla's Revenge. It's a debate that could go on forever, and frankly, I don't have time for that. I know it may sound underwhelming or like I'm fence-sitting, but that's my honest opinion. At the end of the day, what matters to me is whether or not it's effective in telling a story. Going beyond all the American films, Godzilla -1 and Shin Godzilla use a ton of CG and it works extremely well. Could they have used a practical suit? Sure, but why should they if it suits the overall film? Meanwhile, movies like Terror of Mechagodzilla and Godzilla vs. Biollante are masterclasses of suitmation and miniature work. CGI is gradually overtaking the kaiju landscape in film, but that doesn't mean suitmation and practical effects are dead. In fact, far from it. The Ultraman series is still going strong in that regard. Kaizo Murase's latest film that dropped earlier this year, Brush of the God, also has some mind-blowing practical effects. I would love to see a new Toho Godzilla film, or hell, even a new Gamera film go this route. But what if we enhance the practical suit with some CG to make something mind-blowing that we've never seen before? Letterboxd is a website that I've been using religiously now since 2020. In fact, if you manage to find my account, you'll notice that I've been logging or journaling every film I've ever watched since I made that account. However, I don't really review movies on there because Letterboxd reviews are absolute garbage. Most of the time, it's a lame one-liner review or some outdated meme that is completely useless in determining whether or not the film is even worth your time. So I decided to go through some of the worst Godzilla reviews that I could possibly find on Letterboxd and have some fun with these awful takes. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with not liking a specific movie. If someone dislikes or downright hates a movie that I love, then that's okay. These reviews, however, are hilariously bad. It's like some people are trying to write the most obscure, nonsensical things they can without actually saying anything about the film itself. Mind you, I will be blurring out the usernames and the profile pictures since I don't want this to be a witch hunt or a harassment campaign. That's not the point of any of this. So depressing to watch. We're finally here at the current moment of Godzilla media, and it's a cowardly revision of Japan's own crimes during World War II. -1 can't even make this point proudly. Its bland, inert cinematography endangers a sense of painful self-seriousness. Its melodrama attempts to paper over any cracks in its ideology. -1 is a series of impossibilities, climaxing in a kamikaze pilot doing a kamikaze attack that he survives. The film tries to argue that the war was bad, but wasn't there something beautiful about it? Wasn't the Zero plane cool? Didn't kamikaze attacks represent a sacrifice for the greater good? Of course not. Catharsis weaponized to manufacture consent. Look at this man with PTSD. Don't you feel bad for him? You're looking at someone that fought in tandem with the bad German people from 1940. Google Imperial Japan's war crimes. I actually don't have a responsibility to give a shit about this veteran, especially in the context of finishing the war. The degree to which Japan's current blockbuster industry churns out these sublimated odes towards fascism is deeply concerning. We should have let the big guy rest 30 years ago. The reviewer claims that Godzilla -1 is a cowardly revision of Japan's own crimes during World War II, but Godzilla -1 does not glorify or revise Japan's role in the war. Rather, it acknowledges the immense toll the war took on the Japanese people, while also reflecting the collective trauma of the post-war period. The film focuses on how individuals, especially veterans with PTSD, grapple with the aftermath of war and the consequences of their participation, not to glorify it, but to explore the personal cost of conflict. The review hyper-focuses on the kamikaze pilot's survival as an impossibility, but this was set up earlier in the movie by showing that he has an ejection seat. In fact, the survival of the protagonist as it occurs in the climax is not about glorifying the act of kamikaze, but illustrating how the character, burdened by guilt, finds a way to redeem himself and to essentially tear down that original concept of sacrificing yourself for the country. The film does not present the act as a heroic ideal, but as a reflection of desperation and personal sacrifice. It's a nuanced portrayal meant to show the contrast with the mindless sacrifice of war, not to celebrate it. This is a reviewer with zero media literacy that had no idea what they were even watching and just assumed, protagonist was a World War II veteran that fought for Japan. They must be the good guy, and therefore, this film is pro-Japan during World War II. That is such one-dimensional, surface-level film analysis, ugh. The criticism that the film has bland, inert cinematography also just misses the fact that -1 adopts a solemn tone to reflect post-war devastation and the internal struggles of the characters. This painful self-seriousness that they describe is all deliberate. It isn't about bombastic kaiju battles, but a character-driven narrative about survival, grief, and reckoning with guilt. The cinematography, with its muted approach, complements the heavy emotional weight of the story. The review also accuses -1 of being an ode to fascism or weaponizing catharsis to manufacture consent, but this interpretation overlooks the fact that these films do not shy away from showing the trauma of the war on Japanese citizens, mainly veterans as well. It never suggests that war was beautiful. Instead, the film critiques the ideological sacrifice demanded by Imperial Japan, while focusing on the personal struggle to find humanity and redemption after being a part of it. It is very anti-fascist in that sense. The protagonist's PTSD and survivor's guilt serve as a clear condemnation of war, not an attempt to sanitize it. The review also attacks the film for centering on a veteran and suggesting that the audience should feel bad for him, but Godzilla -1 uses the veteran's story to humanize the impact of the war without excusing the actions of the Imperial Japanese military. This same person must have wanted Oppenheimer to suddenly just cut to a scene in Japan where we see Japanese people talk about what's going on with Oppenheimer, because that would not work at all with what the movie was trying to do. Same here with -1. We didn't need a 20-minute long scene going, hey guys, war crimes are bad. Trust me, this review's aggressive stance on Japan's war crimes are valid in a broader historical sense, but it does not align with what the film is trying to do. Like many Godzilla films, -1 uses the monster as a metaphor for overwhelming forces. In this case, the existential fear, guilt, and devastation that Japan faced post-World War II. Criticizing the film for failing to condemn Japan's war crimes just misses the entire point of the movie and its allegorical nature. The big guy isn't just a monster. He's a symbol of the consequences of war and the destruction left in its wake. With this movie in a different language, I didn't like watching it since I had to watch the subtitles. I couldn't understand what each scene was going for. This movie was very boring and wasn't entertaining. I didn't like how Godzilla looked so fake and unrealistic. Also, the actors did a bad job acting, especially when they were scared.
さて、これは私の最大の不満の一つです。それは字幕付きの映画を見ることができないことです。あなたは真剣に自分自身とあなたの世界観を制限しています。あなたの言語で話されている映画だけを見ることによって、敬意を表して大きな男の子のズボンを履いて、それに対処してください。
Going back to the review itself, the reviewer is complaining about having to watch a film with subtitles, but again, that doesn't detract from the film's quality. The film's themes, especially its allegory for nuclear devastation, transcend language. Watching foreign films with subtitles is about experiencing another culture's storytelling, not just its dialogue. While the reviewer claims that Godzilla looks fake and unrealistic, it's important to understand that this was made in 1954. The Godzilla suit was a groundbreaking special effect. The aesthetic may not compare to modern CGI, but for its time, it was extremely impressive. Not to mention the acting isn't meant to be over the top, but more subtle and reflective of collective trauma. Characters' reactions mirror how real people might respond to the incomprehensible power and destruction that Godzilla represents. In fact, I would argue that the acting is very naturalistic compared to other science fiction films from the 1950s. Absolutely refusing to engage with the human element of these movies. I literally only look at the screen when the monsters are on screen. Don't even read the subtitles. I already went over my issue with their takes on subtitles, but in Mothra vs. Godzilla, the human characters drive the narrative by representing the moral and ethical dilemmas that are central to the film. The greedy businessmen, scientists, and reporters provide a contrast to the purity and protectiveness of Mothra. Ignoring the human scenes means that you are missing out on the film's core themes of nature versus capitalism and humanity's responsibility toward the environment. The monsters don't just appear randomly, they are linked to human actions and consequences. Wasting my time even turning this movie on. There's barely any Godzilla in the first hour of the movie. There are 500 characters and none of them are interesting or matter. I can't believe how much this movie is praised considering it only has a single cool scene that is followed up by a half hour of meetings. Motherfuckers who sit through this movie must stroke their shit to filing paperwork because this movie is straight up boring. Purple breath scenes were cool, but then what happens? The stiffest rendition of Godzilla shoots lasers out of random parts of his body. Like, actually fuck off. The fact that Godzilla doesn't dominate the first hour of this movie isn't a flaw, it's a very deliberate choice. Shin Godzilla isn't a typical monster action film, it's a political satire and disaster movie that critiques government inefficiency in times of crisis. The buildup is meant to mirror the slow bureaucratic response to a disaster, with the looming presence of Godzilla symbolizing the unstoppable force of nature. The tension in the first hour sets up the eventual payoff when Godzilla's destruction becomes even more shocking due to the delayed response. While the reviewer complains about 500 characters, this is part of the film's satirical critique of Japanese bureaucracy. Shin Godzilla highlights how many layers of government, military, and scientific departments must coordinate or fail to in responding to a crisis. The overwhelming numbers of characters is a reflection of this chaotic and ineffective system. It's not just filler. The fact that the characters may seem unremarkable is the point. They represent ordinary people caught in extraordinary circumstances rather than the traditional heroic archetypes seen in other Godzilla films. We aren't getting Ford Brody here, we are getting Japanese bureaucrat number 421. And that's the whole point of the movie. If you want to see a Ford Brody type, watch Godzilla 2014. Since Godzilla first stomped onto the big screen in 1954, the kaiju has captured the imagination of audiences worldwide, but behind the scenes, the journey to bring this iconic creature to life hasn't always been smooth sailing. From production disasters to intense creative differences, the history of Godzilla films are just filled with moments of real-life drama and struggle. Now, obviously, Godzilla has his roots in World War II and the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but those are very much disturbing in and of itself. However, this video is more or less centered around what happened behind the scenes while making the films. I just wanted to acknowledge that historical fact before getting into this because I'm sure someone's going to comment about it. We'll be diving into some of the most challenging and little-known stories from the making of these films. So, let's get right into it. These are the darkest moments in Godzilla history. Kenpachiro Satsuma faced severe danger while filming Godzilla vs. Biollante during the lake battle scene, when he was electrocuted by the lights in Godzilla's dorsal fins. Godzilla vs. Biollante is a film that involves heavy usage of water. Every time the dorsal spines on the Godzilla suit would light up, Satsuma would experience a subtle zap of electricity. And of course, water and electricity don't exactly mesh well together, so there were several instances where he was nearly killed as a result of the suit's faulty electronics and the exposure to water. Water in general has always posed a very significant hazard for suit actors in the Godzilla series. Godzilla Raids Again, for example, the actor playing Anguirus nearly drowned after falling into Osaka Bay. The suits, weighing up to 280 pounds, offer little ventilation and limited visibility through small holes in the neck area. Actors often have to signal distress by fainting or stopping, as communication is nearly impossible. Both Haru Nakajima and Katsumi Tezuka famously would faint constantly on the set of Godzilla 1954 while making the movie because the Godzilla suit was just so treacherous to wear. While filming that movie, an electrical cable fell into the studio pool, posing a fatal threat to Katsumi Tezuka, who was wearing the suit at the time. Going in a more modern direction, the modern day suits are filled with even more electronic components for facial movements, adding to more difficulty and more hazard. In Godzilla 1985, Satsuma's suit malfunctioned, sending repeated electrical shocks throughout his entire body, which he described as feeling like punches to the back of the head. Throughout the history of the Godzilla franchise, the suits have also caught fire, and the filmmakers would just use the footage of that, suit burning with the actor inside as if it was no big deal. Mind you, no one has actually died while wearing a Godzilla suit. It's still terrifying. I can't imagine how scary it must be being in this 280-pound suit with tunnel vision, and then suddenly you're just on fire. All that's happening while cameras are just rolling on you. This occurred while filming scenes for Mothra vs. Godzilla, Godzilla vs. Megalon, and Terror of Mechagodzilla. Despite technological advancements, the dangers are still ever so present. Now, while a lot of these are from the 60s and 70s, the most terrifying footage is of actor Tsutomu Kitagawa, where he caught fire while filming Godzilla vs. Megaguirus. It's such a horrific situation, all things considered, and it feels wrong to even see this. Yes, he lived, he was fine, he wasn't even all that injured. These actors have gone through hell and back just to make these movies for us, and they deserve way more respect than they get. The burning Godzilla suit was essentially a death trap to wear. While yes, it was the first Godzilla suit to utilize a ventilation system to cool the wearer down, it was still insanely dangerous and would have OSHA just frothing at the mouth. For those unaware, the burning Godzilla suit was the exact same suit used in Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla, but with some major alterations. To achieve Godzilla's burning look, large sections of the suit were ripped out, removed, and replaced with about 200 tiny red, orange, and yellow light bulbs, covered by semi-transparent vinyl plates. The suit also had a mechanism to emit steam from various parts of Godzilla's body, and the eyes were modified to glow electronically. While these enhancements made for a stunning visual effect and one of the best Godzilla designs ever, they introduced significant dangers for the suit actor Kenpachiro Satsuma. The steam emitted was pure carbon monoxide, a toxic gas that caused Satsuma to faint multiple times while filming. So again, while there was a ventilation system, it was essentially just pumping carbon monoxide just right into the guy's face. Just brutal. During the production of the 1971 film Godzilla vs. Hedorah, the actor portraying the monstrous Hedorah the Smog Monster faced an unexpected and harrowing ordeal. While on set, he suddenly had sharp stomach pains and was rushed to the hospital. It was discovered that he had appendicitis, an urgent medical condition that required immediate surgery or else he would die. However, there was a significant complication. The Hedorah suit was very intricate and cumbersome. It would take hours to remove the suit, time that the doctors just simply didn't have given the urgency of the situation. The medical team had no choice but to proceed with the surgery while the actor was still wearing the suit. This already extraordinary situation took an even more dramatic turn when, during the operation, it was discovered that the actor had an unusual resistance to painkillers. Despite the administration of anesthetics, he could still feel all of the pain of having his stomach being worked on. The wildest part is, the actor was Kenpachiro Satsuma, who, if you remember, was the same guy that was electrocuted while playing Godzilla in Godzilla vs. Biollante, and was also suffocated to the point of fainting as a result of exposure to carbon monoxide while filming Godzilla vs. Destroya. Genuinely, this guy deserves a Purple Heart. It's insane. I can't imagine it. Now, regarding the Hedorah story, some people like to treat it as a tall tale, but according to Satsuma himself, it very much happened. And I'm gonna just kind of go with it, because I kind of trust the dude that's been electrocuted and suffocated and literally had his appendix worked on while wearing a suit. So, you know what? I trust you, bud. Now, we're gonna move on from all the Kenpachiro Satsuma horror stories because, oh lord. During the filming of Varan the Unbelievable, which was initially planned as a 1958 Japanese-American co-production for American TV, there was this major incident involving Haru Nakajima, the actor who played the monster Varan. During production, Nakajima suffered severe burns to his torso from an explosives mishap on set. An urban legend states that Nakajima's genitalia was completely blown off by the explosions, but that just flat out isn't true, and I could not find a reliable source on that information. I never want to have to Google that stuff again, but just trust me on this, it didn't happen. I'm adding this in post because it does kind of feel like I'm just saying, you know, just trust me, bro. So to further expand upon whether or not his genitalia was blown off by explosives, which is a sentence I never thought I would ever have to say on this channel, I found this interview from 1995 with Haru Nakajima. It was by David Milner and Guy Tucker, and this is what is mentioned. David Milner asks, "Were you ever injured while playing a giant monster?" And Nakajima responded by saying, "Only once. My stomach was very badly burned when we filmed the shot of a truck exploding underneath Varan." They don't really expand upon it, but I feel like he would have mentioned, you know, his genitals getting blown off. So, no, it was just his stomach. It wasn't anything else. This has been an urban legend that's kind of gone on for a while, so I just wanted to kind of clear that up here. No, Haru Nakajima did not get his genitals blown off. Again, can't believe I have to say that on here. This is crazy. During the Showa era, a variety of monster suits brought Godzilla and his adversaries to life. Unfortunately, none of these original suits have survived the passage of time, except for Mechagodzilla 2 from Terror of Mechagodzilla. The studio behind this, Toho, didn't consider preserving these iconic costumes to be, you know, important. To them, they were just costumes, so they let them decay on a backlot, never intended to be archived. And, you know, while you could be very upset by this, you know, the fact that these belong in a museum, the reality is these suits endured significant abuse during movie shoots, making their preservation pretty much impossible. They were crafted from materials like latex and foam rubber. The suits themselves were designed for short-term use, meant to only last through a single film's production. That's why the Godzilla suit that was used from 68 to 72 looks really good in Destroy All Monsters and really bad in Godzilla vs. Gigan. Over time, these materials inevitably degrade, especially when exposed to sweat and other elements. The YouTube channel Red Letter Media posted a video last year where they try their best to preserve a screen-used prop from the film Gremlins 2. However, it becomes clear that these puppets were never meant to last.
It's just foam latex, and they were designed to work for, you know, a couple of weeks of shooting over 30 years ago. Made of foam latex, which over time just dries out and kind of shrinks a little and becomes brittle. The paint also becomes brittle and starts flaking off. So
this picture has sort of left the Godzilla side of the internet and has been well known as a cursed image of sorts. But I feel like not a lot of people know about the origin of it. Many just say it's a rotting Godzilla suit and it looks very terrifying, which, yeah, it does. This is actually not a suit. It's an animatronic from Godzilla 1985, or The Return of Godzilla. To make everything even more terrifying, this is 20 feet tall. If you want proof, here's what it looked like while they were filming. So yeah, I feel like even with context and backstory, it's even more terrifying, all things considered. Every good story needs a good protagonist, and ours just so happens to be Italian filmmaker Luigi Cozzi, who is probably most well known for making Star Crash and Paganini horror. After seeing the success of the 1976 Dino De Laurentiis King Kong remake, Cozzi realized that there was a market for giant monster movies in his home country of Italy. Instead of making his own kaiju film from scratch, he decided to try and distribute a pre-existing film. At first, he wanted to put Gorgo in theaters, but the cost of licensing the movie was way too expensive. So, he approached the Japanese film studio, Toho, to try and license the original 1954 Godzilla film. However, Toho could only provide negatives for the 1956 American version, Godzilla King of the Monsters. When Cozzi's distributors refused to release the black and white film, he decided to colorize it. From there, negotiations continued and ended up getting approval to colorize the film, with the catch being that Toho would retain ownership of the colorized negative. Cozy, on the other hand, had final say over the stock footage, music, and colorization. At the time, there was this unofficial rule of sorts that theatrical films in Italy must be 90 minutes or longer in order to actually play in cinemas. Godzilla King of the Monsters is only 80 minutes long, so Cozy needed to figure out a way to add 10 extra minutes to the film in order to fit that 90-minute minimum runtime. Cozy decided to add in stock footage of real wartime destruction for a more violent and updated look. Yes, real footage from World War II is in this official version of Godzilla. Additional footage came from films like The Day the Earth Caught Fire, and The Train, and The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, and even Godzilla Raids Again. For the sake of marketing and advertising, Cozy coined the term Spectrorama 70, which referred to the colorization process and the feeling of 70mm film. He then removed the soundtrack from the 1956 film and then replaced it with a new score and new sound effects. Vince Tempera composed additional score with his electric piano, adding a more modern touch, modern for the 70s. Cozy then hired Enzo Nistri to paint a new poster, which was later featured on Fangoria's magazine cover. Armando Velcauda that's not right either. I know that's not right. I'm sorry, I'm so bad with Italian names. Fuck it. Armando V handled the film's colorization, while Cozy's mentor, Alberto Moro, edited the film with Cozy. So here's the most interesting part. The colorization was done frame by frame using stop-motion gel photography, and it took 3 months to make. Nowadays, this colorized version is known as Cozilla, which is a combination of Godzilla and Luigi Cozy's name. It has sort of a mixed reception, though, from Godzilla fans. In a post made on the Godzilla subreddit 3 years ago, here's what some fans had to say about this film. One person said, "Colorization is usually a joke, but does look cool a few times. Added real scenes are very effective at making you feel uncomfortable." Another stated, "It was an ambitious attempt to colorize the film, even if it didn't really work out. The World War II footage was certainly an effective way to get across the point, but pretty distasteful." While a different user said, "The definitive version of the OG. Sure, the colors are weird, but this captures the true horror of an atomic bomb, the way Ishiro Honda wanted it to be." So what do I think? Well, it's an interesting experiment in not only colorization, but localization. Plot-wise, this is just Godzilla King of the Monsters starring Raymond Burr. If you've seen that movie, then you know the plot. However, as a fan of Italian horror movies from the 70s, this feels aesthetically like one of those giallo movies from that time. The music, for example, is absolutely haunting. Akira Ifukube's score is timeless, and it's a score that you really couldn't just pigeonhole into the 1950s. However, with this score from Cozilla, you can tell it was made in the 70s, with the very dated yet effective drum machine and synthesizers being used. As a big fan of the band Goblin, this score would totally be something that they would have made. For a while, I actually thought that they did make the score, but it turns out that they didn't. I guess I just must have misheard someone say something like that. I don't know. Regardless, it truly makes the film feel like a horror movie. It's so disturbing to listen to, but it feels like a neat continuation of Akira Ifukube's music from the 54 film, which has sort of this like marching rhythm that both the 54 film and Godzilla both have, which I think is pretty cool. I think if they just reused Akira Ifukube's score, then I probably wouldn't even be making this video, because it would just be kind of meh. Now, the film itself is literally just Godzilla King of the Monsters. However, yeah, it's not good. The colorization is interesting to look at, but it's very distracting at the same time. It's not exactly colorization like how King Kong would be colorized by Turner. It's just kind of like a barrage of colors being thrown onto the screen. I get that they were trying to do something that hadn't yet been done before, technologically speaking, so I commend them for trying. I understand that this took a very long time to make, and it wasn't just something that was thrown together for a quick buck. I also understand that this was a passion project for the director, but it's just not good, and it's not well executed. The added World War II scenes are really disturbing, and I'm not entirely certain that it was necessary. Did it add to the horror? Yeah, of course. But it also padded out the runtime. I understand why it's in there, but it felt really distasteful. These are real victims of a tragedy. I think it's okay to recreate these visuals in film by having actors just play these roles and fictionalizing it. But to show real, genuine footage of people dying is crossing a line. It borders on being shocking for the sake of being shocking. It is effective imagery, and it does hammer home the message of the film, but it just feels wrong. I'm not personally offended by it or anything. Like, it's fine, like, okay, but it's more or less an attitude of just being annoyed by it, you know? It feels like an edgelord type of thing. I've also seen some people talk about how this is very psychedelic and how this is the Godzilla movie to watch if you're on acid. I would disagree. I feel like the people who say this aren't really well informed on psychedelics, because this would probably give you a really bad trip if you watched it while under the influence. The imagery and music is so horrifying and disturbing. Just because it's colorful and psychedelic in terms of its visual aesthetics doesn't mean that it should be viewed when someone is on psychedelics. In fact, I would advise against that. Regardless, Godzilla is a very interesting experiment in film colorization and localization, but it just doesn't seem all that interesting beyond just being Godzilla with a new score and a new color palette and some new scenes. Yes, there are these new changes that recontextualize the original film, but I don't think it's anything to really write home about. It is not the definitive version of the OG movie, as a Redditor stated before. It's very flawed, but it's still an interesting experiment nonetheless, and I would love to see more foreign filmmakers try to make something like this in their own way for their own country. From 1996 to 1998, the American publishing company Random House released a series of 4 Godzilla books that were all written by author Mark Saraceni. The first book in the series, Godzilla Returns, was released in 1996. The following year saw the release of Godzilla 2000. In 1998, 2 books were released, Godzilla at World's End and Godzilla vs. the Robot Monsters. However, this tetralogy of books was actually supposed to be a pentalogy, with a planned 5th book entirely finished and ready to be made available to the masses. In fact, a release year was set for 1999. The title was Godzilla and the Lost Continent, but it never saw the light of day. The book's plot would have gone as follows. In the Pacific Ocean, Godzilla's peaceful slumber is disrupted by the sudden emergence of a continent-sized landmass. Nations rush to control it only to find ancient ruins and survivors of a lost civilization. Complicating matters further, Varen, Manda, and Batra wreak havoc and clash against humanity. Their resistance abruptly ends with the appearance of Raijin, a colossal humanoid kaiju made of rock and stone, who obliterates the invaders. Raijin is revealed as a herald of the Earth itself, possessing Biollante and unleashing monstrous flora worldwide to purge humanity. Now, Godzilla stands as humanity's and the Lost Continent's last hope against these elemental forces. So, why was it never released? I mean, they had the entire thing like ready to go. Even a book cover was made. And while they say don't judge a book by its cover, this is pretty sweet. According to author Mark Saraceni, Godzilla and the Lost Continent was cancelled as a result of the poor reception behind the Roland Emmerich Godzilla movie. Therefore, the publisher assumed that consumers wouldn't be interested in this new book and that it would likely flop. 25 years after the fact, only the first 12 pages of this book have surfaced. Granted, these pages were made available at the end of Godzilla vs. the Robot Monsters, but at least it's something. Beyond that, this book is lost media, and it's very unlikely it will ever be officially released. That being said, I did some digging and tried to see if I could find any leads. And I did find something. Abe Books, a website that sells new and used books, has a softcover listing for Godzilla and the Lost Continent. Well, sort of. The listing is there, but there aren't any copies available for sale. There's an international standard book number, but no copies have ever been confirmed to exist, since the book never actually hit store shelves. However, that hasn't stopped hardcore fans from getting this novel to be released. While researching this book for this very video, I stumbled upon a forum post from Toho Kingdom that was posted way back in February 2022. The post itself was titled Godzilla and the Lost Continent, Recovery Project. The user that initially made this post, SSS9, said the following. This book, the last planned in Mark Saraceni's series from the late 90s, was cancelled following poor reception of the 98 film. However, we have extensive details of the story, of this book, even cover art. I believe it would be possible to recover the book, whether it is finished or just a draft. This piece of media has long been considered beyond reach for over 20 years. If anyone knows a way to contact Mark personally, perhaps we would be able to finally get our hands on this text that has been speculated over for many decades. That aside, I propose a collaborative rewrite project, not fan fiction, to imitate Saraceni's distinct style and tell the events of the story as Mark intended. Please let me know if you're interested. Now, from a fan perspective, this sounds like an interesting project, but from a legal perspective, it's illegal. It's entirely illegal. It is a crime what they are trying to do. The author, Mark Saraceni, has absolutely no say in whether or not this book could ever be published. Sure, he wrote the damn thing, but you have to remember that the characters are owned by Toho, and releasing it without their permission is illegal. However, the initial poster, SSS9, actually came up with a potential workaround to all of the legal problems. They stated, "I think perhaps there would be ways to circumvent legal restraints. I believe crowdfunding a bribe of sorts could potentially work, though of course the official story would be that it leaked anonymously. Perhaps it could pinned on a publisher who would have had the manuscript before it was canceled." This is illegal. Like, arguably even more illegal than the previous idea. Bribery is illegal, but bribing someone to violate international copyright law is certifiably insane and also certifiably illegal. Like, these are the lengths Godzilla fans will go to just to find some kaiju lost media. An admin for Toho Kingdom actually stepped in to close the thread, stating, no. A, this seems sketchy for a few reasons. Seems like it would be easy to crowdfund and then run away with the money. B, this seems illegal and or like some sort of harassment. C, really stupid for you to advertise this on a public forum. Don't bring it up again. Now, my guess would be that this user did in fact bring it up again, since there was a Reddit post made in 2022 where a user made a post with the title Godzilla and the Lost Continent, the Lost Book Recovery Project. The post states, "Any well-read Godzilla fan is familiar with Mark Saraceni's iconic series from the 90s, a series cut short by the poor reception of the 98 film. Godzilla and the Lost Continent was never published, leaving fans with only a meager plot summary and cover art, and leaving the series unfinished for decades. I believe it is time to recover this text. Mark Saraceni is many things, but I believe he is a fan first. If anyone has means to contact Mark, perhaps he could provide us with the book or a draft at the least. He declined to reply or even read my DMs to him over Facebook Messenger, so if anyone knows him personally, this would be the time to come forward. The other option is a complete rewrite of The Lost Continent using Saraceni's iconic style of prose. No, this would not be fanfiction. That's fanfiction. It would be an accurate and faithful reconstruction of the story as Mark would have written it. Again, that's fanfiction. Any experienced writers would be interested in collaborating, let me know. It's time we get closure. It's time we get Godzilla and the Lost Continent one way or another." I'm uncertain as to whether or not this is the same person, but given that this was posted around the same time frame, they used the same sort of language, and it's the same general idea of a recovery project, I have to think that this is just a really passionate fan trying to get a fan movement going. They are misguided in trying to break laws, and I condemn that 100%. That's wrong. No. But I would like to see this book get released through legal means. Will it ever get released? I seriously doubt it. This book does exist, but it's a long shot for Toho to decide to randomly release a 25-year-old novel. Don't get me wrong, I obviously want to see this book be released. I want it to see the light of day, but you have to be realistic about the likelihood of this ever being published. The most likely scenario is that Toho does decide to release it if enough fans clamor for it, and they would probably put it up on the Godzilla store as like a 5-book box set. But like I said, it's a long shot. Hi! This is kind of a weird video for this channel, but I figure you guys might like it. We're doing a book review today. I know, kind of crazy. I don't really cover books on this channel, but I figure why not start here? I recently purchased the brand new Godzilla Encyclopedia off of Amazon, and I figured I would give it a review because, frankly, it looked really interesting to me. I'm going to go kind of off the cuff here and just talk while I show you some pages from the book, and that's about it. It's not going to be one of my crazier videos. So this is Godzilla the Encyclopedia by Shinji Nishikawa, and as you can see, a lot of this is just simple illustrations with explanations breaking down what the monsters are, maybe some facts about them, and we also get some little blurbs from the author about their thoughts on the designs and maybe even the movie itself. It goes in chronological order from the Showa era all the way up until the Reiwa era. However, it doesn't really follow the MonsterVerse stuff, which might be a big turnoff for a lot of the American Godzilla fans. However, I still think that for people like me that are more into the Toho stuff, this is pretty damn cool. It also goes into some of the human characters. There's this page in the back that goes over all of the female characters in the Godzilla movies. And this is really neat. I think that for a Godzilla encyclopedia, it's really important to go over the human characters as well as the monsters. We also have some really awesome guides on how to draw Godzilla, and these go from every single era, which is also really fascinating. For someone that isn't really an artist, I like to just enjoy looking at some of these things. I mean, it's neat seeing tutorials like this, especially when they're made by someone who's extremely professional and they know exactly what they're talking about. It's also pretty cool seeing things like Singular Point included, since that series, while flawed, does deserve some more love. I also love the Shin Godzilla drawing that we see here. Getting to see the tail up close is just so awesome. It includes a lot of really important information. For example, if you want to see a specific monster in a specific movie, they have these little guides at the end of every chapter that kind of explains, okay, if you want to see this monster, go to this movie and watch that, which I think could be very helpful for someone getting into the series and not knowing where to start. Also, I think that a lot of the information here is just generally basic, but there is still some information that a seasoned Godzilla fan like myself can definitely enjoy. And for some reason, there's nudity in this book. Yeah, for some reason they decided to include Katsura's titties, which were just, out in the movie, which I get, hey, if you're going to make an encyclopedia, you got to go kind of in depth. But, like, at the end of the day, I know a lot of kids are going to be picking this book up. So I just have to ask, what were they thinking? I remember back when I was a kid, I loved these, encyclopedia books that were for Lego products. And I love all the information that they included, but they felt very repetitive. This book, thankfully, doesn't really feel that way. Again, the blurbs from the author add a lot to the book and it makes it feel fresh. The illustrations of the author in, costumes that are appropriate to the film, I find to be very interesting and just very cute in general. I guess you could say the aesthetics of this entire book are just very cute. It borders on being realistic at times, but for the most part, these are just very cute drawings to look at. Now, what if you are a Godzilla fan that is more seasoned? You know the monsters and would rather focus more on the actual films themselves and the filmmaking, the cinematography, and just what they mean in general. Well, I would recommend this book to you, Godzilla, the official guide to the King of the Monsters. This goes extremely in-depth on the filmmaking of Godzilla. It talks about each and every era, again, kind of breezing over the MonsterVerse stuff, but we'll get to it. It shows very compelling behind-the-scenes stills that I myself haven't even seen until I bought this book. And for me, this has been a great resource for all of my Godzilla retrospectives on this channel. The amount of detail that it goes into is honestly just incredible. I love paging through this and just looking at the pictures, but the words included in this book are also just fantastic. That sounds like a fucking caveman just reviewed this book. Words good, pictures good. But okay, I promise, it is a very well done encyclopedia on Godzilla, but more on the films. Again, if you're more of a seasoned Godzilla fan, you're not really interested in the monsters and their abilities, then this is the book for you. This is somewhat related, but this picture is just so weird to me. Like, seeing Godzilla behind a green screen just looks so off. Like, I'm so used to seeing him behind, miniatures, and so to see him, in front of a green screen is just so weird to me. Looking beyond just the movies itself, it also talks about the video games, the comics, and TV shows as well. Mind you, I do have to preface this because I know a lot of people are going to be disappointed by it. It really doesn't talk about the MonsterVerse much. It gives it maybe a page each, whereas the Japanese movies get several pages to themselves. So don't be too disappointed by that. Again, this is a book that I believe was made by Toho, so it makes total sense that they would sort of breeze over the American ones, but talk in depth about the ones that they actually made. Getting a bit more personal here, this is what I consider to be my Godzilla encyclopedia growing up. I would read this non-stop. It's an issue of Famous Monsters of Filmland that came out in 2014, right before the Gareth Edwards movie came out. There is a surprising amount of valuable information in here, especially for a younger Godzilla fan at the time. It compiled all the movies into one consecutive book, and for me, this was just my definitive Godzilla encyclopedia. It is jam-packed with some really interesting editorials about each Godzilla movie, and that's actually what inspired me to make my retrospectives here on the channel. Now, something that's kind of funny, in case you couldn't tell, this magazine is beat to shit. I mean, I would carry this thing around with me everywhere I went, and I even took it to G-Fest with me, and I had people that were artists or authors in the Godzilla world sign it for me. So, for example, August Ragone, who wrote this incredible Eiji Tsuburaya book, signed it for me, as well as Chris Mowry, who's an artist that works with the IDW Godzilla comic books. Ironically enough, Chris Mowry's work was not in this, but August Ragone actually wrote a little preamble for this specific book. And so it was really cool meeting them at G-Fest years and years ago. And so to use this book as kind of like an autograph book was kind of funny, if I'm being honest. Little kid me just thought, hey, this is my definitive Godzilla book, so I'll just have them sign it. There's some really weird things in this book that always kind of creep me out. For example, there's this advertisement for the Warner Archive for the movie Trog, which I remember seeing this specific still as a kid and being terrified by it. I thought it was some like weird half kid, half gorilla monster that was going around killing kids. And it turns out that's not at all what the movie is. It's just some Neanderthal guy going around killing people. And the movie's not that good, if I'm being honest. However, this terrified me, and it got me to watch Trog. So, there's that. Half the movies shown on here aren't even that good. Like, From Hell It Came is just a downright terrible movie. So, seeing this as a kid, I thought, oh wow, there are some really awesome horror movies out there that I should go watch. And in a way, this advertisement kind of broadened my horizons and got me to look at movies that weren't just Godzilla, that weren't just your typical horror movies like Frankenstein, Dracula, and the Universal Monsters. Now, around this time, the Gareth Edwards Godzilla movie still hadn't come out yet. The Monsterverse wasn't really a thing. And so there was a lot of hype around this movie because no one really knew what to expect, myself included. So I mainly bought this for this specific page right here, where it went in depth in an interview with Gareth Edwards. Again, this was a huge resource for me for my Godzilla retrospective for the 2014 film. And we get a lot of insight into the design philosophy behind Godzilla in that specific movie. Gareth Edwards talks about how when they were designing it, they wanted it to appear as if this was what the Japanese filmmakers saw in the 50s that caused them to make the Godzilla 54 movie. They wanted this to be true to the Japanese designs and to feel like something that Toho would have made if they had the technology. There's also this really great page where it goes over the best Godzilla pieces of merchandise ever. And as a kid, I just remember fawning over this page and wanting to collect all of them. I might actually make a video sometime in the future talking about the most expensive Godzilla figures in existence, and I guess just my general wish list, because this page right here was just something I fawned over as a kid. I loved looking at this. I think I do own a few of these though, which is kind of cool. This page right here freaked me out. I saw this illustration of this like grotesque zombie, and I remember just being horrified by it. But weirdly, I loved it at the same time. This was also my introduction to Attack on Titan, a series that I hope to talk about more of in the future. And really, this was just really neat just flipping through it at the time as a kid and reading about it. There's also this book, which was like a Western sort of like cowboys versus werewolves type of novel that I always wanted to read, and I hope to read it sometime soon because I thought the teaser image was super freaky to look at. There's also tons of advertisements in here, like Buck Rogers and your general monster fanfare for the time. While we're on the topic of Godzilla magazines that I loved as a kid, this is my copy of Life magazine's Godzilla print. I don't really remember when this came out. I feel like it was also 2014, but I can't remember off the top of my head. And this one goes very, very in-depth about the history behind Godzilla. It talks about some of the movies, but mainly it's about the historical significance of the Big G and how it has influences from King Kong to the Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, and how without those movies we wouldn't have had Godzilla. It talks about Japan at the time and how World War II had affected them as a country. And for me, reading this as a kid, as a history nut, I loved this aspect of Godzilla, and I thought it was just really fascinating. My only real gripe is that it slams certain things together. For example, it just combines the Showa era and the Heisei era into one big sort of blob, so it goes from like the more goofier stuff to just, oh, by the way, they made movies in the 80s. And you don't really get that full grasp of the franchise, and it's kind of out of order too. But regardless, you know, it is what it is. If you have the famous Monsters of Filmland, like I did at the time, then to me that was like the perfect sort of like companion piece, because this talked more about the history and the real life stuff as opposed to the movies themselves, going movie by movie. It also talked in detail about the Roland Emmerich movie, which I think is really funny, especially when you consider that the Japanese books barely talked about the American stuff, but yet the American publications barely talk about the Japanese stuff, but go in depth on all of the American movies, which is just really funny to me. It also has a little mention of John Belushi playing Godzilla in an SNL skit, which I've already talked about in videos of my own, where some of it's lost media, but that's a topic for another day. Regardless, these were sort of my picks for the best Godzilla books to read. If you're a Godzilla fan, if you're a new Godzilla fan, if you're a seasoned Godzilla fan, and also just a little trip down memory lane for me, because these were magazines that I read to death. I mean, just look at some of the just look at the quality of some of these. It's honestly like I beat these to shit. Something I barely talked about in my retrospective on the 1998 Godzilla movie was the soundtrack. Sure, I mentioned the score and how much I adored it, but the soundtrack was a huge deal when it first came out. Recently, I decided to give it a listen after all these years because, frankly, it had been a while. And that's when I had the realization that this has aged horribly. That is a music video where P. Diddy raps to Godzilla, but don't worry, we'll get into it. The soundtrack to Godzilla 1998 encapsulates the late 90s, where everything was bombastic and marketing ruled entertainment. This was built up to sell as many CDs as possible, but also to prop up the film's very bloated budget. Godzilla the album felt like a maximalist attempt to consolidate every dominant trend in music at the time, with contributions from Rage Against the Machine, Jamiroquai, Foo Fighters, and P. Diddy. It brought together rap rock, alternative angst, and mainstream spectacle under one roof, and it was an instant commercial success, riding high on the strength of star power and nostalgia. But in the decades since, the cracks in its foundation have widened, exposing the hollow motivations behind its creation. At the core of Godzilla the album is P. Diddy's Come With Me, a centerpiece as calculated as the film itself. Built around Jimmy Page's iconic riff from Led Zeppelin's Kashmir, the track promised to be a generational anthem, but now it feels like the epitome of style over substance. Diddy's aggressive delivery strains under the weight of its own self-seriousness, attempting to outdo the grandeur of its source material without fully understanding it. The track was everywhere in 1998, on the radio, MTV, and even in the film's bombastic marketing campaigns, but its staying power hasn't endured. But the reasons for this go beyond the music itself. Diddy's recent legal troubles with allegations of abuse and manipulation cast an unavoidable shadow over Come With Me, and by extension, the entire album. For those that are completely unaware somehow, Sean P. Diddy Combs currently faces multiple serious allegations including sexual assault, sex trafficking, physical abuse, which spans over 30 years. Countless celebrities like LeBron James, Jay-Z, and Meek Mill have been allegedly associated to some degree, though that is just purely speculation at this point and no charges have been filed. For a while throughout Hollywood, there's been this running gag that there ain't no party like a Diddy party.
Everybody know ain't no party like a Diddy party, so.
Yeah, that's
There are some clips going around that look really bad now that the general public understands what was going on at these Diddy parties.
No, I mean the after party.
No, I know about them.
Getting back to Diddy himself, the claims against him come from over 120 individuals, some involving minors and incidents at industry events and, of course, private parties. The accusations describe coercion, drugging, and abusive behavior. Notable cases include a lawsuit by singer Cassie alleging a decade of abuse, which was settled in 2023. Combs is currently incarcerated after being indicted on several trafficking charges, with his trial set for 2025. This entire controversy has become a meme of sorts, and while I do think it's perfectly fine to laugh at Diddy jokes, you gotta remember that real people have been harmed by this monster, and I genuinely hope that they get their justice through the legal process. Ironically enough, though, Come With Me features not one, but two sex pests. Yes, that's right. Jimmy Page, the guitarist of Led Zeppelin, is also featured on this track, and his allegations primarily stem from his relationship with Lori Maddox, an underage girl at the time in the 1970s. Maddox was part of the so-called baby groupie scene in Los Angeles, which involved young teenage girls socializing with and sometimes forming relationships with rock stars. Maddox, who was 14 or 15 when she first encountered Page, has spoken in interviews about how Page pursued her, allegedly having a romantic relationship with her while she was still underage. I'm sure some people in the comments are going to try and defend this by saying it was a different time back then, but no. It's disgusting regardless of whatever year it happened. Even Jimmy Page himself knew it was wrong at the time because he reportedly went to great lengths to keep this relationship a secret. While Maddox has recounted the relationship in a way that suggests she was enamored with Page and does not describe it as exploitative, this does not negate the inherent power imbalance and ethical issues surrounding an adult relationship with a minor. You can still like Led Zeppelin, but Jimmy Page was a piece of shit. Getting back to the album itself now, Come With Me, the song, it's bombast. It was entertaining, but now it just feels uneasy to listen to in light of all these revelations. It's difficult to revisit the song without hearing echoes of the broader cultural issues tied to both P. Diddy and Jimmy Page.
Diddy, come on out.
Beyond Diddy, the album's other contributions are an uneven mix of brilliance and pure filler. Rage Against the Machine's No Shelter stands out as a rare moment of sincerity. Its sharp critique of media distractions and consumer culture cuts through the glossy production. It's one of the only tracks that really engages with the culture of the late 90s, rather than feeding into it. Meanwhile, Jamiroquai's Deeper Underground embraces its theatricality, leaning into funk and groove to create something that still feels vibrant today. Other tracks like Foo Fighters' A320 and Green Day's Brain Stew feel like afterthoughts. The Foo Fighters deliver a solid but forgettable entry that lacks the urgency of their best work. Again, it just kind of feels like a B-side. While Green Day's remix of Brain Stew adds a layer of novelty without enhancing the original much. These tracks are fine in isolation, but when viewed as part of the larger project, they feel more like padding than essential contributions. The Wallflowers cover of David Bowie's Heroes occupies an odd space. While competently performed, it's almost too reverent to leave a lasting impact. Bowie's original exudes raw emotion and rebellion, but the Wallflowers just play it safe, delivering a version that's polished but unremarkable. It reflects the album's broader issue, a lack of risk-taking that leaves even its better tracks feeling muted. Ironic because the '98 Godzilla movie took a lot of risks. They didn't really pay off, but they were risks regardless. I still like this take on Heroes, even if it does feel pointless and generic. Like, I'm never gonna go, I really want to listen to the Wallflowers version and not the David Bowie version. Godzilla the album is a relic of its time, a cultural artifact born of excess and corporate synergy. Its commercial success ensured its visibility, but its substance, or lack thereof, has ensured its gradual fade into obscurity. Now, it's just a CD that you find at a thrift store for 50 cents. In trying to reflect the scale of the film it was tied to, the soundtrack succumbed to the same weakness: an over-reliance on spectacle, a lack of cohesion, and a refusal to engage with its material in a meaningful way. It still remains as an interesting listen, but only as a reminder of what happens when art becomes subservient to marketing. Now, with the reputational damage caused by one of its most prominent figures, revisiting it feels less like nostalgia and more like that one selfie from the Oscars that has just honestly aged like milk. As a Godzilla collector, I love finding the perfect piece to add to my shelf, whether that be an action figure, a poster, or even a vinyl record. But some items are just so expensive that they seem better suited for a museum rather than a collection. These are the ultimate Godzilla collectibles, treasured for their craftsmanship and rarity. For fans like me, they're things to admire from afar, dream about, and accept as out of reach. Still, they show how much Godzilla means to people and the lengths that fans will go to celebrate him. We're going to start off with Mattel's Shogun Warriors Rodan figure from 1980, part of the Shogun Warriors line. Created to accompany their earlier Godzilla figure from 1977, Rodan was designed with Bandai's input. So, in a way, this Rodan figure is like the grandpa of every modern-day Rodan figure made by Bandai. The thing is, though, it's extremely hard to find a Shogun Warriors Rodan in good condition today because its wings were prone to cracking and falling off. On top of that, the figure was only sold in America. In 2021, a mint inbox Rodan sold for $5,950 on eBay, making it a prized item for collectors of both Shogun Warriors and Godzilla merchandise. For those that don't want to shell out almost $6,000 for a Rodan toy, Super 7 has a 3-inch tall recreation that you can get for around $20. I feel like I also have to mention the Shogun Warriors Godzilla figure, which was produced by Mattel in the late 70s, before the Rodan one. Standing at almost 20 inches tall, the toy featured a firing fist and a red lever on the back of its head, which extended a flaming tongue. On top of that, wheels on its feet allowed for it to roll across flat surfaces. Despite its simple design, these features made it a standout for kids and a beloved item for collectors today. Depending on its condition and release version, the Shogun Warriors Godzilla figure typically sells for around $650 at auction. See, the reason why this figure is somewhat rare is because of the firing fist. This was prone to being lost, so finding a complete Shogun Warriors Godzilla figure was half the battle. Variations in color, manufacturing details, and packaging add to its value, making it a very key piece for a lot of Godzilla collectors. Nowadays, this figure has been recreated and re-released by Super 7, with Burning Godzilla and Showa Mechagodzilla variants also being released. There are also these blind box figures that are around 3 inches tall, but regardless, there's just something so iconic about these Shogun figures. Like, I swear I see them every single year at G-Fest. Good Smile Company released Shin Japanese Heroes Universe Statue Set, and it is a masterpiece celebrating 4 of Japan's most iconic heroes. This is part of the whole Shin Godzilla, Shin Ultraman, Shin Kamen Rider thing that Hideki Anno has been kind of working on for a while. And it includes statues of Shin Godzilla, Unit 1 from Evangelion, Shin Ultraman, and Shin Kamen Rider. Each statue was sculpted by a highly skilled artist, creating a true sculptor's universe, in their own words. The statues vary in size and material. Shin Godzilla stands approximately 22 inches tall and is made out of soft vinyl. Evangelion Unit 1 reaches about 20 inches tall and is crafted from polystone and plastic with some polyurethane as well. Shin Ultraman and Kamen Rider measure about 15 inches and 11 inches respectively. There's also the base as well, which is 22 inches wide. In my opinion, this collection is a fitting tribute to these legendary characters, and I think it's a centerpiece for any fan that's lucky enough to acquire it. That being said, I just can't fathom dropping $3,000 on this. Like, no way. Let's move on to another statue diorama. This is the Godzilla vs. Kong Final Battle diorama, and it was created by Prime 1 Studio, and it celebrates that iconic Hong Kong battle from Godzilla vs. Kong. It's priced at $5,699, and this massive diorama measures over 31 inches tall, 56 inches wide, and 26 inches deep. Godzilla is shown in the middle of the chaos with glowing dorsal fins and his atomic breath as he stands among destroyed buildings illuminated by LED lighting. His side of the diorama is full of destruction with crumbling structures, fires, and explosions. Kong is on the other side and is portrayed heroically leaping from a destroyed building, ready for battle. He comes with different heads to express different emotions that you can just swap out, and these are from determination to rage, and he can also hold the battle axe or just have a clenched fist. This also includes the USS Argo aircraft carrier and a Hollow Earth aerial vehicle, or the HEAV or HEAV. This set is genuinely insane. Like, as someone who's kind of on Godzilla vs. Kong, like this is nuts. Like, I would kill to have this, and like that movie isn't even in my top 10. One of the most impressive and sought after pieces of Godzilla merchandise is the Godzilla pinball machine by Stern Pinball. It's available in 3 different versions: Pro, Premium, and Limited. The Pro version is priced around $7,000, and it's a pinball machine. The Premium version, though, adds extra features at around $10,000, and it has like collapsing skyscrapers, a bridge, and even motorized Mechagodzilla targets. But at the very top, for $20,000 is the limited edition. And this version includes all the premium features, as well as a mirrored back glass, custom artwork, and this like metallic silver armor with an upgraded audio system. Only 1,000 of these were actually made, so it is extremely rare and sought after by fans. Still, as a pinball machine, this is pretty cool. I've always wanted one of these, and in the game, like, it's just pinball, but like the lore is that you are Godzilla and you're teaming up with Mothra and Rodan to battle King Ghidorah and Gigan, who are under control of the Exilians. So yeah, it's a pinball machine. Like, that's it. That's all you're really getting. However, though, the limited edition, it's on this list because of the scarcity of it and the deluxe features that make it the ultimate prize for Godzilla fans and pinball enthusiasts. Recently, like this year, I think it was almost like a month ago, a premium edition model was released, and it's got this really sleek black and white color palette with more of an emphasis on Mechagodzilla rather than just Godzilla. Finally, we have the most expensive Godzilla collectible to date, and it is a human scale statue of Godzilla from Godzilla Minus One. On November 13th, 2024, Toho announced that only 3 of these 2.3 meter tall statues would be made and were available exclusively through Amazon Japan. Each statue costs $42,325. With its massive size and extreme rarity, this statue is less a collectible and more of a monumental tribute to Godzilla. It's less something that your everyday Godzilla fan would have, but rather something that like Kai Cenat would have in the background of one of his streams. To close it all out, these collectibles aren't just about owning a rare piece of memorabilia. They're about what Godzilla represents to so many fans. I mean, yeah, who wouldn't love to have a life-size Godzilla statue or a 20 grand pinball machine? But even if they're out of reach, there's something special in knowing that these items exist. Each one a tribute to a character that's been around for decades.
A short time ago, an American airplane dropped one bomb on Hiroshima and destroyed its usefulness to the enemy. That bomb has more power than 20,000 tons of TNT.
At 8:15 on August 6th, 1945, the world changed forever. An atomic B-29 bomber deployed an atomic bomb on Hiroshima, a Japanese industrial center that was home to major military headquarters. 3 days later, a second atomic bomb was dropped on Nagasaki. At the same time, this was one of Japan's largest seaports. The 2 bombings resulted in an estimated 200,000 casualties. The survivors of the bombings suffered from thermal flash burns that gradually formed into keloid scars, and a sickness that was brought upon by fallout radiation. Children of the atom bomb survivors were shown to have birth defects as a direct result of their parents' brief but significant exposure to radiation. The generational trauma that stemmed from these events cannot be understated, and it has shaped the nation of Japan in such a significant way. This formative time in the nation's history gave way to a lot of pain and suffering. Japanese filmmakers and artists wanted to create art that reflected the horrors that they went through. However, this was quite difficult, as at the time, strict American censorship prevented this, and it wasn't just art that was censored. The Japanese press also experienced a lot of harsh censorship. Any material that was deemed too politically or morally subversive would just be banned. This would include anything from advocating for communism, pornography, and the glorification of militarism. While America's censorship would eventually fizzle out by 1952, people were still wary of content that explicitly referenced the atomic bombs. In 1954, a Japanese production company known as Toho Studios was planning on producing a film titled In the Shadow of Glory. The film was a joint project with Perfini, an Indonesian production company. The plot of In the Shadow of Glory would have been based around the aftermath of Japan's occupation of Indonesia during World War II. The film would ultimately never get made due to a strong anti-Japanese sentiment from Indonesian citizens, many of which pressured the government to deny visas to the Japanese filmmakers from Toho. Tomoyuki Tanaka, a producer at Toho, flew to the capital of Indonesia in an attempt to renegotiate with the government on their decisions. The renegotiations were ultimately unsuccessful, and In the Shadow of Glory would never be completed. On the flight back to Japan, a very somber Tomoyuki Tanaka gazed out the window of his plane and began daydreaming about seeing a giant monster in the ocean below. He thought to himself, what if a giant monster awoke from nuclear radiation and attacked Japan, taking residence in Tokyo Bay? Little did he know, that monster would be known around the globe as a cultural icon, named Godzilla, and what followed was a franchise with 35 sequels and spin-offs, not to mention the countless imitators like Gamera, Reptilicus, Yangeri, and Gappa. Tanaka hired Ishiro Honda to helm this project. Honda was known as a competent director and a frequent collaborator of Akira Kurosawa. At the time, his most recent film was a very successful World War II epic titled Eagle of the Pacific. Eiji Tsuburaya was tasked with creating the special effects for the film, and Akira Ifukube composed what would become the iconic Godzilla theme. With this scrappy but experienced team, history was about to be made. The film opens with the loud sound of footsteps, followed by Godzilla's iconic roar. The Godzilla March then begins to play over the opening credits. After this, somewhat relaxing yet eerie music begins to play as sailors on a Japanese freighter relax during their downtime. Out of nowhere, the freighter is destroyed by an unseen threat. At first, there is blinding light. The sailors who witnessed it fall to the ground in agony. One of the surviving sailors attributes this mysterious tragedy to Godzilla, a legendary sea monster. To do more investigation, a collective of journalists and news reporters travel to Odo Island. One of the reporters is told by a local that something in the sea is destroying the island's fishing industry. The reporter's helicopter is destroyed by a storm that hits the island that evening, and Godzilla, whom some of the locals briefly see, destroys 17 homes, killing 9 people and decimating 20 of the villagers' animals. Residents of Odo Island travel to Tokyo to request help. The devastation described by the locals and the reporter's evidence is consistent with a huge object crushing the village. Paleontologist Dr. Yamane is sent by the government to head a study on the island. After hearing the village alarm bell, Dr. Yamane and the villagers rush to see the monster but turn around when they realize it's a huge dinosaur. Dr. Yamane presents his research in Tokyo, where it is believed that Godzilla is a 50-meter tall monster and originated as a marine beast before becoming a terrestrial creature. He comes to the conclusion that underwater hydrogen bombs have disturbed Godzilla. There is discussion on alerting the populace to the threat posed by the monster. 17 ships are currently at sea and lost. 10 frigates are sent to use depth charges to try to kill the creature. Dr. Yamane is disappointed with the expedition since he wants to research Godzilla, not kill him. Officials ask Dr. Yamane for advice on how to kill Godzilla after it survives the attack, but Yamane responds by saying that Godzilla is invulnerable because it has survived H-bomb testing and must be studied. Due to her love for salvage ship captain Hideo Ogata, Dr. Yamane's daughter, Emiko, chooses to call off her pre-arranged marriage to Yamane's colleague, Dr. Serizawa. When a journalist shows up and requests to interview Serizawa, Emiko leads the journalist to Dr. Serizawa's house, who offers Emiko a demonstration of his most recent creation in exchange for keeping it a secret after he declines to discuss his ongoing work with the reporter. She is horrified by the demonstration. Emiko walks away without disclosing the engagement. She gets back to her house just before Godzilla attacks Shinagawa from Tokyo Bay. Godzilla retreats to the water after destroying a passing train. A 30-meter-tall, 50,000-volt electrified barrier is built along the coast by the Japanese Self-Defense Forces, who also send out troops to stop and kill Godzilla. Godzilla reappears, uses its atomic breath to scale the fence into Tokyo, where it unleashes further havoc on the city. Godzilla returns to the water after more failed attempts to kill it with jet fighters and tanks. The dead and injured are crammed into hospitals and shelters the following day, and some survivors are sick with radiation. Emiko, devastated by the destruction, tells Ogata about Dr. Serizawa's research on the oxygen destroyer, a weapon that breaks down oxygen atoms and kills organisms through decaying asphyxiation. Dr. Serizawa initially rejects Emiko and Ogata's attempts to persuade him to use the oxygen destroyer, explaining that if he does so, the world's superpowers will undoubtedly require him to build other oxygen destroyers to use as superweapons. Dr. Serizawa finally agrees to their requests after viewing a show depicting the country's current misery. Emiko begins to quietly sob as Dr. Serizawa burns his notes, so that the oxygen destroyer can never be recreated. Ogata and Dr. Serizawa are transported by a Navy ship to Tokyo Bay to plant the bomb. Serizawa locates Godzilla, detonates the weapon, and disables his air support, which results in his death. Though Godzilla is slain, Dr. Serizawa's passing is lamented by many. In an introspective yet grim moment, Dr. Yamane states that another Godzilla could emerge in the future if nuclear weapon testing continues. In case it wasn't obvious, Godzilla isn't just a monster movie. It's a powerful allegory for the devastation of nuclear warfare, but it's also an extremely effective horror movie. Godzilla looks absolutely terrifying in black and white. Honestly, I think this movie holds up so well because of its monochrome look. The special effects that could be really bad are hidden by the dark shadows and black and white color palette. Don't get me wrong, there are some shots here and there where Godzilla does look pretty rough, and not in a good way, but regardless, it works. A lot of people like to rip on Godzilla movies for having awful human characters. Trust me, we'll get there when we get there. But I think the characters in this film work exceptionally well. The character conflicts, particularly Dr. Serizawa's struggle with the morality of his invention, adds a ton of depth to the narrative. While it's unlikely that the filmmakers at the time had heard the name of Robert J. Oppenheimer, Serizawa acts as a stand-in for the inventor of the atomic bomb. Akihiko Hirata's performance is fantastic, and he brings a real sense of tragedy to his entire character. Again, the only comparison that I can even think of right now is Cillian Murphy's portrayal of Oppenheimer. Meanwhile, Emiko's emotional conflict adds a human touch amidst the chaos. The love triangle of sorts between her, Serizawa, and Akira Takarada's Ogata is a really interesting aspect of the movie. While he is the most well-known actor out of the three, it's kind of funny considering that Takarada sort of takes a back seat to Emiko and Serizawa. The two best performances in the entire film have to go to Haru Nakajima and Katsumi Tezuka, who both portrayed Godzilla. I feel like Katsumi Tezuka rarely gets mentioned, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that the majority of his scenes were cut from the final film due to the suit being very hard on his body. During the initial fitting, Nakajima experienced a mishap inside the suit when he stumbled and fell. It's well publicized that the Godzilla suit was essentially torture to wear, so they split the first suit into 2 parts, one for close-ups with ropes to help Nakajima, and another for full shots, which was lighter but still tough on Nakajima's body, as he could only last around 3 minutes before passing out. During filming, Nakajima lost 20 pounds. Despite all that, he gives the performance of a lifetime. This never really feels like it's a man in a suit. It feels like a living being. I could go on and on about how much of a technical feat this film truly is, but what I really want to talk about is why this film matters to Japanese culture, the nation's history, and of course, film history. While I did start this retrospective talking about the historical significance, I still want to expand upon those thoughts here. Producer Tomoyuki Tanaka has stated several times that the film's core theme was the terror of the bomb. This theme is visually and narratively reinforced throughout the movie. The scenes of destruction caused by Godzilla are hauntingly similar to the real-life footage of post-bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Buildings crumble, fires rage uncontrollably, and the populace is left in a state of panic and helplessness. Director Ishiro Honda skillfully embeds the idea of Godzilla being an allegory for the devastation of nuclear warfare without it being overbearing or preachy. A lot of the time we're just shown the destruction as is. We don't have some guy yapping in our ear about how catastrophic everything is. Don't worry, Raymond Burr, we'll get to you soon. Now, part of me is a bit torn on the ending of the movie. Dr. Yamane outright states, "I can't believe that Godzilla was the last of his species. If nuclear testing continues, then someday, somewhere in the world, another Godzilla may appear." On one hand, it feels like the film is outright telling the audience, hey, nuke's bad. But on the other hand, the lack of subtlety just kind of reminds me of the original King Kong, where Carl Denham outright tells the audience it was beauty that killed the beast. In a way, it works. It fits right in with the time period. After all, it's a movie about a giant monster destroying Japan. I feel like some subtlety can go by the wayside here and there. The film served as a cathartic experience for Japanese audiences, allowing them to confront the horrors of the atomic bombings in a way that was indirect yet powerful. They just outright couldn't make a biopic or whatever of the bombings happening. It would have been too real for them. And on top of that too, it would have been censored by the American government. So this was the best way to go about it. The monster's rampage through Tokyo is a visceral reminder of the destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, creating a space for collective mourning and reflection. By personifying nuclear devastation in the form of Godzilla, the film made the abstract fears of radiation and annihilation more tangible and approachable. In addition to addressing past traumas, Godzilla also reflects the national anxiety about nuclear technology and its potential for future catastrophes. During the 1950s, the threat of nuclear war loomed large over the global stage, and Japan, as the only country to have experienced atomic bombings, had a unique perspective on this threat. The film encapsulated these anxieties, presenting a scenario where humanity's hubris in technological advancements led to its own potential destruction. The themes of Godzilla remain relevant today, as concerns about nuclear technology and environmental destruction persist. The monster's story has been revisited and reinterpreted in numerous films, each iteration addressing contemporary issues while staying true to the original's core message. This relevance underscores the timeless nature of the film itself and its importance as a cultural touchstone. Before we wrap up talking about the original 1954 film, I feel like it's extremely important to talk about the 1956 Americanized version, Godzilla, King of the Monsters. This version gets a lot of hate from people, and I can completely understand why. They treat the audience like they're a bunch of preschoolers with constant narration over everything happening on screen. So many scenes are ruined by having Raymond Burr just stating exactly what's happening right in front of my eyes.
Now he's making his way toward the city's main line of defense. 300,000 volts of electricity strung around the city as a barrier.
The editing is also just bizarre, mostly due to the fact that they are shoehorning in the original Japanese footage with new footage featuring Raymond Burr as the American journalist Steve Martin. The scenes that are left untouched visually are still strong. However, it's just so odd how Burr is inserted into the film. He does a decent job with what he's given. 2 years prior to being in this film, he was the villain in Rear Window, which is a role that he absolutely killed. pun intended. Shortly after King of the Monsters, he would star in the TV series Perry Mason as the titular character. Unfortunately, though, Burr is pretty much only known as being the American guy that was shoehorned into the US version of Godzilla. He was a really talented actor, and you could tell he was doing his best, but the character of Steve Martin is just so boring and one-dimensional. It's actually kind of funny how he just approaches the characters from the original film and talks to them like they're Skyrim NPCs.
And how is Serizawa?
His health is fine, but he regrets not being here to meet you.
Something wrong?
Dr. Serizawa had to go inland on some field experiments.
It's all just so stilted and awkward. A lot of that is because of the limited blocking. These aren't the real actors, they're just body doubles at points. Is it creative? Yeah, for the 50s, it's super interesting trying to piece together how they filmed this. The character of Steve Martin was created to provide a point of view for American audiences and to help explain the events of the film to a non-Japanese audience. Through his interactions with the other characters, Steve Martin serves as a proxy for American audiences, providing a connection to the events of the film and helping to ground the story in a more familiar cultural context. Back then, you really couldn't have just dubbed this and then released it into American theaters. Americans would have been just like flabbergasted by it. They wouldn't have understood it. So having Raymond Burr in here kind of helped to hold their hand. But nowadays, it's just completely pointless. Beyond the addition of Steve Martin, Godzilla King of the Monsters outright removed any references to the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You never hear any of the characters specifically say atom bomb or hydrogen bomb, which just turns the movie into a generic monster flick, rather than what it actually is, a powerful allegory for the devastation of nuclear warfare. Going back to some of the other changes made, Akira Ifukube's iconic theme for Godzilla is noticeably absent here. The original score was replaced with a new score composed by American composer Harry Essex, which emphasized the film's more action-oriented scenes and downplayed its dramatic and emotional moments. The film's visuals were also altered for the American release, including the removal of some of the more graphic depictions of violence and the addition of special effects to enhance the film's monster scenes. Overall, Gojira, the Japanese version, is not just a sci-fi classic, but a timeless masterpiece that continues to resonate today. Its potent message about the perils of nuclear weapons remains incredibly relevant, while its groundbreaking special effects and compelling narrative ensure its place as essential viewing for film buffs and monster movie aficionados alike. It's no wonder that this film is celebrated as one of the best in the franchise. In the grand scheme of things, Godzilla is vital not only to film history, but also to the history of Japan as a nation. Its influence extends far beyond its initial release, shaping both Japanese culture and global perspectives on nuclear warfare. In Japanese culture, Godzilla has transformed from a symbol of nuclear devastation to an emblem of resilience and survival. This shift reflects the indomitable spirit of the Japanese people in overcoming adversity. The legacy of the 1954 Godzilla film endures. Beyond all of the sequels, all of the remakes, all of the spin-offs in the franchise, this movie serves as a powerful reminder of the past and a cautionary tale for the future. How do you follow up one of the most important films in the entire history of your country? Imagine being in charge of a project of that magnitude. Millions of eyes are guaranteed to be overseeing your next move. To fail, your career and livelihood may very well be ruined. To succeed, you would become the stuff of legends. Japanese filmmaker Tomoyuki Tanaka found himself in that very position in November 1954 while at a welcome home party for executive producer Iwao Mori. Tanaka was tasked with creating a sequel to his magnum opus, Godzilla. Mori was very pleased with the box office results for that film and instructed Tanaka to produce a sequel as quickly as humanly possible. Tanaka attempted to recruit Ishiro Honda, the director of the first Godzilla movie, to direct the sequel. However, Honda was already hard at work on the 1955 melodrama Love Tide, and could not return to direct the sequel to Godzilla. Mori grew worried. In Japanese cinema, sequels were rather uncommon. Fearing momentum would be lost, Mori pressured Tanaka to quickly find another director. He then hired Motoyoshi Oda, a trusted and prolific director at Toho. Oda began working on what would become known as Godzilla Raids Again. The screenplay was written by Takeo Murata, who introduced a new monster, Anguirus. However, many ambitious elements of the script were cut due to time and budget constraints. For example, he had originally wanted to show a scene of chaos and looting in the middle of a monster battle. Eiji Tsuburaya returned to handle special effects, using various camera speeds to achieve different effects. Haru Nakajima reprised his role as Godzilla, while Katsumi Tezuka, who played Godzilla very briefly in the 54 film, played Anguirus. The suits were redesigned for better mobility and comfort. Don't get me wrong, they were still very difficult to wear, but at least now they can move around and fight. Godzilla Raids Again was released on April 24th, 1955, but in the eyes of the filmmakers, the film could hardly qualify as a success. Sure, it was the 10th highest grossing film of the year in Japan, but audiences weren't too fond of it. But they also didn't hate it. It was just meh. So, what happened? And why do so many consider it to be a failure compared to the original Godzilla movie? Well, let's get right into it. Godzilla Raids Again occurs a few years after the original Godzilla. Pilot Tsukioka, who works for Kaiju Fishing Incorporated, encounters engine-troubled Koji Kobayashi on Iwato Island, where they see Godzilla battling a new quadruped monster named Anguirus. They escape the island as the two monsters battle and dive into the water. The pilots assist Dr. Yamane and law enforcement in Osaka. Dr. Yamane shows footage of the first Godzilla attack, explaining that the oxygen destroyer ended it, but with its creator dead, there are no effective defenses against Godzilla. He suggests using flares to lure Godzilla away and implementing a blackout. Later, Godzilla heads towards Osaka Bay. The Japanese defense forces turn off the city's electricity and use flares to lure Godzilla away. Escaped prisoners cause a police chase, ending in an explosion that draws Godzilla back to the mainland. Anguirus appears and the two monsters begin to fight violently, destroying Yamaji's cannery and killing the prisoners. Godzilla then defeats Anguirus by biting his neck and then firing off his atomic breath at the beast before returning to water, leaving Anguirus to die alone in the ocean. Yamaji moves operations to Hokkaido and sends Kobayashi to work as a trawler captain. At a company dinner, Tsukioka reunites with his college friend Tajima, but their dinner is interrupted by news that Godzilla has sunk another ship. The next morning, Tsukioka helps the Japanese defense forces locate Godzilla on Kamiko Island. Kobayashi tries to stop Godzilla from escaping, but he gets hit by Godzilla's atomic breath and dies crashing into the mountaintop. His crash causes a small avalanche that buries Godzilla. From there, the Japanese defense forces decide to continue firing upon the mountain, burying Godzilla under an even bigger avalanche. Finally, Tsukioka triggers the last avalanche, burying Godzilla for good. As the film ends, he reflects and feels relieved and tells Kobayashi's spirit that together, they have defeated Godzilla. Godzilla Raids Again is the definition of an underwhelming sequel. Granted, that doesn't mean that it's an all-around terrible movie. There are aspects of the film that I do appreciate. For starters, I like the chemistry between Tsukioka and Kobayashi. Their friendship feels genuine and adds a layer of emotional depth to the story. The performances by Hiroshi Koizumi and Minoru Chiaki stand out here. These actors are having a lot of fun with the role and do their best with what they're given. I remember when I first saw this movie as a kid and I was just shocked that they killed off Kobayashi near the end of the film, since he was somewhat of a comedic sidekick to the stoic lead. However, I think this narrative choice works really well, despite it being very shocking. There are so many characters like Kobayashi in countless action movies, where it's the comedic sidekick, kind of bumbling but not really. They hardly affect the plot in a meaningful way. The same cannot be said, though, for Kobayashi, who sacrifices himself to stop Godzilla. It honestly makes his character more memorable and more interesting. The scenes showing the Japanese self-defense forces strategizing to combat Godzilla highlight the ingenuity and determination of the people, but it's also just so futile, knowing that these jets and tanks and strategy, it can't defeat Godzilla no matter how hard they try. These sequences are nowhere near as complex and interesting as the 1954 film, but like I said, it's incredibly hard to follow up a film of that magnitude. Another positive aspect is the introduction of the new monster, Anguirus. Having Godzilla fight another monster is a genius move that single-handedly kept the franchise alive beyond this point. I honestly believe that if this film was just Godzilla by himself attacking Japan again, the franchise would have been dead in the water from here on out. Speaking of being dead in the water, Anguirus is a cool monster. His design and concept are super interesting, and it provides a fresh challenge for Godzilla. The idea of tying him to Godzilla's origin is really cool. Not to mention, an irradiated ankylosaur is just such a badass concept, even if he doesn't really resemble an ankylosaur that much. Katsumi Tezuka does a great job of portraying Anguirus. The suit can appear clumsy at times, and, it does just look like a guy crawling around on the ground, but that's not exactly Tezuka's fault. Speaking of suits, the Godzilla suit in Godzilla Raids Again is fantastic. It's a more streamlined version compared to the 1954 predecessor, which was necessary to accommodate for the increased combat scenes in the film. The slimmer design allows for more dynamic and agile movements, making the fight scenes more intense and believable. The fangs on the suit give Godzilla a terrifying predatory appearance, enhancing its fearsome presence. The face on the suit is particularly striking, with an uncanny expression that adds to the overall menacing look. Alright, I gotta talk about this, so here we go. The 1955 Godzilla suit, as well as the film, Godzilla Raids Again, tend to be frequently associated with the analog horror series The Man in the Suit by Unknowingly. I've already covered this series on my channel, so go check out that video if you want, but I do think that a lot of the horror in that series works so well because of how the 1955 Godzilla suit looks. There are so many other analog horror series that outright just use the Godzilla Raids Again suit because of how uncanny and weird it looks. The combination of the suit's improved mobility and frightening aesthetics makes it a standout element of Godzilla Raids Again. It might very well be one of my all-time favorite suits out of the entire Showa era, and it's extremely underrated by fans. So kind of a funny story about the suits that were used in this film. Funny, I guess, maybe more depressing than anything else. After Godzilla Raids Again was released, Toho aimed to introduce the film to Western audiences, but had trouble securing a distributor. Meanwhile, ABPT Pictures, an American distribution company, was producing a film titled The Volcano Monsters. The two companies reached an agreement that the second Godzilla suit, along with the Anguirus suit, would be sent to LA for additional filming. However, ABPT went bankrupt, with its assets being taken over by other production companies. Both the second Godzilla suit and the Anguirus suit vanished and remain missing to this day. So, yeah, kind of funny, kind of depressing, but getting back to the positives, there are some really neat action set pieces here. The final assault on Godzilla is tense and well executed. The fact that Godzilla has already killed Anguirus at this point adds a ton of suspense to the assault, because if another monster couldn't stop the Big G, then how could the military possibly stop him? I also really like the scene where the convicts cause a fire that results in the monsters being led towards land and attacking. It borders on being like comedic levels of boobery. It's like something out of Abbott and Costello, but I love it. Beyond that, though, Godzilla Raids Again is a lackluster movie that utterly fails as being a passable follow-up to the original Godzilla film. I don't have a problem with Godzilla battling another monster. I don't have a problem with the tone being somewhat lighter and a little goofier here and there. There's nothing wrong with a movie having a lighter tone compared to its predecessor. There seems to be this weird attitude where people think that a film being darker makes it automatically good. That's a mindset that I disagree with because tone does not equate to quality. Ultimately, I have a problem with everything about this film feeling more like a cheap cash grab rather than an interesting follow-up that continues the themes of its predecessor while also delivering on some quality kaiju entertainment. Godzilla Raids Again fails as a sequel to Godzilla 1954 because it lacks originality and depth. The original film was groundbreaking, delivering a profound message about the horrors of nuclear war and human hubris through its dark and somber tone. It used Godzilla as a metaphor for nuclear devastation, making it not just a monster movie, but a very important commentary on real-world issues. In contrast, Godzilla Raids Again does not expand on any of these themes or even introduce new ones. Instead, it just rehashes the same basic plot points. A giant monster appears, wreaks havoc, and it must be stopped. While it does introduce a new monster to the dynamic, this addition feels more like an attempt to add novelty rather than develop the story in a meaningful way. The conflict between Godzilla and Anguirus lacks the symbolic weight and emotional resonance of the original Godzilla's rampage through Tokyo. The overall tone of Godzilla Raids Again is also very inconsistent and less impactful as a result. The 54 film's slow and deliberate pacing and haunted imagery creates a sense of dread and gravitas. In the sequel, the pacing is faster, especially during the monster fights, which are more chaotic and less visually striking. The quick movements of the monsters, coupled with the less meticulous special effects, make the battles feel more like two men in suits wrestling rather than titanic creatures clashing. This diminishes the sense of scale and realism that was so effectively conveyed in the original. Additionally, the film lacks the same sense of character development and drama. In Godzilla 54, the characters were deeply affected by the events of the film, with their stories intertwined with the larger narrative about the destructive power of technology. They hardly felt like characters and were more like real people. In Godzilla Raids Again, the vast majority of the side characters feel more like placeholders, present only to move the plot forward rather than to provide any meaningful commentary or emotional depth. Like I said, the two main characters have good chemistry, but the writing utterly fails to make them interesting. Beyond that, even the fights in Godzilla Raids Again are pretty underwhelming. The speed of these battles is unusually fast, which has both positive and negative effects. On one hand, the rapid pace makes the clashes between Godzilla and Anguirus feel extremely violent and intense. We watch as these two beasts rip and tear at each other with ferocity. This brutality adds a raw primal energy to their encounters, making them feel more dangerous and unpredictable. However, the downside to this is that the fast-paced fighting diminishes the sense of scale and weight that was so effectively conveyed in the original Godzilla movie. In the first film, the footage of Godzilla was often slowed down, which gave the monster a sense of immense power and size. The deliberate heavy movements made Godzilla appear more formidable and otherworldly. In contrast, the unaltered speed in Godzilla Raids Again makes the monster's fights look less like epic clashes of titans and more like two men in suits wrestling, which they are, but it looks pretty obvious here. This lack of slow motion makes the battles feel very cheap and less impactful. Before wrapping up here, we gotta talk about the American version of Godzilla Raids Again, which was retitled to Gigantus the Fire Monster. I already mentioned this before when I was talking about the suits, but the initial plan was for the entire Japanese film to be reworked with all new human scenes featuring American actors, with the kaiju stuff remaining completely intact. It would have been titled The Volcano Monsters, but of course ABPT went bankrupt, so The Volcano Monsters was scrapped. The remaining producers ended up just opting to redub the Japanese film and add some minor alterations here and there. Paul Schreibman, one of the producers, decided to change Godzilla's name in the American dub to Gigantus. The reasoning behind this actually makes a lot of sense on paper. Godzilla was killed in the last movie, so this is a new monster from the same species, but it just goes by a different name. The filmmakers didn't want theatergoers to get confused, since Godzilla was killed by the oxygen destroyer in the last movie. Now, in execution, this is awful. This is terrible. The name Gigantus is so generic, and it just feels wrong seeing a monster that is so clearly Godzilla being called a different name. Moving beyond the whole Gigantus thing though, the performances in the English dub are surprisingly good. Legendary Star Trek actor George Takei is featured in the dub in one of his first roles. Paul Frees, the man of 1,000 voices, is also featured in the dub. Frees is a legendary voice actor who was around during the golden age of animation, working for companies like Rankin Bass and Disney. He was in a bunch of Tom and Jerry shorts, but my favorite role that he did was as the host of the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland.
Whenever candlelights flicker, where the air is deathly still, that is the time when ghosts are present, practicing their terror.
Getting back on track, something I really hate about the American dub of Godzilla Raids Again is the fact that they removed Godzilla's iconic roar and just replaced it with Anguirus' roar. Yet again, this removes the essence and personality of the character of Godzilla, and makes him feel more like a generic 1950s movie monster. It also gets really annoying hearing the same roar over and over and over again. For a while, the American dub, or Gigantus the Fire Monster, was lost media for decades. Once the film ended its theatrical run in the early 60s, the movie wasn't screened anywhere else. That version of the film wasn't broadcasted on TV, and it wasn't available as a physical release, since that really wasn't a thing back then in the 60s. Once the rights to the film went back to Toho in the mid-80s, Gigantus the Fire Monster would eventually see various physical releases as well as television broadcasts in the US and in English-speaking countries. Much like Gigantus the Fire Monster, the original Japanese version, Godzilla Raids Again, is a mixed bag, and it comes off as a superficial attempt to cash in on the success of the original film. It prioritizes spectacle over substance, failing to capture the innovative spirit and profound messaging that made Godzilla 1954 a classic. Instead of being a thoughtful continuation of the story, it feels like a rushed production aimed at making a quick profit, lacking the originality, depth, and emotional impact that a true sequel should have. It's honestly a shame. This could have been a really neat follow-up to such an incredible movie. However, it just feels like another forgettable 1950s monster flick from this era. In Kitamasu near Mount Aso, 2 miners go missing after a mine floods, and several miners and a policeman are later found dead with sharp object wounds. Shigeru Kawamura discovers a giant prehistoric larval insect. It's called a meganulon, and it's responsible for the killings. It was awakened by the mining activities. However, he has amnesia and struggles to remember all of the details. Amid increasing seismic activity, Shigeru regains his memory and recalls seeing a massive egg in the mine hatch into a giant bird-like creature known as Rodan. Dr. Kashiwagi identifies Rodan as a pterosaur, awakened by nuclear testing. Rodan then wreaks havoc, destroying jets and attacking cities with its supersonic speed and windstorms from its wings. 2 Rodans are discovered, causing widespread destruction. The military triggers an eruption at Mount Aso to eliminate them. 1 Rodan is injured and falls into the lava, and the 2nd Rodan dives in after it, choosing to die with its mate. Or best friend, depending on your interpretation. Rodan was Toho's first color tokusatsu kaiju film, marking a milestone for the studio in 1956. Kenji Sahara, the film's lead actor, completely immersed himself deeply in his character's amnesia, studying its nuances and even physically embodying it to the point of injury during filming. Director Ishido Honda developed a strong rapport with Sahara, casting him repeatedly in subsequent films, becoming a Godzilla regular of sorts. He would go on to appear in films like King Kong vs. Godzilla, Mothra vs. Godzilla, Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla, and Godzilla Final Wars. Haru Nakajima, known for his iconic role as Godzilla, also portrayed Rodan and was backed up by Katsumi Tezuka. This setup between the 2 actors rotating in playing the lead monster was previously established in the original Godzilla movie made 2 years prior. During filming, a mishap occurred when the cables that were lifting Nakajima as Rodan up in the air just broke, causing him to fall 20 feet to the ground. Fortunately, the fall itself was cushioned by the suit's wings as well as the water below. Historical context aside, Rodan has one of my all-time favorite tropes in kaiju media, and that's the monsters actually going after humans with malicious intent. We see the Meganulon actually maim and kill people, and it adds to the suspense and terror. The suits, by the way, look incredible, especially for 1956. Yeah, I know this is a big budget monster movie made by Toho, but it's still just so impressive. And on top of that too, I like that the Meganulon are sort of like the bait and switch villain, where it's revealed that they're just food for the Rodan hatchling. What is a massive threat to the human characters is nothing more than just baby food for Rodan. Tonally, this movie is on the same level as the original 1954 Godzilla movie. In his later appearances, Rodan is always featured in somewhat goofy movies in terms of just tone, so it's really neat seeing him in a darker, more serious film. Rodan is a bit of a slow burn, but is still paced extremely well, given this movie is around 80 minutes in length. We really don't see the titular kaiju for a while, and I like that. There's legitimate build-up to it. It never gets boring, since the human characters are somewhat compelling, and the constant threat of the Meganulons just keeps everything so interesting. The scenes in the caves are just so claustrophobic and sweaty. Everyone is rugged and tired and wet. There's a tangible terror throughout in a way that reminds me of the original Alien film. Seeing miners in the hospital ward after getting torn to shreds as their families try to get answers in the hallway is just so horrifying. There's this real sense of panic, and it genuinely stresses me out watching it. It really humanizes the characters that we just saw get brutally maimed by these monsters in a way that effectively calls back to the original Godzilla. As much as I love the goofy shit that will eventually come out in the 60s and 70s from Toho, I just adore when these films take a more serious tone. It just makes everything feel so real. And yeah, it's just people in monster costumes destroying tiny buildings, and you can laugh at it all you want. But for me personally, I love it. I love when it's taken seriously and when there's craft to it. And trust me, there is a real craft to this movie. It's just so well put together, and I love every minute of it because it truly feels like a horror movie at times. Once Rodan shows up, or rather, the Rodans, the film gets even better. Eiji Tsuburaya was in charge of the special effects, who at this point in time had previously worked on the original 54 Godzilla film as well as Raids Again and Half Human, which is its own beast that I'll probably cover on this channel eventually. The miniature cities and model work are just so fun to look at as they get completely destroyed in a wonderful fashion. The Rodan suit is a bit clumsy at times, but again, this is a movie made in 1956, when the suitmation genre was still in its infancy as we know it. But this might very well be my favorite Rodan design. Ironic, since it's the very first. Beyond all that, though, the Meganulon suits truly steal the show here. I talked about it a little bit before, but they look incredible, and not enough people praise them. They're so weird yet horrifying. They feel prehistoric while also feeling alien and sci-fi-esque. Akira Ifukube's music in Rodan stands as a remarkable achievement in his illustrious career, further solidifying his legacy as one of Japan's greatest composers to ever work in the film industry. No, I take it back. He is one of the best composers to ever do it. Period. While it's true that nothing can surpass the groundbreaking impact of his original Godzilla score, which is an iconic piece that will forever change the landscape of film music, his work in Rodan is still exceptionally well crafted. The score beautifully captures the film's atmosphere, blending suspense, grandeur, and a sense of impending doom that perfectly complements the visuals on screen. The score doesn't just accompany the action, it elevates it, adding layers of depth to the film's narrative and making the creature's appearance all the more impactful. Something that I like to talk about in these type of videos is the American dub, because, well, I'm American, and a lot of the time I only watched the dubs growing up. So for me, I like sort of giving praise to these actors that were doing the thankless job of dubbing these Japanese movies that to them were probably just weird monster movies that no one cared about, but of course that's not really true. Much like the American dub for Godzilla Raids Again, the voice talent here is stacked, but the overall execution is a little subpar. Funnily enough, a lot of the same people that worked on the dub for that film also worked on the dub for Rodan. In this dub, the character of Dr. Kashiwagi was voiced by George Takei, best known for his role as Sulu in the original Star Trek series. Meanwhile, Paul Frees, the iconic voice behind the Ghost Host in Disney's Haunted Mansion, and Tom and Jerry, and a million other cartoons, he lent his talents to multiple characters. After all, he was known as the Man of 1,000 Voices. So in the dub, he voiced Nishimura, Dr. Tanaka, and Suda. However, the wildest piece of trivia is that Fei Rei's voice appears in the dub through stock audio that the studio just had on hand. For those unaware, Fei Rei was the actress that portrayed Ann Darrow in the original 1933 King Kong film. It's kind of cool to see a somewhat distant connection like that between these two franchises that haven't yet crossed over. So go and give Rodan a watch if you haven't seen it already. The Mysterians is an essential piece of Japanese science fiction cinema that stands as a glowing artifact of post-war Japanese genre filmmaking. Directed by the legendary Ishiro Honda and released in 1957, the film is a dazzling spectacle of visual effects, pioneering miniature work and science fiction world building. The film was heavily inspired by American sci-fi flicks of the time, like Earth vs. the Flying Saucers and The War of the Worlds. However, the filmmakers would take this basic concept and flip it on its head by throwing a kaiju into the mix. The film introduces one of the most unique and influential creations in the history of kaiju cinema, Mogira. While the film itself explores themes of invasion, nuclear anxiety, and humanity's collective response to extraterrestrial threats, Mogira, the massive mechanical menace, steals the show in a way that cements its status as an unforgettable design in the kaiju canon. The plot of the Mysterians revolves around a group of extraterrestrials, the titular Mysterians, who arrive on Earth under the pretense of seeking a small tract of land and the right to interbreed with human women to save their dying race. As one might expect from these movies, their true intentions are far more sinister, and their sophisticated technology, which includes everything from energy weapons to advanced spaceships to, of course, Mogira, puts humanity at a severe disadvantage. But before the Mysterians reveal themselves fully to Earth's government, they send out a terrifying harbinger, Mogira. It is a brilliant way to set the stakes for what is to come, demonstrating that these invaders possess weaponry unlike anything humanity has ever faced. Mogira is not merely a robot, it is the embodiment of brute, unstoppable force. The way it methodically tears through the village, destroying shrines and flattening anything in its path, immediately asserts its dominance. No matter what the local police or defense forces throw at it, Mogira remains as a force to be reckoned with. The visual design of Mogira is one of the film's standout elements. This robot with its segmented body and mismatched color palette feels both mechanical and otherworldly. The bluish-green limbs and the golden drill nose just give it this appearance that's so classy, so, 1950s sci-fi, but still feeling very unique in its own right. There's a bulkiness to Mogira that makes it seem as though it was forged with pure functionality in mind. A robot built not for grace, but for obliteration. The head of Mogira is perhaps what I think is the most fascinating feature, with its drill nose protruding forward and its eyes sitting atop the head, flaring outwards. It looks like an industrial machine repurposed for battle. Those glowing eyes give the impression that Mogira is constantly surveying its surroundings, ready to target anything in its vicinity. And those antennas that swivel back and forth, it's a nice touch of sci-fi flair that also serves a functional narrative purpose, as Mogira tucks them away when it's ready to burrow underground. Yes, this robot can also dig. I think that's just so cool. I love when giant monsters dig underground. It's an ability that makes Mogira even more menacing than a standard giant robot stomping through a city. Mogira's drill nose isn't just for show, it's designed to bore through the earth, allowing the robot to travel beneath the surface like some monstrous mechanical mole. The scenes where Mogira 2, I guess, but still Mogira, burrows underground are a testament to the ingenuity of the film's special effects team. In an era long before CGI, the filmmakers had to rely on practical effects, models, and creative camera work to bring this sequence to life. And they did so incredibly well. As if I haven't praised him enough on this channel, Eiji Tsuburaya might very well be, in my opinion, the best special effects director to ever walk this earth. The sight of this massive machine tunneling through the earth is both awe-inspiring and terrifying. So much of this just adds an element of intelligence to Mogira that it elevates it beyond just being a mindless weapon. It becomes clear that Mogira is part of a larger strategy employed by the Mysterians, and its actions are calculated to weaken humanity's defenses before the real invasion begins. The climax of Mogira's rampage comes when it faces off against the Japanese self-defense forces. This is where the film's action hits a fever pitch. The human forces, armed with rifles, machine guns, and even flamethrowers, throw everything they have at the metallic behemoth, but their weapons prove ineffective. The entire scene paints a vivid picture of humanity's desperation in the face of an overwhelmingly powerful foe. But the filmmakers don't leave the audience entirely without hope. In a clever bit of tactical ingenuity, the military lures Mogira to the edge of a bridge that has been rigged with explosives. When the trap is sprung, the bridge collapses under Mogira's weight, sending the giant robot tumbling into the river below, where it ultimately explodes in a fiery blaze of destruction. It's a satisfying conclusion to the robot's rampage, but also a bittersweet victory. Mogira may be destroyed, but the Mysterians remain. Mogira's design and role in the Mysterians has had a lasting impact on science fiction and kaiju films. While it is kind of obscure compared to like Godzilla, Mothra, Rodan, it's still classic. In my opinion, it's one of the most iconic mechanical monsters in Japanese cinema. A later version of Mogira would also appear in Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla in 1994 with significant upgrades, but still retaining many of the core design elements that made the original Mogira just so memorable. I know that a lot of people prefer the Heisei Mogira over the Showa one, but to me, there's just something about that teal and gold color palette that just works so well. The fact it looks like a bug, too, just makes it feel even weirder and more alien, otherworldly-esque. Thematically, Mogira serves as a metaphor for the unstoppable force of technology, whether that be nuclear technology or just, I guess, technology in general that is being wielded without concern for the consequences. This was a very common theme in post-war Japanese cinema, mainly in the works of Ishiro Honda, who often explored the destructive potential of advanced technology in films like Godzilla. Enough yapping now about the robot. It's just my favorite element of the entire movie. The Mysterians, the film, offers a compelling narrative that taps into Cold War anxieties. The Mysterians, with their demand for human land and women, represent an existential threat to national sovereignty and human autonomy. Their advanced technology and seemingly benevolent facade hide a more sinister agenda, mirroring the geopolitical tensions of the time. The film asks pressing questions about how humanity should respond to such overwhelming threats, whether that be through force, through diplomacy, or through cooperation.
It gives me great pleasure to greet such distinguished scientists from the Earth.
It's a science fiction movie from the 50s. You're gonna get some badass fucking spaceships, explosions, and a giant monster, so yeah. In short, The Mysterians is a landmark in science fiction cinema. It's extremely underrated, and Mogira is the film's crown jewel. With its striking design, immense destructive power, and thematic depth, Mogira is more than just a monster. It's an icon of the science fiction genre, especially in Japan. If you're a fan of classic sci-fi, kaiju films, or you just want to see one of the coolest robots ever put to screen, The Mysterians is a must-watch. The now legendary clash that we get to see in the 1962 film King Kong vs. Godzilla is a tale steeped in cinematic history, creative ambition, and behind-the-scenes drama. It was the East and the West, quite literally duking it out on the big screen. Who would win, Japan's Godzilla or America's King Kong? I know a lot of people in my own life who didn't even know that this movie existed and just thought that it was the stuff of legends, and frankly, it almost wasn't made. Willis O'Brien, the visionary animator behind the original 1933 King Kong, came up with a new story in which Kong would face off against a giant version of Frankenstein's monster in San Francisco. This project, titled King Kong Meets Frankenstein, later became known as King Kong vs. the Ginkgo when it was believed that Universal Studios held the rights to Frankenstein's name. O'Brien sought permission from RKO, the studio behind the original King Kong, and was introduced to producer John Beck, who promised to find a studio to produce the film. John Beck took O'Brien's story and hired screenwriter George Worthing Yates to develop a screenplay, slightly altering the story and renaming it King Kong vs. Prometheus. However, the high cost of stop-motion animation deterred a lot of studios. Beck eventually attracted the interest of the Japanese studio Toho. Toho purchased the script, but instead of a giant Frankenstein monster, they decided King Kong's opponent would be Godzilla, another of their famous creations. This decision aligned with Toho's plans to celebrate their 30th anniversary in 1962 with a series of major film releases. The production of King Kong vs. Godzilla involved several controversial decisions. John Beck's dealings with Toho and the alterations to O'Brien's original concept were made without O'Brien's knowledge or consent. As a result, O'Brien was never credited for his idea, leading to significant frustration and disappointment. He attempted to sue Beck, but lacked the financial resources to do so. Tragically, O'Brien passed away on November 8, 1962. With his wife later attributing his death to the stress caused by the King Kong vs. Frankenstein deal. Additionally, Marion C. Cooper, the producer and co-director of the original King Kong film, vehemently opposed the project. Cooper was really critical of Toho's approach, which included the use of a man in a gorilla suit to play Kong, a method that he had long opposed. Ironic because, the Dino De Laurentiis film would eventually use suitmation as well. In 1963, Cooper filed a lawsuit against John Beck, Toho, and Universal, claiming that he owned the rights to the King Kong character. However, the lawsuit was unsuccessful as it was revealed that Cooper did not have sole ownership over King Kong. As a result, it was revealed that King Kong is kind of public domain, but not really. It's the book version that was made as a novelization to the 1933 film, and RKO owns King Kong as a name, which is why Godzilla vs. Kong is called Godzilla vs. Kong and not Godzilla vs. King Kong. It's extremely confusing, and what I'm getting at is this movie opened up a can of worms that it's crazy. It's so complicated, and I don't want to get into it right now. But basically, was King Kong versus Godzilla worth the hassle to make? Yes, 100%. Yes. While it may appear to be somewhat primitive by today's standards, this film is one of the greatest crossovers in film history. This is King Kong vs. Godzilla. The CEO of Pacific Pharmaceuticals, a man named Mr. Taco, is dissatisfied with the television programs his firm sponsors and needs something to increase his viewership numbers. Taco thinks it would be a wonderful idea to use a giant monster to garner attention when a doctor informs him about a huge monster he found on the little Faroe Island. Taco sends out 2 men to find and retrieve the monster. In the meantime, an iceberg traps the American nuclear submarine Seahawk. When the iceberg breaks, Godzilla, who has been imprisoned inside of it since 1955, is released. As he moves southeast towards Japan, Godzilla attacks a military facility after destroying the submarine. A massive octopus attacks the local community on Faroe Island while searching for ferrolactin juice, which is made from an indigenous variety of red berries. King Kong, the monster of Faroe Island, shows up and defeats the octopus. Kong consumes several vases worth of juice, which puts him to sleep while the islanders conduct a ceremony. Kong is put on a sizable raft and then is taken back to Japan. Godzilla also makes his way to Japan and terrorizes the countryside. Kong manages to get up and escape the raft. When he reaches the mainland, he fights Godzilla, but is forced to flee as a result of getting burned by Godzilla's atomic breath. Kong rushes towards Tokyo and crashes through the power lines, consuming the electricity and seemingly growing stronger as a result. Kong finally arrives in Tokyo, where he kidnaps Fumiko, the sister of one of the human protagonists. He takes her to the National Diet Building, which he then scales. Kong is then put to sleep by these launched capsules, which contain vaporized ferrolactin juice, and Fumiko is rescued. To have Godzilla and Kong fight, the Japanese Self-Defense Force decides to fly Kong to Godzilla using balloons. The following morning, Kong and Godzilla clash at Mount Fuji's summit after Kong has been dropped nearby with a helicopter. At first, Godzilla has the upper hand. He ends up knocking Kong unconscious with a vicious dropkick and numerous tail punches to the head. Godzilla then uses his atomic breath to ignite the vegetation surrounding Kong's body to try to burn him to death. However, Kong is struck by lightning and the fight resumes. Because again, for some reason, lightning makes Kong stronger. Gradually, they end up destroying a castle and then plummet over a cliff into Sagami Bay. King Kong vs. Godzilla, directed by Ishiro Honda, isn't just a thrilling monster showdown. It's also a sharp satire on the influence of television on Japanese culture in the early 1960s. The film uses its story and characters to critique sensationalism and cutthroat competition, attitudes that define Japanese TV in the 60s. In 1962, Japanese TV networks started creating increasingly outrageous shows to draw in viewers, a trend ignited by a tragic event where 2 elderly viewers died while watching a violent wrestling match. This incident led to intense rating wars and sensational content, sparking debate over television's effects on society. Critics at the time were saying that TV was turning the populace into a nation of 100 million idiots. There was no educational value. It was quite literally just brain rot of the 60s. Think Skibbity Toilet, but, on TV. Honda shared these concerns, worried that TV shows were treating viewers as mere statistics in the ratings race rather than respecting their intelligence. Through King Kong vs. Godzilla, Honda aimed to showcase the ridiculousness of this media environment. The film depicts the monster clash as a publicity stunt by a pharmaceutical company, critiquing how far companies would go to grab viewers' attention. In the movie, we see a pharmaceutical company sponsor a TV show and decide to capture King Kong simply on the basis of boosting ratings to promote their products. Honda highlights the irony here. Instead of focusing on creating quality medicine, the company resorts to sensationalism to outdo its competitors and, in a way, wreak a ton of havoc, killing so many people just for a profit. This entire element of the film mirrors a broader societal issue where the drive for profit and viewer engagement overshadows ethical considerations and quality content. I know that this sounds like way too deep for giant monkey fights giant lizard, but trust me, I'm not like reaching here. These are very clearly being told to the audience that this is what this movie is. It's a critique of television. Bringing Ishiro Honda back to direct this film was a genius move by Toho. Honda's ability to infuse depth into a monster movie is a testament to his directorial skill. He managed to strike a balance between thrilling kaiju action and very well-made social critique, ensuring that the film appealed to a broad audience while still conveying a meaningful message and being very entertaining. Because remember, while there's all this stuff going on in the background, we still get Kong shoving a tree down Godzilla's throat. The film's pacing, character development, and plot progression all serve to enhance its thematic resonance, making it, in my opinion, a standout entry in the kaiju genre. Like most kaiju films of this nature, it was panned by critics upon its release. Shortly after the film was made available in the US theatrically, Variety published a review that was let's just say, scathing. From the mysterious east comes the monstrosity to end all monstrosities. The epic clash between the 30-year-old breast-beating, Hollywood-born and bred gorilla with the overactive pituitary and the 7-year-old pea-brained, flame-throated, tail-wagging cross between a Stegosaurus and a Tyrannosaurus Rex who fights it out of Tokyo, Japan, onward and upward with the arts. Clearly, this reviewer, who's probably dead by now, values huffing their farts over, fun cinema. So, go figure. Honda's experience with the 1954 Godzilla film allowed him to bring a level of sophistication to the monster battles, making them not just about the destruction, but also about the underlying motives and consequences of the characters' actions. If you remember, my biggest problem with Godzilla Raids Again is that there were no real underlying themes, and that it just kind of felt like noise. There was nothing really going on. It was just a cash grab. And that's because Ishiro Honda did not return to direct that movie. We had these fantastic themes present in Godzilla 1954, and now that he's back, they're back too. His direction ensures that the monster clashes were more or less a metaphor, but they're also entertaining as all hell. And let's talk about that. King Kong vs. Godzilla features a mix of humor and action, making it kind of lighthearted when you compare it to the previous entries in the series. The humor in the film is often achieved through the use of exaggerated characters and situations, as well as through the playful banter between characters. The film makes use of comedic moments and gags, like when Kong drinks a large amount of red berry juice, which causes him to fall asleep in a drunken stupor. Another great moment is when Godzilla gets a tree shoved down his throat by Kong during their epic clash. I think that one of the most enjoyable aspects of King Kong vs. Godzilla is the way that it balances the action and the comedy. While the film contains plenty of monster battles and destruction, it also has a lighthearted tone that makes it just so much fun to watch. This was one of my favorite Godzilla movies as a kid, and for good reason. The scenes of Kong and Godzilla fighting are often played for laughs, with the monsters engaging in wrestling moves and these comical gestures, but at the same time, the film never loses sight of the danger that these creatures pose, and the destruction they cause is still impressive to watch. What I'm getting at is here, when it needs to be serious, it's serious. When it needs to be funny, it's funny. And the times where it sort of transitions between either one of those attitudes, it never really feels jarring. The humor in King Kong vs. Godzilla is kind of hit or miss when it comes to the human characters. There is a decent amount of slapstick, and that's all well and good. The two lead actors are more like Abbott and Costello, which I'm more than okay with. I love Abbott and Costello. It keeps the human scenes interesting, and it also keeps the tone light. Their antics are entertaining, and I honestly wish that more Godzilla movies from this period would have adopted this attitude of having the human scenes be somewhat comedic, while the monster scenes are somewhat serious. However, not everyone liked the comedic aspects of the film. In the book Ishiro Honda, A Life in Film, From Godzilla to Kurosawa, it was noted that Ishiro Honda hated the comedic aspects of the film and was forced to put it in by Toho. The book itself states, "Comedic human drama was one thing, but when it came to the monsters, Honda felt Toho went too far. From the early drafts of the script, the studio had made notes regarding the monsters, asking, 'Make it as funny as possible, please.' To me, what happened was not acceptable," Honda said. "Personally, I didn't want to do it, but the company demanded it. When you have to do it, then you have to do it. I did the best I could with it, and Mr. Tsuburaya did his best as well. It was about that time that Godzilla movies started to move toward a younger audience, but the fact that they decided to make Godzilla act like a human, it was not a good decision. This showed off the fact that it was a man in a suit. Bad idea." Now, here's the biggest controversy that this film carries, and it's still very much a controversy even today, so let's tread lightly here. Asian actors playing tribesmen of Faroe Island are shown to be in brownface throughout the film. Let's get some backstory first. You see, originally the plan was to film in Sri Lanka with actors from the region portraying the tribesmen. However, this concept was scrapped due to budget constraints. So they just took Asian actors, put brown makeup on them, and called it a day. I can see this aspect of the film very reasonably turning people off from watching it, even if it is present for a very, very small portion of the movie. It's important to remember that that's just how it was back then. It sucks, it was wrong, but this was a movie made over half a century ago. Of course, there are going to be aspects of it that do not hold up whatsoever by today's standards. I'm not defending it. I'm not saying that, this was okay. I just think that banning this movie or censoring it or altering it is stupid. It's wrong. I think the most reasonable compromise for people that are like, this is fine, leave it alone, and people that are like, this needs to be banned, is to just meet in the middle and say, let's have a disclaimer right at the start on like HBO Max or physical releases, last for like 5-10 seconds, just saying, hey, this was a thing that happened at the time. It's wrong now. Here's why it's wrong. That way you're not demeaning people, you're not hiding something from people, and we can actually have a conversation about it, which I think is the most important part. Getting back to, the monster battles, which is what you're all here for, King Kong vs. Godzilla boasted extremely impressive special effects for its time. The use of suitmation, which is just actors in monster suits and miniature models for city destruction scenes, was flat out groundbreaking. Eiji Tsuburaya, renowned for his work in the Godzilla series as well as Ultraman, masterfully crafted scenes that brought both Kong and Godzilla to life with a sense of realism and scale. The battles between the two monsters are really memorable, showcasing their immense power and contrasting fighting styles. The cinematography is somewhat dated for the time, but again, oh well. It still does a really good job of capturing the enormity of the monsters and the chaos that they unleash. Wide shots of city destruction and close-ups during the fights highlight the sheer spectacle of the confrontation. There is one special effect that I really don't like, and it does not hold up whatsoever. It takes me out of the movie every single time I see it. Every time a person is in the foreground and a giant monster's in the background when they're doing a composite, there's this blue sort of aura around the humans, and it's obvious that this was new technology for them. In the days of black and white with Godzilla 54 and Godzilla Raids Again, you didn't really have to worry about this because there was no blue because it was all black and white, whereas here they have to deal with that. Later on, this didn't become an issue because they figured out how to avoid this problem, but it's really obvious here. It feels wrong to sort of critique this film for that specific problem, but I mean, we have to be fair here. I also have to note this because someone in the comments is going to be going, actually, this is the first time that Godzilla and King Kong have appeared in color on film, which is pretty interesting, but again, kind of harms the film because of that blue outline where a lot of the technology just wasn't there yet, and it almost feels rushed in a way. Regardless, they look great in color, so no complaints there. Something that I've noticed each and every time that I watch this movie is that Toho very clearly made King Kong look very stupid and goofy, especially when you compare him to how Godzilla looks, where it's a very sleek, modernized redesign of Godzilla for its time. Godzilla is menacing, terrifying, and this is one of the best Godzilla designs that we've seen yet. Whereas King Kong is so goofy, furry, and just looks gross more than anything else. Alright, I would be a moron if I didn't talk about the film's ending. A myth originated in the 1960s from Spacemen magazine. It was a sister publication to the much more famous Monsters of Filmland magazine. Spacemen magazine claimed that the film, King Kong vs. Godzilla, had different endings depending on the country. In the Japanese version, Godzilla wins, but in the American version, King Kong wins. Despite being somewhat plausible, this claim has persisted for decades, even though it's false. The idea that Toho and Universal tailor their cuts to cater to their respective markets was convincing to many. When a Godzilla film was sent from Japan to the US distributor would often make changes. I mean, just look at Godzilla Raids Again and then the American localized version, which is Gigantus the Fire Monster. Arguably, the changes make it almost like two different movies. I mean, they changed Godzilla's name. Even 1954 Godzilla, which eventually became Godzilla King of the Monsters, starring Raymond Burr. Much like that, the English language version of King Kong vs. Godzilla underwent extensive editing. New American characters and scenes were introduced, which significantly altered the story. But despite these changes, the film's main draw remained: the epic showdown between King Kong and Godzilla atop Mount Fuji. Fans love this iconic battle, though many now advocate for just watching the Japanese version and not the American version, if at all possible. While there are differences between the Japanese version and the American version, this video will not go over that, it's just going to be very quick here, these do not change the outcome of the battle. In both versions, the monsters go into the water and we see King Kong walk off. However, it's implied that Godzilla still survived. So, no. There isn't an alternate ending to the film. It doesn't exist. Both versions of the film end with King Kong as the victor, but it's kind of a draw. No version was ever even filmed where Godzilla won. That's just flat out not true. King Kong vs. Godzilla holds a significant place in the history of movie monsters. It marked the first crossover between two major film monsters and set a precedent for future monster mashups in cinema. Sure, before you start commenting, we already had the Universal monster movies where Frankenstein and Dracula were appearing side by side on screen, but this was different. Universal owned all those characters, so it seemed inevitable that there would be a crossover. King Kong vs. Godzilla was two monsters owned by two different studios, one in the West, one in the East. It was quite literally two nations duking it out, America versus Japan. Most importantly, it was two of the most iconic kaijus fighting on screen. The film's success paved the way for numerous sequels and remakes both for Kong and Godzilla. Beyond its entertainment value, this film has become a cultural icon, influencing pop culture and spawning a dedicated fan base. Of course, Godzilla and Kong would face off again on the big screen in 2021's Godzilla vs. Kong, a film that was a contributing factor in saving movie theaters and bringing in revenue during the pandemic. Despite all that though, King Kong vs. Godzilla is just a really fun kaiju romp. It still holds up and remains a quintessential monster movie that continues to captivate audiences with its thrilling premise, impressive special effects, and enduring cultural impact. While it may not match the sophistication of modern CGI-heavy blockbusters, its charm lies in its ability to evoke a sense of awe and wonder through practical effects and a timeless story of giant monkey versus giant lizard. After King Kong vs. Godzilla was a hit, Toho wanted to make another film where Godzilla duked it out with another well-known, pre-established monster. They chose Mothra, who they owned the rights to and had been popular since her 1961 solo film. Ishiro Honda returned to direct the film. On top of that, Akira Takarada, who played Ogata in the original 54 film, stars in this film as a different character named Ichiro Sakai. Another returning actress, or rather actresses, were a famous singing duo known as the Peanuts, who had previously played the Shobijin in the original 1961 Mothra film. Composer Akira Ifukube wrote the score, reworking themes from the original Mothra. The legendary special effects director, Eiji Tsuburaya, oversaw the creation of the Mothra and Godzilla suits. A new Godzilla suit was created by Teizo Toshimitsu with input from actor Haru Nakajima, which The idea behind that was to make movement much more easier and specified to his needs. Another idea was to give Godzilla a more menacing and villainous appearance. Ironic, because that was the same intention with the previous suit from King Kong vs. Godzilla. And if I'm being honest, that one looks more menacing than the Mothra vs. Godzilla suit. Speaking of the King Kong vs. Godzilla suit, it was actually reused in this film for some of the water scenes. Extremely expensive optical printers helped to enhance Godzilla's atomic breath. The set design and destruction scenes took several takes to perfect, and Mothra's wings and other mechanical parts were controlled remotely to bring the kaijus to life. This is such a major step up from the composite work on King Kong vs. Godzilla, which had these fuzzy blue borders around anything being composited into the shot. Thankfully, those fuzzy blue borders are entirely absent from this film. Now, here's the thing, I've always had an odd relationship with this movie. As a kid, I weirdly hated it. I know it sounds bizarre, but let me try to explain. When I was a kid, I just hated Mothra as a character. I found her to be annoying cannon fodder that had a very boring design. I thought the Shobijin were obnoxious, but most importantly, I couldn't stand how Godzilla lost to what were essentially two baby caterpillars. It always drove me nuts when people claimed that Mothra vs. Godzilla was a classic and one of the best of the Showa era. According to little kid me, this was an extremely overrated Godzilla movie with a boring enemy for the big G to fight. Before actually sitting down to watch this movie for this very retrospective, I was straight up ready to be like, this is the most overrated Godzilla movie from the Showa era, but I am very happy to report that I absolutely loved this movie and had a great time watching it. So, without wasting any more time, this is Mothra vs. Godzilla. After a typhoon strikes Kurata Beach, photographer Junko Nakanishi and writer Ichiro Saki find a strange object while searching through the debris. Nearby, a massive egg washes ashore, creating a stir among the locals. Professor Miura examines the egg, but businessman Kumayama buys it to exploit it for his company, Happy Enterprises. Kumayama, backed by the wealthy Jiro Torahata, plans to build a tourist attraction around the egg. The Shobijin, tiny twin fairies, appear and plead for the egg's return, revealing it belongs to Mothra, an ancient deity. They warn that the egg will hatch a destructive larva, but Kumayama and Torahata ignore their pleas. Ichiro Saki writes articles condemning Happy Enterprises, but the company continues with its plans. Miura discovers the object found on the beach is highly radioactive. The trio returns to Kurata Beach, where Godzilla emerges from the mud, awakened by the disturbance. Godzilla begins a destructive rampage, and the JSDF's attempts to stop him fail. The trio then travel to Infant Island to seek Mothra's help. The islanders are initially unwilling, but Mothra agrees to help, despite being near the end of her life. Meanwhile, Kumayama, desperate after losing everything, confronts Torahata, but both meet their end when Godzilla destroys their hotel. Godzilla reaches Nishi Beach and prepares to destroy the egg, but Mothra intervenes. Despite her efforts, Godzilla overpowers her and she dies beside the egg. The egg hatches, revealing twin larvae, who pursue Godzilla to Iwa Island. They encase him in silk and Godzilla sinks into the sea. With Godzilla defeated, the larvae and the Shobijin return to Infant Island. The opening sequence of Mothra vs. Godzilla sets the tone for one of the most visually impressive entries in the Godzilla franchise. The typhoon scene in particular is nothing short of spectacular. It showcases some of the finest miniature work that Eiji Tsuburaya has ever produced. The intricacy of the models, the attention to detail, and the way the destruction feels palpable despite being a scaled-down version of the world are just testaments to Tsuburaya's mastery. Even 60 years later, this scene holds up as one of the best in the genre, rivaling modern special effects with its realism and craftsmanship. One of the film's most fascinating aspects is its focus on the news media and their perspective on the events unfolding. Up until this point in the Godzilla series, we've largely seen the scientific community and the military as the primary lenses through which we experience these massive creature battles. Shifting to the news media provides a fresh angle, offering insight into how the public perceives and processes these monumental events. While we did get a taste of this with Raymond Burr's character in the Americanized version of Godzilla 54, here, the focus is squarely on the Japanese media, making it a more grounded and culturally resonant choice for the film's narrative. The scale of Mothra's egg is something that the film conveys masterfully. The decision to constantly place characters in close proximity to the egg ensures that we, as the audience, fully grasp its sheer magnitude. It's a simple yet effective visual technique, reinforcing the grandeur and importance of the egg to the plot. It should be noted too that the sense of awe surrounding this massive object adds a bunch of tension, because we don't really know what's inside, unless you've seen Mothra 1961, but still. Mr. Kumayama, the greedy businessman, is a classic take on the archetype, and his character feels like a cautionary tale of unchecked ambition and greed. In many ways, he parallels characters like the mayor from Jaws or Jupe from Nope. Individuals who see financial opportunity in spectacle, even if it comes at great risk. However, unlike Jupe, Kumayama lacks any redeeming qualities, coming across as a far more selfish and short-sighted character. His obsession with capitalizing on the Mothra egg, turning it into an amusement park attraction, is absurdly short-sighted, and yet it feels entirely believable in the context of his character's greed. Like, seriously, dude, what are you thinking? It is an egg. It is going to either rot or hatch. Why do you want to build something around it? Like, genuinely, you could say it's a plot hole, but I think it works really well with just how dumb his character is in terms of, like, just thinking in the long term. He represents that, like, capitalist drive for profit at any cost. His schemes revolve around exploiting the kaiju phenomenon for financial gain, which eventually leads to his tragic downfall. His actions are driven by the desire to control and monetize Mothra's egg, reflecting a broader commentary on how the relentless pursuit of wealth can have dire consequences. Godzilla's entrance in this film is one of the most unique in the entire franchise. Rising up from beneath the ground after the tsunami, his emergence is both terrifying and unexpected. We've seen him come from the ocean before, but this subterranean arrival is something else entirely, giving the moment an added sense of dread and unpredictability. The accompanying music heightens the moment, with Akira Ifukube's score seamlessly blending with the visuals to create a sense of impending doom. Ifukube's score throughout the entire film is a masterclass in film composition, from the iconic Mothra theme to the more subtle incidental pieces that perfectly capture the mood of each scene. As a little side note, something that I really want to add is that my second feature film, Pesticide, actually included this scene very, very briefly as a little homage during the opening titles. For those that may not have seen the movie, which I'm sure is a lot of you, it's this sort of collage and montage of all these weird public access TV shows, music videos, and public domain horror movies. As a little homage to the Big G, I threw that clip in for just a few seconds because it's always stuck out to me. It's so weird for him to come out of the sand, but it weirdly works. I don't know, there's just something about it that is so terrifying, yet just so cool and interesting to look at. There are several moments of pure visual spectacle in this film, but one of the most striking is the sequence where we hear an announcement over the loudspeaker as we get wide sweeping shots of Japan. The sense of scale is immense, especially in the shots where we see Godzilla looming over the landscape, moving across the bay with soldiers helplessly looking on. While the effects may show their age in some places, Godzilla's movements, for instance, can feel a bit stiff. There's an undeniable artistry in the way he's composited into the real-world settings. The movements of his tail in particular brings to mind moments from Shin Godzilla, where the creature's unnatural yet menacing tail became a focal point of its design. The destruction Godzilla brings to the city is, as always, chaotic and terrifying, yet this time it feels more grounded in reality. The panic that grips the population is palpable, with people running in every direction as the military tries to maintain some semblance of order. The panic that grips the population is palpable, with people running in every direction as the military tries to maintain some semblance of order. There's a sense of confusion and disarray that feels much more authentic compared to previous films. This is further amplified by the fact that Mothra vs. Godzilla is one of the first times we see Godzilla wreak havoc in full color. Yes, we saw this with King Kong vs. Godzilla, but here we get a lot more of it. And let's talk about Godzilla here. The design in this film is menacing with a look of fury that makes him feel truly dangerous. While this may not be the best suit design in the franchise, it's certainly one of the most imposing of the Showa era. The darker tone of the suit, coupled with Godzilla's angry expressions, reinforces his status as an unstoppable force of nature, a destructive creature that cannot be reasoned with or stopped. Mothra, on the other hand, is treated with reverence and respect. The film builds up to her appearance in such a way that she truly feels mystical and awe-inspiring. The sequences of the Shobijin praying to Mothra and singing to her are some of the most beautiful in the film, creating an atmosphere of wonder that contrasts starkly with the chaos of Godzilla's rampage. These moments evoke the same sense of grandeur as the reveal of the Brontosaurus in Jurassic Park. We see the human character's reactions first, and only then are we treated to the spectacle itself. It's an effective technique that makes Mothra's eventual departure from Infant Island feel momentous. One of the film's greatest strengths is its dual plot structure. On one hand, we have the story of Mothra and her protectors, and on the other, the military's efforts to stop Godzilla. Both plotlines are equally compelling, never overshadowing each other. As we learn more about Mothra's mythology and the Shobijin's attempt to safeguard the egg, we're also treated to scenes of the military desperately trying to thwart Godzilla's path of destruction, and ultimately failing. The way these two narratives converge toward the climax is seamless, creating a well-constructed and engaging story. In comparison, King Kong vs. Godzilla feels haphazard in its structure, lacking the same level of cohesion and narrative focus. The resolution of the Kumayama subplot is another standout moment, really with how his death is tied directly to Godzilla's actions. The destruction of the building where he meets his end, and the fact that his own financial advisor is responsible for his demise, serves as a fitting conclusion to the film's critique of greed. It almost feels like a modern parable. Don't let greed blind you to the consequences of your actions. Despite Kumayama's downfall, Godzilla's menacing presence remains the true focus. The film wisely avoids letting the human antagonist overshadow the kaiju while still being interesting in his own right. The battle between the adult Mothra and Godzilla is one of the most dynamic in the Showa era, with real stakes and a sense of impending doom hanging over the egg. The entire time, the tension is palpable as we worry that the egg might crack open in the middle of the fight, potentially harming whatever's inside. The battle itself is thrilling, with Mothra managing to drag Godzilla by the tail at one point, a moment that is both humorous and effective within the film's overall tone. The use of stop-motion animation in certain sequences adds a unique visual flair to the fight, making it stand out among other Toho kaiju battles. The human characters in Mothra vs. Godzilla are more fleshed out than in other entries in the franchise. The performances are strong across the board, with the characters being given more depth and personality than the often one-dimensional roles that can be found in other kaiju films. A lot of people like to write off human scenes in kaiju movies, but here it is absolutely essential and works expertly in tandem with the kaiju storyline. The greedy businessmen, as well as the scientists and reporters, provide a contrast to the purity and protectiveness of Mothra. Ignoring the human scenes means missing out on the film's core themes of nature versus greed, and humanity's responsibility toward the environment. The monsters don't just appear randomly, they're linked to human actions and consequences. This, coupled with the well-executed plot and spectacular monster battles, makes Mothra vs. Godzilla not just a great kaiju film, but a great film in its own right. It balances spectacle with substance, creating an experience that feels both grand and intimate. At its core, Mothra vs. Godzilla is an engaging narrative about the clash between two monstrous forces with fundamentally different natures and origins. In one corner, we've got Mothra, a benevolent divine insect deity from Infant Island, facing off against Godzilla, the embodiment of nature's fury unleashed by human folly. I always talk about the English dub for these movies, so let's go over that right now, even though there isn't really much to talk about. American International Pictures, or AIP, purchased the rights to distribute Mothra vs. Godzilla, and they released it under the title Godzilla vs. the Thing. As much as I hate that title, I absolutely love the poster that was made for American theaters. Is it representative of the actual movie? No, but it is a beautiful work of art. It was painted by Reynold Brown, who had previously created posters for Creature from the Black Lagoon, Attack of the 50-Foot Woman, and Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. According to the DVD audio commentary for Godzilla vs. the Thing, Brown was paid only $350 for the poster, which doesn't sound like a lot nowadays, but back then, when you adjust it for inflation, it would have been around $3,500. Getting into the English dub itself, it's kind of bizarre. Certain scenes are outright removed. The most glaring omission is Kumayama getting shot in the hotel room. It makes no sense why they would do this, since it outright ties into the themes of the film. However, there are some decent changes that I do like. For one, the Shobijin song is shortened greatly. No disrespect to the Peanuts, but Godzilla films have a bad habit of letting these songs just play out to pad the runtime. Trust me, we'll get to the King Caesar song eventually. I like the song, but it just goes on for way too long in this movie. So it's a welcome change that streamlines the film, and it's a shame that more important scenes were cut out or flat out removed. So yeah, Mothra vs. Godzilla is a certified classic and one of the best entries in the Showa era. I have no idea what I was thinking as a kid. It just goes to show how kids can have such garbage taste in movies or just outright hate a movie for the dumbest reasons. The film stands out not just for its impressive kaiju battles, but for its commentary on human greed. Through its narrative and character arcs, the film explores the destructive consequences of pursuing wealth and power without regard for the natural world. It presents a cautionary tale about the need for ethical responsibility and respect for nature, positioning itself as a thoughtful and enduring entry in the kaiju genre. Weirdly enough, the origins of King Ghidorah stem from legendary Japanese filmmaker Akira Kurosawa, the visionary behind iconic samurai movies like Seven Samurai and Ran. The story goes that Toho was planning on releasing Kurosawa's then upcoming period piece, Redbeard. However, production was falling behind schedule and likely wouldn't be released on time. As a result, Toho decided to quickly make a new Godzilla movie to fill that slot in the production schedule. Producer Tomoyuki Tanaka wanted to continue the trend of making kaiju crossovers following King Kong vs. Godzilla and Mothra vs. Godzilla. The idea here was to bring back Godzilla and Mothra as well as Rodan, who had his own solo film 8 years prior. While it wasn't as planned out as the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I think it's fair to draw parallels to that franchise. Essentially, this upcoming crossover would be like the Avengers of the Toho Kaiju universe. This film also serves as the introduction to King Ghidorah, an alien monster that many consider to be the Joker to Godzilla's Batman. A really interesting piece of trivia is that Ghidorah's initial design gave him a blue skin tone with rainbow wings. This look is so wildly different from what we're used to, and as weird as it is, I'm glad they went with the gold instead. It keeps the design simple. Bandai recently announced that they'll be releasing a toy of this prototype design, which I think is pretty damn cool. Looking at the crew behind Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, the usual suspects return. Ishiro Honda is sitting in the director's chair for his fourth Godzilla film. Tomoyuki Tanaka produced, while Akira Ifukube composed the score. Most importantly though, Eiji Tsuburaya yet again acted as the special effects director, and this film might very well be his best work yet, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. The most controversial behind-the-scenes decision was to gradually move Godzilla away from being a villain and to have him act more like a human in order to appeal to children. This is a storytelling choice that was made by Tomoyuki Tanaka and was supported by Eiji Tsuburaya. However, the most vocal critic of this decision was director Ishiro Honda, who stated, "I am concerned that we are drifting toward taking the easy route, believing a silly storyline is okay, though it might be mocked by adults simply because the film is made for children. Kids will not tolerate nonsense." Despite these qualms from Honda, Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster was a hit at the box office. Now, this is a movie that I feel deeply conflicted about. As a kid, this was a movie that I liked but didn't love. If it was on TV, of course I would watch it because it's a Godzilla movie, but this wasn't a movie that I would intentionally seek out, if that makes sense. I always preferred its sequel, Invasion of the Astro Monster, because that one is more outwardly sci-fi focused, while Three-Headed Monster had more of an emphasis on international politics with its human drama. That being said though, I gave this movie a rewatch back when I was in high school and I remembered loving it, mainly for its incredible miniature work. Finally, after rewatching it again for this very retrospective, I still feel very conflicted and have ultimately come to the conclusion that it's a very meh movie. So let's get into it. This is Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. A meteor shower over Japan brings unexpected chaos when a massive asteroid begins emitting magnetic waves. Soon after, the pterodon Rodan rises from Mount Aso and Godzilla emerges, leading to a violent clash between the two monsters. Meanwhile, a mysterious woman claiming to be from Venus warns that an even greater threat is coming, King Ghidorah, or as they say in the dub, Ghidorah. It's a three-headed space dragon that destroyed her home planet. As Ghidorah hatches from the asteroid, it begins attacking Japan. Then Mothra arrives, attempting to convince Godzilla and Rodan to unite against the powerful alien. Initially, both monsters refuse, but after seeing Mothra bravely fight Ghidorah alone, they join the battle. Together, the three monsters overpower Ghidorah, forcing it to retreat, leaving Earth safe for the time being. The opening credits of Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster immediately set an exhilarating tone by subtly hinting at the arrival of King Ghidorah. Through a clever montage, we are treated to rare glimpses of scenes that will eventually unfold later in the film, teasing just enough to build anticipation. It's a brilliant narrative device that carefully stirs intrigue around the film's primary antagonist without laying all of its cards on the table too early. This restrained approach not only sparks the viewer's curiosity, but also establishes an ominous undercurrent that permeates the entire first act of the movie. It's almost like showing a trailer to the movie before the movie plays. Like, it kind of works, kind of doesn't, but for the most part, It does. One of the film's more fascinating aspects is its depiction of Princess Salno of Selgina, I believe that's how you say it. She brings a unique, almost otherworldly aesthetic to the film, and the fictional country that she hails from is this weird blend of Middle Eastern, Eastern Europe, and then like Japanese. It's wild and I love it. This fusion of cultures creates this exotic yet vaguely familiar backdrop that deepens the world building without ever becoming too distracting. Her costume design is another noteworthy feature. It evokes a sense of royalty and mystique, rooted in a fictionalized land that, for 1960s, must have felt recognizable yet also foreign. There's an elegance to her portrayal that further enriches the film's mythos. The crash of her plane is one of the most memorable sequences in the early part of the film. Its power lies in its sound design. The eerie use of the theremin beforehand intensifies the supernatural atmosphere surrounding it, but what truly stands out is the chilling silence that follows the explosion. It just feels so weird and off-putting, and I like that. It's a subtle yet powerful moment that sets Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster apart from other kaiju films of the era. A reoccurring strength of the movie is its ability to expand upon the lore established in earlier Showa-era films. The Shobijin are reintroduced, but this time with a fresh twist. Rather than being mere mystical figures isolated from society, they've been elevated to the status of television personalities, which I think wonderfully reflects the evolving world within the Godzilla universe. It suggests a world that has begun to adapt to the existence of these giant creatures. Children know about them. The mythology is no longer confined to hidden temples or ancient prophecies. It's woven into the fabric of everyday life, blurring the lines between the fantastical and the ordinary. However, where the film greatly struggles is with its human characters. In comparison to previous films like Mothra vs. Godzilla, the human storyline in Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster is very undercooked. While the Princess Salno subplot is decent, where she becomes a prophet warning of the impending doom from King Ghidorah, it's intriguing, but all the other human scenes just fall flat around it.
Kids! I can't find the remote and I refuse to stand up! Kids!
The political intrigue and spy elements, which could have been really compelling, come off as lackluster, and they fail to generate the tension or drama necessary to sustain interest. Instead, these scenes just feel like they're distracting from the real stars of the show, the monsters. The pacing also leaves much to be desired. For a film with a runtime of 92 minutes, it takes over 45 minutes for Godzilla to make his grand entrance. This is such a weird choice, especially for a film that's meant to showcase the titans of the kaiju world. While delaying a monster's reveal can be a brilliant way to build suspense, here it feels like the filmmakers were trying to juggle the human drama with the monster action and dropping the ball almost immediately. The result is a sluggish first half, with Princess Salno's repeated warnings about King Ghidorah's arrival becoming very tedious. And it just keeps going, where she constantly mentions, oh, you're all doomed, we're all gonna die, and that's it. That's the only substance we get for 45 minutes. But once Godzilla does finally show up, the movie takes on a whole new life. The miniature work, a hallmark of the Godzilla series, is as impressive as ever, with intricately detailed cityscapes being torn apart in spectacular fashion. There's this common consensus from people that stuff wasn't meant to be seen back then, so when a film gets remastered to Blu-ray, you can kind of see stuff you weren't supposed to see. An example would be wires or, little things like that. Matte paintings being more obvious, and here, you don't actually get that. You get more detail in these miniatures that audiences probably didn't get to see back then, whether it be because they were watching it on VHS or even just a crappy DVD transfer. When viewed in high definition today, the craftsmanship behind these sequences is undeniable. The attention to detail in the destruction scenes is so thorough that they remain visually stunning even by modern standards. It is a testament to the artistry of the special effects team. As negative as this specific retrospective might sound towards Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, I cannot sing its praises enough when it comes to the miniatures. Rodan's introduction alongside Godzilla is another highlight of the film. Their initial confrontation with Godzilla scanning the skies to locate his airborne rival is a moment thick with tension. I love how there's this eerie silence as he just stares among the clouds trying to figure out where Rodan is. It's wonderful. His aerial attacks are a masterclass in kaiju combat choreography, and my favorite part is when he just starts pecking Godzilla's head nonstop. It's really funny. The devastation wrought on the miniature cities during their battle is nothing short of breathtaking, with Rodan swooping in to wreak havoc while Godzilla rampages below. It's a perfect blend of action and artistry that serves as a reminder of why these films have endured for decades and will continue to do so long after I'm gone. Yet, despite the exhilarating monster action, the human elements just continue to bog down the narrative. After Rodan's appearance, the film just inexplicably shifts focus back to Princess Salno and her repetitive warnings, which just feel like a narrative crutch rather than a genuine source of tension. The disjointed nature of the script becomes more apparent in these moments, as the filmmakers just seem unsure of how to weave in the human and monster storylines together. It's so front-loaded with Princess Salno that you just want it to finally cut away and focus on the monsters, and it never really does 100%. But thankfully, again, the introduction of King Ghidorah breathes new life into the film. His entrance is nothing short of iconic, with chaos erupting on the streets before we get a full glimpse of the creature. There's a reason why they continued to reuse that same exact shot of him becoming a fireball and then morphing into King Ghidorah. Like, that has been reused in so many other Godzilla films from here on out, because it just works. Ghidorah's design was inspired by the legendary Yamata no Orochi, and it is a marvel of suitmation, a technical and visual achievement that remains one of the most memorable of the Godzilla franchise. While editing this, I was made aware that Kaizo Murase passed away at the age of 89. Murase is one of the most important people in all of kaiju cinema. His first ever gig was sculpting Varan for Varan the Unbelievable, but he would go on to sculpt the Imago form of Mothra in 1961, King Kong and Godzilla in King Kong vs. Godzilla, but most relevant here, he sculpted King Ghidorah, which I think is such an incredible feat. That's why I feel like now is a really good time to talk about this. Following Ghidorah the three-headed monster, he would go on to sculpt Frankenstein, Baragon, Gamera, Gaios, Virus, Pecking Man, and even Mecha King Ghidorah. Later on in his career, he would make Howl from Beyond the Fog, which I covered on this channel in depth, as well as his final film, which he directed himself, Brush of the God. Not to mention, he also worked on Kamen Rider, Ultraman Ace, and Green Man. So this is a guy who has pretty much spent his entire life working on kaiju cinema, and I just wanted to include this tribute to him in this retrospective because he is an absolute legend that deserves more recognition. The climactic battle between Rodan, Godzilla, and King Ghidorah is nothing short of spectacular. Rodan's relentless aerial assaults, combined with Godzilla's brute force, make for one of the most entertaining kaiju clashes in the series. The effects, particularly the composite shots of Rodan soaring over the city, are remarkable for their time and hold up surprisingly well even today. These moments remind us why the Godzilla films have endured for so long. They're not just monster movies, they're showcases of cinematic craftsmanship and creativity. Despite its flaws, mainly the pacing and uneven focus, Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster remains a pivotal entry in the Godzilla series. It marked a tonal shift towards more imaginative storytelling, with the monsters themselves being given distinct personalities and the ability to communicate. This is a bold move that would shape the future of the franchise. For fans of the Showa era, this film is a crucial turning point, one that paved the way for the more whimsical and dynamic entries that followed. The English dub of Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster is a surprisingly solid effort that, in many ways, enhances the experience for English-speaking audiences. Supervised by Joseph Bellucci, this version clocks in at a very brisk 85 minutes, making several notable changes that, while altering the original, result in a much more streamlined and more accessible film. For those of us who grew up watching this version on repeat, like I did, it's hard to imagine Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster without the quirks and adjustments made for the US release. One of the most significant changes in the American version is the replacement of Venus with Mars in Princess Salno's prophetic dialogue. Why they did this, I don't know, but kind of works. I don't know. Another change that stands out is the inclusion of stock music during some of the monster battle scenes, replacing Akira Ifukube's score. This is a change that I really don't like. I always hated whenever the English dubs would take out parts of Ifukube's score and replace it with some stock generic horror film score, and it just ends up dating the film to whenever the dub was produced. However, what truly makes the dub shine, though, is the quality of the voice acting. While many dubs from this era were often rushed or haphazardly done, this one benefits from surprisingly strong performances. The voice actors, though not household names by any means, managed to convey emotion and gravitas in the more dramatic moments. For me, growing up with this version, it was more than just a dubbed film. It was the definitive version of Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. It wasn't until the Criterion Collection box set came out that I actually gave the original Japanese cut a watch. The American dub, for me, just holds so much nostalgia. There's a certain charm in how it tweaks and reshapes the film, making it both international and distinctly American, all while retaining the core of the kaiju spectacle that made it such a favorite among Godzilla fans. In the end, Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster may not be the most polished installment in the Godzilla series, but it's one of the most ambitious. It takes risks, some of which pay off brilliantly and some of which falter. Yet, without the film's daring innovations, the Godzilla universe may have never evolved into the expansive, multi-layered mythology that it is today. I just really hate the term mid, but that's the best way to describe Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. It's very rough around the edges, and Ghidorah's potential wouldn't yet be realized until the next film in the franchise. Regardless, it's a movie that did a lot for the Godzilla franchise as a whole when looking long-term, but as its own self-contained movie, it's fine. What more is there to say?
Yes! Yes!
In the 1960s, American producer Henry G. Saperstein partnered with Toho, funding half of 3 monster movies and aiming to make them more appealing to North American audiences. The idea was to make the pacing faster and to add in American actor Nick Adams. One of these 3 movies was Invasion of the Astro Monster, or as it was released in the West, Monster Zero. And this marked the very first time that an American studio was heavily involved in the creation of a Godzilla movie. The usual suspects were brought in to work on it. The film was directed by Ishiro Honda. Eiji Tsuburaya acted as the special effects director, Akira Ifukube composed the score, and yet again Haru Nakajima donned the Godzilla suit. Masaki Shinohara portrayed Rodan, and Shoichi Hirose played the villainous three-headed monster King Ghidorah. The majority of the cast for Invasion of the Astro Monster were Toho usuals that had already appeared in kaiju films prior, like Akira Takarada, Kumi Mizuno, and Jun Tozaki. Tizo Toshimitsu designed Godzilla's new suit, making several notable changes, like the softened dorsal plates and the eyes being much bigger. The pupils also had the ability to go back and forth, which made the suit more expressive. The Rodan and King Ghidorah suits were just recycled and reused from Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, but they had some minor updates here and there, like Ghidorah's suit being a bit darker and Rodan's suit was slimmed down to be a little bit more sleek. It was the 9th highest grossing film of that year, and it's a fan favorite among the Godzilla fans, despite Godzilla's lack of screen time, which is something that we'll get into later. However, I noticed something kind of odd. Invasion of the Astro Monster bears a striking aesthetic similarity to the original run of Star Trek. James Rolfe first pointed this out in his Monster Madness Godzilla-thon series.
And that's kind of how this feels, like a Star Trek episode with a little bit of Godzilla thrown in. But just for the record, this came out first.
A small but vocal group of Godzilla fans have suggested that Star Trek might have ripped off Invasion of the Astro Monster. At a glance, this theory seems very plausible since this film predates Star Trek by about a year. However, I think it's a bit of a stretch. Invasion of the Astro Monster was released a year prior to Star Trek, but Monster Zero wasn't released in America until the early 1970s, well after Star Trek had premiered on TV. This makes it very unlikely that the show's creators would have seen the film in Japanese theaters before launching Star Trek. Still, it's easy to understand why fans would draw parallels. Both Astro Monster and Star Trek epitomize the distinctive visual style and speculative tone of the 1960s and their sci-fi romps, with sleek spaceships, futuristic sets, and exploration of interplanetary relations. It's less about one copying the other, and more a shared reflection of the era's imagination about space and extraterrestrial life. Personally, as a fan of both Star Trek and Godzilla, I think that it's a win-win. It's like that one meme where the guy's like, oh boy, 2 cakes. So, let's get into it. This is Invasion of the Astro Monster. In the year 1960X, astronauts Glenn and Fuji are sent by the World Space Agency to explore the newly discovered planet X, which is beyond Jupiter. Meanwhile, on Earth, Fuji's sister, Haruno, is dating an inventor named Tetsuo Tori, who hopes to win Fuji's approval by selling his Lady Guard alarm to a toy company represented by Namikawa. On Planet X, Fuji finds human-like footprints and discovers Glenn missing. He follows an elevator underground, where he reunites with Glenn and meets the controller of Planet X. They learn that the planet is plagued by King Ghidorah, whom the controller calls Monster Zero. The controller requests to borrow Earth's monsters, Godzilla and Rodan, to fight off Ghidorah, offering a cure for cancer in exchange. Glenn and Fuji agree to bring the offer to Earth, though they are suspicious of the Exilians' intentions. On Earth, they realize that the Exilians are already active there, raising further doubts. Soon, Godzilla and Rodan are taken to Planet X, where they force Ghidorah to retreat after a very lengthy battle. Glenn and Fuji, meanwhile, explore the Exilian complex, uncovering secrets about their society, including its strict computer-based control and hidden gold reserves. Glenn also notices that all of the Exilian women look like Namikawa, who he's been dating throughout the film. Back on Earth, the Exilians reveal their true plan: to control Godzilla, Rodan, and Ghidorah to conquer Earth unless humanity surrenders. Glenn confronts Namikawa, who admits that she's an alien but loves him. After she's executed for defiance, she leaves Glenn a note hinting at the Exilian weakness to a certain sound frequency. Tetsuo realizes that this frequency matches his Lady Guard alarm. Fuji, Glenn, and Tetsuo use the alarm to disrupt the Exilian invasion, freeing Godzilla and Rodan from the aliens' mind control. The monsters fight Ghidorah in an epic clash that ends with the three-headed monster retreating into space. The first thing I noticed while revisiting this movie is that Akira Takarada and Nick Adams have fantastic chemistry, and it's one of the film's standout features. Adams, playing Glenn, carries the film as the kind of protagonist that you can really get behind.
You have something else to do?
Actually, I'm waiting for someone myself. We're going on a drive.
Nick Adams' decision to speak English throughout the film initially feels kind of jarring because everyone else in the cast is speaking Japanese, but as the film progresses, it really works, mainly in the emotional scenes between Glenn and Namikawa.
Because if we don't find a solution to this thing, happiness in this world ain't gonna be worth a hill of beans, you hear?
Had Adams been stumbling through lines in a language that he didn't know, it could have been disastrous, but instead, his natural charisma carries the role. A notable moment is the first on-screen kiss in a Godzilla movie, and it's a significant one, between a white man and an Asian woman, which was surprisingly progressive for 1965. It's a small but powerful detail that demonstrates the film's willingness to push boundaries. In a way, Glenn feels like the Captain Kirk to Fuji's Spock, with their dynamic echoing the Star Trek duo. Fuji, played by Takarada, feels a bit more one-dimensional. At the film's start, his primary motivation revolves around his sister back on Earth, as well as his generic astronaut duties, but honestly, it's the relationship between him and Glenn that elevates Fuji's role and gives him more depth than he might have had otherwise. The Exilians, on the other hand, are a perfect fit for what Invasion of the Astro Monster aims to accomplish. They are peak 1960s sci-fi, from their iconic visors to their color schemes. Their presence oozes retrofuturism. The set design in particular is impeccable. It embraces the era's vision of the future, which is both charming and nostalgic. Weird because I wasn't even alive in the 60s, but something about it just feels so right. That said, the reveal of the Exilians' true nature is a bit predictable, especially since the audience is kind of already primed for their villainy. While this is the first Godzilla movie with humanoid aliens in it, you're already expecting, like, yeah, they're going to be evil. That's the twist. It honestly might have even been more effective if the Exilians had been allies to Earth, united in a common goal to defeat King Ghidorah. Think, at first, the humans believe that they might be threats, and then it's revealed, no, like, we're here to actually help. And I think that would have been a very unique twist. I'm just picturing in my brain, like, the saucers coming down, and then the humans are ready for war, and the whole movie, you think that this is what the movie's going to be. It's going to be aliens and King Ghidorah versus Godzilla and humanity alongside Rodan. But regardless, that's just fan fiction at this point. These are incredibly memorable villains. They are cold, calculating, and menacing. Yoshio Tsuchiya's portrayal of the controller of Planet X is chilling. Even in moments of apparent civility, his demeanor is so alien and unsettling that You can't help but be drawn into his presence. A common complaint about this film is that Godzilla doesn't get enough screen time. It's true. This movie holds the record for the least amount of Godzilla footage in the entire franchise, with the King of the Monsters only appearing on screen for 5 minutes and 43 seconds. But here's the thing, those few moments are impactful. The film doesn't squander Godzilla's appearances. Each one builds the anticipation for the big showdown. It's not about how much time he's on screen, but how effectively that time is used. If Godzilla had shown up at the end and only at the end, then that would have been a huge problem, but instead, he's peppered throughout the film in strategic moments. Compare that to Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, where kaiju don't appear until the halfway point in the movie. Ugh. The pacing in Invasion of the Astro Monster is much tighter and more focused. While some Godzilla fans often gripe about the human-centered storylines, Astro Monster manages to strike the right balance, keeping the drama centered around the monsters and the aliens. The mystery surrounding Planet X is really what keeps you hooked. One aspect of the film that I'm not a big fan of, though it's not really a deal breaker, is the use of stock footage. Invasion of the Astro Monster marks the first major instance of Toho relying heavily on pre-existing footage, pulling from films like Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, Rodan, The Mysterians, and Mothra. They did this to cut corners during some of the kaiju destruction scenes. While it doesn't feel as excessive as later films in the series, like 1969's Godzilla's Revenge or 1973's Godzilla vs. Megalon, it's definitely a sign of things to come. It doesn't ruin the movie by any means, but it's worth noting for those who keep an eye on these type of things. Getting back to the positives though, Akira Ifukube's score is fantastic, as always. The theremin-heavy space themes, especially during the Planet X sequences, give the film this eerie, otherworldly atmosphere. It toes the line between campy 1950s B-movie vibes and genuinely effective sci-fi music, and somehow it works perfectly. It's not just nostalgic, it enhances the film's atmosphere in the best way possible. Beyond that though, his more standard compositions are phenomenal. The main title music would eventually go on to be reused and repurposed in countless other Godzilla movies as a military march of sorts. The model work, suitmation, and general practical effects in Invasion of the Astro Monster are top-notch, though slightly less intricate than what we saw in Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, but still, that's like, a major jump. The miniatures in that movie are downright phenomenal, but the craftsmanship is still impressive. As for Rodan, in case you haven't noticed, I'm just talking about him now. He's technically in the film, but he doesn't really add much to the action. His role is more about supporting Godzilla in the battle against Ghidorah, but he doesn't get a chance to shine in his own right. Still, his inclusion adds some fun to the spectacle, but the standout moment of the film is, of course, Godzilla's iconic dance after defeating Ghidorah on Planet X.
A happy moment.
However, this was a creative decision that director Ishiro Honda absolutely hated with a burning passion. He was already upset at the idea of Godzilla being more lighthearted, as evident in the making of Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, but this really felt like it was a breaking point for Honda, who would work on other non-Godzilla kaiju movies after the release of Astro Monster. We'll get to more of that behind-the-scenes drama when the time comes, but I found this quote from Ryuji Honda, the son of Ishiro Honda, who said the following: "When they made Godzilla do that she thing, I knew how pissed my father was. He didn't say a word, but he was beyond angry. My father found it humiliating. I'm sure he was telling himself, we did not create Godzilla for that. It is not right." It's one of those moments, though, that has just become synonymous with Godzilla. It's random, but it works. It's a bit absurd, but it also fits the playful side of the character. While I personally love it as a fan, I can completely understand why Honda hated this decision and would ultimately leave the franchise for a bit. The original 1954 Godzilla film was just so dark and serious, while Astro Monster officially jumped the shark. Ironic when you consider the films that we haven't covered yet. In the US, Invasion of the Astro Monster was released under the title Monster Zero, and it was a double feature with War of the Gargantuas, a film that I already covered on this channel. Regardless, the English dub of Monster Zero is surprisingly great. It helps that Nick Adams didn't need his lines dubbed since he just spoke English on set. In general, the dub is about a minute and a half shorter than the original Japanese version, with a surprising amount of alterations being made in those 90 seconds. Most of which, though, are just changes to the dialogue. Overall, though, this is an extremely faithful dub that is on par with the original Japanese version of the film. My only real gripe was Sam Edwards' performance as Tetsuo. It was super cartoony and over-exaggerated. Like, I get the character's supposed to be a giant dweeb, like that's the point, but if the nerd emoji had a voice, it would be this performance.
Your brother thinks I'm a failure. I wish he were here so I could tell him about the $100,000.
Looking at all the other international releases, Invasion of the Astro Monster shockingly wasn't released in the UK until 1990. This version was a different English dub of the film that didn't really make any alterations to the film itself. The only changes were audio only. Astro Monster was released in West Germany in the 60s under the rather generic title Command from the Dark. That specific version was a hodgepodge of other random Toho movies getting cut and spliced together. For example, bits and pieces of Atragon were inserted into Command from the Dark. Even then, it's still around 13 minutes shorter than the Japanese version. Huge chunks of the final battle between Godzilla and Rodan fighting King Ghidorah were removed, while a ton of dialogue was shortened and simplified. Instead of being named Planet X, the characters in the film call it Alpha 707. The Exilians are renamed to the Alphas. Other lines of dialogue imply that this film is the very first instance of humanity encountering giant monsters, meaning that Godzilla 54 is not canon to the West Germany version of this movie. Another version of the film was released in Lebanon under the name King Kong 2000, while the Brazilian release was known as The War of the Monsters, not to be confused with War of the Monsters, which is the English version of Gamera vs. Barugan, which is an entirely different kaiju franchise that I don't even want to touch yet. So, yeah. All of the different international versions can be extremely confusing. However, for an English speaker in America that is a massive Godzilla fan, the two most important and relevant versions of this film are the Japanese cut, the original one that's just known as Invasion of the Astro Monster, and the English dub, which is known as Monster Zero. Frankly, I don't have a preference either way, but I do think that Monster Zero is a very solid movie if you aren't a fan of subtitles. Like, dubs get kind of a bad rap, but I think that with this one, it's really, really well done. Overall, Invasion of the Astro Monster strikes a perfect balance between sci-fi intrigue and kaiju spectacle. At times, it feels like a blatant ripoff of Star Trek, but it's bizarre thinking about how it does in fact predate the iconic TV show. It might not have Godzilla front and center for most of the film, but you gotta remember, it's kind of a King Ghidorah movie more than anything. It is called Invasion of the Astro Monster. That's King Ghidorah in the title. But the pacing and focus on the aliens and the monsters just keeps this whole movie engaging regardless. It's a standout entry in the Showa era, and despite some minor quibbles, it remains one of the more entertaining films in the franchise. In what is currently the most viewed video on my channel, I said the following.
Now, I get it. There are some stinkers in the franchise, and this is his subjective opinion. For every Godzilla's Revenge, we have Shin Godzilla. For every Ebirah Horror of the Deep, we have GMK Giant Monsters All Out Attack.
Now, what was initially just a throwaway comment in a drama video attracted a ton of comments calling me out. For example, one commenter said, "What is that supposed to mean? Ebirah Horror of the Deep was actually really good. My brother, who is a way bigger Godzilla fan than me, made me watch it with him, and I actually thought it was pretty good, and at some points funny." While another commenter said, "I know I'm late to this, but I will not stand for Ebirah Horror of the Deep slander." Some even went as far as to try and gatekeep and say I wasn't a real Godzilla fan by saying, hating on Son of Godzilla and Ebirah Horror of the Deep / Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster is like not understanding what Godzilla is. Which, if you know anything about me or this channel, that's a really dumb thing to say, considering that I've been a Godzilla fan for as long as I've been a sentient human being. I do think that the idea of even criticizing a Godzilla movie means you don't understand Godzilla. It's just a stupid mindset. You should be free to criticize something if you don't like it, and that's exactly what I'm going to do here. You see, Ebirah Horror of the Deep, or Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster, is my least favorite Godzilla movie, and yes, that means I hate it more than this movie, and this one, and especially whatever the hell this was supposed to be. In order to fully explain why I have such a strong disdain for this movie, we need to first explain how this project even came to fruition. Let's go back to the magical year of 1966. Walt Disney died, 117 passengers died when an Air India Boeing 707 crashed into Mont Blanc, and worst of all, Ebirah Horror of the Deep was put into production by Toho. But at first, it wasn't even going to feature Godzilla. You see, Toho planned to make a new King Kong movie before their licensing deal with RKO expired in 1967. Originally titled Operation Robinson Crusoe, King Kong vs. Ebirah, the film was meant to be a collaboration with Rankin Bass, who had just launched the King Kong show.
King Kong, 10 times as big as a man.
However, creative differences derailed the partnership. Toho insisted on Jun Fukuda as director and Sadamasa Arikawa for special effects, while Rankin Bass wanted Ishiro Honda and Eiji Tsuburaya. Unable to reach a compromise, Rankin Bass ended up walking away from the project, and this marked the very first Godzilla film to not feature Eiji Tsuburaya as the special effects director. In fact, it would be his last, as he would end up passing away on January 25th, 1970 at the age of 68. Rather than scrap the project, Toho reworked the script, replacing King Kong with Godzilla. This then became a script titled Godzilla Ebirah Mothra Big Duel in the South Seas. After some further revisions, the script became what we now know as Ebirah Horror of the Deep. Stranded on Lecce Island, Ryota and his friends discover the Red Bamboo, a terrorist group enslaving infant island natives to produce a substance that keeps the sea monster Ebirah at bay. In their search for help, they awaken a dormant Godzilla using a makeshift lightning rod, leading to a fierce battle where Godzilla forces Ebirah to retreat with his atomic breath. As Mothra arrives to rescue the captives, the Red Bamboo trigger a self-destruct mechanism, setting the island on a countdown to destruction. In a final underwater clash, Godzilla defeats Ebirah and, after some hesitation, escapes into the ocean just as the island explodes, leaving the survivors to celebrate their narrow escape. My biggest issue with Ebirah Horror of the Deep is that it has what I consider to be the outright worst characterization of Godzilla. Yes, it's worse than the 1998 Godzilla. Now, you might be wondering, how can I even say that when the 98 Godzilla was so wildly out there that Toho literally rebranded that iteration of the character into a separate creature called Zilla. They then, of course, famously killed it off in 13 seconds in Godzilla Final Wars. Now, on the surface, the Godzilla that appears in Ebirah Horror of the Deep looks the part. He's got that classic Showa-era design, but looks can be deceiving. Like I mentioned before, this movie was originally written with King Kong in mind, but the filmmakers pivoted to Godzilla. And like I said, this wasn't some deeply thought-out creative shift. It was a quick fix, a practical decision that was driven by rights issues and production constraints. And while the surface level elements were swapped out, like Godzilla replacing Kong in the action scenes, the character dynamics and narrative beats remained largely unchanged. As a result, Godzilla ends up acting in ways that feel inherently un-Godzilla-like. Like Godzilla being in love with a human woman, a trope that thankfully was never revisited in the franchise. We all know Kong has a track record of simping over women, whether it be Fay Wray, Jessica Lange, or Naomi Watts. Even in the Japanese-produced King Kong Escapes, Kong is depicted as being infatuated with Linda Miller's character. And in Kong's case, this dynamic works really well. It works because it emphasizes the central tragedy of Kong's character, a creature of immense power and size who is ultimately vulnerable because of his emotional attachment. Kong's tragedy continuity is rooted in the fact that his love for these women makes him an outsider in both the human and natural worlds. He doesn't belong in civilization, nor does he fully belong in the untamed wild. His connection to these women becomes both his strength and his downfall. As Carl Denham says,
"It was beauty killed the beast.
Godzilla doesn't work in that role because his tragedy is entirely different. Godzilla's core is rooted in being a force of nature, an embodiment of humanity's hubris, and the consequences of tampering with powers beyond our control. Whether he's portrayed as an unstoppable menace or an anti-hero or Captain Planet, Godzilla's emotional depth comes from his indifference to humanity and not his attachment to it. He's tragic in the way that a hurricane or an earthquake is tragic. The idea of Godzilla forming a romantic or protective bond with a human woman feels not only out of character but borderline absurd. And with King Kong, that's still kind of gross. I'm not a big fan of that, but I think that it works with the story that they're trying to tell. But with Godzilla, it's really gross. It's like Rule 34 tier stuff. I don't like it. Godzilla's presence in a film should evoke a sense of awe. Even when he's portrayed as a hero, he's never a warm or relatable figure. He's a towering ancient force with motivations and instincts that are alien to humanity. Sure, there were later movies in the Showa era that had him outright be a defender of humanity, but in Ebirah Horror of the Deep, the romantic subplot reduces Godzilla to something much smaller and more pedestrian than he ever should be. It diminishes his mythic quality and robs him of the symbolic weight that he carries as a walking nuclear metaphor. Furthermore, Godzilla's behavior throughout the movie feels like it was written with Kong's character in mind. Moments that might have felt natural for Kong, like being distracted by a beautiful woman or being coaxed into action by lightning, feel jarring and nonsensical when applied to Godzilla. This isn't just a case of a poorly written subplot, it's a fundamental misunderstanding of what Godzilla represents. Kong's character is built on emotional vulnerability, while Godzilla's character is built on imposing indifferent power. That's why they work so well together when they're in the same movie. You can't just swap one for the other without the entire thematic foundation collapsing. Now, there are other nitpicks I could make too, like how this movie contradicts King Kong vs. Godzilla. In that movie, lightning was explicitly shown to be Godzilla's weakness, yet in Ebirah Horror of the Deep, it's lightning that wakes him up. Continuity, however, was never exactly this franchise's strong suit, especially in the Showa era. I mean, just look at Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, where he's struck by lightning and then he's powered up by that and he becomes a magnet. I mean, really, that type of stuff doesn't matter. The Showa era movies often prioritized spectacle and entertainment over internal consistency, which, to be fair, is part of their charm. In fact, that's what I love about the majority of these movies. But Godzilla's love for a human woman isn't just a nitpick, it's a fundamental misunderstanding of Godzilla's character. It's not just weird, it's wrong in a way that makes Ebirah Horror of the Deep feel like it was stitched together with leftover scraps from a Kong script, which it was. I mean, you can practically see the seams where Godzilla was retrofitted into a role that he was never meant to play. And for a character as iconic and thematically rich as Godzilla, that's a pretty big misstep. Godzilla is a versatile character. In fact, I would go as far as to say that he is the most versatile character in all of fiction, but this is one of the rare instances where it just flat out doesn't work. Beyond the mischaracterization of Godzilla, the story of Ebirah Horror of the Deep has almost zero stakes. Sure, the human characters are trapped on an island controlled by a terrorist group, but the plot never actually goes anywhere. Events just sort of happen for the sake of filling runtime with little to no narrative momentum or tension. The characters' actions feel inconsequential, and the supposed threat looming over them lacks any real weight or urgency. The island setting, which is visually distinct from the usual cityscapes or rural countryside of the franchise, ends up feeling small and contained rather than isolating or threatening. This lack of stakes extends to the kaiju action as well, which is some of the most lackluster in the entire Godzilla series. The majority of the clashes between Godzilla and Ebirah revolve around the two monsters just throwing around a rock as if it were a volleyball. It's repetitive, uninspiring, and quickly becomes mind-numbingly boring. There's no sense of escalation, no creative choreography, and no memorable set pieces. For a franchise known for grandiose monster brawls, Ebra Horror of the Deep feels shockingly low energy. Ebra as a villain doesn't do the film any favors either. As a giant lobster, he's visually unremarkable and conceptually uninspired. He lacks any meaningful personality, presence, or thematic resonance. I generally dislike kaiju that are just a pre-existing animal but big, and Ebra is one of the clearest examples of this. There's no twist or unique characterization to make him stand out beyond his crustacean design. Even when he reappeared as a supporting villain in 2004's Godzilla Final Wars, it was more of a secondary role, which is honestly where he works best. Having him as the main villain of your movie is just a massive misstep, even though he's being controlled by the terrorists and they're more the bigger enemies, but still, I stand by my point. And then there's the infamous giant condor fight. This battle is notoriously remembered as one of the worst in the entire Godzilla franchise, and it's not hard to see why. The choreography is clumsy, the editing is disorienting, and the entire encounter feels like it was cobbled together as an afterthought. It comes out of nowhere and has no relevance on the plot. Half the time, it's difficult to tell what's even happening on screen. It's the kind of scene that feels like it belongs in a parody of a Godzilla film rather than an actual entry in the franchise. Beyond the kaiju action, Akira Takarada gives a very charismatic performance as per usual. He's doing the best he can with what he's given, and Yoshimura, while not the most memorable Godzilla character, stands out as one of the film's few highlights. The film's score by Masaru Sato is another genuine bright spot. It stands out from Akira Ifukube's iconic compositions with this twangy beach-inspired vibe that perfectly complements the film's tropical setting and lighter tone. Over the years, many have compared Sato's score to the style of classic James Bond soundtracks, and it's an apt comparison. The jazzy flourishes and energetic melodies inject much-needed personality into scenes that might otherwise fall flat. I'd even go so far as to say that the score is one of the few elements of Ebra Horror of the Deep that truly excels. Now would be a good time to talk about the American dub, since that is the version of the film that I grew up watching, and it's not the best. In fact, it's downright terrible.
There goes our boat!
The American version had a few changes, like removing some scenes, renaming characters, like turning Captain Ryui into Commander Yamamoto, and rearranging some footage. A new soundtrack was made, as a lot of the original scenes and music were cut. In general, the dub is not the greatest. Gone are the days of having respected voice acting names like Paul Frees involved, and now we're treated to whoever the distribution studios could find. It signals the future of Godzilla dubs coming from America, where everything is just sort of quickly thrown together to make a quick buck, much like this very film. In short, Ebra Horror of the Deep isn't just a bad Godzilla film, it's a bad movie in general. The film's director, Jun Fukuda, later admitted that he really hated the project and wasn't proud of it. He went as far as to describe his experience rewatching this film as opening up an old wound. Fukuda has actually gone on record to state that he pretty much hates every Godzilla movie he's ever made. In an interview with Dave Milner from 1994, Fukuda was asked which monster movies of his were his favorites, and he simply answered, none of them. Now, in my personal opinion, I think that Ebra Horror of the Deep is the worst Godzilla movie that Jun Fukuda ever made, but the rest of his entries in the franchise are actually really good. As a filmmaker myself, I'm hypercritical of everything I've ever made, so I completely understand where he's coming from. Still, Ebra Horror of the Deep is a deeply flawed movie, and it utterly fails at being a good Godzilla story. It fundamentally misuses the character in some really egregious ways. It's a film that is wildly different from all previous entries in the worst way imaginable. However, it ended up functioning as a prototype of sorts for some of Jun Fukuda's future Godzilla movies that are leagues better than this one. In general, this is a movie that has a lot of potential, and I would like to see a remake of it. It's one of the few Showa movies where I'd be like, yeah, let's remake it, let's give it a try, let's see what we can do under different circumstances. But as of right now, it is, in my opinion, the worst Godzilla movie ever made. This is my VHS copy of Godzilla 1998. Judging by just how it looks, you might notice that the case is gone. It was destroyed over the years, and this thing is very worn out. It's this VHS right here that is largely responsible for me being a Godzilla fan. And honestly, I think without this VHS right here, this channel would not have been made. I remember when I was very young, maybe 3 or 4 years old, and I was going through our VHS drawer and looked for something new to watch. I stumbled upon it, and my dad told me that I would probably be terrified by this movie, but after I insisted, he put it on for me, and well, the rest is history. I've had sort of a weird history with this movie. When I first watched it when I was little, I was captivated by it. But as time went on, I started to hate it and eventually loathe the film. Why? Well, a lot of this has to do with the fact that as I got deeper into the Godzilla franchise, I found more interesting and entertaining films to watch. I realized the 98 film fundamentally misunderstood the character and was a poor adaptation that failed to live up to the cultural icon that is Godzilla. If you were one of the 266 people subscribed to this channel on January 4th, 2022, then you probably saw my Godzilla tier list video. In that video, I absolutely rip into the 1998 American Godzilla film. No one likes Godzilla 1998. I'm sorry, no one likes this movie. If you say you do, you're lying to yourself. This movie is horrible. It is peak Roland Emmerich being a terrible filmmaker. I don't want to get into this any more than I have to, but this very much just seems like Roland Emmerich hating Godzilla, not wanting to make a Godzilla movie, and just wanting to do his own thing while using the Godzilla brand. He blatantly rips off Jurassic Park throughout most of the movie, throughout like that third act with all the baby Zillas, and it just makes me angry thinking about it. You might notice how out of character this seems for me, and you would be correct. At that point in time, I was still learning how to critique a film and explain why I did or did not like it. So I resorted to using vague, hyperbolic language to get my point across. My opinion of this movie has remained the same over the years until a few weeks ago. I was bored and scrolling through HBO Max. I wasn't sure what I wanted to watch, but eventually I stumbled upon the 98 Godzilla movie. After thinking it over, I decided to give the film another watch. I was fully expecting to just laugh at it and turn it off after a few minutes, but the opposite happened. As the movie started, the memories of being a little kid and watching this movie, it slowly came rushing back. I started to remember why I loved this movie so much. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that Godzilla 1998 has one of the best first acts in blockbuster history.
What? No, all right. I know that sounds bad.
Now, okay. Hear me out for a second. I could see you all unsubscribing and disliking. Just please give me a second. Hear me out, please. I'm being 100% serious. The film starts out with this yellow, grainy footage of French Polynesia as this old-timey patriotic music plays over the film's score by composer David Arnold. We then see footage of iguanas as the foreboding music continues to build. It's clear that something horrible is about to happen as the palm trees are wiped out and men in hazmat suits are shown. A man speaking French can be heard speaking over an intercom as we are shown iguana eggs. Finally, we see a plane flying overhead as a nuclear explosion goes off as the iguanas look on. It's one of the best opening title sequences of all time. It's equally as ominous as it is suspenseful. On top of that, it perfectly encapsulates the character of Godzilla being a metaphor for nuclear weapons. You don't need to waste time giving exposition, you just kind of see it, and it works perfectly. I wholeheartedly believe that you could put this at the start of Godzilla 2014, and it would work seamlessly. And that's because the filmmakers behind that movie literally did that. Yeah, it's kind of weird looking back on it now because they are really similar. Both are of the same quality in my opinion, but it's clear that the team behind the 2014 movie just went, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, I'm not saying they ripped them off. Utilizing old stock footage of nuclear testing is nothing new in monster movies. Even Toho did that back in 1955 with Godzilla Raids Again. It works as a means of easily explaining where the monster came from without needing a ton of exposition. The very last shot of the opening title sequence is a lone irradiated iguana egg. It cracks open in sync with a lightning strike. That transitions us to the cold open where a giant mysterious creature destroys a Japanese cannery ship, leaving only one survivor. The film then introduces us to our protagonist, Nick Tatopoulos, played by Matthew Broderick. He's a scientist working for the US government in Chernobyl, examining the effects of radiation on wildlife, specifically worms. However, he is interrupted by a US State Department helicopter arriving, and he's informed that he's being reassigned to Panama. There, we get a really neat scene where Nick complains to Colonel Hicks that he studies worm samples, and he isn't exactly sure why he's been reassigned to Panama. He's not even sure why he's there or what the sample is.
I don't see it. Where is it? I don't see it.
This is a wildly creative shot. It's always stuck with me, and it does such a great job of showcasing the size and scale of this creature that we haven't really seen yet. As of right now, the mystery and suspense is building perfectly. Is it a little cliche? Sure. I know that Roland Emmerich gets dragged a lot for having a million different location changes in his first acts. He did it in Independence Day, he did it in The Day After Tomorrow, but I think for a film like Godzilla, it works really well. It's a great way of showing how a monster like this would affect the entire world, rather than just one country. Like, of course the United States would have their hands in every single nation trying to figure out what's going on, because, well, that's just what we do. Anyways, later on, we're introduced to more characters that will be relevant later on, and we are even shown New York City. Meanwhile, in Jamaica, Nick and his team examine another massive cannery ship that has likely been destroyed by this creature. The military believes that this is a giant dinosaur running amok, while Nick puts forth the theory that maybe this creature is an irradiated mutant of sorts. Again, the imagery and scale here is absolutely top-notch. The film is doing such a great job of making the audience just want to know what the monster looks like. The music also sells this mystery as well. At times it feels like a John Williams score. We see yet another fishing boat destroyed just off the eastern seaboard, hinting that this creature is getting closer and closer to America. The following morning, an old fisherman named Joe decides to try and catch some fish in the East River as some bums heckle him. In a sequence that was showcased heavily in the film's marketing, Joe thinks he caught a big fish, but quickly loses control of his fishing rod before seeing a massive creature coming towards him. It destroys the dock as Joe runs away from it and just barely survives with his life. In this specific sequence, the visual effects are top-notch. On top of that, the setup, the foreboding, dread of what's going to happen just drives the entire scene. I mean, you know he's not going to catch a fish, right? I think everyone kind of gets that. What makes this work so well is that it feels like a horror movie. You're almost waiting for Joe to get wiped out by this creature. And there's a reason this was featured so heavily in the marketing, because it's just awesome. This creature arrives in New York City and begins causing chaos and destroys boats, cars, and trucks. The filmmakers did a really good job of setting this up. I love the scene where all the New Yorkers feel the footsteps and look around confused before we get this incredible money shot of the creature making his way down the street. However, this is where the film really starts to go downhill, as the kaiju action is constantly being interrupted by characters doing dumb stuff that we, the audience, do not care about. For me, the movie stops being good when Hank Azaria's character is nearly stepped on by the monster. It's almost like an omen of things to come, where the film starts to prioritize gags over actual destruction, and a massive tonal shift happens. From this point onwards, Godzilla 98 becomes a confused mess, where it isn't sure if it wants to be a monster movie, or a comedy, or a Jurassic Park ripoff. We'll get more into these tonal problems later on in the video, but still, it's important to acknowledge how the first 30 minutes of this movie manages to be perfect.
Everything, down to the last minute details.
It is intriguing, it is foreboding, it is suspenseful, and I don't feel like enough people talk about how good that first act really is. It's everything that a first act in a monster movie should be. Following this rampage, New York City undergoes evacuation procedures as advised by Nick, who suggests enticing the creature with a hefty pile of fish to reveal itself. However, the military's attempt to eliminate it backfires, causing more harm as the creature flees and the military accidentally blows up the Chrysler Building. Nick manages to get a blood sample, revealing through a makeshift pregnancy test that the creature reproduces asexually and is gathering sustenance for its offspring. During his endeavors, Nick encounters his ex-girlfriend, Audrey Timmons, an aspiring news reporter. Audrey stumbles upon classified information and footage in Nick's temporary military setup, unraveling the mystery of the monster's origins. She steals this because she has this aspiration of broadcasting this and making it her big break. But her boss, Charles Kamen, steals the tape and claims credit for the discovery, branding the creature as Godzilla. Exposed by the tape's release, Nick is sidelined from the operation and disavows Audrey. He is then whisked away by the enigmatic French Secret Service agent, I believe it's pronounced Roche. He's a really weird character, and I'll just kind of get that out of the way. This whole movie has like really bizarre, stereotypical characters that feel like they're ripped out of The Simpsons. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that like Nancy Cartwright is in this movie, who voices Bart Simpson. And Hank Azaria is in this movie, and he voices a ton of characters on The Simpsons. It's really weird how there's a bunch of, like, Simpsons voice actors in this movie. I know this was very likely intentional, because at that point in time, The Simpsons was, like, massive. But I don't know, it just feels very distracting. Anyways, Felipe, who's the French Secret Service guy, discloses their surveillance of the events to conceal France's involvement in being responsible for Godzilla's creation. Suspecting a nest within the city, they collaborate with Nick to locate and obliterate the nest. Godzilla then reemerges, leading to Nick and Felipe's team discovering a nest of over 200 eggs in Madison Square Garden. As the eggs hatch and the offspring attack, the film quickly turns into a Jurassic Park ripoff where the Godzilla offspring feel more like velociraptors than anything else. There are some really lame bits where Nick knocks over gumballs and makes the baby Godzillas like wipe out. It's like a Home Alone ripoff. It's just really weird, and like I said, it's a tonal mess. It's supposed to be scary, but it's like they tripped over gumballs, like, haha, comedy? Amidst the chaos, Audrey and Nick reconcile, only to face the wrath of the adult Godzilla, determined to avenge its children. A frantic chase ensues through Manhattan, culminating in Godzilla getting trapped in the Brooklyn Bridge, and then it's killed by the Air Force. Okay. With Godzilla vanquished, Audrey severs ties with Kamen and departs with Nick while Felipe retrieves incriminating evidence from Animal's tape before bidding farewell. Meanwhile, amidst the rubble, we see a lone egg and it like hatches and they're like, yeah, this is the dawn of a new chapter in the creature saga, but not really. I mean, there was Godzilla the series and that kicks ass, but beyond that, a proper sequel was never made. So what happened? How did we get here? I know this video is called In Defense of Godzilla 1998, and I get it feels weird that I'm like ripping on it this much, especially considering that, you know, that's the title. But first, I feel like it's important to figure out how the film got to this point and why it's like this. So let's get into the history of this American Godzilla. Despite coming out in 1998, we have to go all the way back to 1983 when Steve Miner pitched Godzilla King of the Monsters in 3D to Toho. Miner had previously directed Friday the 13th Part 2 and Part 3, while also working on films like The Last House on the Left and the first Friday the 13th movie. Toho approved the pitch, and thus work began on the very first American Godzilla. Miner hired Fred Decker to write the film's script. Weirdly enough, Decker wasn't actually a Godzilla fan. He described the Showa-era flicks as being cheesy. As a result, the script leaned away from special effects and destruction, instead taking more inspiration from the works of Steven Spielberg, with the goal being to make this action-adventure romp more than your run-of-the-mill kaiju flick. Miner then hired William Stout to design this new version of Godzilla, and if I'm being honest, I kind of dig it. While the head is way too big and too similar to that of a T-Rex, I think it works as a unique take on the character. In my opinion, the best Godzilla design is -1, but the second best design is the Heisei era Godzilla, and that was like a couple years away at this point, so I think it works. You see, the silhouette is there. Godzilla has to have a good silhouette. If you can just show someone this, they'll be like, oh yeah, that's Godzilla. The maple leaf spines are there, which is better than the 2014 design. The posture is perfect. Granted, it is hard to tell how this would have looked on screen, as our only point of reference are these promotional pictures with very basic and not so flattering lighting. Looking at the American merchandise and artwork of Godzilla, this is actually pretty close to how your average American in the 1980s would perceive the character. So, again, since this video is filled with controversial opinions, the dislike to like ratio is going to be crazy. I'm already calling it. I like this design.
Boo this man!
In order to bring Godzilla to life, the filmmakers considered various special effects methods. Miner reached out to prominent figures in the Hollywood special effects industry, inviting many to a special screening of the original 1954 film. Rick Baker was tasked with creating an animatronic Godzilla head for the close-up shots, while Jim Danforth was slated to animate stop motion with David Allen overseeing the animation team. Most importantly, though, Miner envisioned the film to be in 3D. Despite keen interest from producers like John Peters and Keith Barish, the projected budget of $30 million made studios kind of shy away from it. They deemed it excessive for what they perceived as a children's film. By the end of 1984, faced with studio reluctance and budget constraints, Miner abandoned efforts to move the film into production. Meanwhile, Toho had independently revived the franchise by making Return of Godzilla, marking the first Godzilla film in 9 years. Nearly a decade later, in 1992, Toho sold the rights to produce an American Godzilla film to Sony Pictures Entertainment. Screenwriters Terry Rossio and Ted Elliott were enlisted to craft a script for the film, completing it by 1994. The plot follows a hostile alien race capable of engineering a biological weapon intended to obliterate life on Earth, paving the way for alien colonization. This bioweapon, would be known as the Griffin, and it arrives at a lake in Utah encased within a meteorite, dispatching probe bats to gather genetic material from Earth's diverse fauna to create a monster. Enter Godzilla, a creature forged by an ancient civilization through blending dinosaur genes to combat this imminent threat. Godzilla embarks on a journey towards the lake to thwart the meteor and probe bats. However, Godzilla's mission is thwarted when Godzilla is tranquilized and captured at the Golden Gate Bridge by the US Navy. With Godzilla neutralized, the probe bats intensify their genetic harvesting, constructing the Griffin's monstrous body. Despite efforts by the human characters to intervene, they arrive too late as the Griffin emerges, fully formed, and it sets course for New York City. In the heart of New York, Godzilla regains consciousness and confronts the Griffin in a climactic showdown. Initially hindered by a lingering tranquilizer tank, Godzilla rallies, breaks free, and turns the tide of the battle. Ultimately, Godzilla emerges victorious, vanquishing the Griffin and safeguarding Earth from impending doom. Quick side note, apparently the movie was supposed to end with the Griffin being decapitated and the head would have been on the Statue of Liberty. Director Jan de Bont, fresh off the success of Speed, took interest in the script and Sony hired him. Stan Winston was then hired to bring Godzilla, the Griffin, and the probe bats to life through practical effects. Based on what has been released, either through leaks or just the Stan Winston Studios website, I absolutely love these monster designs. Godzilla looks great here. It feels like a big dinosaur, but it's an improved version over the William Stout version from 1983. I love how aggressive the face looks. It feels like it belongs in the Heisei Gamera trilogy just based on aesthetics alone. Even then, I'm not sure if this would have been the final design. There's this one promotional image where the design looks really similar to the main Heisei era Godzilla, but regardless, it's a really solid look. The Griffin looks fantastic too. It blends fantasy and sci-fi, with the monster obviously being a nod or a callback to the Griffin from mythology. However, it also has this otherworldly presence to it. I love the hooves and I love its posture. It feels like Toho could realistically make this a man in a suit if they really wanted to put the Griffin in one of their movies. I genuinely wish I could see this monster go toe-to-toe with Godzilla. Like, I just want to know how they would fight. There's a really awesome fan animation on YouTube by Lost Utopia Films where the Griffin fights the legendary Godzilla and the 1998 Godzilla. Getting back on topic, disagreements over the budget arose swiftly. Sony deemed the Rossio and Elliott script to be way too expensive. They estimated it at around $140 to $180 million. Even after revisions, that brought it down to $120 million. Director Jan de Bont thought that it could be done for $100 million, but failed to reach a consensus. He also felt that the studio was imposing its own ideas into the script, which, like, that has never happened with Sony. Like, that's out of character for Sony. I don't think I've ever seen Sony, like, meddle with their own movies. That never happens. Jan de Bont would exit the project on December 26th, 1994. As a result, the film entered a state of development hell. Despite efforts by various writers to trim the budget, several potential directors were deterred by its challenges. That was until Independence Day director Roland Emmerich took on the Herculean task of getting this film made. He threw out Rossio and Elliott's script and worked with Dean Devlin to create their own screenplay from scratch that featured Godzilla as the antagonist. Now look, this is where we get more to the, in defense of portion of the video. I think it's safe to say that Roland Emmerich's adaptation of Godzilla took a very stark departure from its Japanese origins. I know. What? This point has never been made before. The film transplanted the iconic monster from the nuclear landscapes of Japan to the bustling urban jungle of New York City. Instead of being used as a hulking analogy for nukes, Godzilla was turned into a giant iguana of sorts that could just run really fast. This radical reimagining of Godzilla's narrative, coupled with significant alterations to the creature's appearance and behavior, set the stage for the almost immediate fan backlash that followed. One of the primary sources of discontent stemmed from the film's deviation of the core themes and cultural significance of the Japanese series. Godzilla, once a symbol of nuclear devastation and humanity's folly, was transformed into a generic monster devoid of profound symbolism, and it just didn't feel like Godzilla. As many others would say, it took the god out of Godzilla. While the original Godzilla films often explored complex themes and social commentary, people had a problem with Emmerich's adaptation prioritizing action sequences and special effects, sacrificing depth and visual extravagance. To that I say, like, dude, have you ever seen like Godzilla vs. Megalon? Like, Godzilla can be goofy, Godzilla can be just a big dumb action movie. It's like, this shift in focus alienated not only purist fans, but also general audiences seeking a more serious narrative. Moreover, the redesign of Godzilla was met with a lot of scorn. So let's get into the design now. Emmerich's original intentions with this design was to make Godzilla more of an agile character. That way there could be chase scenes in the movie. Again, like, look, the like to dislike ratio, there's like probably 2 likes and like a quadrillion dislikes, but hear me out. I don't have a problem with Godzilla running. I have no problem with there being chase scenes in a Godzilla movie. I can understand why Roland Emmerich didn't want a bunch of characters standing on a rooftop or in a laboratory watching from afar as Godzilla destroys buildings in the distance. Emmerich also stated that he wanted this version of Godzilla to be sleek and sexy. Which, like, no. Go take your fetishes elsewhere, bro. I don't want to see that crap. As the story goes, creature designer Patrick Tatopoulos presented some concept art and a 2-foot-tall statue to the executives at Toho during their meeting. Their aim was to pitch the Godzilla concept to then Toho chairman Isao Matsuoka, as well as Godzilla film producer Shogo Tomiyama and Godzilla special effects director Koichi Kawakita. Upon unveiling the artwork in the statue, the Toho team was just silent for several minutes. Tomiyama felt that the design presented was just so different and out there that it was impossible to make any minor adjustments. And ultimately, Toho approved the design. So what do I, a fat nerd from Wisconsin, have to say about this extremely controversial Godzilla design? It's not bad. From a strictly utilitarian storytelling standpoint, this take on Godzilla serves its purpose. I can't imagine putting any other iteration of the character in its place and having it not feel off. I really only have a few minor gripes. For starters, I don't like the hunched over posture. It's too dinosaur-like. I also wish that Godzilla had a true atomic breath. This was fixed in Godzilla the series, but it's sorely missed here. Finally, I wish that there were 3 rows of spines rather than the 2 on the left and the right with nothing in the middle. I think if there was another row in the middle with bigger spines, it would look a lot better. But beyond that, man, it's a cool monster design. It gets way too much hate. Like, Come on, it's been a quarter of a century, just let it go already. Sure, it's not the best Godzilla design, but it also isn't the worst. I would take this design over the 1967 Cookie Monster look and even the Singular Point design. I understand why people don't like it, and at the end of the day, this is just my opinion, but I think it's a bold and unique take on the character. Now, I'm sure a lot of Godzilla fans are well aware of the fact that this take on the character would later be turned into a new kaiju named Zilla, and this monster appeared in the 2004 film Godzilla Final Wars, where the Japanese Godzilla fights it and wins said fight in only a few seconds. Notably, in that movie, the filmmakers decided to make the CGI on Zilla look somewhat rough as a means of dunking on Godzilla 98. From my understanding, they just scanned a Trendmaster's toy and based a 3D model around that. However, I actually think that the Godzilla 1998's CG still holds up fairly well by today's standards. Sure, there are some god-awful shots here and there, but there are also some absolutely breathtaking frames that look better than some of the trailer shots from Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire. A lot of Godzilla fans like to label this movie as a CGI fest, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that the Godzilla franchise is so reliant on suitmation and practical effects. However, Godzilla 1998 features a ton of extremely impressive practical effects. The filmmakers had a practical Godzilla suit made, as well as a massive animatronic. Yeah, I ripped on the baby Godzillas for just being ripoffs of the Velociraptors from Jurassic Park, but they still look incredible. These are all practical suits with actors inside them, and let's not even forget the shots of the Chrysler Building and the Madison Square Garden exploding. Those were all done practically with miniatures, and they hold up really, really well. I understand this video is titled In Defense of Godzilla, and it's really hard to defend a movie that even the filmmakers have outright apologized for making. Screenwriter Dean Devlin said, quote, "The first mistake is that we did not commit to anthropomorphizing Godzilla, meaning we did not decide if he was a heroic character or a villainous character. We made the intellectual decision to have him be neither, and just simply an animal trying to survive. At the same time, we told the audience who these characters were. They had already made up their minds about them, and we could not change that perception. These were two serious mistakes in the writing of the film, and I take full responsibility." What's mostly infuriating for me as a hardcore Godzilla fan is that director Roland Emmerich even outright stated that he wasn't a Godzilla fan, saying, quote, "I was never a big Godzilla fan. They were just the weekend matinees you saw as a kid, like Hercules films and the really bad Italian westerns. You'd go with all your friends and just laugh." And in another interview, he said, "I didn't want to do Godzilla, but they made me a deal, which was unheard of. And I said, okay, let's go about this really radically. I'm not doing Big Belly Godzilla. I'm doing him as a lizard. That was supposed to tell everybody I can't do this movie. They said, oh, we'll call this the new Godzilla, the Hollywood Godzilla. Then we can still do our fat Godzilla." I said, shit. So knowing all of this information, what is my consensus? What is my ultimate defense of Godzilla 1998? Well, I think it's an underrated blockbuster monster movie. The vitriolic reaction that people had to this movie was partially justified, but is honestly getting old after 25 years of hearing about the same complaints. I think in due time, the Godzilla fandom will start experiencing what the Star Wars fandom experienced with the prequel trilogy. Much like the 1998 Godzilla film, people hated them when they first came out. They were labeled as CGI fests, even though they featured some very impressive miniatures. But the generation that grew up with those movies loved them, and the general consensus began to change once they had a voice. Granted, I don't think people will be clamoring for Toho to let Emmerich make his planned trilogy of Godzilla films and to restore the Emmerich-verse, but it's nice seeing some people have the courage to proudly admit that they like this movie in spite of all of its apparent flaws. I am one of those people. I think that this is a seriously flawed movie, but I can't help but love it. Well, at least I love the first 30 minutes, and then after that, it's kind of whatever. But still, to sum up my thoughts, it's a decent monster flick, but it's a bad Godzilla movie. Let's turn back the clock to 2007, Christmas. My little brother and I got a Nintendo Wii along with an assortment of games, but one of them stood out among the rest, and that was Godzilla Unleashed. Being only 5 years old, I had heard of Godzilla, I had seen the Matthew Broderick movie, I liked that movie, but I really only knew him as a giant monster that destroys skyscrapers. Upon firing the game up, I immediately fell in love with the world that I had no clue even existed. Mothra, Mechagodzilla, King Ghidorah. Almost immediately I begged my parents to reserve every Godzilla DVD from our local library. They only had a few Showa films, but I didn't care. I watched films like Mothra vs. Godzilla and Invasion of the Astro Monster until I was blue in the face. I was a full-on Godzilla fanatic. Fast forward to 2010, and I got word that Legendary Pictures was actively developing a Godzilla film. I would spend the next 4 years checking the IMDb page on a daily basis, hoping for any update on the project. I hoped that this would be the film that would get everyone at my school talking about Godzilla. As that May release date drew near, I was so excited for this movie. My parents got me tickets to see it a day before it came out. My dad and I saw it at midnight, and this was on a school night, mind you. I remember my palms were sweating when the lights started to dim. I wanted this film to be good. No, I needed this movie to be good. And what did I think of the movie? I loved it. In fact, I still do to this day. I remember losing my mind after the movie ended and constantly talking about it with my dad the whole ride home. He thought it was okay. And, that seemed to be the general consensus towards the film from, general audiences and whatnot. Many were disappointed by how little action there was and how Godzilla was barely in the movie. I even found that a lot of Godzilla fans just didn't like this movie all too much. It may be blind nostalgia, but I still love this movie for what it is. So I want to know, does it still hold up? Well, let's not waste any more time and jump right into it. This is Godzilla 2014. In 1954, a colossal prehistoric creature known as Godzilla inadvertently awakens as a result of an American submarine reaching the ocean floor. The United States and Russian militaries attempted to eliminate Godzilla using nuclear weapons. Despite multiple efforts, Godzilla survived, and the operation was disguised as atomic tests, concealing his existence from the public. Fast forward to 1999, Dr. Ishiro Serizawa is summoned to a mining site in the Philippines, discovering a massive fossilized skeleton and 2 spores in an underground cave. 1 spore has already hatched, leading the team to a tunnel that extends to the surface. Near Tokyo, in Japan, a nuclear power plant experiences seismic activity, resulting in a catastrophic event in the evacuation of the Janjira area. In 2014, 15 years later, Ford, now an explosive disposal officer, learns that his father, Joe, was arrested for trespassing in Janjira. You see, in Janjira, Joe's wife was killed in the explosion. This event caused a rift in the relationship between Joe and Ford. After Ford bails Joe out, they uncover a rebuilt power plant with a mysterious chrysalis. The creature inside wreaks havoc, and Joe dies during the chaos. Serizawa reveals the existence of a secret organization called Monarch, explaining the ancient origins of Godzilla and the newly identified Muto, massive, unidentified terrestrial organism. Ford then travels to Honolulu, Hawaii, with the ultimate goal of just returning to San Francisco and reuniting with his family. In a dense forest in Honolulu, a specialized U.S. Navy team stumbles upon the remnants of a Russian nuclear submarine previously under attack. During their investigation, the winged Muto arrives, tearing apart the submarine and feeding on its reactor. Provoked by the military, the Muto emits an EMP, shutting down electronics for miles. Meanwhile, Ford boards a train and witnesses a young boy who is separated from his parents, assuring the parents that he will return their son. Ford and the boy face an attack by the Muto. The creature bites into the tracks and causes the train to derail. Meanwhile, Godzilla's arrival on Honolulu triggers a tsunami, leading to massive destruction at the international airport. Godzilla fights the Muto, and their clash is captured on the news, which is witnessed by Ford's wife and son. Serizawa reports that Godzilla is responding to an echolocation signal, actively hunting down the Muto. They realize that the Muto sent a signal and discover that the other spore is still active, having hatched into a larger rampaging creature in Las Vegas. Monarch determines that the larger Muto is female and the winged one is male, planning to nest in San Francisco. The military proposes the idea of using a nuclear warhead to attract all the monsters and then detonate it, but Serizawa opposes. He advocates for Godzilla as the potential savior. Ford, now on the mainland, joins a military train to evacuate Ellie and Sam from San Francisco. That's his wife and kid. The train, equipped with ICBMs to combat the monsters, is all of a sudden destroyed by the female eight-legged Muto. Ford is the sole survivor, and one warhead is devoured while the other is flown to San Francisco. The male Muto steals the armed warhead. Citizens are evacuated and Godzilla faces opposition from the Navy near the Golden Gate Bridge. Recognizing Godzilla as their potential savior, the military allows him to confront the Mutos. The Mutos meet in Chinatown, building a nest after mating. Godzilla intervenes, causing conflict with the male Muto, and Ford is tasked with a halo drop to retrieve the warhead and turn it off. In one of the greatest scenes in any Godzilla movie, Ford and the team halo drop into San Francisco. They locate the nest just as Godzilla engages with the female Muto. Ford manages to destroy the nest of eggs, attracting the Mutos away from Godzilla. The female Muto attempts to kill Ford, but Godzilla intervenes, saving him. Godzilla defeats the male Muto, but a building collapse temporarily traps him. Ford's team plans to sail the armed warhead into the ocean, away from the population. The female Muto then attacks. It kills the entire crew except for Ford. Attempting to drive the boat out to the ocean, Ford faces the female's EMP field. All of a sudden, Godzilla reappears and saves Ford once again. After a fierce struggle, Godzilla defeats the female Muto by holding its jaw open and then breathing its atomic breath through its mouth. It is incredible. The next morning, Ford is reunited with his family, while Serizawa believes that Godzilla is dead. However, Godzilla reawakens and stands before the human survivors. With balance restored, he roars and then triumphantly disappears into the ocean, leaving humans behind to watch in awe. The making of Godzilla 2014 actually dates all the way back to August 2004. Yoshimitsu Banno, who is known for directing 1971's Godzilla vs. Hedorah, announced plans for a Godzilla IMAX short film that would be in 3D. He secured the rights from Toho, and this project would be titled Godzilla 3D to the Max. It aimed to serve as a remake of Godzilla vs. Hedorah, but kind of loosely. In 2005, Peter Anderson joined as cinematographer, visual effects supervisor, and co-producer. However, financial troubles in 2008 endangered the project. In 2009, they sought backing from Legendary Pictures, and then rumors emerged of Legendary negotiating with Toho to just make an entirely new American Godzilla film. Officially announced on March 29, 2010, Legendary acquired the Godzilla license, planning a film close to Toho's version and very distinct from the 1998 film. Legendary aimed to honor the essential Godzilla elements. Legendary greenlit the project with Banno and the other people involved with Godzilla 3D to the Max as executive producers. Gareth Edwards was announced as director in January 2011. He had previously directed Monsters. It's this low-budget film set 4 years after a giant alien invasion, in which two characters must travel from the infected zone in Mexico to the safety of the US border, while dealing with the threat of giant kaiju-sized alien squid monsters. It's a really cool movie, by the way. I recommend checking it out. You can kind of see little seeds of Godzilla 2014 in this, and also his future work on films like Rogue One and The Creator. It was because of his efficient and effective work on Monsters that he was brought on to direct the 2014 American remake of Godzilla. Edwards showed that he had a clear understanding of showcasing the scale of monsters, making them appear larger than life, especially when compared to humans. Edwards also emphasized that this film would be a clear departure from the 98 film, focusing on fan expectations and the significance of getting it right. The film entered development in 2012, but faced some delays. Principal photography began in 2013 in March in Vancouver and concluded in Hawaii in July of that year. Post-production would last up until March 2014, and the movie would be released in theaters on May 14th, 2014. The design of the 2014 American Godzilla is one that I just adore. Apparently, Toho required that this iteration of the King of the Monsters had the trademark spikes and 4 fingers on each hand, likely to avoid the drastically different design that they got with Patrick Tatopoulos for the 98 film. Gareth Edwards wanted his version of Godzilla to feel like what a Toho employee would have seen in real life in the 50s and then described to people making the rubber suits to replicate. He wanted it to feel like a real, tangible creature. Godzilla's movement and appearance throughout the film was based on Komodo dragons, wolves, lions, and bears. Even after watching this film, I still wholeheartedly believe that this is a quality kaiju flick. 10 years later, it holds up really, really well. For starters, Gareth Edwards really understands scale. The camera is never flying around in an unrealistic manner. Instead, every shot is filmed in a place where a camera could realistically be, whether that's from the inside of an office building or from ground level. It keeps everything consistent and doesn't feel like you're just watching a video game cutscene. Beyond that, the CGI really holds up compared to a lot of the stuff that's out there nowadays. And sure, the picture quality is way too dark, and I'm hoping that this gets fixed soon, but still, a lot of the potential flaws are expertly hidden because we barely see the monsters during the daytime, and if we do, it's just a small glimpse here and there. I remember when this movie first came out, and a lot of people complained about that aspect of the movie. Audiences had a problem with the film being called Godzilla, but hardly featuring any Godzilla, with him only having like 10 minutes of screen time. On top of that, most of the monster scenes are at night, or we hardly see them because the film cuts away from the action right when it's about to get interesting. The explanation that Gareth Edwards gave was that he wanted Godzilla 2014 to take more of a subdued approach, reminiscent of classic 70s films like Alien, Jaws, and Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Explaining his choice for a restrained direction, Edwards expressed a desire to avoid the constant bombardment seen in modern cinema. He aimed for Godzilla to possess a universal appeal, akin to Close Encounters of the Third Kind, focusing on genuine, relatable characters reminiscent of Steven Spielberg's work. While I do think that the characters fall flat here, and trust me, we will get to that, I think this is a respectable approach to making this movie. It's kind of a slow burn, and that slow pacing really pays off in the final act when we get a really solid Godzilla vs. Muto battle. Godzilla 2014 is not a balls-to-the-wall action flick, and it doesn't need to be. If you want a kaiju movie like that, then go watch Pacific Rim or even Godzilla Final Wars, which is probably the most extreme balls-to-the-wall Godzilla movie ever made. I'm not ripping on those two movies, I love those two movies, but this just isn't that type of movie. Now, I understand where Edwards is coming from and why he took this approach, or rather, why he believes he took this approach. But I have an entirely different possible reason as to why we barely get a ton of kaiju action. You see, Edwards comes from the world of indie filmmaking, specifically no-budget filmmaking. His directorial debut, Monsters, only had a budget of $500,000, which sounds like a lot, but considering what type of movie it is, it really isn't. As a no-budget filmmaker myself, I am very much familiar with trying to make something from nothing. You have to learn and acquire certain habits and tendencies in order to ensure that a film actually sees the light of day. So when Edwards was given a $160 million budget, I think he took a lot of those no-budget tendencies with him. It likely wasn't intentional. As a result, Edwards cut away from the action scenes as a means of maintaining suspense and stretching that production budget. In the world of indie filmmaking, where every dollar counts, filmmakers often resort to creative methods to just imply the action rather than show it. Most of the time it's because of budget or just a deliberate choice, but I think in Monsters, Edwards mastered the art of suggestion, using minimalistic approaches to imply the presence of otherworldly creatures while focusing on the human drama amidst the chaos. This methodology is evident in Godzilla 2014, where the emphasis is not solely on the epic clashes between the monsters, but on the human experience amidst the catastrophic events. By limiting the audience's direct exposure to Godzilla and the Mutos, Edwards invokes a sense of anticipation and mystery reminiscent of classic suspense films. It's a calculated risk, aiming to build tension and invest the audience emotionally in the character's plight. Moreover, Edwards' background in VFX, honed during his time in the independent film circuit and also just working commercial video, informs his decision to prioritize the quality of CGI over the quantity of monster screen time. Rather than just spamming constant action sequences at the viewer, he opts for strategic placement, ensuring that each appearance of the kaiju leaves a lasting impact. Every time they show up, it's important and it adds to the story. Now, as a former theater kid, I have to say, really quick tangent about musicals. I know this seems really weird because it's about Godzilla, but just trust me, this will make sense. In a musical, a song should serve a purpose. If you can cut the song out and the story still advances, then the song should not be in that musical. I think monster movies and even action movies as a whole are the same way. If you can completely remove an action scene or a monster battle and the plot still progresses forward, then it shouldn't be included. I understand a lot of people would disagree with that because people just like seeing giant monsters, and I get it, but The point of filmmaking in the first place is to tell a story. Unfortunately, the story that audiences expected was non-stop monster mayhem. And this subdued pacing and restrained spectacle of Godzilla 2014, it's why so many people felt underwhelmed by this movie. But for those that are attuned to Edwards' vision, it represents a departure from the typical Hollywood blockbuster formula. It's a deliberate attempt to infuse depth and substance into the kaiju genre. Of course, that depth and substance has been in the kaiju genre since the first Godzilla film, but it's a breath of fresh air, especially in 2014, when we barely had any kaiju content. That being said, though, that so-called depth or substance isn't actually deep or substantive. Godzilla 2014 falls flat on its face when trying to establish characters that the audience should care about. As a result, the emotional core of the film feels hollow, leaving viewers disconnected from the human drama unfolding amidst the kaiju chaos. Edwards' attempt to channel the spirit of classic Spielbergian storytelling, while commendable, ultimately misses the mark in terms of character development. Despite his aspirations to craft relatable protagonists akin to those in Jaws, or Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the characters in Godzilla 2014 just lack depth and dimension. Take Ford Brody, played by Aaron Taylor Johnson, for example. As the central figure thrust into the heart of the kaiju crisis, Ford comes across as more of a generic action hero than a fully realized character. His motivations and inner struggles remain superficial, driven more by plot convenience than genuine emotional resonance. Likewise, other key players like Ellie Brody, played by Elizabeth Olsen, and Dr. Ishiro Serizawa, played by Ken Watanabe, are given very little opportunity to really do anything besides just say a cool line or just be concerned. Sure, Serizawa has his legendary let them fight line. He has that interesting scene where he talks about his pocket watch, but I can't think of anything else his character did in the film that was memorable. He functions more or less as a means of just moving the plot forward and delivering exposition rather than just being a likable character. He has all the makings of being a great character too. His backstory with the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki is very compelling, but it's never properly explored in a meaningful way. On top of that, the dialogue just feels very stilted and expository, with characters delivering lines that sound more like placeholders for exposition rather than authentic expressions of thought and emotion. It robs the film of having a nuanced interplay and genuine moments that define Spielberg's most iconic works. The supporting cast, mainly Joe Brody, is extremely underutilized. He's relegated to just serving a narrative device than being a fully fleshed out individual with his own arc and aspiration. Again, he could be a more interesting character, but is ultimately held back by the film being forced to center around Aaron Taylor Johnson's boring main character. And I know I'm not the only person who's said this or made this point before, but it would have been so much better if the protagonist was Bryan Cranston's character. By now, I'm sure that you are aware that despite being showcased in the trailers, Cranston's character dies early on in the film. It's a bit of a twist, especially if you saw this in theaters, but it's not a good twist. Hindsight is 2020, and I'm not going to fawn over what could have been, but it just kind of stings thinking about a movie with Bryan Cranston, fresh off of Breaking Bad, being a lead in a Godzilla movie. I remember reading in my copy of Famous Monsters of Filmland that Gareth Edwards was a huge fan of tokusatsu movies and had immense respect towards the genre. This got me hyped, knowing that a true fan of the genre was helming this version of Godzilla. Was it a mistake to kill off Bryan Cranston's character so early on? Absolutely. Even he admitted that. Was it a mistake to not show the monsters fighting as much as they could have? Maybe. The film definitely has a different pace than most modern blockbusters. Gareth Edwards stated in interviews that he wanted to make the movie with the idea of it being a 70s blockbuster rather than a modern-day blockbuster, and this is clearly evident in the slow burn pacing. If anything, it's very much in line with the rest of the Godzilla franchise, especially the Showa-era films. The amount of screen time that Godzilla has in this film is actually more than the majority of the Showa-era films. In fact, he's shown on screen more in this than the original Godzilla 1954 film. I feel like the lack of his screen time is more of a complaint from those who don't simply understand the franchise. I certainly respect Gareth Edwards for making a film that feels slightly out of time. Godzilla King of the Monsters received a lot of flack upon its release for a variety of reasons.
an incomprehensible plot, weak dialogue, one-dimensional characters, and a lackluster score. As of right now, the film has a 42% on Rotten Tomatoes, and is the lowest rated MonsterVerse film on that website.
It's just not a very good movie. When there is a monster fight and you can deduce what's happening without vomiting, it's a pleasure, a joy to watch. I absolutely love it sometimes, and then hate it the majority of the other times, because it does get actually hard to look at.
On top of that, Godzilla King of the Monsters barely broke even at the box office, which is largely why Warner Brothers has decided to avoid Godzilla solo films from here on out and just focus on team-up movies with King Kong. Despite all of that, King of the Monsters manages to be one of the most beautiful and heartfelt Hollywood blockbusters to be released in recent memory. It effectively captures the spirit of the Toho Kaiju films of yesteryear while also transplanting the world of Godzilla into the modern age of superhero epics and cinematic universes. The film starts with a flashback to the 2014 Godzilla film. We see glimpses of Godzilla battling the Mutos while the Russell family search for their son Andrew in the destroyed city of San Francisco. We then cut to 5 years later, where we're introduced to our protagonist, Maddie Russell, played by Stranger Things actor Millie Bobby Brown in her feature film debut. After the passing of her brother Andrew, her parents are now separated. Madison's mom, Emma, played by Vera Farmiga, is taking care of Maddie and working for Monarch as a paleobiologist. Emma has been developing a MacGuffin known as the Orca, which has the ability to control kaijus via bioacoustics. The Orca reminds me a lot of how Titanosaurus is able to be controlled in Terror of Mechagodzilla, and how he's like vulnerable to supersonic waves. For the most part, I think the Orca is a very interesting plot device. It's a great way of focusing the human plotline on the kaijus. But that being said, it does feel like the agency of the monsters is lessened. What I mean is, it feels like the kaijus in Godzilla King of the Monsters are more passive characters than active participants in the narrative. In previous Godzilla films, the monsters often seem to operate with a sense of agency, for the most part, as though they had their own motivations and intentions. Whether it was Godzilla defending the planet from otherworldly threats, or Mothra's instinctual desire to protect the twin fairies. These creatures felt like characters in their own right, rather than mere tools manipulated by humans or aliens. So in short, I like the Orca in the film's plot, but I don't like how it removes agency from the monsters. Getting back to the story itself, the larva form of Mothra hatches, but immediately turns hostile and begins attacking armed Monarch soldiers. Emma manages to get Mothra under control by using the Orca, showcasing how the device works and why it's important to the story. All of a sudden, a group of armed men arrive and kill the Monarch team, leaving Madison and Emma alive. This group is later revealed to be an eco-terrorist organization led by former British military colonel and MI6 agent Alan Jonah, who, as we'll see later on, is just gone from the MonsterVerse. Like, this is his only film appearance. He is just gone, which really sucks because he's such a cool villain and I want to know what makes him tick, but unfortunately this is the last we see of him. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., Dr. Serizawa, Dr. Graham, and Sam Coleman represent Monarch before a Senate committee. They're stressing the importance of understanding and coexisting with kaijus. And here we see a really interesting clash of ideologies, with the Monarch team advocating for a nuanced understanding of kaijus and stressing the importance of coexistence, while Senator Williams dismisses their concerns with a wave of bureaucratic skepticism. What makes the scene work so well is its world building and how it mirrors real-world debates surrounding environmental conservation and global cooperation. The presence of a Senate committee underscores the gravity of the situation. It emphasizes that the existence of kaijus isn't just a fantastical element, but it's a geopolitical reality in this world. Dr. Serizawa's emphasis on symbiosis over conflict adds depth to the narrative, suggesting that there's more at stake than just defeating monsters. It speaks to a larger theme of humanity's relationship with the natural world and the consequences of our actions on the delicate balance of ecosystems. Moreover, the portrayal of the US government's response to the kaiju threat actually feels refreshingly realistic. Rather than just resorting to simplistic solutions or military bravado, the film presents a nuanced depiction of how different factions within the government would actually deal with this challenge. There would be skepticism, as shown by Senator Williams, as
They act as a foil to the more enlightened perspective of the Monarch team, highlighting the political and ideological tensions inherent in addressing existential threats. However, they would leave this meeting and then recruit Mark Russell, Maddie's estranged dad, in order to rescue both Maddie and Emma, as well as get their hands on the Orca. Learning of Jonah's plan to awaken the mysterious Monster Zero in Antarctica, Monarch mobilizes to stop him. Jonah's mercenaries seize Outpost 32 in Antarctica, and they successfully awaken Monster Zero before triggering a fight with Godzilla. A fierce battle ensues between Godzilla and Monster Zero. I absolutely love the shot where Godzilla's tail hits the ground, and we see the atomic breath start to heat up as the music builds. It's just so awesome. Unfortunately, though, the fight results in significant casualties, mainly Dr. Graham. This is one of the best characterizations of Monster Zero, or King Ghidorah as he's later called. The fact that this Ghidorah outright targets humans makes him the scariest iteration of the character by a long shot. This might be a hot take, but King Ghidorah is kind of a boring monster. He's mainly a pawn for other alien races trying to invade Earth in the Showa era. Sure, there is some lore that Ghidorah wiped out the civilization living on Venus prior to the events of Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, but what we actually see of him on screen is being nothing more than a pet to alien invaders in films like Invasion of the Astro Monster. Even expanding towards 1991's Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, he's graduated from being controlled by aliens to being controlled by humans from the future. Here, Ghidorah has more agency and is more of a direct threat to humanity. He's not doing all this because he's being forced to and it's part of a bigger agenda. He's doing it because he wants to and because he can, and that's so horrifying to me. Following this, Emma, who's driven by a belief in Titan salvation, activates the Orca to awaken all of the Titans worldwide, including Rodan. I also find Rodan's characterization here to be really interesting. He's a very shifty character. You're never really sure exactly what side he's on, but tends to lean more towards whichever monster is the alpha, as showcased near the end when he submits to Godzilla. I know a lot of people consider Anguirus and Rodan to be Godzilla's two closest allies, but I always preferred a more destructive take on Rodan, akin to his solo film from 1956. You can do more interesting things with the character when he's shown to be more of a threat to humanity. We see this firsthand in that incredible jet fighter sequence. Something else that I really like about Rodan here is his biovolcanic ability. The magma flows through his body, and it makes him more of an interesting monster as opposed to him just being a giant pterodactyl. Or pterodon? I don't know, dinosaur bros, sound off in the comments. Monarch struggles to contain the chaos as Titans rampage across the globe under Ghidorah's influence. Serizawa sacrifices himself to rejuvenate Godzilla in an absolutely incredible scene, by the way. That whole temple, the Godzilla temple, so cool. I want to know more about that. I doubt they'll explore it too much, but it is so fascinating to me. I want to see the human-Godzilla connection showcased more in MonsterVerse movies because it is just so compelling. Godzilla ultimately emerges as humanity's last hope against Ghidorah's tyranny. Madison, realizing her mother's folly, intervenes to stop Ghidorah's reign of terror. With the aid of Monarch, Madison disrupts the Orca's signal, luring Ghidorah to a final showdown with Godzilla in Boston. In a cataclysmic battle, Mothra dies, Rodan is injured pretty badly, Godzilla harnesses his nuclear power and Mothra's essence to become Burning Godzilla and obliterate Ghidorah. When this movie was a few weeks out from release, I remember perusing Walmart and seeing a Burning Godzilla toy for this movie and thinking, yeah, right, they're not going to put that in the movie. It seemed so far-fetched at the time that they would actually utilize Burning Godzilla, but they did, and it worked really well. Sure, it's nowhere near as impactful as Godzilla vs. Destoroyah, but it doesn't have to be, nor should it be. This isn't the god-awful Snyderverse. I don't want Godzilla dying in his second movie. It's just cool to see a visual homage to Burning Godzilla without having to carry all the baggage that comes with it. In the aftermath of the battle, the Titans, now under Godzilla's rule, bow to him and restore balance to the world as the film cuts to credits. Side note, the end credits here are fantastic. We get to see some subtle foreshadowing hinting at what the MonsterVerse still has to offer, like a nod towards Mechagodzilla. On top of that, it also features some really neat tributes to the Toho films, and even the 1956 Americanized version of the original Godzilla movie with a nod towards Raymond Burr's character, Steve Martin. Meanwhile, the music playing in the background is a cover of the Blue Oyster Cult song, Godzilla. It's wild to think that this is the very first time that song has been used in a Godzilla movie, and while I adore the original song, I'm a big fan of this cover. It has System of a Down's Serj Tankian on vocals alongside members of the band Deathclock, and it is just really, really good. This song was on loop for like weeks when it first dropped on streaming. I was hooked on this thing. Godzilla King of the Monsters expertly pays homage to the legacy of Godzilla by incorporating familiar elements, like the big monster battles, the awe-inspiring visuals, and a sense of environmental allegory reminiscent of its Japanese predecessors. Additionally, including iconic monsters like Mothra, Rodan, and King Ghidorah add additional depth to the lore and expand the universe beyond just Godzilla himself. We see a ton of new kaijus here, and it's immediately made clear that Godzilla is not alone in this universe. There is so much world building here, and unfortunately that world building has been kind of ignored recently, which I'll talk about later on when I cover those movies, but as of right now, I love the world building here. By embracing the nostalgia of Toho's kaiju legacy while also incorporating modern filming techniques, Godzilla King of the Monsters manages to strike a delicate balance between homage and innovation. This fusion allows the film to resonate with both longtime fans of the franchise and newcomers alike. The film's director, Michael Dougherty, is very clearly a fan of the source material, and this movie feels like the best Godzilla fan film ever made. I mean that as a compliment, by the way. It manages to utilize some of the best aspects of the franchise in a really compact, interesting, and modern way, making it, in my opinion, the perfect starting point for anyone that's eager to get into the franchise but isn't sure where to start. I would argue the 54 film is also like the perfect place to start, and maybe even -1, but with this, you kind of get an introduction to all the key elements. Godzilla, Mothra, Rodan, King Ghidorah. I will admit, though, I was disappointed when I heard that Gareth Edwards would not be returning for this movie, but was so pumped when I found out that the guy behind Trick or Treat and Krampus was helming the project instead. King of the Monsters sort of reminds me of when a band puts out a greatest hits album. Burning Godzilla? Check. Rodan? Check. Mothra? Check. King Ghidorah? Check. Themes of nuclear weaponry and their effects on humanity? Check. The iconic Godzilla theme? Check. Barry McCreary's score for this film is the best out of the entire MonsterVerse. I didn't really mention it while talking about the 2014 Godzilla movie, but I adore Alexandre Desplat's score for that film. It feels like a loving tribute to the Godzillas of yesteryear, but still maintains its own separate identity. However, McCreary's score is just infinitely better because it's almost like he went, Godzilla already has the greatest theme song of all time. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Much like the film itself, the score feels like a perfect embrace of Toho's kaiju legacy while also incorporating modern filming techniques. The score is big, it's bombastic, much like the visual effects in this film. The score has these epic taiko chants and drums that resonate like the primal heartbeat of a titan awaking from centuries of slumber. McCreary masterfully weaves together traditional Japanese elements with contemporary orchestration, creating this tapestry that mirrors the awe-inspiring spectacle of giant monsters clashing amidst the chaos of human conflict. Now, unfortunately, because YouTube is YouTube, I can't play any of it without getting a copyright claim, so just go and listen to Battle in Boston on Spotify. It's incredible. King of the Monsters' visual spectacle is also unparalleled, with breathtaking CGI that brings the towering titans to life in stunning detail. The intricate design of the monsters, coupled with the scale of their destructive battles, immerses viewers in a visceral experience that epitomizes the grandeur of blockbuster cinema and kaiju cinema. From the vibrant hues of Mothra's bioluminescence to the thunderous roar of Godzilla, every frame is a testament to the filmmaker's dedication to visual excellence. By pushing the boundaries of CGI technology, Godzilla King of the Monsters offers audiences a truly immersive experience that transcends the limitations of traditional storytelling. In doing so, it reaffirms the enduring appeal of giant monster movies in the modern era. This movie feels like a Marvelization of Godzilla, and I actually mean that in the best way possible. So a good example of this would be when Dr. Serizawa, Dr. Graham, and Sam Coleman show up to recruit Mark Russell. Their entrance on that helicarrier thing feels like a Marvel scene. The way they enter and the way the music builds feels like something ripped right out of an Avengers movie. And even then, when they go to that Monarch outpost in the middle of the ocean and they gradually descend downwards, that feels a lot like a Marvel scene, specifically the first Avengers movie when they first go on the helicarrier. Now, if you're someone who doesn't like Marvel movies, then this might very well be a bad thing. I, for one, am indifferent towards them. But when it comes to Godzilla, you have to be big and bombastic. And it just so happens that Marvel movies, at least during this time, were big and bombastic and also very, very successful. Not to mention the film's thematic exploration of humanity's relationship with nature adds a ton of depth to the narrative, elevating it beyond mere spectacle. Through the characters' interactions with the monsters and the consequences of their actions, the film delves into complex ecological themes, highlighting the interconnectedness of all living beings and the consequences of environmental exploitation. The thematic depth adds layers of meaning to the film, resonating with audiences on a deeper level than just surface-level entertainment. You see, Godzilla films have always had environmental themes. Look no further than 1971's Godzilla vs. Hedorah, where Godzilla outright fights the physical embodiment of pollution. By addressing relevant ecological issues within the framework of a monster movie, King of the Monsters transcends its genre trappings to become a thought-provoking commentary on humanity's role in the natural world, even if this commentary is just a little bit shallow. This thematic richness not only enhances the viewing experience, but also underscores the film's relevance in today's world, where environmental concerns loom large. Godzilla King of the Monsters stands as the pinnacle of storytelling in the entire MonsterVerse. I have no idea what they were smoking, but this movie does not deserve its criminally low Rotten Tomatoes score. Through its spectacular visuals, thematic depth, and epic scale, the film captures the essence of wonder and awe with its titans in a way that is truly unforgettable. As audiences are swept up in the epic battles and breathtaking imagery, they're reminded of the boundless possibilities of cinema and the enduring power of storytelling to evoke a sense of wonder within all of us. I'll never forget how much hype Godzilla vs. Kong had prior to its release. At this point in time, I was a senior in high school, and I vividly remember people debating whether or not Godzilla or Kong would win. Of course, people knew that I was the Godzilla lore master, so they would ask me for my take on this upcoming clash. My answer was simple. Godzilla is the clear winner, but I think they'll nerf him to make the fight more fair and then have the two monsters team up to fight a bigger threat. At the time, I was fully expecting that bigger threat to be Destroya, since the Oxygen Destroyer was used in the last movie. But I was pleasantly surprised to find out that a different Legacy Toho monster would be used. I remember when the first trailer dropped. I was actually on set for my second feature film, Pesticide, and we basically stopped everything we were doing to watch it. Me and the boys saw the movie on opening night, and at the time, I absolutely loved it. The movie was everything I wanted it to be and expected it to be, and then some. However, as time dragged on, I realized that the magic was wearing off, and I wasn't all that big of a fan of the movie. But I still loved it in spite of all the issues that I had with it. So, without wasting any more time, let's get right into it. This is Godzilla vs. Kong. The film starts with Kong waking up on Skull Island as The Air That I Breathe by the Hollies plays. He walks around and does Kong things before throwing a tree at the sky, revealing he's actually in a biodome of sorts. Monarch has been confining Kong in a simulated habitat dome where a young orphan named Gia has been bonding with him through sign language. It's revealed that as a result of King Ghidorah, Skull Island has been ecologically ravaged by storms, and the Iwi natives have been wiped out as a result of that, and partially the Skullcrawlers. Meanwhile, in Pensacola, Florida, Godzilla appears and begins wreaking havoc. While this does appear out of character for the Big G, he's mainly targeting Apex Cybernetics Laboratory. Apex is sort of a stand-in for Elon Musk and his various tech companies. Even the film's human villain, Walter Simmons, is very much an Elon Musk-type character. Anyways, amidst the chaos, Bernie, an Apex Cybernetics employee and conspiracy podcaster, uncovers sinister activities, which gives a reason as to why Godzilla is attacking. They're building a machine to replace Godzilla, but what is that machine? Well, we'll find out later. The public's trust in Godzilla wanes, prompting Apex's CEO to pledge protection against the Titan. I think you know where this is going. Meanwhile, Madison Russell, spurred by her father's dismissive stance on Godzilla, teams up with her friend Josh to uncover the truth behind Godzilla's aggression and Apex's secrets. Elsewhere, Walter recruits Nathan Lind, a Hollow Earth theorist, to harness its energy against Godzilla. Reluctantly, Nathan enlists Kong's aid, persuading Eileen Andrews and Gia to guide them. Their journey leads to confrontation when Godzilla attacks on open water. And this is one of my favorite scenes in the entire movie. I was so worried about Godzilla being nerfed in this movie in order to make the fights more fair, but this sequence showcases that Godzilla is more than capable of outright killing Kong without any issue, especially when he's in the water. There are so many points where Kong nearly dies, and I was shocked the film even went that far. He's very clearly supposed to be the protagonist, and we're supposed to root for him, and Godzilla is kinda sort of the bad guy up until the end, so seeing them go this far was fantastic in my opinion. The only reason that Kong even survives this fight is just by playing dead. Lind and the team then go to Antarctica, where they seek Kong's entrance to the Hollow Earth. Kong is reluctant and confused, but Gia ultimately points him in the right direction, and they end up in Hollow Earth. Now, I, for one, love this concept, and I love the world within our own world, but I know that some people really, really hate this. One of the bigger complaints that I've heard is that people say there's natural sunlight, and that's a massive plot hole because how can there be sunlight in the center of the Earth? But the explanation in the official Godzilla vs. Kong art book makes a lot of sense. The book says that there's a storm above acting like a fake sun, giving everything a natural glow. It adds to the mystery and it makes the whole thing feel even more fantastical, which is perfect for a movie like this. And also it's like, it's a world in the center of our world. It's a hollow earth. Like, come on. Like, there's giant monsters in this movie. The fact that that is too unrealistic for you kind of concerns me. Some people have also argued that this take on Hollow Earth retcons the Hollow Earth that was talked about in Godzilla King of the Monsters. Now, I would argue that it's not so much a retcon as it is a natural progression of the lore within the Monsterverse. In King of the Monsters, we were introduced to the concept of Hollow Earth as a series of interconnected tunnels beneath the Earth's crust. But in my opinion, I don't think that was necessarily true. That was just Monarch's theory at the time. It was an incomplete theory. And they really only discovered that that wasn't the case in this movie right here. Instead of being a bunch of tunnels, it's actually a world in and of itself. But the best part, the most glorious aspect of Godzilla vs. Kong is, no doubt, its third act, which can only be described as the goofiest thing to ever come out of Hollywood in recent memory. It starts with Godzilla drilling a hole through the center of the earth with his atomic breath. Kong and Godzilla then battle. Kong wields this axe that's made from one of the ancestors of Godzilla's dorsal plates, as the two titans then face off in a battle for the ages amidst the neon-lit skyline of Hong Kong. And the film just reaches peak absurdity. It's sheer lunacy, and yet it's utterly delightful. I love the way Godzilla maneuvers and fights like a crocodile, while Kong uses the skyscrapers to his advantage. It takes what could be a very boring and one-dimensional fight and turns it into a dynamic action set piece. Godzilla ultimately wins the fight and nearly kills Kong, but their battle shifts when Mechagodzilla, controlled by Ghidorah's essence, emerges. It's basically revealed that this is what Apex has been building. They've been making a Mechagodzilla. Kong's revival, aided by a surge of energy, turns the tide in the battle, as Godzilla was getting his ass kicked here, but he and Godzilla managed to defeat Mechagodzilla in a fantastic sequence. Never in my life did I think I would get to see Kong decapitate Mechagodzilla, but here we are. After the fight, Godzilla and Kong go their separate ways, ushering in a new era of peace among Titans as Kong rules Hollow Earth and Godzilla rules the Earth. Godzilla vs. Kong certainly takes a page out of the playbook of the later Showa-era films of the Godzilla franchise, like Godzilla vs. Gigan and Godzilla vs. Megalon. These films were known for their outrageous plots, over-the-top action sequences, and a general sense of gleeful absurdity. Not a bad thing, mind you. I love this. Godzilla vs. Kong revels in its own chaos, delivering a spectacle that's as nonsensical as it is entertaining. It's really funny looking back to Godzilla 2014, which harkened back to the somber tone of the original 1954 film, being more grounded and having Godzilla represent a force of nature and a symbol of nuclear devastation, as well as the consequences of human arrogance. That film was more focused on character development and building tension through suspenseful sequences. But in Godzilla King of the Monsters, the 2019 film, it shifted gears towards the more bombastic style of the early Showa-era films, like Invasion of the Astro Monster, while still incorporating themes of human hubris and environmentalism. It ramped up the monster action and embraced the fantastical elements of the franchise. The inclusion of multiple classic monsters like Mothra, Rodan, and King Ghidorah signaled a return to the epic monster battles that defined the series, but Godzilla vs. Kong takes all of this even further by throwing caution to the wind and fully embracing the campy, over-the-top spirit of the later Showa-era films. The plot becomes increasingly absurd, featuring telepathic control, Hollow Earth expeditions, and a robotic Mechagodzilla powered by the consciousness of King Ghidorah. It's a far cry from the grounded approach of the 2014 film, but it aligns perfectly with the zany charm of its Showa predecessors. Godzilla vs. Kong is directed by Adam Wingard, and I will admit that I was incredibly skeptical upon hearing that he would be helming the project. The only other films from his filmography that I've actually seen are The Blair Witch and Death Note, and both of those I just did not like whatsoever. From my understanding, he also directed some segments for the first two VHS films, and while I love the VHS movies, I was also just hesitant because even those can be a mixed bag. However, I think he did a decent job, but this is a bit lackluster in terms of scale. In Godzilla vs. Kong, the visual effects undoubtedly stand out as a highlight, showcasing the epic clash between the two iconic titans in stunning detail. Yet, despite the spectacle, the film falls short in capturing the same sense of scale that was expertly executed in Godzilla 2014 under the direction of Gareth Edwards. One of the defining features of Edwards' approach to Godzilla was his meticulous attention to scale. Through carefully crafted cinematography and clever framing, Edwards emphasized the sheer enormous size of Godzilla and the Mutos, making every encounter with the creatures feel truly monumental. From the towering skyscrapers that served as a backdrop to Godzilla's epic battles, to the deliberate pacing that allowed for moments of quiet awe. Godzilla 2014 masterfully conveyed the magnitude of its titular monster. Camera placement also played a really big part too. In Godzilla 2014, the camera was never in a place where a cameraman couldn't realistically be. The same can't be said for Godzilla vs. Kong, which has the camera whipping around like a video game cutscene. There's just a noticeable lack of emphasis on the scale of the monsters. The film certainly delivers on the spectacle front, with epic showdowns between Godzilla and Kong that are visually stunning. However, the cinematography often feels more focused on delivering flashy action sequences rather than conveying the enormity of the creatures. I also think the overall pacing and editing of Godzilla vs. Kong can sometimes hinder the sense of scale. Rapid cuts and frenetic action sequences prevent the audience from fully appreciating the size of the monsters, leading to moments that are somewhat diminished in comparison to the awe-inspiring spectacles of both the 2014 film and King of the Monsters. Another aspect that really falls flat for me is the film's score by Tom Holkenborg, also known as Junkie XL. The score, with its jarring notes and uninspired melodies, fails to capture the essence of Godzilla, instead feeling more like a cheap imitation of the iconic compositions by Akira Ifukube. Firstly, Junkie XL is known for his high energy and electronic sound. it just doesn't mesh well with the grandeur and gravitas of Godzilla. His bombastic and frenetic compositions, while well suited for action movies like Mad Max Fury Road, which is a movie I adore and will probably do a video on soon, feel out of place in a Godzilla movie where a more orchestral and traditional approach would have been more appropriate. Furthermore, the score lacks originality and fails to leave a lasting impression. Rather than crafting themes that are unique to the monster versus Godzilla, Junkie XL's compositions come across as generic and forgettable. They lack the emotional depth and thematic resonance that defined Ifukube's iconic scores, leaving the audience longing for the stirring melodies and haunting motifs that have become synonymous with the King of the Monsters. This specific sentiment is echoed by the numerous fan edits on YouTube, where fans have replaced his score with the classic Godzilla themes, and it results in a vastly improved viewing experience. The fact that so many fans feel compelled to seek out alternative scores speaks volumes about the inadequacy of this score. Despite Junkie XL's intentions to create a Godzilla theme that lived and breathed the history behind monster movies, the end result just falls short of capturing the essence of the character. And instead of emphasizing the power and majesty of Godzilla, the score feels disjointed, and it fails to evoke the awe and wonder that should accompany the appearance of the iconic monster.
Hooray! That was great, Squidward! All those wrong notes you play made it sound more original.
What? I didn't play any wrong notes.
Yeah, see, you're playing it like this. When ordinarily it goes like this. I'm partially doing it in the key of A minor myself.
The acting in this film generally falls within the realm of passable, though Brian Tyree Henry's portrayal of Bernie stands out as a highlight. He injects this energy and humor into his role, bringing a sense of charm and charisma to the character, who's this crazy conspiracy theorist with a penchant for uncovering secrets. His performance adds a layer of depth to the film, providing moments of levity amidst the chaos of the monster battles. Every scene he's in, he just steals the show. But the film struggles with underutilizing certain characters, like Ren Serizawa. Ren is the son of the late Ishiro Serizawa, who's a character that was extremely important in the last two movies, and yet these familial ties and ideological differences are just never brought up. Ren is given no backstory whatsoever. He has hardly any lines, and it just leaves the audience with more questions than answers. Serizawa, his father, was so invested in the kaijus and wanted and was like an advocate for them being alive. And meanwhile, his son here is like, no, I want to help this Elon Musk guy kill all the kaijus. It's like, how did this happen? I want to know what friction happened. And it's disappointing because he's ultimately killed before we can really get any answers. His arc is just unresolved and unsatisfying. It's like, why even include him in the movie if you're just going to use his last name and then kill him? Like, it's stupid. Something else that's really odd is the fact that the late Lance Reddick appears in the film very briefly, and he's known for his roles in acclaimed series like The Wire and Fringe, but his character is given minimal screen time and only has a few lines of dialogue. It's revealed that Reddick's character had a larger role, but that ended up on the cutting room floor. The characterization of both Godzilla and Kong adds depth and intrigue to the epic clash between the two titans. Godzilla in particular is portrayed in a manner that emphasizes his animalistic nature and primal instincts, moving with the deliberate predatory grace of a crocodile. Godzilla feels like a real threat to Kong and the human characters that are caught in the crossfire. But what I like is that they don't make him outright unlikable. They don't make him a villain. Instead, he's depicted as a creature just defending his title as the Alpha, driven by instinct rather than malice, though he can still be a bit of a hater, and I love that. On the other hand, Kong emerges as a compelling protagonist, evoking empathy and rooting interest from the audience. He's the underdog in the battle against Godzilla. He becomes a symbol of resilience and determination. His struggles against the overwhelming power of Godzilla elicit a sense of sympathy and admiration, making viewers eager to see him triumph, myself included, even if I do love Godzilla more. This characterization of Mechagodzilla is nowhere near my favorite, but it still adds an intriguing dynamic to the film. Mechagodzilla's menacing presence and formidable abilities serve as a formidable threat to both Godzilla and Kong, raising the stakes of the showdown. Both Godzilla and Kong need to team up in order to take him down. They both can't take him on solo, and that's very clearly shown several times, as Godzilla is almost killed by him, and same with Kong. The brief moment where Mechagodzilla laughs in a menacing way adds a chilling layer to the character, highlighting its sinister nature and enhancing the tension of the climactic battle. Sure, this is basically King Ghidorah's essence controlling him, but Mechagodzilla still feels like a robotic killing machine with a subtle homicidal personality. I understand why this movie is so controversial among both Godzilla and Kong fans, but I also understand why people love it so much. Sure, the film is no doubt riddled with plot holes, questionable character motivations, and dialogue that's as cheesy as it gets, but therein lies the charm. Godzilla vs. Kong isn't trying to be high art or intellectual cinema. It's not trying to be Godzilla -1, even though that movie didn't come out yet, but you get what I'm saying. It's not trying to be Shin Godzilla or Godzilla 1954. It's a throwback to the later Showa era films from the Godzilla franchise, but also works as a great popcorn flick of the highest order. It's a guilty pleasure. It knows exactly what it is, and it doesn't pretend to be anything else. The wait is over. Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire is finally here. Directed by Adam Wingard and produced by Legendary Pictures, this 2024 installment roars into the screen as a sequel to the riveting Godzilla vs. Kong 2021, expanding the narrative of the MonsterVerse. Serving as the 38th film in the Godzilla franchise and the 13th film in the King Kong franchise, this epic adventure unites an ensemble cast including Rebecca Hall, Brian Tyree Henry, and Dan Stevens. The film follows Kong as he ventures deeper into the mysterious Hollow Earth, encountering more of his species while facing a new formidable threat. Amidst the chaos, an uneasy alliance between Kong and Godzilla must be forged to confront Scar King, a tyrannical leader set on unleashing devastation on the surface world. First and foremost, this film feels like a perfect continuation of Godzilla vs. Kong. It has the same tone and the same energy, so if you liked Godzilla vs. Kong, then you will like this movie. But if you didn't like Godzilla vs. Kong, then you will absolutely hate this movie. It basically doubles down on everything laid out in that movie and then some. The pacing here is very, very fast, at times almost too fast. Scenes end before they really even start. It's also very much a King Kong driven movie, with Godzilla sort of taking the back seat. This was expected since this is how it was in Godzilla vs. Kong, but I would have liked more Godzilla action. This movie is also just pure dumb fun. I liked that the kaijus had more of a presence than the human characters. There are these long stretches where it's nothing but monsters, and those scenes are really well executed. Kong feels like more of a character in this movie than in the previous MonsterVerse films. Human characters in this one are one-dimensional and really only serve to move the plot forward. The only real memorable character here is Trapper, and he's sort of this kaiju vet. This really isn't a spoiler because it was shown in the trailers, but there's a really cool scene where Trapper helps Kong get rid of this broken tooth and replace it with this new shiny metal tooth, and the whole thing is just a really fun sequence. Trapper as a character is very fun and very interesting. I want to know more about him, and he's really the best part of the human characters in this movie. But that being said though, he's kind of a ripoff of Star-Lord from Guardians of the Galaxy. You see, he's constantly playing music from the 70s, and I'm just not a fan of it. The needle drops in this movie felt very lazy and forgettable. It felt like it was trying way too hard to emulate Guardians of the Galaxy, but there wasn't a motivation for the film to include this type of music. Now yes, there were older songs in Godzilla vs. Kong, but it's more present here and it's more distracting here. If anything, it's more similar to 2016's Suicide Squad than Guardians of the Galaxy, which is a bad thing. Like, that's not a compliment. What is a compliment, though, is that at times, this movie really felt like a Jun Fukuda type Showa-era Godzilla movie. You really get some elements of Godzilla vs. Gigan and Godzilla vs. Megalon thrown in. I'm not going to go in depth on that today. On Friday, I'm going to put out a spoiler discussion video that's going to be more in depth. But trust me, there are some moments in here where if you're a big Godzilla fan and you've seen the Showa-era movies, you'll be like, yeah, that's ripped right from this movie or that movie. So the only big gripes that I really had with this movie involved a lack of Toho legacy monsters. The Monsterverse has a lot of these forgettable and generic kaijus. They're very much these, like, these are my OCs, don't steal type vibe. Like, I really don't want to spoil it, but there are some monsters in this where it's very clearly just a Toho legacy monster that they just designed and then went, yeah, it's not this monster, it's a different one. And it got really annoying because in my brain I'm just thinking this could have easily been this monster or that monster. As a result, everything just feels more generic and forgettable. Speaking of generic, Junkie XL's score is god-awful. I already talked about this in my Godzilla vs. Kong review, so I'm not gonna retread on that again, but this man needs to be kept away from the Godzilla franchise. His Godzilla score is downright atrocious, and it sounds like a royalty-free Godzilla score that you would just find on, like, YouTube, and it says copyright-free, royalty-free. It's not good.
Hooray! Hooray! That was great, Squidward. All those wrong notes you play made it sound more original.
What? I didn't play any wrong notes.
Yeah, see, you're playing it like this. When ordinarily it goes like this. I'm partially doing it in the key of A minor myself.
Please, for the love of all that's holy, bring back Bear McCreary or even Alexandre Desplat, because this is getting ridiculous. Stop being a coward and use the iconic Godzilla score. There's a reason it's one of the most memorable themes in all of film history. Anyways, the cinematography was pretty bad at points. It might have just been the theater that I saw this movie at, I don't know, but there was this weird chromatic aberration vignette that was on the corners of every single shot with the monsters in it, and it just made everything feel cheap and fake. And I don't know what could have caused this. I don't know if this was the projector, if it was the movie. If it was just the projector, then ignore this part. But if it was the movie, it was super distracting, because anytime that popped up, it was during a visual effects scene. And so as a result, it was like my brain just went, yeah, this is fake, because I see this chromatic aberration and it looks awful. But beyond all of that, if you're just looking for a good time and to just turn your brain off and watch monsters punch each other for almost 2 hours, then this is the movie to see. Now, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if a bunch of reviews for this movie mentioned Godzilla -1. And to the reviewers that do mention -1, I have to say that you're an absolute idiot. It's comparing apples to oranges. Like, where was this attitude when Logan came out the exact same year as Thor Ragnarok? For the most part, I'm just really happy that Godzilla fans are able to enjoy both the serious side of the franchise as well as the more gonzo and comedic side, like Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire. Now, on this channel, I don't really rate movies. I don't give it a number score or stars. I feel like that kind of takes away from the review itself, and it just makes it so that everyone just skips to the end to see the score. I don't want to do that. I want my thoughts to be more nuanced than that and just not have everything be broken down to a number. So the film starts out with a really interesting chase scene between Kong and these wolf-like creatures. I really like that they showcased the fact that Kong is this experienced hunter. He's able to set up traps and outsmart these animals. This makes him appear almost human-like, and it makes the audience want to root for him more. And Also, it shows that he's been on Hollow Earth for a long time now, specifically 3 years in universe. My only real gripe with Hollow Earth is that there aren't many dinosaurs. I know this sounds weird, but I've always associated King Kong with dinosaurs, and I wish that there were some more prehistoric life down in Hollow Earth that we, the audience, could see. I would love to see this take on King Kong battle some type of dinosaur, or at least a prehistoric beast, because for the most part, we've really only been getting these very generic giant wolves, or giant pterodactyl things, or vultures, or warbats, and it just makes me wish that we could see other stuff besides that. After this, we see Godzilla battle the giant spider from Godzilla King of the Monsters, which is pronounced like Skyla or whatever, I don't know how to say it. I'm really happy though that we got to see this monster again. I remember seeing it kind of sort of showcased in King of the Monsters, and I wanted to see more of it at the time. I loved the way it blends this Lovecrafty type tentacle monster face with a spider and arachnid. It looks really awesome. One thing that I do love about Adam Wingard is how he's able to showcase these monsters in broad daylight, which is something that we haven't really gotten yet in the MonsterVerse, because before Godzilla vs. Kong, there was kind of this stereotype of MonsterVerse movies that all the fights were in the rain or at night and you couldn't really see anything. Here, it's in broad daylight, and you get to see every part of the action. The imagery of Godzilla resting in the Colosseum in Rome is really awesome. If you've seen my review of Godzilla vs. Kong, then you would know that I wasn't a big fan of Adam Wingard's direction in regard to scale. Godzilla vs. Kong is very much lacking in scale and showcasing how big these monsters really are, at times feeling just like a CGI fest. But in this movie, Godzilla x Kong, we get a lot more wide shots, showcasing the monster's size and scale compared to humans and human architecture. But this does get a bit muddled when we get to Hollow Earth. I do think though that when they're up on the surface, it works really well. Godzilla ends up leaving Rome and heads towards the Arctic, where he battles a monster named Tiamat. Before this fight, we very briefly see on a computer screen that this monster is classified as dangerous or destructive, which I really like. It reminds me a lot of SCP and how they classify certain creatures as being dangerous or passive, and that little element of world building really helps to make everything feel more cohesive, because of course Monarch would classify monsters based on their threat level, but seeing that on screen is just really neat. Tiamat, however, is a very disappointing monster because, let's be honest here, this is Manda. It's a giant serpent that lives in the Arctic. Where have I seen this before? I really wish that Toho would just let Legendary use as many original Legacy Toho monsters as they wanted to. I know a lot of this has to do with rights issues and the fact that they have to pay per monster or whatever it is, but I would just love it if they would go all out and have Kamanga at the start of this movie and have Manda appear instead of Tiamat. I'm honestly waiting for a fan edit to come out where they just take Tiamat and color it green like Manda and then like overdub it so people say Manda, because it's virtually the exact same monster. They look identical. The fight scene with Tiamat is also really boring because it ends so quickly and the monster's death is off screen, which is really lame. We're also introduced to Suko, who is supposed to be sort of Kong's son or son of Kong or whatever, but I don't know, he's not his actual son, but it's what's being implied. I'm kind of annoyed by this trend where we have little baby versions of iconic characters. Obviously, we've seen Son of Kong before, and we've seen Baby Godzilla before. That's nothing new in the realm of kaiju movies, and even then, we've had like Baby Mario and Baby Muppets, but I've just been really annoyed with this new trend of like Baby Yoda in The Mandalorian and the Baby Stay Puft Marshmallow Men in Ghostbusters Afterlife. It's just so cynical and jaded to me because I know it's only there to sell plushies and to sell toys to kids. So seeing Kong bash Suko across other gorillas in battle was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life. I was just laughing my ass off hysterically because it's the funniest thing ever. They show so many shots of Suko being all cute, and then just seeing Kong just whip him around was the funniest thing ever. It almost seemed like the filmmakers were in on the fact that people can't really stand these specific types of characters. The whole subplot with the Iwi Temple was very boring, but at the same time, it reminded me a lot of the Jun Fukuda era Godzilla movies. It really felt like it was ripped right out of Godzilla vs. Megalon. Part of me was wondering, honestly, if they're setting up Space Godzilla because of all the crystals that they showcased throughout the film. That might just be me being stupid, but I don't know, crystals play a really big part in Space Godzilla's existence. I just couldn't help but wonder if that's kind of what they're leading towards as the next big bad. On top of that, I also felt like Trapper was sort of inadvertently setting up Jet Jaguar, or a mech of sorts, that we will see later on, with Project Powerhouse sort of being the beginning of that. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if the next movie featured Jet Jaguar and Space Godzilla. I mean, imagine how cool it would be to see Jet Jaguar, Kong, and Godzilla fighting side by side. That would be incredible. This movie is expected to make a ton of money, and right now I'm pretty sure it made back all of its money at the box office, or at least just the budget. So who knows? I'm fairly certain we're getting another movie. I think it's neat that Mothra came back. I was honestly expecting Mothra to come back, like that was sort of what she does. She's always dying and then getting resurrected, so this made total sense to me. I just wish that she did more during the battle. Not to mention, the Twin Fairies are absent, even though they were sort of set up in King of the Monsters. I would have liked to have seen the Twin Fairies involved with the Iwi Temple. Instead of just having it be one priestess, they did two, and they were both twins. I think that could have been really neat. Could have just been an offhanded, reference, but I don't know. I think Mothra should always be accompanied by the twins, the Twin Fairies, and she wasn't here, and that was kind of disappointing. I thought that Scar King was a really cool villain. I loved that red and white color scheme, as well as the bone whip that he had. He was somewhat intimidating, but at times it just felt like I was watching a Planet of the Apes movies, especially with the scenes of him and Kong interacting in Hollow Earth. The scale is just non-existent. So as a result, it's just Planet of the Apes. Like, that's all I'm really seeing here. He also just didn't feel as big as, say, King Ghidorah or Mechagodzilla. Like, it just felt like it was a nobody. I know that I keep saying this, but having a legacy monster here would have taken the film farther. He just doesn't feel like a substantial villain. Maybe taking Shimo and making Shimo a different monster could have also helped, because Shimo was very disappointing. Like, I wasn't a big fan of the design, if I'm being completely honest. The CGI was really rough, and the glossy skin texture made it seem really fake. I don't know how they could have improved this. Part of me was like, yeah, let's get a legacy monster in here, pair him up with Scar King. That way Godzilla can have a monster to fight that's from his own lore, and King Kong doesn't really have a monster like that, so maybe Scar King could be that monster, but I don't know. Maybe make it Anguirus or Baragon and get rid of the freezing abilities, and maybe make it Heat. I'm not sure, but Shimo just didn't work for me and was kind of forgettable. The final battle was pretty cool. I liked how they killed off Scar King. It reminded me a lot of the Sub-Zero fatality from Mortal Kombat.
Finish him. Sub-Zero wins.
It did feel underwhelming at points. The battle, I mean. I wish there were more dynamics to the fight. I wish there were more moments of, oh my god, they're about to lose, and then, oh, this happens, and this happens. Like, for example, when the crystal gets loose, and they're sort of fighting for it, that was nice. That's what I wanted more of. Instead, it was just like taking two action figures and just... Like, yeah, it's cool and it's fun and all, but I don't know. I just wish that there was more substance to it. It just got boring after a while, and it overstayed its welcome. Now, this isn't me complaining that the movie isn't serious. I love the goofy tone. The problem is that it just got old after a while. I'm really excited to see where the MonsterVerse goes next. Like I said, it's very likely that we'll get another movie since this one performed really well at the box office as of me recording this video. I'm fairly certain it made back its budget during its opening weekend alone, but I am just getting kinda sick of Godzilla and King Kong teaming up. I wish they would just make more solo movies or even just more movies in general to flesh out the world a bit. Make a Rodan solo movie, make a Mothra solo movie, or even just take an original monster and sort of base something around that. Just do something to flesh out the world beyond just Godzilla and King Kong. But either way, I enjoyed this movie a lot. I thought it was pretty fun in spite of some of the issues I had with it. Let me know what you thought down below in the comments. What was your favorite fight between all the monsters? Me personally, I think my favorite fight had to be Godzilla and King Kong fighting in Egypt. The dynamics of that was fantastic. I love how Kong was just pummeling Godzilla with his power fist thing. That was so funny. I love when Kong used pocket sand and threw that at Godzilla.
Pocket sand!
It was just so much fun. So let me know what your favorite fight was down below in the comments. And with all of that out of the way, I'm Cole McCormick. You're watching Firewood Media. Consider becoming a member to support the channel. For just $1.99 a month, you'll receive member shoutouts and your name featured as an executive producer in all of our film projects. There's also going to be members-only videos as well as exclusive behind-the-scenes content that you won't find anywhere else. Look, you don't have to if you don't want to. It's just an extra perk for anyone that wants to support the channel while also getting to see some unique content. Either way, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Legendary Pictures is gearing up for the 6th installment in its MonsterVerse series, following the acclaimed release of Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire in 2024. Building on the momentum of this success, the next film in the franchise is officially scheduled to hit theaters on March 26th, 2027. Right off the bat, I know what you're thinking. 2027?
But I want it now!
Well, I, for one, love that Legendary and Warner Brothers are taking their time making this movie and aren't just trying to quickly pump it out as quickly as possible. Hopefully, this allows the filmmakers involved to spend as much time as they need to make the best movie possible. Not to mention, this is great for preventing audience burnout. It's wise to allow time to pass so that hype will build up naturally for the next installment. On May 21st, 2024, it was announced that Adam Wingard, the director of Godzilla vs. Kong and Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire, would not be returning to direct the sequel to New Empire. From what limited information is available now, there was no bad blood between Wingard and Legendary. It was completely amicable on both sides. Wingard's next movie, Onslaught, starts filming in late 2024, and I can't wait to see what he does next. So who will be replacing Adam Wingard? Enter Grant Sputor, I think that's how you say it, Sputor, who has garnered attention for his work on the television series Castaway and the Netflix sci-fi film I Am Mother. His experience in creating tense, character-driven narratives and his ability to handle visually ambitious projects makes him the perfect choice for this movie. Now, I'm a huge fan of his film I Am Mother. For those that haven't seen this movie, the story is set in this post-apocalyptic world where there's this droid named Mother. It raises a little girl named Daughter in this automated bunker of sorts, teaching her moral lessons while hiding the truth about the outside world. Everything about this appears all well and good until an outsider enters the bunker, which leads to building tension between Mother and Daughter as the latter begins to lose trust in someone that she believed wanted the best for her and humanity. The way he handles the special effects amidst an estimated $5 million budget is nothing short of incredible. There are so many VFX shots in this movie, and I feel like this scrappy attitude will work wonders on a future MonsterVerse movie. Beyond all of the technical aspects, though, the film has some really compelling characters. Granted, the script for I Am Mother was written solely by Michael Lloyd Green and not Grant Sputor, so I do think that a lot of that can be attributed to the writer and not the director, but still, there's a chance that it will translate to this upcoming MonsterVerse installment. As of right now, the sequel to Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire doesn't actually have a title yet, but the screenplay will be written by Dave Callaham. He's a screenwriter with a very impressive track record in the superhero genre. Callaham has contributed to the success of major films like Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse and Marvel's Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings from 2021. On top of that, Callaham helped write some rough drafts for the 2014 Godzilla film. Personally, I love a lot of the character work that he's done on these movies, but his track record, it isn't perfect. He worked on a movie, you might have heard of it, called Wonder Woman 1984. I really hope that was just a fluke and this movie will be good. I have faith in him, but yeah, that kind of scares me a bit. So what else do we know about this untitled sequel to New Empire? Well, not much. Not to be Captain Obvious or anything, but Kong and Godzilla will obviously be in the movie. While he was attached to the project, Adam Wingard hinted that this film would have had much more of an emphasis on Godzilla instead of Kong. Of course, he's not attached to the movie anymore, so that's up in the air as of right now. But there hasn't been any confirmation as to whether or not Legacy Toho monsters will make an appearance. There haven't been any casting announcements yet, or even confirmation as to whether or not Junkie XL will be returning to compose music for the film. So where does the MonsterVerse go from here in the meantime? The MonsterVerse is expanding with more content to keep fans, eating well in the meantime. Monarch Legacy of Monsters will return for a second season, and Apple TV Plus has confirmed that multiple spin-offs are in the works. However, there isn't really a ton of information on those projects as of the filming of this video. Now, there is something that I do want to talk about, and that's clickbait. As hype gradually builds and the release date moves closer and closer, I want to do my best to help my fellow Godzilla fans and MonsterVerse fans understand what information can and cannot be trusted. So first off, take leaks and rumors with a grain of salt. Not to sound like a shill for Legendary or Warner Brothers, I recommend only trusting sources originating from those companies since they are the people actually making the movie. Everything in this video comes from those companies. Every piece of information that I've said so far in this video is directly from those companies. I'm not speculating, I'm not making anything up. It was put out by those studios. I think you should carry this attitude with trailers as well. As the release date draws nearer, we'll see more and more fake trailers pop up on YouTube. Again, make sure you see who posted the trailer. Was it Legendary? Was it IGN? If not, you may want to avoid it because it's probably not real, especially if it only has like 100,000 views and was posted like, a week ago. Use basic critical thinking skills too and decide for yourself if something looks legitimate or if it looks like AI or a doctored screenshot. I've also been seeing a lot of clickbait from sites like Screen Rant. They throw out pure speculation and claim it to be fact. This week alone, they've claimed that this movie could feature Megalon, Jet Jaguar, and Mogira. Meanwhile, none of this information has been verified or confirmed, but the way that they title their articles makes you think otherwise. Remember, the script isn't even written yet, so none of this information would be available to the public yet. There are some very respectable YouTube channels out there that post MonsterVerse videos that aren't clickbait or outright misinformation. Someone that I really like is Dangerville. If you want to keep up with Godzilla x Kong news, then go check them out if you haven't already. They make well-researched videos, and even Adam Wingard has given them his stamp of approval. So I guess what I'm saying is, keep an eye out for hoaxes and misinformation. Just use your brain. Don't just click on stuff because these sites don't deserve your money. Yeah, you may not be giving them money directly, but by clicking on these articles, you are giving them your money because there's ads galore and they make money from that. So don't even pay attention to them. Stick to official sources. I get that it can be, enticing. You want to know more about these movies. But honestly, I'm someone that loves going into movies completely blind. That means not seeing a single trailer or anything. I did that recently with Challengers and Killers of the Flower Moon, and it made the viewing experience 10 times better, since I wasn't thinking in the back of my head, oh yeah, this scene hasn't happened yet, and it was in the trailer, so this character probably survives this scene. And with all that out of the way, I'm Cole McCormick, you're watching Firewind Media, and I just wanted to say thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one.